Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 96. Hokage World. Outside the transmission channel. Old Jin, are you alright? Lu Juang looked at Lao Jin with worry in his tone. It's okay, I can hold on for a while. Lao Jin was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this time, but he was still taller than those standing beside him. The whole body is shining with gold, like a Buddha statue. But what is more shocking is that the body that should have been burly is as skinny and thin as bones. More importantly, neither of these two people is in the transmission mask at this time. Instead, he stood naked in the void. The void is too terrifying. Even your Buddha body can only last for more than 10 hours. If it was me, it might be corroded to death in a short time. Lu Juang looked at the grey air current tumbling around him, fearing incomparable. It's not that the body of the Buddha is not good, but that my current strength is not enough to exert its due power, and more importantly, I have accepted your share. Lao Jin looked at the band of light connecting the two of them, and was very dissatisfied with what Lu Juang said just now. He would not allow the other party to underestimate his Buddha body. Okay, I said the wrong thing. Lu Juang quickly apologized, and changed the subject. I don't know when that guy will come back. If he comes back late, wouldn't our sacrifice be in vain? It doesn't matter, anyway, if we don't kill him, we will die no matter how long we endure, so it's better to fight. Now, what you should care about is whether the killing array you set up can kill the opponent. If you can kill him in the shortest time, then the strange phenomenon that the reincarnation space ignores us will disappear immediately, and we will also be killed after completing the mission. Take it back. That way, 09 will have a chance. This is what Lao Jin proposed to Lu Juang. Due to his special ability, it is ensured that the two can survive in the void for a period of time. And taking advantage of this time, Lu Juang will set up a killing formation, and kill the target as soon as it appears. Don't worry, my 7 emotions and 6 desires formation specializes in the mind, and ordinary people can't resist it at all. You can talk big words, just don't lose the chain when the time comes. Don't worry, I'm. Before he finished speaking, Lu Juang's expression changed, and he looked at Zhou Chen somewhere in front of him without blinking. There, the space is constantly vibrating. Get ready, he's coming. The transmission channel on the world barrier was sealed by Yunze himself using the power of the source. Others may not be able to pass, but he can easily pass. Originally, on the way back from the super body world, Yunze was still inexplicably excited. Thinking about getting a good night's sleep after going home. As a result, when it was about to pass through the passage, an accident happened. His whole body was pulled out from the space passage. Not good. As soon as his body appeared in the void, Yunze quickly mobilized the few remaining world sources for protection. He is well aware of how serious the erosion of living things is here. Those seemingly inconspicuous grey mist can wipe out the vitality of the body in the shortest time. Before reaching a certain strength, standing naked in the void is courting death. And now the only thing in Yunze that can resist all of this is the origin of the world. It's just that he hasn't waited for him to do all this. A chilly force struck instantly. The chakra in the body didn't have the slightest resistance at all, and it collapsed at the moment of contact. That extremely cold energy was extremely special, piercing directly into Yunze's brain, but it didn't cause the slightest injury. However, in an instant, Yunze's entire consciousness was plunged into darkness, and all body senses were healed. Endless anger, sadness, excitement, worry, etc. Emotions constantly emerge from the depths of consciousness. Let him continue to sink. It's done. Looking at the motionless figure not far away, Lu Juang shouted excitedly. He is very aware of the power of his formation. The formation will continue to infinitely amplify the various emotional desires of the trapped person, and these distracting thoughts will continue to impact the consciousness of the trapped person. Until it is unbearable, the consciousness is completely wiped out, the soul dissipates and dies. Call. Feeling the disappearing vitality in the opponent's body, Jin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time, it looks like I can save my life. It's just that the excitement between the two didn't last long, and the person opposite suddenly raised his head. In an instant, it seemed that there were only two extremely huge eyeballs left in the vision of the two of them. In the red pupils, there is a bright image constantly rotating. The pattern seemed to have magical powers, making the two of them reluctant to look away. Just keep watching and watching. They didn't notice at all that their own bodies were changing at an extremely fast speed. The skin loses its luster, the hair becomes pale and dry, the muscles shrink continuously, and the figure becomes rickety. Ahem! Looking at the two mummies that had completely lost their vitality, Yunze quickly activated the Flying Thunder God and left the place. In the next second, he appeared in Konoha's house. Cough cough. Puff. With a mouth full of dirty blood spurting out of his mouth, Yunze finally felt a little better. The super vitality endowed by Sage Body is still constantly repairing damaged cells and repairing the damage caused by the void. He reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. Yunze whispered to himself with some fear, "Fortunately, I opened Manjiki by mistake this time, or else I would really have given it to those two reincarnated people." After speaking, 13 dark red bamboo sticks appeared in Yunze's hand. Eyes of the formation, you can arrange the array of 7 emotions and 6 desires, so that the people in the array will sink in the 7 emotions and 6 desires until the gods dissipate. Looking at this introduction, Yunze couldn't help but feel chilled. He still clearly remembered the weird energy just now. Let him not even have the ability to resist. This involuntarily made Yunze think of divine sense, which is a more advanced energy than Yindun. If it weren't for him, the Sharingan would have been on the verge of evolution. Just in urgent need of Yindun energy, and absorbing this energy very similar to Yindun to directly activate Manjiki, maybe he will really be killed by the formation silently. It can only be said that Yunze's life should not die. Not only did he not die, but he also got a huge opportunity. It seems that these high-level reincarnators have already begun to contact higher-level energy. Yunze knew very early on that energy is also graded. For example, in Hokage, Xianju chakra, and Yin Yang Dun are of higher quality than ordinary chakra. So what about in countless other derivative worlds? Magic power, Qi, spiritual power, Buddha element, etc. Literally, these are higher rank than chakra. When faced with these energies, like chakra faced the power of 6 paths, Yunze will be helpless. No matter how much chakra he has, it can't make up for the difference in quality. So, today's event reminds Yunze. He was about to start thinking about raising the energy level. However, that's for later. Now, there are more important things. After recovering, a water mirror appeared in front of Yunze. In the mirror, the black pupils turned blood red in the blink of an eye. A special pattern replaced the previous 3-hook jade. Yunze's Manjiki is very similar to the 2 pillars, except that there is a black ring in the middle, and there are 3 hooks around the outermost periphery. Nice or pretty? As for the ability, Yunze was very happy. Sharingan, the Eye of the Soul. When the Sangyu is reached, a complete sublimation takes place, which is Manjiki. And Manjiki's abilities will be manifested according to the owner's deepest desire. This is why it is called the Eye of the Soul. Like Obito, he opened his eyes when Lin 360 died. This great grief made him completely desperate for this world, and this despair made him want to escape from this world, or create a new world. This is why his Manjiki evolved the special product of the Kamui space. I imagine that if Manjiki had no limits, then Kamui would have completely evolved into a new world. Another example is the dead Shisui. His wish has always been to make Uchiha and Konoha reconcile and not confront each other. So his Manjiki abilities are the distinguished heavenly gods who alter the consciousness of others. In general, each person's deepest desire is different, and the Manjiki ability he awakens is also different. That's why Yunze never thought of rubbing Manjiki. He wanted a pair of Manjiki that was truly his own. And now, Yunze has finally succeeded. So what is his deepest desire? The moment Manjiki is turned on, the whole world becomes completely different in Yunze's eyes. In the body of everything, there is a line that only he can see. Including the water mirror in front and the pine tree in the courtyard. This line is divided into two sections, one section is as black as ink, and the other section is as white as snow. With the consumption of Yunze's pupil power, the black is constantly infecting the white at an extremely fast speed. And as the lines changed, the verdant pine trees in front of them began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment the entire line turned completely black, the vitality in the pine tree completely disappeared, turning into a dead wood. Yes, that thread is the lifeline of this pine tree. The ability of Yunze Manjiki is to be able to see and control this line. This is also his only ability. As long as the pupil power is enough, Yunze can control life and death. Chapter 97. Control life and death. This is more than talk. Yunze turned to look at the lawn in the garden. In his eyes, the lifeline of these grasses, the black areas are swallowing the rest at a slow speed. This means that they themselves are gradually dying. Manjiki looked at one of the plants, and the pupils in his eyes burst out crazily, and the slowly growing black area stopped at this moment. After that, it subsided rapidly at an extremely fast speed until it disappeared completely. When the pupil power in Yunze's eyes stopped transmitting, it had completely become a translucent white lifeline, a little black appeared at the top, and then slowly increased at the original speed again. What does this mean? This means that the life of this grass has been increased out of thin air. It's just a pity. The grass did not return to the form of a seed, but remained the same, but its vitality was as strong as it was born. This made Yunze sigh a little. It seems that Manjiki's ability only involves the concept of life and death, not time. But this is okay, at least, the current him can say that his lifespan is infinite. As long as he doesn't want to, he can live forever, unless of course he is killed in an accident. As for Manjiki, pupil power is consumed, vision loss and even blindness. As a man with a stronger sage body than Hashirama, it is completely impossible. After experimenting with Manjiki, Yunze was quite satisfied with its abilities. He is very clear that as the immortal eye continues to upgrade, Manjiki's ability will also continue to improve, and he is very much looking forward to how far it can evolve in the future. Yunze, who returned to the room, began to check other gains. Successful eye contact with Jinhai, the automatic selection is complete. Congratulations to the host for getting a reincarnation mark. The imprint of reincarnation was successfully activated. Name, Jinhai. Reincarnation number, 248,956. Strength, 7th rank. Integral. Item, Buddha Relic, it contains the pure power of Buddha, which can promote the practice of Buddhism. It can dispel evil spirits and ghosts, and can cause fatal damage to them. Two-wheeled tin stick, a 7th-order magic weapon, used by people in Buddhism, which can greatly improve their own strength. Buddha Dharma. Back then, Yunze was quite envious of that guy's big golden eyes, and thought it was some kind of special pupil technique. It turned out that it was because he was a monk. Although he had hair, he was indeed a monk. The eyes are just the reason to practice Dharma. As for the storage space, there are many good things, to be honest, but unfortunately they are all related to Buddhism, and Yunze can't use them. After sighing, Yunze put these things away again. Then he looked at the good thing he picked up from another person. Successful eye contact with Lu Chuang, this time consumes 10 chances. The available options are as follows. 1 special skill, Tongdian Lu, can be matched with one's own energy. 2 Taoism practice experience. 3 soaring clouds. Seeing these options, Yunze suddenly understood. The 13 formation eyes that were retrieved before were from this reincarnation named Lu Chuang. But those are trivial matters, and now all Yunze's attention is on Tongdianlu. This is a skill from an old bloody show. Tongdianlu, one of the 8 miraculous skills, is a Taoism derived from Fulo to ultimate. Able to abandon the complicated procedures for drawing symbols, and directly draw symbols in the air, without a carrier, without preparing various materials, and even without a cooling time, it can be called a symbol machine gun. Think of the spectacular scene of the sky full of talismans seen in the anime. Yunze couldn't bear it. Not to mention that the other 2 are not helpful to him, even if they are useful, he will choose this one. After all, he didn't think he had a chance to enter that world. Kuuman definitely cannot be touched. Everyone should understand that without copyright, this book will be gone after writing. Without hesitation, Yunze chose one. Nothing else, just because of it. With a huge flow of information pouring into his mind, Yunze mastered this skill in an instant. Tongdianlu originally needed Ji to activate it. But because Lu Juang's skills come from the reincarnation space, he has already modified them to match his own energy. Therefore, Yunze does not need to be specially strengthened, just use chakra directly. If you learn something good, of course you have to try it. As a result, try and die. When he stood with his hands behind his back shakily, and stretched out his fingers to draw a talisman in the air, to experience a master, he suddenly froze. Looks like he can't draw characters. This is embarrassing. At this time, he remembered why the Tongdianlu was clearly one of the 8 miraculous skills, but it behaved like a weak chicken in Liu Jin's hands. The reason is the same as him, that old man Liu Jin doesn't know much about talismans at all. Therefore, there is no way to exert the strength that Tongdianlu should have. This thing needs to be paired with a copy of complete talismans and talismans. Otherwise it's like having a gun but no bullets. Still caught blind. Yunze started scratching his head. There are no talismans in the Hokage world. Do I have to choose a Taoist world to learn talismans? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, turned around and rushed out of the house. Inside Hokage's office. Tsunade doesn't have the poise and dignity that Hokage should have at this time. The veins on the forehead of the whole person were throbbing violently, and they turned around in the room. Only a hot man can make her angry like this. Ming Ming agreed with him yesterday that today he will sign an armistice agreement with the movie. As a result, this guy disappeared after collecting his gambling debts and returning home last night. Tsunade launched the whole Anbu search, still nothing. Seeing that the time is coming soon, how can Tsunade not be angry? At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. It was Shizun who came in, and she looked tired. The good mood I got from receiving the blood orchid from Yunze yesterday has long since dissipated. As the person in charge of handing over the work to Yunze, she blamed herself very much for such a big mistake. Found it? Tsunade asked immediately. No, I went to his house again just now, and found that things have been touched. They should have returned, but I don't know where they went. This BD is really worrying. When we find him, we must take care of him. Just as he was talking, there was another knock on the office door. An Anbu came in and said, Master Hokage, Minister Yunze just appeared in the workshop, but after Anbu passed by, he has disappeared. Workshop? What is he doing there? Tsunade is a bit strange. The workshop is where Konoha makes ninja tools. Although many ninja tools are bought from major families, Konoha itself has a workshop to make these things. I don't know. According to the people in the workshop, Master Yunze went to the Death Forest after consulting some information. Anbu honestly told the information he knew. Forest of Death. Hearing the name, Tsunade frowned slightly, turned to look at Shizun and said, You go and have a look with me, as for the others, keep looking. Yes. Dead Forest. It is a more dangerous place around Konoha. There are many dangerous beasts and even ninjas inside, which are usually banned, and will only be released during the ninja assessment. Few people dare to go in on weekdays. But for Tsunade, there's nothing dangerous about it. Just walked all the way, but did not find any trace of Yunze. This made her wonder if the workshop had made a mistake. Just when she was about to leave, she vaguely heard the sound of an explosion coming from the depths of the Death Forest. This made her immediately stop her plan to go back, and she just picked up the rest and rushed over at the fastest speed. As the distance got closer, the continuous roar of explosions became clearer. When the two arrived at the scene, they were completely stunned. Tsunade's face was livid. "This guy, are you free to play detonating symbols here? Prodigal stuff. How much is the detonating talisman all over the sky? Why don't you bet on her?" Detonators are one of the things with a relatively high appearance rate in the world of Hokage. The most famous one is the richest woman in the ninja world, Konoha bombed Obito with 600 billion detonating symbols. This is just out of bounds. Although the power of the detonating charm is only equivalent to the advanced fire-style ninjutsu, the price is not cheap. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. Let alone 600 billion. So when Yunze read the original book, he almost died of envy. Sister Nan is the real Krypton gold player, directly throwing money at people. And now he has finally experienced it, Lin knows. I saw, as he kept waving his fingers in the air. The light blue chakra energy left runes one by one in the air, and after the drawing was completed, the blue rune flew out directly. After hitting a big tree, it exploded instantly. The power of the explosion directly shattered the tree trunk, and the ensuing flame completely burned the broken tree trunk to ashes. Fingers keep drawing. The dense detonating symbols kept flying, occupying the entire sky, which looked very spectacular. Go! Following Yunze's order, countless detonating symbols flew around. Boom! Continuous explosions and flames destroyed the entire forest. Yunze didn't expect that his flash of inspiration would come true. It is really feasible to replace the talisman with the detonating talisman. Although the power of the leaflet is not strong enough, it can't stand the maximum. And in Hokage, the power of detonating charm is actually enough. The ninja itself is crispy, one sheet is enough to blow up the sky. While Yunze was enjoying the pleasure of local tyrants. Suddenly, someone was approaching quickly. When he turned his head to look. Just in time to see the angry Tsunade and the dazed Shizuan. For a moment, Yunze remembered. He seems to have forgotten a million things. Chapter 98. 10 minutes later. So, this is a ninjutsu you just invented. Tsunade looked at the detonating symbol that Yunze sketched casually, and his eyes almost popped out. She knows how troublesome detonators are to make. The materials are expensive, the success rate is low, and the risk is high, so each talisman is worth a lot of money. As for Yunze, he just ticked it with his finger, and a picture came out directly. As long as he has enough chakra, he can draw infinite symbols. This is simply a magic skill. Thinking of this, Tsunade hugged Yunze's arm and asked expectantly, "How long can you keep this talisman? Can you sell it?" "Bah!" Yunze pulled out his arm directly, feeling that he would be squeezed so fast that he couldn't supply blood, and said contemptuously, "Are you stupid? You said it's ninjutsu. You still want to sell it for money? Are you crazy about money?" "That's it." Hearing that it couldn't be sold for money, the light in Tsunade's eyes quickly went out at a speed visible to the naked eye. An opportunity to make a fortune slipped away in vain, and I was so distressed that I couldn't breathe. After a long time, Tsunade finally adjusted his mentality. Since it cannot be sold for money, then there is no need to continue to pay attention to this matter. Anyway, this guy has a lot of weird ninjutsu. Nor did she intend to hand Yunze over to the village. In this case, it's time to settle the old score. Thinking of this, Tsunade's expression changed instantly. "What did I tell you yesterday? Did you take what I said as fart?" Yunze, press. Hokage building. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was a bit dignified. After a long time, a Jainin from Cloud Shinobi village couldn't bear it anymore, and said angrily, Master Reikage, Konoha is really deceiving people too much. We agreed to sign the agreement today, but we have been waiting for more than half an hour, and the people from 873 Konoha haven't come yet. Isn't this humiliating us? His words were instantly recognized by his companions. St. We came all the way here, even you, my lord, left us here. It's true that our Cloud Shinobi is afraid of Konoha. If he can't do it, he will die. Yes, Cloud Shinobi has no one who is afraid of death. The crowd was excited for a while. Boom. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened. You Konohas are too much. A Cloud Shinobi stood up in an instant, and was about to condemn Konoha's impolite behavior. It's just that when he saw the leader, he instantly felt like a chicken being strangled by the neck. He couldn't say a word, his face was flushed red, and he couldn't sit for a while. The rest are not much better either. Cloud Shinobi, who just clamored to make Konoha look good, wanted to shrink under the table at this moment. Seeing the performance of his subordinates, Fourth Reikage sighed secretly. Since when did the men in their Cloud Shinobi village have been so cowardly? I'm afraid it's only time to face the man in front of them. Shihao and Yunze, I didn't expect you to come forward this time. Haha, I didn't expect Reikage-sama to come to Konoha in person, it's so radiant. I'm sorry just now, I have something to do here, I'm late, sorry. By the way, what did that buddy want to say just now? We Konoha are going too far. Yunze looked at Cloud Shinobi who was trying to hide himself, and asked. It's nothing, I mean you Konohas are too hospitable. As soon as these words came out, let alone Yunze, even the people in Cloud Shinobi village were stunned. This buddy can do it. The road is getting wider. After some farce, the meeting finally started normally. Because all the terms have been negotiated before, today is just a formality. Like Yunze said before, he totally considers himself a mascot. Sitting there peacefully, watching Konoha's people fighting with Cloud Shinobi, arguing non-stop for every objectionable clause. Finally, sign your own name on the unaltered agreement. I hope Konoha and Cloud Shinobi can live in peace and make progress together. Let the civilians of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder avoid the suffering of war and lead a prosperous and beautiful life together. Movie, well, you're right. Just when Yunze thought that after signing the agreement, he was going to go home after he had nothing to do. Suddenly stopped by Reikage. Is there something else for Master Reikage? It was the first time Yunze knew that a tough guy like the movie can be twitchy sometimes. Fourth Reikage hesitated for a long time before whispering, the reason why I came to Konoha this time is that besides asking Tsunade to heal his wounds, I also want you to help me. Me? Help? Yunze was a little surprised, do we know each other very well? Yes. Having said all the begging for help, Reikage seemed to have relieved his psychological burden, and continued, last time on the battlefield, you used lightning-style armor, hell spike and lightning-style ninjutsu at the same time. I want to know, where did you learn it? These are the untold secrets of our Cloud Shinobi. When Yunze heard it, he understood that it was for this reason. However, it's none of your business where you learned it from. There is no copyright fee for this thing. So the tone was a bit unfriendly. Master Reikage, does this mean that no one else can use these ninjutsu except you? The untold secret of Cloud Shinobi? Couldn't it be that I figured it out myself? Seeing that the other party turned his face instantly, Reikage was a little dumbfounded. He didn't mean that, he just wanted to start a conversation. At this time, I couldn't care about my own face, and said quickly, you misunderstood me, I didn't come to pursue this, I just saw Li Xingxi, and wanted to ask you for advice again. Hearing this, Yunze was very surprised. Happy to see you? Ask for advice? Do you want to try again after being beaten last time? Just looking at Reikage's twisted expression, Yun suddenly had an idea in his heart. Master Reikage, you didn't come to steal your teacher, did you? Ajp. As soon as these words came out, fourth Reikage blushed immediately. Hehe, let's improve each other. Yunze. In a closed practice field in Konoha. At this time on the field, two figures were fighting together. Boom. 1. Boom. No powerful ninjutsu. But the destructive power caused by the violent impact between fists and feet is not inferior to any ninjutsu at all, and it is even more dangerous. On the training ground, Shizun looked at Yunze and fourth Reikage who were fighting in the field, and asked in a low voice, Master Tsunade, Reikage's injury has just been healed, so you can't exercise vigorously at this time, or it will recur. What are you afraid of? It's fine to heal the injury. I can't die without me. Tsunade said indifferently, his eyes fixed on the people on the field. I'm afraid she can't wait for Reikage to get hurt a few more times so she can earn more medical bills. Shizun is so smart, how can he not know what his adults think, so he shut up quickly. Field. The more Reikage fought, the more frightened he became. It was obviously the same person, and it was obviously the same move. However, the pressure Yunze brought to him at this time is completely different from last time. This is not a gap in strength or speed, but a gap caused by the level of understanding of physical skills. I thought that after the last battle, I could rely on my understanding of the opponent to support it for a while. Now it turns out that it was a big mistake. The opponent is stronger. On the other side, facing Reikage's increasingly violent attacks, Yun was able to handle it with ease. He now deeply understands the changes brought about by taking full control of his own power. Every move and style is easy to use, without any trace of fireworks. This makes every movement of him full of a strange charm. It is pleasing to the eye, but it implies murderous intent. Before, when faced with Reikage's idea of teaching, Yunze readily agreed with the idea of helping others. He has always considered himself a warm-hearted and good man. How can you refuse someone else's request? Definitely not for owed a favor, as Reikage said. However, this battle is also good for Yunze himself. Let him more clearly understand the changes brought about by the development of his brain. The difference between cloud and mud. If it weren't for the idea of reporting for advice, it would be impossible for Reikage to last for so long. That's all for ninjutsu, what else do you want to practice? Then come to Hell Thrust. Okay. Pay attention and understand carefully. After the two separated briefly, the aura on their bodies swelled again, and they collided head-on amidst flashes of lightning. Reikage gathered all his energy and focused on observing the opponent's shot. This is also the part of this consultation that he is most looking forward to. All along, although he is known as the strongest Reikage, but he is very clear. Compared with his father, third Reikage, his lightning-style armor and ninjutsu can be said to be comparable, or even surpassed by a little. Therefore, it can be called the strongest shield. But compared with the strongest spear, it is slightly inferior. For the understanding of Hell Spike 1 Guan Shao, I can't compare with my father. And from Yunze, he saw hope. I saw a hope that surpassed my own father. For this reason, even if you lose a little face and owe someone a favor, it's nothing. In this world, the strong are respected. Coming. Without a sound, Yunze withdrew his hand. Reikage was completely stunned. Is this the strongest spear? He turned around and looked at the rock behind him with a dull expression on his face. It seems to be just a small hole, nothing broken. But as a person who has experienced it personally, Reikage is very aware of the Haki on Yunze's finger that seemed to be able to pierce the sky. There is not a single bit of energy leaking out, and all destructive power is completely concentrated in one point. This is the strongest spear, far surpassing the strongest spear of his father third generation. Do you understand? I see. Have you learned it? There's still one thing I don't understand. Okay, let's do it again. This is the last time. The tuition fee is less. Chapter 99. In the end, Tsunade's fantasies about earning more medical bills fell through. The whole teaching work was successfully completed in a stable atmosphere. With Yunze's current strength, the possibility of missing and injuring Reikage is even lower than Reikage defeating him. After finishing his mission, Yunze went home. The rest of the work is what Hokage Tsunade needs to complete. You can't let him be a big man, show his face in public, because he will participate in the so-called peace agreement signing celebration banquet. As for asking his own woman to entertain with a bunch of big men, it doesn't sound good or something. Yunze doesn't care at all. If it is red, he may refuse the other party to participate. But Tsunade. As far as that woman's temperament is concerned, there is no need to worry at all. Back home, Yunze immediately entered his own small world. There's another guy waiting for him there. In the empty small world, there is a sea of energy like Wang Yang. Immediately, a system prompt appeared. Discovered a large amount of world energy. After testing, 420,000 world origin points can be extracted. Do you want to extract it directly? When Yunze saw the figure of 420,000, his saliva almost flowed out. He really didn't expect Lucy's dowry to be so rich. Host, Yunze. The number of rubbing times, 56. Age, 16. Identity, Master of the World, Master of Reincarnation, Authority 20%. Take control, Monster World. Chakra, 25 cards. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth and Water. Bloodline, Sage Body, Advanced, Fairy Eyes, Beginner. Skills, Flying Thunder God, Level 7, Emotional Control, Level 5, Memory Modification, Level 4, Mind Power, Level 4, Shape Change, Level 4. Ninjutsu, Class S, Ghoul Seal, Sage Mode, Adamantine Sealing Chains, Wood Style. Special Item, Mark of Reincarnation, activated. Origin of the World, 2000 points. Reinforcement, you can modify and strengthen any skill, bloodline, or item. Consume 500 points of world origin each time. Looking at his meager balance of 2000 points, to be honest, Yunze wanted to agree immediately. But after thinking about it, I still didn't do it right away. And just when Yunze finally made this decision cruelly, Lucy appeared. This time, she did not maintain the weird body like a star in the universe in the super body. Instead, she regained her human form. Although it's just a phantom, at least it's pleasing to the eye. You're finally here. Lucy began to speak, with resentment in her tone. Yunze said to Kite in embarrassment, there is something going on outside. The outside world, is it another world? Yes, the world I'm in now, a world called Hokage. Can I go out and have a look? As an all-knowing and all-powerful existence in the world, the desire to explore the unknown can be said to be Lucy's few remaining emotions. But Yunze was a little surprised when he heard these words. Can you get out? As an existence such as world consciousness, it is impossible to enter other worlds. You can even say that you dare not enter. Just like this time, without the consent of Yunze himself, Lucy would not be able to enter his little world at all. Because in this world, even if Lucy is of a higher rank, if Yunze wants to, he can still expel her or even destroy her easily. My body can't go out, but I can let Lucy go out. Lucy's words are a little hard to understand. But with the next move, Yunze understood. In the ocean of energy, a body slowly emerged from it. Exactly what Lucy looked like. Phantom Lucy pointed to the body and said, before the complete evolution was completed, I preserved all the memories of the original Lucy, and now this body can be used as her carrier. At that time, she can appear in the outside world as a person. And what she sees is what I see. FK, Can it still be like this? Yunze reluctantly took his eyes back from that body. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is there any difference between her and you?" Phantom Lucy tilted her head, thought for a while and said, "If you have to tell the difference, it might be that the version is too low. Her brain is the same as yours, only 20% developed, and she has no special abilities." 17. Even because of the problem of brain capacity, a lot of knowledge can't be stored, and I know far less than me, and even retain such useless things as emotion. Overall, this castrated version is a bit useless, but I can only do this one step. Z. For some reason, he even felt that the new Lucy was more to his liking. What is emotional uselessness? It is very useful. How can a robot be as fun as a real person? The appearance of human Lucy can be regarded as a solution to another Lucy's idea of wanting to go out and see the world. But there's more to Yunze's presence here. With his thoughts, the two came to the singularity space. When seeing the extremely chaotic rules in the space, Lucy instinctively felt uncomfortable. What did this world go through before, and how did it become so chaotic? No wonder it couldn't continue to evolve. Yunze was a little embarrassed because it was his responsibility. I could only change the subject and ask, "Can you help straighten it out?" "Of course, as long as you give me some authority, I can easily sort it out if I spend some time." After finishing speaking, Lucy asked suspiciously, "Is it enough to just straighten things out? What's the meaning?" "In words that you can understand, many rules in this world are just the most basic version and have not been upgraded. If you just keep it as it is, then even if you regenerate the world, it's just an ordinary second-order world. But if you take this opportunity to upgrade the rules to the same level as mine, and add sufficient world energy, you can directly upgrade to the fourth-order world." Lucy observed those world rules and explained them. And Yunze also understood. The world can evolve this, he knew early on. Because he himself still controls a fifth-order monster world. 0. He is very clear that the world itself will continue to improve its rules and accumulate energy as it develops. When it reaches a certain level, it will enhance the essence of the world. But all the derived worlds controlled by the reincarnation space, apart from satisfying their own operation, all other world sources have been swept away. Therefore, these worlds can only remain the same forever, and cannot be advanced. Therefore, after Monster World came into his hands, even though he had to pay Yunze a protection fee of 10,000 yuan every year. However, Yunze never felt dissatisfied with it. It is extremely satisfying. He looks like a prisoner who has been squeezed for a long time and finally regained his freedom. Because even if this little protection fee is paid, it still has more left, which can support its continuous improvement and evolution. The truth Yunze understands. However, he asked with some embarrassment, "What is the origin of this sufficient world?" Fearing that Lucy would not understand the unit, he added, "When you evolved, the origin of the world I gave you was 10,000 points. Well, I calculated, in addition to those accumulated in this world itself, it needs about 80,000 points. So little." Yunze breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought it would cost 4 to 500,000. That's right, 4 to 500,000 is needed, but I still have 420,000 here." Although Yunze was always thinking about other people's things. But now when Lucy said these words naturally, he was still a little embarrassed. "But, those are your things. Aren't my things yours?" Lucy was a little puzzled. "Yunze. It has been decided, from now on, this Lucy is her own daughter. The one on the outside doesn't count." Knife. Chapter 100. Hey, is this the world you live in? It's really different. After coming out of the small world, the human Lucy looked at the sky outside and sighed. "It's not the same, you can see what it is. Didn't it mean that this Lucy is a low-profile version?" Yunze suspected that the other party was bragging. Faced with doubts, Lucy directly rolled his eyes back at him, and said, although I am not as good as that robot, I still understand some things, okay? The space in this world is stronger, the energy in the air is more abundant, and there are even some special rules. Although I can't understand it, it doesn't mean I can't feel it. However, this is not the time to talk about it. Shouldn't you want to help me find a dress? Good. Yunze, who was caught in the act, felt ashamed, and hurried to the bedroom to find a piece of her own clothes and handed it to Lucy. No way, he only has men's clothing here. After all, Hong is still young. You make do with it first, and I'll help you buy a suitable one tomorrow. Seeing Lucy's disgusted face, Yunze comforted her. I feel that people in this world have strange aesthetics, and the clothes are so ugly, especially the green vest on your body, which is like a turtle shell. 560. As a modern woman, Lucy is very fond of fashion. Taste is cultivated. Well, you can help me buy some fabrics tomorrow, I will make a set myself, and help you make a tailor-made set, how about as a reward? Remuneration. That's right, you buy fabrics for me, and I'll make clothes for you, and the exchange is equivalent. Lucy had a natural expression. Only then did Yunze recall that Lucy is a modern independent woman. He suddenly found this Lucy more and more interesting. Don't look at me that way, I'm different from that robot, she's her, I'm me. No, since she chose my original name, then I have to rename it to distinguish it. Your name is Yunze, how about I change it to Yungze? Yungze. It's Yungze. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and gestured. How do you, a Westerner, know the word xi? Hehe, although I'm not as good as that one, at least I'm more educated than you. Yunze. How about Scarlett, or Natasha? Don't want. Okay. I said why didn't you accompany me to the banquet? It turns out that there is a vixen at home. UBD. Just as Yunze was communicating with Yunze, an angry voice suddenly sounded in the yard. Followed by a murderous fist. Damn it, mad woman, listen to my arguments. So, this is your new secretary. Tsunade looked at Yunze, who was dressed in fat men's clothes, but still couldn't conceal his proud figure, and felt a little apprehensive. This woman has better skin than her. But still not as fierce as her. That's right, didn't you keep saying that I don't care about Anbu's work? After thinking about it, it's really wrong, but I have no experience in these jobs, so I can only find a secretary. Let me introduce, Yunze, a top student in the management department of Harvard H3 University. I hired Assistant Minister Anbu with a high salary. Yunze deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word assistant in order to distinguish it from secretary. He spoke in a serious manner, but the two women rolled their eyes in unison. Tsunade is not stupid. At night, a woman is dressed in a man's clothes. She is still so beautiful, so it's no wonder that there is no problem. However, she couldn't say much about her own situation. The reason why I was angry just now was to express my dissatisfaction and give the man opposite me a little warning. In contrast, her greater interest in this woman is the origin of the other party. There are not many Western-style appearances in this world. Coupled with the lack of chakra's breath all over her body, it made her feel inexplicably afraid. All kinds of signs made her unable to not be curious. But Tsunade turned his head to look at Yunze, who was still talking nonsense, and sighed secretly. I really owe this friend. Okay, needless to say, I know. Tomorrow, I will have someone make Konoha's identity certificate for her. Yunze. This woman is really understanding. Next morning. Huge meeting room. At this time, the seats were full of masked Anbu ninjas. Kakashi, who was wearing a fox mask in the crowd, was a bit bored. Turning his head to look at the person beside him, he said, Yamato, what the hell is that guy Yunze doing? Why did he suddenly want to hold an Anbu meeting? I still want to take a good rest today. Since being stimulated by Yunze on the battlefield last time, Kakashi changed his previous decadent performance and began to actively improve his strength. For this reason, I even joined Anbu again, just to hone myself. After several high-intensity missions, I wanted to take advantage of today to take a break, but in the end I wanted to hold the first general meeting of Anbu ninjas. Open the yarn. Yamato stared at his eyes wide open, and asked back, Master Yunze's Minister Anbu, is there anything strange about the meeting? Forward. Only then did Kakashi realize this guy, Misawa, is actually Minister Anbu. Thinking of this, he thought of another thing. It seems that he has been in office for a long time, it seems that he has never seen him in Anbu. No wonder it's called a first meeting. Just as he was thinking, the door of the conference room opened. Leading the charge is Yunze. Compared to other Anbu need to wear a mask, as a minister of course not. Everyone in the village knows his identity now, isn't he deceiving himself and others by wearing that thing? And following him was Yunze in a black business attire, which she sewed herself early in the morning, and even wore black silk. This is the first time I meet you. Many people may know me, but they haven't seen me. As a minister, it took me so long to convene everyone, it's a little dereliction of duty, but I hope to understand that I've been a little busy recently. Come here today, in addition to getting to know everyone. There is also another thing to announce. Anbu will follow the previous model in a short period of time and will not change. But an assistant minister will be added. Speaking of this, Yunze pointed to Yunze beside him and said, it's her name is Yunze, and she will be responsible for Anbu's daily management, task assignment, personnel adjustment, etc. in the future. From now on, her words represent what I mean. You must strictly implement them. If you have any opinions, you can come to me, but I don't want to hear the news that someone is obedient or even refuses to obey orders. Do you understand? Clear. Everyone agreed to it simply and neatly. Just kidding, as Anbu, it is impossible not to know that the war with Cloud Shinobi Village was single-handedly done by that person on stage. No matter how young Yunze is, his strength lies there. Therefore, no one dares to disobey his words easily. Very well, the meeting is over. Is this the end? When Kakashi was about to leave the house, he was still a little dazed. We must know that in the past, the third generation held a meeting, at least it took a few hours to talk. He was ready for bed. In a few words it was over. This made him a little uncomfortable for a while. Just as he was about to walk out the door, Yunze's voice suddenly came from behind him. Kakashi, wait, I have you. Konoha Hokage Rock. Yunze took a closer look at 50-50, and found that this guy had a little more vigor recently. Although still a pair of dead fish eyes. Why did you go back to Anbu again? Yunze asked. What's so strange about going back to Anbu? It's very helpful to improve your strength. Kakashi didn't understand why Yunze was looking for him alone. Although the two are classmates, they were not very familiar with each other before. That is, recently, I was rescued twice. Did you get stimulated last time? Yunze's words were so straightforward that Kakashi fell into silence for a while. The reason why Kakashi was transferred from Anbu by Yong Daimei before was to let this guy feel the newborn's first birth through Kushina production, thus rekindling his hope for life. The result was tragic. Yong Daimei and her wife also died in 3.4. This made Kakashi completely desperate and became a salted fish. Unexpectedly, this time, because of Yunze himself, he was stimulated and became a little energetic. This is good news. After a long time, Kakashi raised his head and said, I'm not stimulated, I just don't want to be too useless. Pretty tsundere. Well, I can make you stronger, are you interested? What's the meaning? Yunze pointed to his left eye and said, I know this eye means a lot to you, it is impossible to take it off. However, I can add a seal for you. You can close the Sharingan in normal times and open it again during battles. How about that? Hearing this, Kakashi suddenly raised his head. What you said is true. Sharingan couldn't be closed, the pressure on him was too much. If it wasn't Obito's relic, Kakashi wouldn't want to use it at all. So, hearing Yunze's method, he couldn't help being moved. What conditions do you have? Well, help me take Yamato, how about letting him grow up as soon as possible? Yunze thought for a while before he came up with such a condition. Can. Chapter 101. The opening and closing of Sharingan can only be controlled by Chakra who has the blood of Uchiha. Kakashi has been unable to close because he is not a member of the Uchiha tribe. Yunze is also not, but he has the blood of the Fairy Eye. Manjiki itself has been activated. Therefore, for him, there is no difficulty at all. Just simply put my chakra seal adapted from 100 healings mark on it, and pour in a little of my own chakra. Finally, teach Kakashi how to use the seal. Kakashi himself learned from Namikaze Minato, so the sealing technique is not difficult for him. Soon, the method was mastered. With the opening and closing of the left eye Sharingan, Kakashi almost cried out. God knows how much he has suffered against such a big man who consumes blue. No man can live with the problem of being poorly held. At this time, the problem was solved, which made him feel like he had unloaded a huge burden. The whole person is much more relaxed. So, Kakashi didn't even ask why Yunze's chakra was able to control the Sharingan. He just solemnly promised, "Don't worry, I will educate Yamato well and make him a success." Well, I believe you. As the two decided to talk to themselves, Yamato, who had just returned to his residence, couldn't help shivering. Big eyes, full of doubts. I always feel that someone is going to murder him. Looking at Kakashi's disappearing figure, Yunze narrowed his eyes slightly. In his eyes, he vaguely saw the Kamui space hidden in Kakashi's left eye. As he expected, although Kakashi himself didn't notice it, the manjiki of this eye was actually opened. 09 It's just that he can't control it yet. This time I took the initiative to shoot, except that I didn't want to watch Kakashi being dragged down by that eye, and finally evolved into a unit of measurement. What's more, Yunze took advantage of this opportunity to secretly do a little trick in the seal. Of course, this is not for Kakashi. It was Obito's eye. For Yunze, who is unrivaled in the entire ninja world in space, all he needs is a medium. Then Obito's Kamui space is undefended for Yunze. With anticipation for Kakashi's future, Yunze returned to the residence. Now during the day, Anbu Yunze takes over, and Shizune is liberated, so he can help Naruto during the day. And in the evening, after Yunze got off work, she happened to take over Naruto and let Shizune rest. The connection was seamless, and for a while, Yunze was completely at ease. In addition to the need to enter the small world from time to time to sort out the rules of the world with Lucy, you can enjoy the good life to the fullest. It's a pity that the sky doesn't follow people's wishes. A few days later, an uninvited guest came to the door. On this day, Yunze was taking a nap at home drinking some wine. This guy Jiraiya came to the door without even saying hello. As soon as he entered the door, the pair of thief eyes looked around, as if looking for something. It is also an LSP, how can Yunze not know what he is thinking, and said helplessly, "Don't look for it, Yunze works in Anbu." That's it. Jiraiya felt a little regretful, and sat down at the table without realizing it, picked up the wine and drank it, and kept drinking with her mouth. Recently, it has been rumored that your assistant is beautiful, has a good figure, can dress well, and has strong work ability. At the end, he asked with some taste, "Where did you find such a girl? Does she have any relatives or sisters? Could you introduce me to him? I'm getting older recently and want to build a warm family." Haha. Also form a warm family, you are greedy for others. Unfortunately, don't even think about it. Yunze directly refused, don't think about it, she is an only child, and there are no female relatives in the family. No, she has a grandma. Her wife passed away a few years ago, and she is alone now. Would you like to introduce her to you? Hearing this, Jiraiya froze for an instant, her old face flushed red. How can he say Jiraiya is also Toad Sage, ninja prodigal son? How can there be such a shabby person? So he fought back angrily, such a beautiful single woman suddenly moved into your house, Tsunade has no objection, do you need me to help persuade you? After all, we are all men and we need to support each other. Jiraiya also figured it out recently. If I get it I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. As long as Tsunade can be happy, he should also be happy for her. So, it's time to talk about it with ease. It can be seen from here that this is an old licking dog. Although Jiraiya's words are nice to hear, the threat inside can be heard by anyone. Of course Yunze is no exception, but he is not afraid at all. Glancing at Jiraiya, he said disdainfully, even you know about this, do you think Tsunade won't be clear about it? I tell you clearly, Yunze's identity certificate was issued by her. Gan. Jiraiya was instantly annoyed. When did that violent girl Tsunade become so understanding? Are her fists rusty? Seeing Jiraiya's aggrieved expression, Yunze couldn't bear to continue provoking him, and asked, you're so hurt? Why don't you take care of yourself in the hospital? Okay. Jiraiya drank in a muffled voice. How about I invite you to have a good time, and I will treat you to the hot spring hotel, and you will be satisfied. Yunze continued to comfort. As a result, this remark made Jiraiya even more depressed. It doesn't make sense. They already have girlfriends, and they dare to go out and drink hwaju openly. Is it possible to do whatever you want because you are handsome? Continue to shut yourself up. No, I'm not in the mood recently. However, you can owe it. Yunze was helpless, feeling like coaxing his son. Then you can't do this, you can't do that, what do you want to do when you come to me today? You do me a favor. No, I don't have time. Yunze refused without waiting for Jiraiya's next words. Don't even think about it, the favor must be to help him find his good friend Orochimaru. Yunze didn't want to go. Wouldn't it be nice to have a good night's sleep with this kung fu? We have to wait until he has rested enough to go. Jiraiya was dumbfounded by Yunze's immediate refusal. I haven't said anything yet, why are you refusing so quickly? Aside from going to Orochimaru, what good fart can you do? Yunze rolled his eyes in disdain. This guy has such an obsession now. Oh, and finding Destiny's Child. I don't know if the big toad has any prophecies about him. Yunze started to lose his mind. Jiraiya got anxious and said, since you figured it out, why did you reject me? Didn't you say you wanted to be with me in the hospital last time? I just said that I thought about it, but I didn't agree. You don't count your words at all. Seeing Jiraiya's gradually serious expression, Yunze couldn't continue to refuse, but asked, okay, let's not talk about other things, you just blew up Orochimaru's experimental base, he must be still angry now, you come to find him now aren't you afraid that he will kill you? That's right, how about I ask you for help, we will definitely be able to take him down together. Jiraiya doesn't brag at this time that he can handle Orochimaru by himself. But he believes that with him and Yunze joining forces, Orochimaru will never be able to escape. I don't doubt what you said, but, have you thought about it, you catch him back like this, and then what? Yunze's question goes to the core. Jiraiya was silent, he just wanted to capture Orochimaru back to Konoha, but he didn't think about the future at all. According to what Orochimaru did in Konoha before, if he is caught, he will definitely be executed or imprisoned for life. But is this what he wants? It seems that you understand, you are not willing to see Daji being locked up in the execution ground by you, are you? Then what do you think we should do? Jiraiya knew very well that the guy in front of him was full of ghosts, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, he asked hastily. It's very simple. Didn't Orochimaru rebel against the village because he captured people in the village for human experiments? Yunze rubbed his chin and said, anyway, the fact that Danzo had first-generation cells in his body was exposed before, so just push it to him. Danzo, as an elder, forced Orochimaru to study first-generation cells, and captured Konoha village people for experiments. Well, this reason is unassailable. At that time, plus Orochimaru's previous credits, can the merits and demerits be completely offset? Jiraiya hesitated and said, but you and I know very well that Orochimaru is indeed conducting human research, which is a big taboo. What happened to the human body research? It has been so long since ninjutsu appeared, why has it developed so fast? Do you dare to say that there is no other person's research on the human body behind it? Think about those bloodline families. But, after all, he used living people, that's a lot of human lives. Human life? Yunze's tone was a bit inexplicable, don't talk about other things, you and I, didn't you kill too few people? They are also villains with blood on their hands, so what qualifications do you have to say about others? Yunze never thinks he is a good person, he knows how many people he has killed, can a person with blood on his hands be called a good person? However, those people we killed were enemies on the battlefield and during missions. Jiraiya began to lose confidence. Enemy? Is the life of the enemy not life? What's more, when we go to the battlefield, don't civilians die because of us behind us? The same is human life, so there is no distinction between high and low. It's just a different position, needless to say how nice it sounds. These words of Yunze are somewhat contrary to 5453 Jiraiya's original insistence. But he couldn't refute it, because he knew it was right. Seeing that Jiraiya began to dig into the corner, Yunze quickly said, of course, that was during the war, and Orochimaru was after the war. It must be wrong to kill the villagers in his own village. So, the question now is, do you want to bring Orochimaru back to Konoha? Think. Then you want him dead. In no mood. Then can you forgive him for the wrong things he did before? Unforgivable. Jiraiya insisted on this. So, you see, this is contradictory. You can only choose one. Either capture Orochimaru and kill the villagers to avenge the villagers. Or put all the blame on Danzo and let the big snake come back innocent. Yunze spread his hands, it's up to you to choose. The silence was especially long this time, when Yunze was about to fall asleep. Jiraiya spoke, his voice was extremely hoarse, I want him to return to Konoha alive. Yunze looked at Jiraiya calmly, he didn't realize how big of a problem this choice was. If it were him, he would choose the same way. After all, the dead person has nothing to do with him, but the other party is his true friend. Everyone has selfishness, and those who are truly selfless are saints. This saint is not the kind in the prehistoric. However, I know Orochimaru very well. If he is not allowed to continue his research, he will definitely not come back, but if he continues to study, he will definitely kill people. Jiraiya began to pull his hair in worry. What are you afraid of? Don't you just kill people? There are so many people who have committed the death penalty in the Kingdom of Fire, that's enough. However, his research is too inhuman. Living corpse reincarnation, this thing is insane. Don't worry, I have a way to make him change his research direction. Yunze assured, patting his chest. Okay, let's go now. Yunze. What the hell am I? Don't you want to go? How did I persuade Jiraiya? By the way, also helped Orochimaru whitewash? It's okay to screw yourself up. For a while, Yunze closed himself. P.S. Thank you for the monthly pass of my name is Xiahua. I was wrong. Asking for votes requires an attitude of asking for votes. Everyone, Please donate some flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. Go author begs. Bang bang bang. Chapter 102. Hey, have you heard the news about Master Orochimaru in the village recently? Orochimaru? Didn't he betray the village? He used the people of the village as an experiment. Such a person deserves to die. Bah! It's been a long time since you went out. Recently, it seems to be saying that Mr. Orochimaru was wronged back then. Injustice. Yes, it seems that Danzo forced him to do this, and those dead villagers were also killed by Danzo. Danzo. That's right, that's the notorious root leader. He used to be an elder. I didn't expect that he not only killed the third generation, but even the disciples of the third generation. Pooh, this kind of person deserves to be killed by Master Yunze. Really or not, is the news reliable? Of course it's reliable. I'll tell you something quietly. Don't say it outside. It is said that Danzo asked Orochimaru to study first-generation cells. Hush! My god, even that grown-up dared to move, I really don't want to live. Mitarashi Anko, who passed by, pretended to be innocent, but his eyes kept flickering. She is 13 years old this year, and she used to be a high-profile genius of Konoha's younger generation. All kinds of resources are constantly leaning towards her. It's a pity that later it plummeted and was even squeezed out everywhere. The reason is precisely because her master is Orochimaru. As one of Sunin's apprentices, how much was expected? After Orochimaru's defection, she suffered just as many stares. I thought this life would pass like this, but I didn't expect that the wind direction of Orochimaru in the village suddenly changed recently. It seems that there is an invisible big hand pushing behind. Killing villagers, doing human experiments, all these things were pushed to Danzo, a dead man. This immediately improved Orochimaru's reputation in the village. After all, he used to go through life and death for the village, and won the respect of many people, and there are many diehards in Konoha. Under this fishing boat, these people also began to come forward, and one after another began to help other people remember the great benefits. With a multi-pronged approach, there are actually many rumors in the village that the arrest warrant should be cancelled, and Orochimaru should be allowed to return to the village. This made Anko unable not to be excited. Just as he was thinking, a woman's voice suddenly came from ahead. Looking up, it was his good friend, Yuhi Hong. Meatball shop. Two female ninjas with little age difference are enjoying a leisurely vacation after the mission. Why don't you eat? Anko greeted his companion while eating his favorite meatball. It's too sweet. If you eat too much, you will get fat. You should eat less. Be careful that you won't get married in the future. Hong has always stayed away from such high-calorie sweets, and came here just to accompany her girlfriends. What are you afraid of? I like meatballs more than boyfriends. Anko didn't care about that. Humph, that's because you don't understand boyfriends. Hong seemed to have thought of something, with a gentle face. Anko, who was forcefully stuffed with dog food, decided to fight back. Hee, boyfriend. Then tell me, you finally took a vacation, where did your boyfriend go? Finally, isn't my good friend going shopping with you? These words made Hong feel a little depressed. Some time ago, Konoha had too many tasks piled up, and a chunin like her didn't have much time to rest, so she could only continue to perform tasks. She herself is soft on the outside and strong on the inside, and she didn't want to ask that old woman for leave, so she never returned to the village. After finally returning to the second village, Yunze was appointed as the post. Thinking of the task, Hong looked up at Anko, and asked hesitantly, do you know the news about Orochimaru recently? I know, but what does such a big event have to do with my little genin? Anko argued with Mariko without raising his head. Saying so, but Hong is very clear. Anko has great respect for Master Orochimaru, and has been quietly paying attention to this matter. So, he whispered, I have good news for you, the mission of Yunze and Jiraiya-sama is to bring Orochimaru back. The rumors in the village these days must be that they are preparing in advance for Orochimaru's return. What you said is true. Anko suddenly felt that the meatballs in front of him were no longer delicious, and even suddenly felt that the red boyfriend seemed pretty good. Country of Fields. Hey, didn't you say to find Orochimaru? We've been out for so long, it's not good to keep doing this. Yunze complained as he drank the drink handed over by the young lady skillfully. As expected, it is Jiraiya. Even if it is a task like finding a good friend, it will not delay his collection and creation. The two of them have been in and out of romantic places in recent days, making Yunze, an outsider, feel deeply wronged by Orochimaru. So fragrant. Why didn't I look for it? I've put in a lot of effort recently. Jiraiya crawled out from the crowd of other girls and defended herself. It's just that I may have done too hard last time. Many bases in Orochimaru have given up. I haven't found any clues yet. Besides, I'm the one who treats guests, and I'm the one who spends money. Are you ashamed to say such a thing? Yunze was at a loss for words, but soon discovered a blind spot, and asked in surprise, so, you don't know the exact location of Orochimaru? Isn't this nonsense? Jiraiya looked sad. His old friend was really like a snake. It was hidden as deep as it was, and it was hard to find. Over there, Yunze was speechless. Originally, Jiraiya took him all the way to Tanokuni, and he thought Jiraiya knew where Orochimaru was. I didn't even know about the CO authorship, so I had to look for it now. It's a mess. Why didn't you say earlier that I can contact Orochimaru? Why bother to look for it, just ask him directly. Yunze's words instantly made Jiraiya dumbfounded. How did you get connected to Orochimaru? Why can't we get in touch? We used to get along well on the battlefield. Back then he wanted to accept me as his apprentice. When Yunze was developing in a low-key way, Orochimaru was the only big player who saw his advantages at a glance. Just seeing this makes Yunze have to admire. Why didn't you say it sooner? Jiraiya was furious. You didn't even ask. I thought you knew where he was. Jiraiya. Underground base. Dark and damp, very popular with snake creatures. This is exactly a laboratory that Orochimaru has rebuilt. At this moment, he was seriously examining the experimental subjects on the table. It was a twitching human body. Ever since that BD Jiraiya set fire to his experimental data. Orochimaru has been repeating previous experiments recently, which made his living corpse reincarnation progress far behind. A hole. No, thinking of Jiraiya, Orochimaru makes my liver hurt. The liver hurts, the hand shakes, and the experimental subject dies. Destroy failed materials. Orochimaru tried to calm down and plan to experiment again. Suddenly, I felt something. With a puff of white smoke, a little white snake got into his hand. The first time I saw this snake, Orochimaru was a little surprised. He knew very well that this, Li Zhao, summoning snake was given to Yunze when he went to Konoha to dig a grave, and it was used for the communication between the two parties. It just hasn't been enabled. Unexpectedly, at this special time, that little guy Yunze contacted him on his own initiative. Yes. Recently, Orochimaru has known Konoha's news about him. However, he didn't take it to heart. Laozi is doing human experiments, what do you think? Such a great cause, why should it be pushed to the head of that old Danzo? He doesn't deserve it. Orochimaru was curious about Yunze's purpose. So he opened the note in the snake's mouth. Look at the words above. The interest became stronger, and I couldn't help sticking out my big tongue and licking it. Interesting. I'm here to see if you have any good stuff that interests me. Burn the paper at will. Orochimaru prepares to go to the appointment. A few words were faintly written on the note that was about to become ashes. Drink, I'll show you my baby. Chapter 103. Did you say Orochimaru would come? At this time, more than an hour has passed since Yunze sent the message. Orochimaru hadn't shown up yet, which made Jiraiya fidget a little. It should come. Yunze couldn't guarantee it, then looked at Jiraiya and said, in comparison, shouldn't you hide first at this time? If Orochimaru saw you with me, he wouldn't show up. It seems to be too. Thinking of what he did to Orochimaru back then, Jiraiya felt that what Yunze said made sense. Then I'll find a place to hide first. Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya's expression changed. Turning his head to look, he found a pale man standing there with a cold aura all over his body. You have a very clear understanding of yourself, which is not so wasteful. Orochimaru didn't leave, but sat down opposite Yunze and Jiraiya. Just the first sentence, Jiraiya was stunned. Hehe, everyone is an old friend, why bother to scold people when we just met? Jiraiya laughed. No, we haven't been friends since you burned my base. Did I do something wrong? The ones you studied are completely devoid of conscience. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru glanced at him with a half-smile. Then he turned his head to look at Yunze and said, Mr. Yunze, can we talk about your matter later? Give me a few minutes and I'll settle a personal grudge with Jiraiya. Looking at the situation, this is a one-on-one fight with 770 Jiraiya. Yunze said happily, no problem, this is a private matter between the two of you, please go ahead. Feeling the murderous look in Orochimaru's eyes, Jiraiya turned pale, and quickly said, Orochimaru, don't be impulsive, we came to pick you up today to take you back to Konoha. Hehe. Orochimaru was not surprised, but said mockingly, take me back to Konoha? I'm a traitor, can you make the decision? Of course, 5th Hokage has already found out what happened back then. You were ordered by Danzo to do human body research, and even killed the villagers in the village. You were forced, and the responsibility is not great. Now Konoha's arrest warrant for you has been cancelled. At the end of Jiraiya's speech, her face turned red, but she still stumbled to finish. It's the first time I open my eyes and tell nonsense when I grow up so big, it's too shameful. Oh, are you talking about Tsunade? Although Orochimaru said so, he still looked at Yunze who was watching the fun. Based on his knowledge of those two old friends, they would not do such a thing. So, after much deliberation, Konoha's change of attitude towards him must be the business of the young man in front of him. Seeing Orochimaru looking at him, Yunze spread his hands and said, I came up with their ideas. I'm just an errand runner. First generation is Tsunade's grandfather, can she forgive me for researching first generation cells? Orochimaru has a complicated relationship with Tsunade. At first, the relationship between the two can be said to be very good, otherwise Tsunade's younger brother Nawake would not have become Orochimaru's disciple. But, ajaj, since Nawake died, Orochimaru felt ashamed of Tsunade, so he dared not see her. So the relationship froze. However, with Orochimaru's knowledge of Tsunade, he dared to study her own grandpa. Tsunade will definitely be very angry about this kind of thing. Facing Orochimaru's question, Yunze was a little embarrassed. Tsunade is my girlfriend. That. Mr. Lang Orochimaru, who has always been known for his calmness and composure, is not calm this time either. The voice was a little trembling, and I reconfirmed. What did you say? Tsunade? Girlfriend? Well, yes. Yunze was a little shy. Orochimaru stopped talking, and looked at Jiraiya with dark eyes. Suddenly, I felt that it was not so unforgivable for this guy to burn his own base last time. After all, poor people. Orochimaru has complicated feelings for Konoha. It is impossible to say that he really dismissed Konoha. But it is equally impossible to get him to go back. After all, Orochimaru's only pursuit now is to study longevity. This requires various experiments. And this cannot be done in Konoha. Therefore, the reason why I left Konoha at the beginning was not the so-called failure of the so-called competition Hokage, or this factor was very small. The real reason is that Konoha can no longer help him, but will hinder his research. Yunze is equally aware of this. When Jiraiya fell into autism, he was the only one who came forward to persuade him. Master Orochimaru, are you worried that you won't be able to continue your research when you return to Konoha? You are very smart. Smart people don't go around in circles, you just say the conditions. Orochimaru has calmed down at this time. Orochimaru is vain, he knows his worth. He never felt that letting himself go back to Konoha was a gift from Konoha to him. On the contrary, it was Konoha's honor that he returned to Konoha. Only those old guys from third generation and Danzo couldn't recognize his true value, thought that the risk of keeping him in Muya was greater than the benefit, and drove him out of Konoha. All I can say is that these people are stupid. Yunze is not stupid. On the contrary, he is the one who knows the value of Orochimaru the most right now. There is such a research genius in the entire Hokage world, and if you don't catch it well, how can you do it? So he said directly, Konoha will not restrict your research, but there are some sensitive items that must be kept secret. The experimental materials needed are provided by Konoha. There are many executed prisoners in the Land of Fire, which is enough for you to use. Even some bloodlines from other ninja villages can also help you capture them. However, you can't do it privately, let alone the villagers of Konoha. As for the research results, they must belong to Konoha. How about this condition? Jiraiya on the side was already stunned by the conditions Yunze said, and wanted to intervene anxiously, but unfortunately he never had the chance. Yunze directly motioned him to shut up. And Orochimaru was equally shocked. These conditions are not bad, but surprisingly good. Speaking of which, Orochimaru can create a sound ninja village behind, which looks very good. But if it's possible, you think he wants to? Not after he left Konoha alone now. No money, no one, no place. Can you only spend your research time to start a business and support your dreams? Now, if you go back to Konoha, you can get these supports. At that time, he can do the research he wants to do safely. This is the environment any research dog dreams of. Orochimaru wanted to sign the contract right away, but he seemed to have thought of something and was a little tangled. Yunze has been watching his reaction, seeing him frowning, a little puzzled. These conditions are already very good, isn't it enough? So, directly release the big move. Yunze took out a wooden box and handed it to Orochimaru. What I just said was Konoha's condition, now there is something that belongs to me, I believe you will be interested in it. Oh. Orochimaru recalled what was mentioned in the note before. So, he opened the wooden box without hesitation, only to find a red flower inside that he had never seen before. This is... Just after asking, I saw Yunze's lips moving a few times. In an instant, Orochimaru stood up excitedly and asked urgently, is what you said true? Certainly. I pledge on my honor that what I say is true. Okay, I promise you. Boy, what the hell did you just say to Orochimaru? Why did he hold that flower as if he had been possessed by an evil spirit, and agreed to go back with us right away? Jiraiya didn't see Yunze's lips just now. But from Orochimaru's reaction at the time, it can be seen that it must be very important information. After Orochimaru left, Jiraiya couldn't hold back her curiosity anymore and asked. In the end, Yunze ruthlessly rejected him. Why ask so many questions? I will definitely tell you in the future. The less you know about this kind of life-enhancing thing, the better. The reason why he told Orochimaru was because Yunze believed that Orochimaru was attracted to him. Moreover, subsequent research also needs to rely on Orochimaru. Don't talk about pulling it down. But, aren't you afraid that Orochimaru will take your things and won't go back with us? Don't you trust the credibility of your old friend? I don't believe it. Creatures like snakes are extremely cunning and have no credibility. If that's the case, then all I can do is kill him. Of course Jiraiya was joking, but when Yunze said this in the same joking tone, still made him shudder. Such an idea popped up unconsciously in my heart. This guy is telling the truth. Let's hope Orochimaru comes home to pack his bags and make it back in time. Just thinking about it, suddenly there was a loud noise in the distance. What happened? Chapter 104. This flower can actually increase the lifespan of a person. It's just incredible. Orochimaru, who was rushing back to the base, looked at the wooden box in his hand, and the shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. I really want to study it now. Unfortunately, thinking that Yunze was still waiting for him in the tavern, Orochimaru could only forcefully suppress this thought. It's better to pack up some important experimental data and equipment first, and then go back to Konoha. As for running with things, Orochimaru is not stupid. Not to mention the consequences of provoking a strong man like Yunze. Just because Yunze can come up with something like Blood Orchid, it shows that he is eccentric. Based on Orochimaru's decades of experience, he has never heard of such a thing in the ninja world. This shows what? Maybe, there are more incredible good things in Yunze's hands. At this moment, Orochimaru's curiosity towards Yunze is stronger than ever. However, not far from the base, Orochimaru's rapidly advancing body stopped abruptly. Frowning slightly, looking coldly at the bushes not far away, he said, "Come out." As expected of Sunan, he discovered us so quickly. With a hoarse voice, a masked person appeared in front of Orochimaru. "Xiao? Uchiha Madara." Looking at the iconic red cloud trench coat with a black background, Orochimaru's eyes became serious. The man who called himself Uchiha Madara had invited him to join this organization called Akatsuki before. This is also the reason why he still hesitated when facing Konoha's tempting conditions just now. If it wasn't for the appearance of Blood Orchid, Orochimaru would be more interested in Akatsuki. Because, it is said that the leader of this organization has the legendary Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths. For Orochimaru, this is equally alluring. "How is it, Orochimaru, how did you think about the invitation I sent you last time?" Obito, who was wearing a Madara vest, asked. Facing this question, Orochimaru replied cautiously, "I still need a little time to think about it." "Well, it's been a long time. Fortunately, this time I brought the leader of the Akatsuki organization to invite you, this should make you feel sincere." Hearing the word leader in Obito's mouth, his eyes lit up immediately. He stared at another figure that appeared without blinking. Or rather, look into each other's eyes. Those are a pair of peculiar eyes like thread. Is this the Rinnegan? When Orochimaru gets excited, he likes to stick his tongue out. Seeing this scene, Pain on the opposite side felt a little uncomfortable. It reminded him of the scene when Orochimaru wanted to kill the trio. So he said in a cold voice, "You dare to look directly into the eyes of God, your behavior is somewhat disrespectful." "God?" Pain's attitude also displeased Orochimaru, sneered, and said hoarsely, "There is no God in this world." "No, I with these eyes is a god." "Orochimaru, I always feel that the guy opposite is a bit secondary. I heard that you are very interested in these eyes, so I showed up." With a dead face on his face, Pain said expressionlessly, "I don't know, are you willing to join our organization now and carry out a great cause with us? Let this world be reborn out of despair." No matter how distrustful Nagato behind Pain is to Orochimaru, a person of such strength is of great help to Akatsuki. And he believes that his own strength will make Orochimaru honestly work for Akatsuki. "Hehe, I'm not interested in other things you said. But I am really interested in your eyes." Orochimaru's eyes flickered, as if he had made up his mind. At the last moment, a cold light flashed across. Sneaker Snake Hand. With his right hand stretched out, a ferocious long snake bit straight at Pain's eyes. Facing the sudden attack, Pain didn't even shake his figure. Spicy Tiansai. An invisible repulsive force centered on him, surging out in all directions with an irresistible momentum. Lion Majesty, who was about to approach Pain, was instantly reduced to powder. Followed by Orochimaru, the whole person was knocked out by this repulsive force. Boom! In an instant, a ring-shaped flat land appeared in the entire forest. Obito, who was within the attack range, regained his physical body and looked at Pain solemnly. It wasn't the first time he had seen Rinnegan's terror, but every time it would refresh his perception. As expected of the eyes that Madara has evolved over a lifetime. Pain, aren't you being a bit heavy-handed, because it would be a pity to die like this? Obito looked at Orochimaru who was lying on the ground in tatters in the distance, and seemed a little sorry. In the end, only a cold snort came back. Pain said calmly, if Orochimaru is really only at this level, then there is no need to recruit, Akatsuki doesn't need waste. Hehe, I didn't expect that I would become a waste one day. Your words make me feel a little unhappy. Using the big snake flow body replacement technique, the big snake crawled out from the original body and replied hoarsely. But he was secretly on guard in his heart, the move just now was too sudden. If the first shot is not himself, but the other party, can he resist it without any precautions? It seems that in order to prove myself, I really should perform well once. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Boom! For a time, the entire forest was shaking again. You said, could it be Orochimaru? Jiraiya was a little anxious. From the moment they heard the sound of the explosion and rushed all the way, the sound of the battle not only didn't stop, but became more and more intense. It must be, who else is there besides him in this place? Why didn't you put a flying thunder god mark on him back then? Aren't you talking nonsense? If I put one on you, do you agree? Jiraiya stopped talking. And Yunze, feeling the vibration from a distance, was a little puzzled. 0, seeking flowers. Who the hell will trouble Orochimaru at this time? Dawn? It shouldn't be, it's too late for them to recruit Orochimaru, how could it be like this? Is there any mysterious powerhouse that I don't know about? The place where the battle was fought was not far away, the two rushed at full speed, and it didn't take long before they arrived. It's just that the situation on the scene is a bit surprising. How did you get hurt like this? Jiraiya immediately appeared next to Orochimaru. It had been a long time since he had seen Orochimaru in such a miserable state. At this time, Orochimaru's face was pale, his arms were hanging limply by his side, and his whole body was covered with wounds. It hurts a lot at first glance. Seeing Jiraiya arrive, he was relieved because of the snake. Jiraiya, you are really slow in coming. The reason why he dared to shoot without hesitation without knowing the opponent's intelligence at all. Naturally, because Yunze and Jiraiya are around, they can come to support in time. Under the condition that his life was not in danger, Orochimaru naturally would not easily let go of those eyes and wanted to keep them for himself. It's just that he didn't expect that Rinnegan was so terrifying, and he was severely injured in just a short time. Thinking of this, Orochimaru wanted to remind Jiraiya and Yunze to be careful with each other's eyes. As a result, as soon as he raised his head, before he could speak, he noticed that there was something wrong with the eyes of these two people. How does it look? It seems to know each other. Rinnegan. Jiraiya had long recognized the masked guy, the guy who took advantage of the fire last time. But what surprised him was another person. The familiar eyes and familiar appearance made him fall into deep doubts. How did Yahiko have a Rinnegan? Isn't Rinnegan Nagato's? So, this person is not Yahiko, but another person with Rinnegan? Is Rinnegan so cheap now, does everyone have it? And Yunze was slapped in the face by the speed of light. Just now I was thinking that Akatsuki just wanted to recruit Orochimaru, and he would not do it. Unexpectedly, it was really Akatsuki. So, in the original book, Orochimaru was beaten up and had to join Akatsuki? As for Pain and Obito, they are even more confused. What the hell is going on here? A Sunin Jiraiya, a Shihoran Yunze who recently made a splash in the ninja world. How could these two tricky guys appear here? And it depends on the situation to protect Orochimaru. Isn't Orochimaru Konoha's renegade? What are you protecting? Didn't we talk about a friendly match? Just now Obito has been eating melons by the side, and Pain didn't kill him, so why did he have a grudge against everyone? Wrong. Obito suddenly remembered that he and Jiraiya really had a grudge. Sure enough, Jiraiya spoke up. Yunze, these two guys have a problem. And the one who sneaked up on me last time was the one with the mask. Taking this opportunity, let's work together to catch them. Chapter 105. Madara. When did you mess with Jiraiya? Pain turned to look at Obito with a sullen expression. He has clearly said before that in the recent period of time, the development should be low-key. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara still didn't take his words to heart, and made so many tricks behind his back. Faced with Pain's questioning, Obito could only bite the bullet and said, I Uchiha Madara, why do I need to explain to you, we are just a cooperative relationship, and I am not your subordinate, Pain, I hope you remember this. To say that Obito has not been with Madara for so long in vain, this sentence can be said to be as high as 90% of the imitation. The aloof attitude of Madara's master is vividly expressed. After finishing speaking, Obito seemed afraid of affecting the relationship between the two, and added another sentence, of course, this time it was my mistake, and I will explain it to you later. These words are a bit superfluous, and the force is lost in an instant. However, Pain was quite satisfied with his attitude, so he softened his tone and said, very well, I hope this will not be an example. Yet. Obito looked at the two people across from him again, and said with a headache, 177 These guys are not easy to deal with, let's think about how to deal with them. Really? For Pain, part of Tiandao's ability has been exposed now, and if possible, he really wants to take down all three opponents here immediately. Even if there is only Tiandao alone, he is confident that he can keep Orochimaru and Jiraiya. But the headache is that there is an extra Shihoran Yunze on the opposite side. Pain is very clear about the difficulty of space ninjutsu. It's hard to keep people around without preparing ahead of time. Thinking of this, Pain looked at Obito and asked, Shihoran Yunze, are you sure to stay? No, Flying Thunder God is special, you know very well that I am sure to defeat him, but it is difficult to guarantee that he will not escape. Obito wanted to say bravely, no problem. However, the shadow Yong Daimei cast on him was too great. What's more, the Flying Thunder God of the person opposite is stronger than Yong Daimei's, so I'm really not sure. After receiving the answer, Pain stopped talking and looked at the three people opposite. Especially that young and outrageous Shihoran Yunze. Pain had a headache, he just wanted to recruit Orochimaru, why did this accident happen? It seems that they will find an opportunity to target this young man in the future, otherwise who knows how many surprises it will bring to their organization's plan in the future. Seeing that Pain didn't speak, Obito was also a little uneasy, and asked, what should we do now, should we fight to see if we can keep them all? Forget it, this confidence is too low. We can't reveal more information, which is not good for us. Pain shook his head and rejected the proposal. Without absolute certainty, he didn't want to expose Rinnegan's abilities prematurely. It is also for this reason. In the early stages of the original book, Pain has never made a move, and even if he did, he would not leave any trouble. However, when Jiraiya went to Rain Shinobi village to order his intelligence off Konoha, Pain will immediately launch a general attack on Konoha. Among ninjas, the importance of intelligence is too high, the more exposed, the easier it is to be targeted. For Pain's answer, Obito breathed a sigh of relief, and he didn't want to do anything now. After all, he is not Uchiha Madara, he completely relies on a Kamui to conquer the world, and it is easy to be exposed. Thinking of this, he pretended to regret and said, "Well, for our future plans, we have to evacuate first this time, and I'm a little unwilling." "Don't be reconciled, you should think about how to evacuate. The other side is already on." "Humph, Shihaoran Yunze is not the only one who knows space ninjutsu. If I want to leave, no one can leave me behind. You should think about yourself." W. Pen. Those who know space ninjutsu are all shameless. Damn it all. On the other side, Yunze and the others didn't know that the other side had already made plans to retreat. They are assigning their respective opponents. On the premise that Orochimaru can't do it, there is only Jiraiya and him alone. "You are old, you choose first." Yunze doesn't care, he can take on either one, so let Jiraiya pick first. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then said, "Why don't you leave Rinnegan to me? After all, it is the legendary eye with unfathomable strength. You should leave this dangerous job to me." 1. Yunze looked at him with some doubts, always feeling that something was wrong. Didn't Obito pick up on his mistakes at the beginning? Facing the enemy, Jiraiya will let it go so easily. So he asked tentatively, "You can't deal with his space ninjutsu, can you?" "Hee." Jiraiya retorted a little angrily, "So what about space ninjutsu? I just think that since Orochimaru lost to the pair of Rinnegans, then I have to help him get his place back, and we can't lose face for our Sunin. Real hammer." Jiraiya definitely doesn't want to fight Obito. Yunze sighed a little. Without preparation, no one really wants to meet an enemy who knows space ninjutsu. It is not in vain that he had to learn Flying Thunder God first before he started surfing. This is a bug. "Okay, leave that guy to me." But before Yunze finished speaking, Jiraiya went straight to Pain and killed him. Yunze blinked his eyes, was stunned for a moment before reacting, turned to look at Orochimaru and asked, "You haven't told him about Rinnegan's abilities, have you?" Orochimaru, "No, since Jiraiya is so confident, I don't need to tell him." "You are indeed a good friend. Always walk on the road of falling in love and killing each other." Jiraiya is afraid, and Pain is determined to evacuate, so the battle between the two is a bit tepid. After a few glances, Yunze found Obito. "Senior Madara, do you still remember me?" The figure appeared in an instant, and Yunze slashed at Obito's neck, as if meeting an old friend, and said enthusiastically, "We met in Nine Tails last time." Swish! The blade cut across Obito's neck without leaving a single wound. "You junior, of course I remember, if I knew I should have killed you last time." A chain twisted straight towards Yunze's neck. "Wow, Senior Madara, it's not enough, what kind of grudges are there? Didn't we have a good chat last time?" "Wow!" The chain was twisted, and a piercing sword light struck Obito's neck again in an instant. "Number T. How much you want to cut my neck off? You are very interesting, Junior, do you have any idea to work under me? I can make you stronger. Let you enjoy the scenery of the pinnacle of the ninja world." Facing the attack, Obito remained motionless with an air of superiority. "Teach me to dance." Shua! The blade cuts through the air again. "What is dancing, are you kidding me? Hey, isn't Senior Madara the Konoha dance king?" The knife's light is sharp, the figure is flickering. The battle between the two seemed intense, but they did not cause the slightest harm to each other. Not as good as Jiraiya and Pain. All kinds of ninjutsu flew together, making vigorous and non-stop noises, as if they wanted to raise the entire forest to the ground. But it was this kind of fruitless battle that made Obito a little upset. Especially the other party is still a broken mouth. It always makes Obito feel that the other party is doubting his identity. This made him very unhappy. So, he decided to evacuate. 3.4 Boy, I won't continue with you this time, the old man will leave first. As the voice falls, a distorted space vortex appeared out of thin air. Obito's figure began to slowly disappear, slowly getting into the vortex. Just when it is about to disappear. But Yunze's figure on the opposite side disappeared for a moment. When he appeared again, he looked at himself with a smile on his face. But that smile was very strange, which made Obito instantly vigilant. What did he do? Before he could figure it out, a strong sense of crisis suddenly hit him. Not good. The moment Obito just appeared in the Kamui space, 3 golden rays full of murderous intent came oncoming. Before he could react in time, Obito, who had already materialized, was hit directly, and his entire body was ejected from the space vortex that had not completely disappeared. Vaguely, in the thunder and lightning covering the entire space, Obito saw a huge monster with 3 heads. Senior, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Chapter 106. What's the matter with this guy? During the fight with Pen, Jiraiya became more and more confused. The opponent's strength is very strong, especially the instant repulsion and gravitational force, which can be said to be hard to defend against. Even though Jiraiya has been on guard because of Orochimaru's lesson, she still got hit a few times. However, apart from the 2 special abilities, in the rest of the time, the opponent used more body skills and ninjutsu to fight against him. Do Rinnegan's only have these 2 special abilities? Impossible. Jiraiya dismissed the guess in an instant. The legendary eyes, if only like this, can't be called legendary at all. Therefore, the other party is definitely hiding their clumsiness. Jiraiya is very self-aware, and without using Sage Mode, his strength can be said to be slightly inferior to Orochimaru's. But when Orochimaru played against the opponent, he was seriously injured. Why did Jiraiya get a tie when it was his turn? It doesn't make sense at all. Therefore, there is only one possibility of hiding clumsiness. Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt angry. It's been a long time since I became a Sunin that I was looked down upon so much. This is a humiliation to him. Fire-style big flame bomb. Pain felt Jiraiya's emotional changes for the first time, which made him understand that he could not continue. Thinking of this, facing the raging hot flames, he stretched out his right tail. Shenluo Tianzheng. This time, the spicy addition of water is far more powerful than just now. Just in an instant, the flame exploded and was annihilated by the huge repulsive force. Boom! Driven by the repulsive force, the whole land seemed to be surging around. Not good. For a time, the dust was flying, and Jiraiya fled in embarrassment. The other side. The battle is extremely easy. Even Yunze has time to chat with Orochimaru. Speaking of which, why did Zilla 09 fight for such a long time, but you were seriously injured in such a short time? Is it really like what Jiraiya said, he is stronger than you? As he spoke, his fingers continued to draw in the air. Detonators appeared one after another, exploding around the leader of Hollow continuously. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Madara, who had suffered heavy injuries and was unable to move, but was unscathed by the continuous explosions, and was secretly startled. This ability is really invincible. However, when he heard Yunze's words, Orochimaru froze for a moment, and then said with a sullen face, I underestimated the enemy. He is embarrassed to say that he was blinded by greed at the time, and he was determined to be stubborn. So he changed the subject and said, you should take care of yourself first, in the other party's state, you can't hurt him at all. Let's think of other ways. Can't hurt? Yunze wants to laugh. It's not that I can't be hurt, but I don't want to. But he didn't want to explain to Orochimaru, so he followed his words and said, it's okay, I don't believe that the other party can persist and continue to bomb, there is always a chance. Your detonator doesn't seem to be a finished product, is it a ninjutsu? Orochimaru thought about it, and it was the same reason. Then I turned my attention to those blue detonators. He is very interested in this ninjutsu. Well, Tongtian Lu, I created it myself. As long as there is chakra, it can be blown up forever. Yunze said shamelessly. It's kind of like second Hokage's tandem paper bombs. That's different. Just as they were talking, the two of them raised their heads and looked into the distance at the same time. There seemed to be a lot of movement there. Let me go and have a look, so that there is no problem with Jiraiya. Orochimaru was a little worried, and after finishing speaking, he ran towards another battlefield. For a while, only Yunze and Obito, who was passively bombed, were left in place. Seeing this scene, Yunze's eyes flickered and he muttered to himself. Now I'm the only one left. Why don't you come out? Did you really watch Obito get blown up? All along, as long as Obito returns to the Kamui space, it can be said that there is no cure. This made him never doubt the safety of the Kamui space. But this time, something went wrong. Unexpectedly, the moment he went back, he suffered a serious injury. He still can't figure it out, why the opponent can transfer the summoning beast to his Kamui space even though he is outside. Could it be that the moment the other party disappeared, he entered his own Kamui space? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What makes Obito even more unacceptable is that when he was blasted out of the Kamui space, he was bombarded by dense detonating symbols. In desperation, he can only activate his hollow ability. Thinking about being able to hold on for a while is a while. As a result, it has been bombing for 4 minutes, and it hasn't stopped. What's more, in the perception, it is obvious that the monster is still in the Kamui space. It just doesn't shoot. You know, his hollow is not a real hollow at all. This is nothing more than his Kamui passive ability. It can make his body enter the Kamui space at the moment of being attacked, making the attack invalid. However, at this time, if the entity that attacks him inside the Kamui space, he cannot resist. As a result, the monster really just watched, with no intention of making a move. He began to wonder, could it be that the 6 big eyeballs of that monster were all blisters? Is it interesting to bully people like this? What exactly does Yunze want to do? On the verge of extinction, Obito is about to collapse. Just when he was about to use Izanagi to fight to the death, a sudden change occurred. Oh, what should I do? Is it true that you are watching Dai Wang die here? We have to find a way to save him. Not far away, Ju, who had been secretly observing the scene, was secretly anxious. Faced with White Zetsu's noise, Black Zetsu finally couldn't bear it anymore, and cursed, "Can you shut up? But, if we don't save Obito, he'll die. You don't need to tell me, of course I know. But we don't have the ability to save him, what should we do? We can't fulfill Madara-sama's order." Number 1. White Zetsu, who was talking non-stop, suddenly shut up, his eyes glazed over. However, the originally black and white body gradually turned into pure black. Black Zetsu looked at Obito, somewhat hating him. But, there is no way, Obito is still needed for my own plan. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to act. Immediately seal hands. Wood-style birth of the tree realm. Boom. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to come to life. Countless trees rose from the ground, and quickly strangled Yunze, who was casting the Tongtian talisman. Did not even observe the results. As soon as Black Zetsu released his ninjutsu, he turned into a puddle of black liquid and fled to the depths of the ground. Sure enough, the next second, where it was originally, a figure suddenly appeared. It is Yunze. At this time, Black Zetsu, who had gone deep into the ground, restrained all his breath. After a while, seeing the person disappeared, it was relieved, and a little scared. I didn't expect the other party's perception to be so keen, and to find him in such a short time. It doesn't even have the imprint of Flying Thunder God, and it can be teleported over in an instant. It's just too scary. Fortunately, it runs fast. Otherwise, it is really possible to be caught on the spot. Fortunately, My achievements were not in vain. Now, Obito should be able to seize the opportunity and run away. This guy Black Zetsu is really fast. However, although I didn't catch it this time, it's not bad to force it to reveal its strength. This old yin is deep enough. When Yunze first read the original work, he felt that as a product of Tsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu's strength is definitely not just as simple as detection and concealment. You know, in the end it controlled Obito and Madara, but it used spirit possession. That thing belongs to Yin Yang Dun. Just imagine, if you can use Yin Yang Dun, will your strength be as weak as it appears? This old Yinbai is definitely hiding his strength. Sure enough, after some testing this time, Yun's idea was confirmed. With the wood style just now, I will definitely not lose to first generation. What about other ninjutsu? After living for so long, to say that Black Zetsu doesn't know how to do it is an insult to IQ. It seems that we need to be more careful with Black Zetsu in the future. Who knows, after thousands of years, what tricks it will have. However, in the future, there should be no troubles under my nose. Thinking of this, Yun's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it had come to Obito's Kamui space. At this time, Obito, who escaped back to the Kamui space by taking the opportunity just now, is interacting with Ghidorah. But he, who was already injured, would have nothing to do with this big guy for a while. They can only circle around while looking for opportunities to escape to other places. As a result, before Obito could escape back to the ninja world, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. This time, Obito was a little desperate. He didn't expect that Yunze could really enter his own Kamui space. All along, this is Obito's biggest hole card. Now it is discovered that this hole card has lost its effect. For a while, 570 Obito, who had suffered a huge blow, lost control of his emotions. UBD, why can you come in? It is absolutely impossible for the Flying Thunder God to be so powerful. Senior seems to be very angry. I took the initiative to come to be a guest. Shouldn't I be warm and entertaining? A guest? Are you kidding me? Do you think I, Uchiha Madara, is easy to bully? You are looking for death. Uchiha Madara. Yunze laughed. This guy is no longer addicted to acting. He simply exposed the truth directly, and said disdainfully, Obito, it's already this time, and you are still acting in front of me, is it interesting? As soon as these words came out, Obito was stunned for a moment, and even his body began to tremble faintly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm Uchiha Madara, not some Obito. As he talked, he found that the irony in Yun's eyes became more and more intense. Finally, Obito couldn't continue, and said in a deep voice, it's absolutely. That BD must have told you. What a waste. A complete piece of trash. Yunze was stunned. My good fellow, are you going to shirk responsibility like this? However, soon, he discovered something was wrong. Obito seems to be out of control. Was it too exciting just now? The mental quality is too bad. But thinking about it carefully, Obito is not very old now, and he has just embarked on the road of the villain not long ago. It's not the mature psycho with a firm mind more than 10 years later. Now he has just experienced Madara's training, and he thinks he understands the truth of the world, and he thinks he is the only one who understands in the entire ninja world. Control 9 Tails, kill Yong Daimei and his wife, and control Kirigakuer, one of the 5 ninja villages. Even Pain, who owns Rinnegan, is just a pawn in his eyes. With all kinds of achievements, it is difficult not to let the young Obito swell. As a result, this sense of superiority was directly pierced by Yunze. If you think about it this way, it seems that losing control of your emotions is justified. After all, Ida himself is not quite right. After figuring this out, Yunze lost the desire to continue communicating with Obito when he saw Obito who was still talking non-stop. What to do in case of infection? Let's get down to business. Stretch out your hand to touch the eyes, and after changing another plug-in. He looked up and shouted at Obito. Cub, look me in the eyes. Chapter 107. Hokage. This world, very interesting. Many villains are actually very attractive, even if they have done some wrong things, there are still people who help to clean up. But for Yunze, there are two people who can never be cleansed. One is Uchiha Obito. Is this guy miserable? Pitiful. Although he was at the tail end of the crane when he was young, he was enthusiastic and positive, and he was considered a good boy. But when he saw the death of his favorite Nohara Lin, this guy completely became crazy. He really agreed with Madara's statement, and felt that the world was hopeless, and wanted to use infinite Tsukuyomi to create an illusory world with Lin. What the hell is this? Not a neurosis? The efficacy of Rinnegan is not unknown. Can you revive Lin first and ask her what she thinks? Isn't the real person fragrant? I still feel that Lin will not pay attention to him even if he is resurrected. The most unbearable thing is killing the fourth generation couple. Minato and Kushina are the few people who treat Obito sincerely, and truly regard him as a family member. In the end, he was calculated and killed by Obito without hesitation. Just relying on this wolf-hearted way, Obito can't be wiped out. As for another person who can't be cleansed, it is Uchiha Itachi. No matter how much helplessness, how much pain you have endured. After all, he killed the entire Uchiha clan, even his own parents. Regardless of whether his parents approved it or not. For Yunze, who is deeply educated by tradition, this is unforgivable. Filial piety is unbreakable. Based on this alone, there is nothing to wash. Of course, this is in the original book. Now for Yunze, there is still a chance of salvation. After all, the child is still young and can be re-educated. You can't give up on this kid just because of something that hasn't happened yet. However, Obito is different. Both fourth generation and Kushina are dead, this guy can't be saved. Therefore, Yun could court him without hesitation. That's right, it's the distinguished heavenly gods. When Shisui died, his Manjiki was blinded. However, under the warm nourishment of Yun's sage body, the proper effect has been restored at this time. The reason why it is so fast is because he runs to the monster world from time to time. 10-to-1 time flow is enough to restore Manjiki's pupil power and the cooldown of distinguished heavenly gods. Hiss, Yunze, you were a little ruthless just now. Just in a trance, Obito's attitude towards Yunze changed drastically. There is no previous hysteria, as if it is a different person. Complained, even if it's for acting, you can't completely disregard my life and death. If I die, who will serve as an undercover agent for you? Sorry, it's just that I don't want pain to doubt you. Yunze calmly replied, secretly observing Obito's reaction. I understand all of this. If it wasn't for making Uchiha Madara feel hopeless and then killing him with my own hands, I wouldn't cooperate with you. Obito seemed to have thought of something, with a hideous expression on his face. At this time, under the influence of the distinguished heavenly gods, Yunze helped him discover the truth that Uchiha Madara killed Rin Nohara, and agreed to cooperate with him. Newspaper Madara. This idea has been deeply rooted in Obito's thinking. Under the influence of this awareness, many unreasonable places have been self-guided by Obito, and his trust in Yunze is unshakable. So it was natural to say, in the past, in order to avoid exposure, we rarely communicated. This led to this unexpected encounter, and we had to kill each other. I think this should be avoided in the future. Well, that's true. What good solution do you have? Yunze didn't know exactly what distinguished heavenly gods transformed Obito into, so he could only try it step by step. As a result, Obito said without hesitation, how about you leave a flying thunder god mark on me? Then you can come to me often and communicate with each other when the time comes. However, can you guarantee that you won't be discovered by pain? Yunze. Good guy, so proactive. Okay, My flying thunder god is now definitely more than 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the imprint left behind will never be discovered by others. No matter what, continue to test. It seems that because of the name of 4th generation, Obito showed a trace of grief on his face, and said sadly, if you can help me unlock Madara's illusion earlier, then teacher Minato and his wife will not die. Those are the two seniors I respect the most, and they died in my hands. Having said that, Obito's face became grim again. It's all Uchiha Madara's fault. Yunze. The grief on Obito's face just now made him shudder. Distinguished heavenly gods are really evil. As if thinking of something, Obito asked hesitantly, you said that our plan was successful in the end. When we revive Madara, can we revive the teacher and his wife? It might work. Well, that's fine. Obito seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and said, at that time, let Pain lead Xiao to collect all the tail beasts, let you become 10 tails Jinchuriki, and then revive Madara, so that he can see with his own eyes what he planned. Everything becomes someone else's wedding dress. At that time, his life will definitely be worse than death, and then I will kill him with my own hands to avenge Lin. Yunze. I always feel that there is something wrong with the distinguished heavenly gods I use. Could it be that the command is too vague? As a result, Obito made so many big plans by himself. Even the idea of making Yunze a 10 tails Jinchuriki come out? What about infinite Tsukuyomi? A fantasy world with Rin? Let you eat it all. Thinking of this, Yunze asked hesitantly, what about Lin? Hearing this question, Obito froze for a moment, as if thinking of something. His face gradually softened, and said, when I finish my revenge, I will go to accompany Lin. I don't want her to be alone in the Pure Land. Humph, Madara actually fooled me with things like infinite Tsukuyomi. If I hadn't been controlled by the illusion, how could I believe such absurd words? Lin absolutely doesn't want to live in that kind of illusory world. Lin like that is not linear. Good guy, this plot is something Yunze never expected. This is much better than the original. For a while, Yunze didn't know what to say. By the way, I recently discovered that Uchiha Madara had tampered with my heart. Obito pointed to his chest and said with some trepidation. Yunze recovered from the wonderful plot in his mind, and asked, do you need to find a way to break it now? No, don't move for now, don't scare the snake. After finishing speaking, Obito gritted his teeth and continued, if I really have a problem at that time, you must help me get rid of this curse mark, even if your heart is broken. I must be sober and watch Madara die. Relax. Yunze sighed secretly. If Madara knew that her pawn had become like this, she would definitely jump out of the coffin. Choke the self who saved Obito back in the first place. What the hell? It seemed that the previous injury could not be suppressed. Obito showed a painful look on his face, and said, I sealed the white zetsu on my body just now, there is no way to help me repair the injury, and now time is running out. If you have anything else to say, hurry up say, or I shall die. Yunze glanced at the charred right side of Obito's body, and said, for the time being, let's follow the previous plan, but it's best to let Pain speed up the action of collecting tailed beasts. Is it going to start now? Obito wondered. Well, the situation has changed a bit recently, speed up if you can, but don't expose yourself. Yunze already knew the current distinguished heavenly gods Obito clearly, so he directly set a task for him. By the way, help me get ahead. No problem. Obito agreed without hesitation. Seeing that everything went well, Yunze left the Kamui space after leaving a secret mark on Obito's body and undoing the summoning technique. The rest depends on how Obito plays. Yunze is now looking forward to how the future will develop. This hand distinguished heavenly gods used it wonderfully. Totally exceeded expectations. Yunze, you are finally back, how are you, did you catch that masked man just now? As soon as Yunze returned to the spot, Jiraiya and Orochimaru surrounded him. No, just now another person secretly took action and rescued the masked man. Yunze shook his head regretfully. Was that just wood style? Jiraiya asked hesitantly. Yes, those who hide in the dark are using the wood style of the first generation, birth of the tree realm. Regarding this point, Yunze did not hide it, nor could he hide it. Hiss. Hearing this answer, Jiraiya and Orochimaru gasped at the same time. When Ju launched wood style just now, the two of them also noticed the movement of large-scale ninjutsu. After returning, the wood style traces left on the scene shocked them even more. It's just that I can't confirm it. At this time, they heard that a mysterious person could use the signature ninjutsu of first generation, which was very exciting to them. Especially Orochimaru, who has studied first-generation cells for many years, knows very well that such a powerful wood style as the birth of the tree realm is far from being usable by transplanting first-generation cells. But he quickly thought of another possibility: could it be that someone used the dirt to reincarnate the first generation? After speaking, he denied it. But it shouldn't be. Even I haven't successfully developed this ninjutsu. Even if others come out of the dirt, they can't control people like first generation. Before Yunze could answer Orochimaru's question, Jiraiya spoke first. Orochimaru, you still study forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru asked rhetorically, is this the time to think about it? But Jiraiya still wanted to refute, but Yunze stopped him, and continued like this, Nomas, who knows how far the topic will go? Who is that mysterious person can only be investigated slowly later. Let me ask you now, Lord Jiraiya. How about the person who owns Rinnegan? Jiraiya was a little embarrassed to ask and answer. Orochimaru said, run away, when I arrived he was gone. Hehe, that person seems to have some special summoning technique, so he just ran away. Jiraiya quickly defended himself, it's not my problem, it's because the enemy ran too decisively, I underestimated the enemy. For this result, Yunze had expected it. When he saw that only the Dao of Heaven appeared, he had sensed the vicinity. But did not find that Nagato has 5 other ways. From then on, Yunze knew it would be such a result. Whether it is summoned by the Beast Dao, or Tien Dao left by himself, it is impossible to catch the other party. It is useless even to kill Heavenly Dao, Hell Dao can also revive Heavenly Dao. Therefore, it is doomed to be useless. However, the harvest on his side is great, and it is enough to make Yunze feel satisfied. Thinking of this, he stopped Jiraiya who was still arguing with Orochimaru to save face. Okay, anyway, this time it was just an accident. Since there is nothing to gain, there is no need to worry about it. Let's hurry back to Konoha. It's time for Master Lang to return to Konoha. Chapter 108. Rain Shinobi Village Border. Definitely wait where you usually meet Obito. At this time, he has regained his yin and yang face. After White Zetsu regained consciousness, he began to ask non-stop, what do you think about Obito, will he die? Shall we find another person to complete Master Madara's plan? If he dies, it's better to get his Sharingan back, after all Kamui is a good thing. It's a pity that the White Zetsu on his body died. That was my dear friend. It's so sad to die just like that. Black Zetsu began to regret the fusion with this White Zetsu, everything else is good, except that a mouth has grown. While secretly enduring, a space vortex suddenly appeared. Then Obito got out of it in embarrassment. Ah, the king is back. White Zetsu was a little surprised. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he was scolded by Obito angrily, shut up and call me Lord Madara. Okay, Obito-sama. Such an ignorant move was immediately dealt with. Obito grabbed White Zetsu in half and pressed it on his own wound. Don't talk nonsense, help me heal quickly. After finishing speaking, under the effect of White Zetsu brand repair agent, Obito's right half of body, the White Zetsu that has no vitality, slowly fell off and replaced with a new White Zetsu. After everything was restored, Obito was finally resurrected with full blood. He looked at Ju in front of him, his eyes flickered, and he asked, "Did you make the previous wood style?" "Yes, Lord Madara." The dominant consciousness Black Zetsu replied respectfully. "Why didn't you find out that you have this ability before? Or are you hiding something?" There was a dangerous light in Obito's eyes. He knew very well that the helper Uchiha Madara left for him, besides assisting him, also had the intention of monitoring him. But Obito never took it to heart, because apart from being more effective in detection and concealment, his actual combat ability is a weak Shiken 380. He can easily control it in the palm of his hand. Only now did I realize that it was a big mistake. This guy was actually hiding a wood-style ninjutsu. You know, even now he can't use ninjutsu such as birth from the tree world. How can this prevent Obito from being afraid? No wonder Yunze asked him to pay attention to this trick just now. This guy is definitely not simple. Faced with Obito's questioning, Black Zetsu was prepared and replied calmly, "Because I am a product of first-generation cells, I will use wood style, but the powerful wood style ninjutsu cannot rely on my own ability. In use. The ninjutsu used to save you this time was sealed in my body by Master Madara in advance. It is to prevent any accidents and to save lives at critical moments." "Heh." Obito said slightly mockingly, "Do you think I will believe this reason? Since Mrs. Madara entrusted you with the plan, my duty now is to assist you. All actions will be under your command. You have to trust me, everything I say is true." Black Zetsu's acting skills are still good, showing his true feelings. If not for Yunze's reminder, Obito might really let it go like this. However, the current Obito will not be so easily deceived, but in order not to be irritating, he chose to trust him. So he said, "I hope so. If I find out that you still have something to hide from me, even if you are the product of Madara's consciousness, I will kill you. Tell me, like this kind of ninjutsu, how many did Madara leave for you?" Not much more." Black Zetsu seemed hesitant. "Say 2 more, and nothing else." "Okay, I got it." Obito got a satisfactory answer, seemed relieved at last, and said, "The next time you use it, you need to ask for my permission, but you performed well this time, so you can make up for it." "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Black Zetsu became more respectful. "How's Pen doing?" "Leave safely and have returned to Rain Shinobi village." "Damn it, I would have dealt with Jiraiya if I knew it earlier. Shihaoran's space ninjutsu is too restrained for me." Dai Yi's face was full of anger after failure. "Indeed, from the looks of it, we can't let this person continue to develop, we have to get rid of it as soon as possible." Thinking of the previous experience, Black Zetsu decisively put forward his own suggestion. "This man is too dangerous." Obito gave him a strange look, and said, "Well, that's true, I will go to Pain right away and discuss this matter with him. By the way, the other party seems to have noticed you this time. When collecting information in Konoha in the future, it's best to bypass this person and not startle the snake." "Understood. Well, then you can go on with your business, I'll go find Pain now." After speaking, Obito's figure slowly disappeared. Watching Obito leave, Black Zetsu's eyes flickered. Sure enough, this guy was suspicious of himself, but it didn't matter, he was just Uchiha Madara's pawn anyway. He had checked just now, and there was no abnormality in the curse mark on Obito's heart. That being the case, he couldn't stir up any storms. Just a pora being taken advantage of. While secretly thinking about where his plan needs to be improved, White Zetsu, who had been torn in half, recovered. "Hey, what happened just now? Where's Obito?" "Gone. I seem to have missed a lot of things, please tell me quickly." "To shut up." Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato's body has safely returned to its place. Looking at Nagato, who was covered with black sticks all over his body, Konan was a little worried, and asked, How is it? Is there any discomfort? It's okay. Just a little tired. Nagato panted heavily, a little tired. Since his legs were blown to pieces by Hanzo, coupled with the consumption caused by using the Gedo statue, Nagato has completely lost his mobility at this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to divide Rinnegan's ability into 6 and create something like 6 paths clones. Even so, every time 6 paths is dispatched, Nagato itself needs to act together for close-range manipulation. It can be said that every time he goes out is a huge, drain on him. If it weren't for the recruitment of Orochimaru this time, Nagato would not have been dispatched. As a result, it failed in the end. Thinking of this, Nagato suppressed his fatigue and asked, "How is Madara?" Tiendao Pain had been entangled by Jiraiya before, and he didn't pay attention to the battle on Obito's side. After Tiendao was returned by summoning, he brought his body to Rain Shinobi village for the first time. Therefore, Nagato is not clear about the outcome on the other side. "I don't know, but I think there shouldn't be any problem." Konan thought about it and asked, "I met teacher Jiraiya this time, did he recognize you?" "I don't know, but I think he must have guessed." "Then, what are you going to do if Mr. Jiraiya comes to Rain Shinobi village?" Konan hesitated when he asked this question. "If Jiraiya wants to stop us, then I can only kill him." "But..." Facing Nagato's answer without hesitation, Konan wanted to persuade him. "Pity. No, but, no matter who it is, as long as there is an obstacle to our plan, it must be cleared." Konan stopped talking, she looked at Nagato with complicated eyes. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato has changed more and more, making her feel a little strange. However, the friendship that has depended on each other since she was a child made her choose to support Nagato. Madara is coming. When Obito showed up at Rain Shinobi village, Pain was the first to appear. "I thought you would die at the hands of that Chihaurin Yunze." "Hehe, how is it possible?" Obito's old voice was full of arrogance, and said, "If I am defeated by this little guy, then I will not be Uchiha Madara anymore." "Pain, you should believe in my strength." For this sentence, Pain has no reason to doubt. In his eyes, Madara is also a legendary ninja who is as famous as the god of the ninja world, and his strength is unfathomable. But for Yunze's jealousy, he still asked, "What do you think of that person's strength?" "It's very tricky. Although he can't do anything to me, I can't kill him either. You should be aware of the difficulty of space ninjutsu. If you are not fully prepared, it is best not to attack him lightly." Pain agreed with Obito's words. "Indeed, it seems that we have to prepare early. It's a pity that Orochimaru was not successfully absorbed into the organization this time, and our manpower is still insufficient." Yes. Obito is very clear about this, and now the Akatsuki organization can really make a move, except Pain, Konan, Kakuzu, and Scorpion. Well, he is definitely not. He's an undercover agent, definitely an undercover agent. The Akatsuki organization, which lacks the backbone, does not have the strength to snatch the tailed beasts from several ninja villages. Therefore, if he wants to complete the task Yunze entrusted to him, and speed up the collection of tailed beasts, it is necessary to replenish Akatsuki's manpower first. Thinking of this, Obito said in a deep voice, "You should know, I have some arrangements in Kirigakure, right?" Pain didn't expect Obito to mention this suddenly, so he didn't know why. As a result, I heard the other party say, "Mizukage is now my puppet." As soon as these words came out, even Pain couldn't calm down, and his mind was a little shaken. Although he knew for a long time that Madara had arrangements in Mist Shinobi, he never expected that he could even control a village leader without being discovered. "It's amazing." Obito's words continued. "Because there were other things to deal with before, I didn't have time to activate this pawn. I just took this opportunity this time, and I plan to clean up the forces in Ziyin village." Those bloodline families and powerful ninjas must be eradicated. Thinking about it now, it's a waste to kill like this, it's better to choose some suitable people and let them join the Xia organization. Replenish manpower, how do you feel about you? Faced with Obito's suggestion, Pain did not immediately answer. Instead, think about the pros and cons. After a long time, he said, "Okay, I will let Konan and several other people choose by themselves. I only want powerful elites. Okay, I will cooperate with you then." Chapter 109. The root base of Konoha has been in a state of disuse since it was directly blown up by Yunze with 5 color balls last time. Recently, it has been reactivated. Under the development of various Earth-style ninjutsu, this underground base is bigger and more secretive than ever before. Walking in the dark and winding passage, feeling the cold environment around, Yunze has to sigh. Snakes are born to like to drill holes. Don't go to a good sunny place, mainly find a dark and humid place. That's right, this base is the new research site that Orochimaru chose after returning to Konoha. When he was asked to choose the address, no one thought that he would choose the place before Danzo. I don't know what he thinks. Open a solid iron gate. I saw Orochimaru checking the data in the dim light. For Yunze's arrival, he didn't even look up. Yunze could only speak first, and asked, "It's been a week since I came back, how do you feel, are you still used to it?" "It's very strange for you to ask this question. Speaking of it, I have stayed in Konoha longer than you." Orochimaru was finally willing to raise his head, but what he said was very unpleasant. Fortunately, Yunze is used to all of this, and asked instead, "As soon as you come back, you'll dig in here and bury your head in research, and you won't meet your old subordinates. Anko has complained to my Jiahong several times, saying that she has never been able to find you as a master." Orochimaru returned to Konoha this time without much fanfare and kept a low profile. Except for the news that Mr. Lang has returned, few people in Konoha have seen him. It's a waste of time if there's anything good to see. As for Anko, I've met her last time, and it's not bad. I've taught her everything I can teach her before, and she can develop the rest step by step. I don't need to keep watching. Even though he said so, Yun still sensed from Orikai's words that he was really special to Anko, his apprentice. Think about it too, if Orochimaru really didn't care about Anko at all, he wouldn't have sealed her memory before rebelling against the village. He even gave Anko the curse seal of the sky that he had just researched. Is it really just for testing? I'm afraid it's more for Anko to have a whole card, so that he won't die easily. Thinking of this, Yunze asked, "By the way, you researched the curse mark on Anko based on Sage Mode. You know Sage Mode?" Orochimaru didn't answer, but was very surprised. Sage Mode comes from the 3 holy places. Yunze doesn't have the inheritance of these 3 places, how does he know? "I know a lot, what's the problem?" Yunze blocked Orochimaru's curiosity with one sentence, "Indeed, there are many incredible things about this guy. There is nothing surprising about knowing Sage Mode." Orochimaru even felt that even if this guy uses Sage Mode now, it seems reasonable. Unknowingly, Yunze's impression on Orochimaru is more and more unfathomable. "What are you thinking about? Is there anything I can't say about my question just now?" Seeing that Orochimaru was in a daze, Yunze urged again. "That's not true, since you know Sage Mode, it's easy. I found this curse mark on a child named Kong Wu. Because their race has lived near the entrance of Rika Cave for generations, they have been invaded by natural energy, resulting in a very high affinity for natural energy. Kong Wu is even more special. He is born with the ability to absorb natural energy. Once he stays in a place with rich natural energy for a long time, he will undergo sage transformation, but in the end he will go berserk because he cannot control it. At the beginning, I couldn't practice fairy art due to physical reasons, so I wanted to see if I could find a solution through research. In the end, I failed, but I got something like the curse seal, which can be regarded as another way. Having said that, Orochimaru finally came to his senses, glanced at Yunze, and asked, "You seem to be very interested in Sage Mode." If it weren't for this, Yunze couldn't have asked so many questions and acted so curiously. For Orochimaru's guess, Yunze didn't hide it, and directly said to Kide, "Yes, Xianzhu Chakra is very interesting, I think this thing is not simple." Yunze's words made Orochimaru fall into deep thought, and said after a long time, unexpectedly, "You also discovered this." "When I was researching Sage Mode, I vaguely realized that there must be a huge secret behind it, but the risk is very high, so I didn't go deep, just started from the spell seal." "But how do you know?" Yunze didn't answer directly, but said temptingly, "Are you interested in continuing to study? I can tell you everything I know." Recently, Yunze has been very interested in various energies, and he has already started to prepare for energy evolution. Although it can rely on the system to directly strengthen, but if you can understand the essence of various energies and strengthen them with a purpose, the effect will definitely be better. And that requires the help of researchers like Orochimaru. He believes that Orochimaru will definitely be interested in this research project. As a result, facing this temptation, Yin Snake shook his head without hesitation and refused. "I don't have time right now, I still need to study the blood orchid you provided." This answer made Yunze a little helpless, feeling like he was shooting himself in the foot. Back then, what would he do with blood orchids if he had nothing to do? But think about it, the current research on energy seems to be in no hurry, and he himself is not ready. In this case, there is no need to rush for a while. Although because of Manjiki, Yunze is not interested in immortality anymore, but it would be nice if Orochimaru can really research something good. Thinking of this, Yunze felt relieved. "I just don't know when Orochimaru will be able to research results." It turned out that he still underestimated Orochimaru. Seeing that Yunze didn't continue to ask him to study the fairy art chakra, Orochimaru was also relieved, he really couldn't refuse Yunze's request. 0. Seeking flowers. Since the other party supports him so much, he has to show some results. Thinking of his discovery, Orochimaru became excited. "Do you know? After this period of research, I already have a clue. You know medical ninjutsu, you should know that the number of divisions of human cells is limited. As we grow older, these cells will not divide again after reaching the limit of division, and will gradually die. This is also the reason for the death of the human body due to aging. And these blood orchids actually contain some special ingredients that can repair the damage caused by cell division. This means that the number of times the cell can divide increases, which is why this thing increases lifespan. As long as I can find a way to synthesize this substance, and even find out why cell division causes damage, do you know what it means?" 0. It means immortality. Yunze answered in a daze. "Yes, it is longevity." Speaking of this, Orochimaru's whole body was in high spirits, completely different from the usual indifference. He has studied all his life, just to be able to live forever. For this reason, he would not hesitate to use other people's bodies to survive, even like living corpse reincarnation. But now, he has discovered a way to make his own body live longer, how not to be excited? But Yunze was dumbfounded. Of course, he knew that blood orchid can prolong life by repairing the damage of cell telomere. But he didn't expect that in less than a week, Yunze would discover this principle. Should say. Is he worthy of being a research-oriented genius that Hokage only produced one in hundreds of years? After a long time, Orochimaru finally calmed down, frowning and whispering to himself. However, there are still many problems that have not been studied and understood. Obviously, after cell division, there is no change. Why is there damage? What exactly is the damage? Watching Orochimaru, who was addicted to study again, Yunze wanted to tell him the answer directly. But think about it, what if you get entangled by him? Moreover, he doesn't know much about biology, so it's easy to reveal. Thinking of this, a person suddenly popped up in Yunze's mind. That is his new assistant, Lucy's twin sister, Yunze. This guy has a lot more knowledge in his head than he does. Think about it, a grandmaster with all kinds of modern knowledge, a research genius in the ninja world. If these two people cooperate and make up for each other, it's really hard to say what they can research. Maybe, when the ideas of the two worlds collide, some amazing results will be produced. Thinking of this, Yunze couldn't hold back the thought anymore, left a word, and left in a hurry. I'll find you a teacher. Chapter 110. As the assistant of Minister Enbu Yunze, where should Yunze be at this time? Office? Wrong. Yunze left the research base and flew straight home. Sure enough, that guy was lying on a deck chair under the eaves, basking comfortably in the sun. Looking at the teapot next to it, the water is already cold. One can imagine how long she has been lying down. You didn't go to work today. Yunze walked up to her, stroked the soft golden hair, and secretly pressed hard, aren't you afraid that I will deduct your salary? Yunze works in Anbu, of course she is paid. This will be used to pay for her accommodation, food, and shopping. Even the children are charged. But Yunze likes her personality very much. Self-reliant girls are very flattering, but they are much better than those women who are moths because of their beauty. Yes, it's you, Tsunade. Yunze, whose sweet dreams were interrupted, pushed Yunze's hand away with a displeased face, and complained, this is the hairstyle I just made, don't mess it up for me. Don't change the subject for me, you skipped work, but you were caught by my leader. What's wrong with skipping work? I'm a fair and honest skipper. Yunze was very unconvinced, it's just such a poor village, how many things do you think you can be busy with? Could it be that I have finished my job and have to hang around in the office and wait to die? Yunze, 190. I almost forgot that this guy's brain development level is the same as his, which is 20%. His super calculation ability, memory ability, and thinking ability are enough for her to complete those tasks with ease. After all, there is really not much work in a small dilapidated village. In this way, it is not exploitative for her to work in Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Yunze said with a smile, you have spent a lot of money recently, right? Yunze sat up in an instant, her light blue eyes were full of vigilance, why are you asking this? Let me tell you first, the money is earned by your own hard work, you can't worry about it. What are you thinking? I found you a new job, do you want to try it? New job? You don't want me to be an electric blanket. Yunze hugged the heavy clothes and said, let me tell you, although I am a Westerner, I am quite conservative. Although I have good feelings for you, it is not enough for me to accept the invitation to drive. Gan. Thank you for being more subtle. Otherwise, this chapter is gone again. Yunze said angrily, what are you thinking, it's serious work. Orochimaru, you should know that Anbu has a lot of information about him. Recently, he is researching the efficacy of blood orchids, but this involves biological knowledge, and some of this knowledge is not available in this world. I need your help to guide him. After finishing speaking, seeing Yunze looking at him with a strange face, he was a little puzzled, what's wrong? What's the matter, do you think I don't know that Orochimaru is doing human research, just this kind of work, serious? Yunze is very dissatisfied, she is such a young and beautiful girl, she is born to reject this kind of bloody work. Yunze couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with her, and said, don't talk about these useless things, it's not just teacher Tien Snake who made you go. He can be said to be the person who has studied the world the most. While you teach him, you can also learn a lot from him. This is very helpful for you to understand the world, it can speed up your analysis of the power rules of this world, and maybe even help you speed up the cultivation of chakra. As I said before, Lucy created Yunze to help her understand the world. This kind of understanding is not just to look at the scenery on the surface, but to help her analyze the power system and unique rules of this world. These are of great help not only to Lucy, but even to the small world of Yun. If it can be integrated into the small world, then it can promote the evolution of the entire small world. Unfortunately, because Yunze is not from this world. Therefore, being rejected by the rules of the world, the progress in chakra cultivation was so slow that it was hopeless, resulting in a delay in the analysis work. Yunze asked her to help Orochimaru. In fact, there is also the idea of asking Orochimaru to help her. So, after hearing this explanation, Yunze didn't object anymore, and agreed happily. So, she is the one you said to find me a teacher. Orochimaru looked at the woman Yunze brought to him, a little in disbelief. Who is he? He is a genius who can be taught by any woman. Facing Orochimaru's questioning, Yunze didn't even roll his eyes lazily, but went straight to the experiment table, picked up the materials and read them. In just a few seconds, she has fully understood the progress of Orochimaru's research. This made her secretly startled. Glancing at the research equipment around her, it was obviously crude compared to the modern instruments in her mind, but many of them were unique to this world. It is unimaginable to use this kind of thing to complete the exploration and research at the cellular level, and to make these achievements. Sure enough, each world has its own unique side. This made Yunze more interested in the next research. Still, it's time for Orochimaru to realize his worth. Thinking of this, Yunze put down the materials in his hand, and said confidently, "Your research ideas are very interesting, but there are a few points that you have gone astray. First of all, what the blood blue contains is not matter but energy that can repair the telomeres of cells. Although it seems that there are several special compounds, what really works is the special effect of these compounds on quantum entanglement with the ends of telomeres. Energy, being able to synthesize substances is indeed useful, but if you can analyze this energy, you will gain even more." Nonsense, indecisive, zi wanchan. Telomeres. Telomeres are cells. As the conversation between the two sides slowly exceeded the scope of understanding, Yunze was relieved. Although I don't understand it, I don't want to learn it. But the final result of the research of these two tool men is his, and that's all. At the same time, in Yunze's exclusive training ground. Boom boom boom. With the continuous sound, several kunao accurately hit the bullseye. 107 absent-mindedly completed today's training. As a 6-year-old school student, he has learned special skipping skills a long time ago. Shadow clone clicked, the main body is floating outside. Moreover, this training ground was specially selected to belong to Yunze. Just to communicate with his dear brother Yunze. It's just a pity that, during the recent period, that elder brother didn't know if he was annoyed by himself. I haven't been to this training ground for a long time. This made Itaka have to think, is it because there is no teaching fee? While he was thinking wildly, a member of Uchiha's clan appeared beside him. Master Itaka, the patriarch told you to go home now, I have something important to tell you. Father. At this time, Fugaku asked someone to find him, which made Itachi panic. Due to the recent period, Uchiha's relationship with the village has improved a lot. So, they have moved back to their original location. Along the way, it took a lot of time for Itaka to deal with the warm greetings from the clansmen. As soon as I entered the house, I saw my mother Uchiha Mikoto was practicing walking in the yard with her younger brother in her arms. The cute appearance of the human cub instantly made the ferret's Brahkan attributes explode. Immediately thought of going over to have a tease. But thinking that his father was still waiting for him, he could only reluctantly leave. After entering the study, Itaka found that his father was busy with the files taller than a man. After being promoted to the top 5 advisors of Konoha, Fugaku can participate in various affairs of Konoha. Therefore, his work is very heavy. It takes a lot of time to process various files every day. At one point, Fugaku had problems with his waist. But in Itaka's eyes, his father seemed to be happy in the army. This kind of happiness even caused the originally strict father to change his attitude towards him a little. Like now. As the ferret opens the door, Fugaku looked up at him, a smile appeared on his serious old face, although it disappeared in an instant. But Ataka still felt warm in his heart. It's a pity that the next words made his heart lift up again. Have you not been to school lately? After hitting 7, I started to panic again. Yes, my lord father, I have already mastered the courses taught in school recently, so I don't want to waste time, so I train outside by myself. Fugaku didn't know what to say about this, and asked again, the field you are training now belongs to Anbu Minister Shihaoran Yunze, right? Yes, I only trained there after I asked Brother Yunze for permission. You know him well. It's not bad. Brother Yunze is very kind to me and often teaches me. What has he taught you? Many, such as taijutsu, ninjutsu, and some small ninjutsu, he has taught me. Although I don't know why my father asked questions about Yunze. Itaka still answered honestly. However, there are some small problems that he selectively skipped. After Fugaku asked these questions, he didn't ask any more questions. He actually already knew about what Ataki answered just now. Just to make sure. Now I heard from my son that Yunze has a good relationship with him, so that's all. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the elder son who was kneeling and sitting below me meticulously, with some pride. Since he was a child, he has been looking forward to this very talented son. 3.3 It's just that before, I just hoped that he would be strong enough to protect Uchiha from wind and rain. Now, there are higher expectations. That's Hokage. Since Tsunade personally promised him, Uchiha can play Hokage. Fugaku thought of this son. In his eyes, as long as he is taught well, Itaka has the talent and ability to sit in that seat. But now, his confidence is even stronger. Fugaku is very clear, although Konoha's top leader is Tsunade. However, there is a man behind her. That is Shihaoran Yunze. It does not mean that he is Minister Enbu, one of the 5 advisors. Controlling Konoha's special assassination unit holds great power. Secretly, Tsunade is more obedient to him, right? In any case, Shihaoran Yunze is the person with the most power in Konoha now. What made Fugaku even more delighted was that he seemed very fond of his son. If he can get closer to Itaka, does that mean it will be easier for Itaka to sit in that seat in the future? Thinking of this, Fugaku looked at Itaka and asked, what do you think? Let Shihaoran Yunze be your master. JT. Chapter 111. Hokage Office. What? Let me be Itaka's teacher. When Yunze heard the news for the first time, he was stunned. He thought Tsunade had some important business with him. As soon as he entered the door, he found that Uchiha Fugaku father and son were waiting for him. Teacher. This is not the one in the school, but the master in the true sense. It would be okay if it was somewhere else, but what about Hokage? Master is a high-risk occupation. Don't you see? Orochimaru slaughtered 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nagato killed Jiraiya. Obito even killed his master and wife together. Holy crap, look at it this way. Master killing is a Hokage tradition. Yunze's eyes unconsciously looked at Itachi who was standing respectfully aside. Think back to those days. This guy hacked with a machete from the east end of Uchiha to the west end, and finally chopped off his parents. If this kind of werewolf is accepted as an apprentice, that's fine. In a trance, Yunze seemed to see a dozen or 7 holding sharp knives, and apologized to himself wounded. Mr. Yunze, thank you for your teaching, but today you have to die. I want to try my own measure. Heads fell to the ground, blood flying. Can't think. Yunze quickly shook his head to dispel the horror picture in his mind. It's so frightening. Fugaku, who was expecting at the side, saw Yunze shaking his head, thinking he was refusing. Hastily persuaded, Master Yunze, haven't you always looked at Guza differently? You have taught him before, but in fact he is no different from Master. Why do you refuse? 09 Attacker's talent is really good. Next, he will definitely become a talent in the future, and will definitely become the mainstay of Konoha. In desperation, Fugaku even used the honorific title, but Yunze still hesitated. Whether it is the mainstay or not, he doesn't know. But he is afraid of being tested. In this way, as long as Master Yunze agrees to be Attacker's master, no matter what the apprenticeship ceremony is, as long as the Uchiha clan has it, whatever you like, I will offer it with both hands. As soon as Fugaku's promise came out, even Tsunade, who was quietly watching the play, couldn't help but feel a little bit of a heartbeat, and began to drool. Uchiha family, there are many good things. The teacher-apprentice ceremony and so on are actually not very important. The main reason is that I'm afraid that I can't teach Attacke well, and I'm afraid that his talent will be wasted. It doesn't matter, I believe Master Yunze's strength can definitely teach him well, even if he can't, it's because Attacke himself is not good enough. Appreciation ceremony. Really, as long as Uchiha has it, I can ask for anything. Yes, it is. Even if I want all the mysteries and related materials about Sharingan and Manjiki. Hearing this sentence, Fugaku was completely dumbfounded. These things can be said to be the true background of the Uchiha family standing in the ninja world. Handing over these things means that the Uchiha clan no longer has any secrets in the eyes of the other party. He really didn't expect Yunze to have such a big appetite. At the first moment, Fugaku wanted to refuse, but when he saw those Yu eyes looking directly at him, the words came to a stop. Inner heaven and man have been at war for a long time. At this moment, Fugaku finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said, yes. I can leave what you said to you, but... Father. When Fugaku agreed, Itachi, who had been silent all this time, started to panic. Although he is looking forward to Yunze becoming his master, it doesn't mean he wants to see the whole family pay such a high price. So, I wanted to stop Fugaku immediately. You shut up. Unfortunately, Fugaku didn't pay attention to him, just looked at Yunze directly, and said word by word. A little. These things can only be known to you alone, and cannot be given to others, including Konoha. There was a moment of silence in the office, only the sound of Fugaku's heavy breathing echoed. This is arguably the craziest decision he has ever made in his life. Yunze also didn't expect Fugaku would really agree, after a moment of thought. He said, yes, I will teach Attacke well, but there is one thing, how can I teach you not to interfere? That's for sure, when the time comes you will be Attacke's second father, and I'm absolutely fine with beating and scolding whatever you want. Fugaku is willing to pay such a big price for such a small matter and doesn't need to think about it at all. That's fine. I agreed. After the Uchiha father and son left. For a while, only the silent Tsunade and Yunze were left in the office. I really didn't expect Fugaku to pay such a high price for his son. Thinking of what happened just now, Tsunade had to admire Fugaku's courage. This guy is really ruthless. Yunze glanced at Tsunade and said, he is not only for Itachi, but more importantly for the chair under your A. You still need to say. When Fugaku started talking to me, I guessed what was going on in the old man's belly. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help being aggrieved. Why, I am Hokage. Shouldn't this kind of thing be flattering to me? I'll give you all the benefits. Yunze. At first glance, it seems that Tsunade is dissatisfied with him. But, to Yunze's ears, it's obvious that Tsunade didn't get any benefits, and he's jealous. In order to comfort her, Yunze could only persuade her, isn't it because you are Hokage, you are suspected of bribery? Besides, what's mine is yours, so why don't the whole family talk about each other? As a result, this persuasion went wrong. Tsunade stared straight at Yunze, complaining, "Your is mine?" "Not necessarily, no matter how you say it, it will be divided into 3 parts. "No, don't talk nonsense." Yunze instantly became vigilant. "Nonsense? Then tell me, how long have you not looked for me recently?" "Ah. I've been busy practicing recently. Why don't you take this opportunity to pay what you owed in the office?" "Pooh. Leave the Hokage building." Along the way, Itaka looked at his father a little hesitant to speak. He really didn't expect things to develop like this. "Why, I don't understand, why did I make this decision?" Fugaku noticed his son's doubts. "Yes, Sharingan can be said to be the real whole card of our Uchiha clan. It's not worth it to hand it over just for me alone." Itaka's thinking angle is always different from that of ordinary people. If it is another Uchiha, you may feel that this kind of secret must never be handed over. The ferret is a question of whether it is worth it or not. I'm very happy that you can think that way, which means that you have seen Uchiha's dedication. Fugaku is very satisfied with Itaka's answer, and even more satisfied is that he can think so clearly at this age. Only, some things are not as simple as the surface. More importantly, these whole cards are valuable only when they are alive, and they are settled once they are dead. Itaka didn't understand what Fugaku said. Seeing this, Fugaku continued to explain. "What do you think of the Uchiha clan now?" "Very good, much better than before." Itaka thought of the Uchiha spring water ant that he saw in the Hokage building just now. In the past, because Uchiha could only enter the police department. But a mere department simply cannot accommodate so many people in the clan. Therefore, tribesmen like Xuan Shui Ant can only live by setting up stalls and the like. However, since Uchiha improved her relationship with Konoha, she, a middle-aged woman, unexpectedly joined the Ministry of Government Affairs. From the smile on her face when we met just now, it can be seen that she is living a very happy life. This kind of hopeful smile was something Itaka had never seen in any of his tribe before. So, Itaka is really satisfied with his life now. Fugaku agrees as well. Unfortunately, in his eyes, this good life is just Kaika Suijutsu. Without a sound, the eyes turned blood red, and there were patterns that were very different from the Guyu swirling in them. For a long time, there have been different opinions about the ability of Fugaku's Manjiki. However, only Fugaku himself knows. His Manjiki is said to be powerful, and indeed powerful, even somewhat heaven-defying. But it can be said that 133 is a bit tasteless. Because he has only one ability, that is, can predict. He could vaguely see fragments of the future. A long time ago, when the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was tense, he could see, whether rebellion or no rebellion. The pictures about Uchiha's future are full of blood. In comparison, if he does not rebel, it seems that there is still a way out. However, from a certain point of time, the picture his eyes saw began to be dark. Until he became Konoha consultant. In his eyes, Uchiha's future seemed to have changed. Only, not much better. In the distant future, there seems to be a great crisis that will cost Uchiha a lot. But just now, when he was going to refuse, Fusey changed his mind. Since then, Uchiha's future has completely changed. Seems bright. And all of this is related to that man. Fugaku closed the Manjiki, reaching to wipe the blood from the corner of his eye. It's a pity that this ability can see too few things, and consumes too much pupil power. Father, what's the matter with you? Itaka looked at the blood and tears in the corner of his father's eyes, a little panicked. It's okay, it's just that when I was working before, I used my eyes too much, and I'm a little short-sighted recently. It will be fine after a period of rest. Fugaku made up a random reason. Then he looked at Itachi and said solemnly, Itaki, you have to believe that all the decisions made by father are for Uchiha, and even more for the two of you brothers. So, you must honor your master well. Do you understand? Understood. Isn't it just hugging master's thigh tightly? He can do this with one hit and 7. Chapter 112. Uchiha Fugaku moves fast. The next day, I came to the door with a teacher-apprentice ceremony. After going through a grand apprenticeship ceremony, Uchiha Itachi became Yunze's first apprentice in this world. After Fugaku left, for a while at home, only Yunze and a dozen or 7 were left staring at each other. After a long time, Yunze looked at the only apprentice and said helplessly, "Your father's movements are too fast. Is that how you graduated from ninja school?" Itachi respectfully cried, "Father said that school is a waste of time, why not let me graduate as soon as possible and study with you, teacher?" That's right, Uchiha Itachi is now an honorable Konoha genin. After Yunze promised Fugaku yesterday. On the same day, he went to the ninja school to apply for the graduation assessment for dozen 7. Therefore, compared with Itachi's graduation time in the original book, this time it is much earlier. Itachi didn't stay in the ninja school for half a year even though he was full of plans. It can be said that this is the fastest genius Konoha has ever had. However, Yunze had some headaches. He thought that even if he accepted apprentices, he would be able to relax for a while. Turns out the guy graduated early. It is very nerve-wracking. Fortunately, Yunze was already prepared. Children, it's better to stay in school for a while. School life is the most relaxing time in a person's life, you can't miss it. Itachi. What does this mean? He has already graduated, so he has to go back again. But other schools don't accept it. I was wondering secretly, when suddenly my eyes went dark. When Itachi regained consciousness again, he found that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. Where is this? Welcome to Skull Island. Welcome to my world. When Itachi was still wondering what the teacher took him to the wild, his train of thought was interrupted by a familiar voice. It's just the information conveyed in the words, which completely made him dumbfounded. Teacher's world. Yes, don't you realize that you are no longer in Hyugui? While feeling the joy from the world consciousness, Yunze said with emotion, "You are the first person in the ninja world to enter this world." No. Not the ninja world. Itachi felt that his brain was not enough. But his intuition told him that something was indeed different. Look up and look around. Sure enough, many of the lush plants around him were unknown to him. Various phenomena made him finally believe that he is indeed not in the ninja world now. It's just astonishing. Teacher Yunze, there is still a world of his own? Is it a vast and boundless world like ninja world? At this time, he was still unable to understand the concept of the world, but this did not prevent him from being shocked. This teacher is really awesome. While Itachi was still feeling emotional, suddenly, the mountain peak under my feet began to shake violently. Along with the vibration, there was a loud dong 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 in the distance, which sounded like footsteps. Is there something huge approaching? This doubt did not last long, and soon, an orangutan that was taller than the mountain peak appeared in the distance. Ah! Bang bang bang! The orangutan seemed very excited, patting his chest and howling wildly. Poor young Yidaki rolled his eyes when he was shocked by the huge sound. Old teacher, is this the summoning beast that is said in the village that can only compete with the tailed beast? Itachi, who just came back to his senses, was horrified to find that a big ugly face was in front of his eyes. The pupils that are taller than a person are full of curiosity, as if wondering where the little thing came from. Even took a slight sniff. It's just that it was a pain of a dozen, and the violent airflow from the huge nostrils almost blown him away. Horrible! The closer the distance, the more you can feel the terrifying pressure brought by the giant beast. Well, it's called King Kong. Feeling the joy conveyed by Liangzi, Yunze was a little emotional. It's still this guy's relative. Every time I come to Skull Island by myself, it will always be the first thing that appears. Unlike the others, it is the same as the white-eyed wolf. I don't know, is it without talking? Yunze just thought of this. There were more violent vibrations from all around, as well as the sound of howling wind. Itaka felt that the fright he had received in his life was not as much as today. First, a gorilla over 100 meters long. And then there's the big round-headed crocodile that's taller than that gorilla. And then, a three-headed lizard with wings taller than a crocodile. Fortunately, the last thing that appeared was a beautiful big moth. In contrast, Mothra, who is more than 30 meters long, is a little cuter. This is Godzilla, this is Ghidorah, and that's Mothra, Godzilla's girlfriend. After going through the initial shock and panic, and the introduction of Yunze, Itaka finally got used to the terrifying pressure emanating from the giant beasts. Afterwards, some switch seemed to be turned on. Looking at these giant beasts, he asked with longing in his fiery eyes, "Teacher, are these all your summoning beasts?" "Right. After that, is there any chance for me to sign a contract with them?" Hearing Itaka's question, Yunze gave him a curious look and asked, "Don't you like crows?" 7 out of a dozen like crows, this is what Yunze saw with his own eyes. This guy will go to Konoha to feed the crows when he has nothing to do, and it's almost a scene. How can crows compare with these big guys? They are justice. Sure enough, whether a man or a boy. I am obsessed with the concept of bigness. Okay, let's see how you behave in the future. Thank you, teacher. No matter what the teacher asks me to do in the future, I will definitely complete it 100%. Really? Real? Well, I'll give you a study task this time, and you must perform well. After an hour. Monster World, Yuanqiu Rongcheng. In an ordinary residential building. Don't worry, Mr. Yun, the old couple will take good care of this child when we leave it to us. The grey-haired Lu Yu looked at the quiet little boy next to him, his eyes full of kindness. No special care, as long as you don't starve to death. I taught him to you so that you can educate him well. This kid is a bit mature and always likes to think about things. You have to correct him. Just after Yunze finished speaking, an old lady came out of the kitchen carrying fruit and said after hearing the words, "That's no problem. We've been teaching all our lives, and we're absolutely in control of education. Now that I'm retired, I'm already idle, and with this little guy, we're too happy to be happy." As he spoke, he pushed the fruit in front of Yi Duqi, and said in Japanese, "Come on, try it, I just bought it at the supermarket." "Thank you." Finally heard a understandable sentence, Itaki almost couldn't help crying. From leaving Skull Island to now, his whole mind is confused. Just now the teacher and the old gentleman on the opposite side chatted for a long time in a language that he could not understand at all. Especially the way the teacher looked at him made him restless, always feeling like a catastrophe was imminent. Very polite. The old lady reached out and touched the hair on the top of Duzenkai's head. This affectionate gesture made his face flush instantly. "By the way, have you found a kindergarten?" Itaki is only less than 6 years old now, and he has 1 year to go to elementary school. "I found it, an international kindergarten, just take advantage of this time to learn the language. By the way." Mr. Lu thought for a while and asked, "The name Uchiha Itaki is a bit strange, if you want him to better integrate into the environment, it is best to change the name." Yunze thought for a while and said, "Look, how about Huang Shulang?" As soon as the name was said, the old man looked at him with strange eyes and said, "Aren't you a little sloppy?" "It's okay, I'm in a good mood, this is my best wish for him." Yunze made the final decision. "Okay then. Wait, someone will send Huang Shulang's identity information and various fees over, and then I will hand it over to you. Rest assured." At the door, Yunze looked at the anxious one-on-one and said, "From now on, when living here, you must listen to the words of the two old people. What they say is what I mean. If you don't listen, you will understand the consequences. Itaki replied sadly, I know teacher, but isn't 2 months too long? Yunze wondered, how long has it been? Didn't I tell you that the time ratio between here and the ninja world is 1 to 10, that is to say, every 2 months here, only 6 days have passed in the ninja world, at that time I will come in to pick you up and go out to rest for a day. Look, isn't this also studying 6 days a week? 1 day off. Itaki. Can it be calculated like this? Before he could make any comments, Yunze continued to instruct, also, take this token with a seal on it. Normally, you can only refine chakra, but you cannot practice ninjutsu. Of course, I've rented a separate training room for you nearby, and you can train gymnastics in your spare time. Every weekend, this token will send you, the kings, to Skull Island, where you can train in blush. There, I left a ninjutsu scroll for Mothra, which contains the ninjutsu you need to master. I will check your results when the time comes. Although this world will have an oppressive effect on the cultivation system of the ninja world, when you go out, you will find that it's all worth it. And these 3 blood orchids, you will eat them later. Yunze arranged everything one by one. Then, in the eyes of 107 resentment, he disappeared without any regrets. Looking at the token in his hand and the blood orchid, he felt as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Although he is precocious, he is just a child anyway. Came to a strange world suddenly, it's good to have Yunze by my side. But when he left, it seemed that he was the only one left in the whole world, which made him fall into panic. At this moment, the old lady from before came over and hugged him gently. Softly comforted, it's okay, we will be your grandparents from now on, since your teacher entrusted you to us, we will definitely take good care of you. When you go to kindergarten tomorrow, you will be happy then. Kindergarten. Doubts are revealed in the eyes of 107, what is this? Is it similar to ninja school? Yes, that is the favorite place for children of your age. A time bow. Uchiha Itaki is full of anticipation for kindergarten. Chapter 113. Is Uchiha Itaki a genius? The answer is yes. Entered ninja school at the age of 6. Graduated as genin at the age of 7. Opened Sharingan at the age of 8. 10 years old Chunin. Entered Anbu at the age of 11, and opened Manjiki half a year later. 13 years old, genocide. Look at this resume, if this is not a genius, there will be no genius in the ninja world. So, accept such a thing as an apprentice. Logically speaking, it's actually very easy, and you don't need to teach much at all, and you can become a talent yourself. However, on the other hand, it is very difficult to be a teacher with 107. Because although the distinguished heavenly gods of this small sapling were removed, it still grew crookedly. Therefore, for Yunze, correcting his thinking is the most important thing. As for the strength, when the time comes, you can practice casually. And for Yunze, what is the correct sixi? Of course it is his education. There are not many normal people in Hokage, and they can't teach any good things. Let him do it himself, he will definitely not do it. Teaching children is tiring and time-consuming, it is better to hire a tutor. This is why Yunze specially selected these 2 elderly people. The old man is a professor of the Hyuxia department, and the old lady is also a Japanese teacher. Is there a better candidate than this? In addition, after going to school for further study, it can definitely shape a good young man with correct values. Yunze still has a sense of responsibility as a teacher. Throwing a child into a strange world, he must not feel at ease. Leaving 717 in front of Itaki, just to prevent him from having any expectations. A person will actively embrace the surrounding environment only when he is the loneliest and most helpless. In fact, he just returned to Skull Island. As the owner of a world. Although Yunze cannot directly control the small world in his body, he can do whatever he wants. But with the help of world consciousness, such trivial things as helping Ataka get his identity are not difficult at all. Let alone spying on a person from a distance. At this time Skull Island. In front of Yunze is a huge light curtain. Above is the scene of Uchiha Ataka's first day in kindergarten. Mr. Liu was looking for a kindergarten attached to an international school, many of which were children from Japan. So, no need to worry about language at all. Ever since a dozen or seven entered the kindergarten with a black face, Yunze's laughter has not stopped. Hey, you're new here, I'm from Baihu Road, how about you? Konoha. I haven't heard of it, you must be lying, you are not a good boy. Hey, where are you from? It's really rude. When I greet you, you ignore me. I want to tell the teacher. What's your name? 107? Weasel, that's strange. Why is it called a weasel? Have you ever stolen a chicken? You look so good looking, let's play house, you will be the husband, and I will be the bride. Wow! Teacher, he bullies others and won't let me kiss. Boy, Mumu is the woman I like, you are a newcomer, and you actually made her cry, see if I don't teach you a lesson. I've learned, Ajaj, Kung Fu, Ada. Wow, teacher, me. When a dozen or seven children returned home exhausted, he couldn't bear the doubts in his heart, and asked his titular grandma the biggest question of the day. They are obviously the same age as me, why do they play such boring things all day long? Isn't this a waste of life? Life is short, shouldn't you find something meaningful? As a result, he suffered a direct blow to his life. You're a little kid, why do you think about all this nonsense, you should have fun at your age. Ha 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 ha. Yunze's stomach hurts from laughing. That's right. A little doubting insists on thinking about some great principles of life. That thing, Yunze and the two worlds have lived together for more than 30 years, but they still haven't figured it out. Is it understandable by a dozen? A child should have a child of a child. Seeing that Uchiha Ataka, whose 3 views were crushed, fell asleep, Yunze was also relieved. He went straight back to the ninja world, he still has his own work to do. As soon as she entered the small world, Lucy said without raising her head, I'm a bit late today. Well, I took in an apprentice and taught him repeatedly. Just you? Lucy simply asked, but gave Yunze a critical blow. Your knowledge and thinking level are very low, and you can't educate others. Yunze. Have to. The way of heaven is reincarnation, whoever circles the sky. It's still work, is this the rule you have sorted out recently? Time flies. When Yunze was obsessed with cultivation, Yintian's time passed quickly. On this day, Yunze picked up Uchiha Ataka to enjoy a rare weekend break. The 2 months in Monster World was a huge ordeal for Ataka. When returning to the ninja world, I feel the familiar environment. He still couldn't hold back his tears. He hadn't cried for many years. Yunze was a little dumbfounded, and asked, What's wrong with you, haven't you had a good 2 months? When I went to pick you up just now, I saw several pretty little girls who were reluctant to part with you. Is that your little girlfriend? As expected of the Uni-san of the second pillar, the attraction to little girls is very strong. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Ataka asked sadly, Teacher, can you end this study as a doctor? I'm really going crazy, the people in the kindergarten are really scary. It's scarier than being on the battlefield. Yunze said coldly, Do you think I brought you into my world just to tease you? I don't know what to say. That world can be said to be my biggest secret. Do you think ordinary people can enter it? With the emotion of resistance all the time, how can I understand my real intention of letting you in? If you are still such a waste, then you apprentice, don't mind. Yunze has always had a good attitude towards Uchiha Ataka, but this is the first time Yunze got angry at him. Itake was stunned for a moment, and after a long time, he seemed to understand something. Solemnly said, I didn't understand the teacher's intention, I failed the teacher, I'm sorry. After that, I will feel it with my heart. Looking at Itake who solemnly bowed and apologized, Yunze nodded in satisfaction. Is it still easy to fool? Okay, have a good rest tomorrow, and I'll pick you up at night. Back home, it was already dark. Only Fugaku is still waiting for his eldest son. He did what he said. These 6 days completely ignored how Yunze educated Itake. Seeing Itake came back at this time, he finally couldn't help asking curiously, what did your teacher teach you? Did Mr. Yunze teach him anything? Itake didn't know how to answer for a while, but thought of the horrible experience of these 2 months, he couldn't help shivering. He hesitated for a while and said, this is the teacher's secret, I can't tell it. Secret? Fugaku was surprised by his son's reaction just now. After hearing this sentence, he got it. It must be a very high-intensity training, otherwise it would not scare the Itake who worked hard since childhood. As for the secret, it must be Yunze's secret method. Hey, it's not in vain that he paid such a high price for his son to become a teacher. This money was not wronged. My son will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Thinking of this, Fugaku encouraged, no matter how hard your teacher's teaching is, you must persevere. Don't embarrass us Uchiha clan, you know. Understood. With a lot of sadness, I plan to go back to the bedroom and have a good rest. As a result, upon opening the door, he saw his dear Ududu running over with 2 short legs. Brother, brother, hug, hug. At this time, Yunze has learned to speak, and he misses the big brother who disappeared for so long. However, an accident occurred. His dear big brother actually shouted in horror, You, don't come here. 7 out of a dozen now have serious child phobias. Ah, help, don't cry. Hyuga Mansion. Regarding the fact that the young patriarch of the Uchiha family worshipped Anbu minister Shihoran Yunze as his teacher. Although both sides are very low-key and did not make a big fuss about Zhongyang, they still know what they should know. It caused an uproar. The same goes for Hyuga's house. Hyuga Hayashi also has a thorough understanding of Konoha's current situation. Shihoran Yunze, a young man, is definitely the real talker of Konoha now. For the old enemy Uchiha clan, hold such a big thick leg. To be honest, Hayashi was a little envious. In this kind of thing, how can the second largest family of Konoha fall behind? Finally, after thinking for so many days, he finally made up his mind. Hyuga can't be left behind. What's wrong with Hinata being young? Let's get a name first. It didn't take long. The servant came to report suddenly. Miss Hinata is gone. Chapter 114. Uchiha is worthy of being a bloodline family that has been passed down for thousands of years, and the research background of its own bloodline is really unfathomable. If it weren't for these materials, it would take a lot of time to really develop Manjiki to ultimate. Yunze put down the scroll in his hand and sighed a little. These are all the apprenticeship gifts sent by Uchiha Fugaku. It includes the usage methods and experience of each state of Sharingan, as well as secret techniques such as Izanaki. It even includes Suzanu's development experience. Speaking of which, at the beginning Yunze only wanted the 2 major secret arts and Suzanu. The lion opened his mouth wide, just to bargain. Unexpectedly, Fugaku agreed directly. Now it seems that it's really a big profit. The information contained in these materials is really not simple. Just as he was sighing, his heart jumped inexplicably. Since obtaining the vortex physique, Yunze's perception has improved exponentially. Just for a moment, it seemed that he felt a certain strange breath. In doubt, an Anbu suddenly appeared. Report to your lord, something happened to Hyuga's house. What happened? The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata has disappeared. What? When Yunze feels Hyuga's mansion, found that Tsunade and Hyuga Hayashi were having a serious conversation. Around. Anbu and the ninjas of the Hyuga family are constantly collecting clues. What happened? How did Hinata disappear? Yunze was really puzzled. He even doubted whether this little girl Hinata had any tied attributes. In the original book, Cloud Shinobi Village kidnapped her. But, let's not talk about it, Cloud Shinobi Village has just received a severe beating and is honest. Even the time is wrong. Hinata isn't even a year old yet, what's so good about a baby who is a few months old? Seeing Yunze arrived, Tsunade said, I just arrived too, let Hayashi explain the details. Tonight, after dinner, the servants took Hinata back to her room to rest. During the period, I went to see it once, and found nothing unusual. However, half an hour ago, someone suddenly found that the servant was dead, and Hinata was gone. Hayashi explained the process, and then said solemnly, there are barriers around the Hyuga mansion, and there are usually 24-hour monitoring by White Eyes. However, none of these found anything unusual. The enemy seems to appear suddenly and then disappear suddenly. Even I didn't find anything unusual. Hearing these words, Yunze inexplicably had a familiar feeling, and asked, can the enchantment defend against space ninjutsu? No, but space fluctuations can be detected. If it is an ordinary space ninjutsu, it should cause vigilance. Of course, if space ninjutsu can achieve the same attainments as you, Yunze, it shouldn't cause alarm. After finishing speaking, Hayashi realized that he had said something wrong, and quickly added, of course I didn't doubt your meaning. Well, I know. The reason why Yunze felt familiar just now is because he can do it, appearing suddenly. And Obito, of course, but not him. That guy is his own vest now, and he won't make trouble in his own territory without saying hello. What's more, he didn't feel that the imprint on Obito's body had come to Konoha. That guy has been staying at Mist Shinobi. Thinking of this, Yunze solemnly said, if it is true as you said, then the possibility that the enemy will know space ninjutsu can now be ruled out. Besides, there is only one possibility to take people away under such conditions. The enemy knows everything about Bin and the Hyuga family. Hearing Yunze's words, Hyuga Hayashi's face became serious. He actually thought of this possibility just now. However, Hyuga's house is special. The branch house has the caged bird seal on it, so it's not possible to do it. It's impossible for the Zone family. It's useless for them to kidnap such a child. Well, not from Hyuga's family, who else knows about Bin so clearly? For a moment, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but think of the ancient legend about the family. But that's just legend. Shaking his head secretly, he himself denied this guess first. Just thinking about it, Hayashi suddenly noticed that Yunze was staring at the moon in the sky in a daze. This made his heart skip a beat. Does this guy know something too? Time passed minute by minute. Anbu who were sent out to search for clues came back one by one. However, it did not bring any good news. The enemy left no clues. This made Tsunade even more annoyed. She actually has no less worries than Hyuga Hayashi. Although Bin is not as powerful as Sharingan in improving his own combat power. But, speaking of it, Konoha actually values Bin more. In terms of reconnaissance, this thing is simply a strategic weapon. Now the little princess of the clan is gone. The first thing she thought of was that some ninja village coveted the strength of Bin, and sneaked away. Just as he was guessing which guy had eaten the bear's heart and leopard's guts, he saw Yunze beside him in a daze. He asked angrily, "What are you looking at?" "Ah, look at the moon. The moon is quite big and round tonight." Yunze sighed casually. "You still want to watch the moon, so think about who did it." Tsunade gave him a blank look. "I'm not thinking right now." Yunze is indeed thinking, and has already targeted the descendants of Satsuki Hamura on the moon with suspicion. If anyone else knows Bai Yan so well, that's all there is to them. But it doesn't make sense. At this time, there are not many living people on the moon. Why did they kidnap Hinata? He is only a few months old. Thinking of this, Yunze turned to look at Hyuga Hayashi and asked, "Did you feel anything unusual recently? An abnormal situation?" Hayashi was still thinking about whether to tell the guest just now, when he heard Yunze's question. A little confused replied, "There seems to be nothing unusual." Yunze continued to ask, "Does it feel like being spied on?" As soon as this sentence came out, Hayashi immediately remembered something, and said, "If this is the case, there is indeed. Since Hinata was born, I did have a couple of times where I had a vague feeling that someone was peeping around me. However, nothing has been found, and I thought it was an illusion." Speaking of this, Hayashi asked in surprise, "You mean, the person who peeped at the beginning is the murderer tonight?" 0. Seeking flowers. It's possible. Yunze nodded. Now he can be sure that the person who kidnapped Hinata should be the man on the moon. The reason why he didn't dare to confirm it before was because it was in his memory. As the only descendant of Muya village in Datung, he secretly observed Hinata several times when he was a child. It was also from then on that he began to regard Hinata as his future partner. Yunze thought it would be at least a few years later. Now it seems that the boy Sharon can do it. He started to investigate when he was just born. Sure enough, it's a bit late to find a wife now, starting from kindergarten. You have to find it directly from the delivery room, or you will lose at the starting line. Hyuga Hayashi struggled for a long time, and finally decided to tell what he knew. Now it is about the safety of his daughter, and there is no way to hide it. Thinking of this, he said, "Actually, there is another clue." Clue? Tsunade is a little strange, didn't he just say that he didn't find any clues? 0. That's right, didn't you just say that the murderer should know Bian and the Hyuga clan well? Actually, such people do exist. Hayashi said with some emotion, "There has always been a legend in the Hyuga family that besides us, there is also a white-eyed family. They share the same ancestors and the same bloodline as Hyuga, but they separated from us a long time ago." Another white eye. Tsunade's jaw almost dropped. Yes, no wonder now Hyuga is divided into main family and branch house. It turns out that there has always been such a branch house tradition. And do you know where they are now? Hearing Tsunade's question, Hayashi glanced at Yunze and said, "It's said that they don't live in the ninja world." Not in the ninja world? Tsunade felt that the other party was teasing him. If he is not in the ninja world, could he still go to heaven? As a result, Hayashi was heard saying, "It is said that they live in the sky." Good guy, dare to say it. Tsunade. Sure, this old guy Hayashi is just kidding himself. Want to get angry, but feel demeaned. He could only hold back his anger and asked, "Heaven? Tell me, is there any place in the sky where people can live?" Moon. What? Tsunade looked at Yunze in surprise. It was not Hayashi who answered her just now, but Yunze who had been silent all the time. And Hayashi was equally surprised, this guy really knew. "How do you know this?" Tsunade blinked, always feeling like he was the only one kept in the dark. "Now I don't care about why I know this, but how to save people." Yunze glanced at Hayashi, not thinking of explaining. He knew more than that. Although the other party is the same ancestor as Hyuga. But it's not just bloodlines that people have in their hands. What is passed down is the authentic Satsuki blood, and the chakra of Satsuki Hamura. Speaking of it, Hyuga seems to be more like a branch house. And Tsunade at the side finally realized it, and asked hesitantly. "So, what we're thinking about now is how to go to the moon to save people." Chapter 115. Lunar Enchantment. Inside the castle. Father, why are we taking Hinata back to the moon now? Didn't you say to bring her back when she grows up? Hearing the crying sound of the baby on the side, Sharon asked in a puzzled way. They just brought back Hyaga's princess, Hyga Hinata, from Hyaga's house. But this is a little different from what was discussed before. Hearing his son's question, Satsuki Sanraku handed over the baby in his arms to the puppet servant. Turning to look at his son's empty eye sockets, he said with some distress, "Originally, I planned to wait for her to grow up, and you would personally pick her up and marry her. However, the ninja world has changed a lot recently, especially Konoha. That person is too weird. I am a little worried about keeping her in the ninja world." "That person? Father, is that the person named Shihao and Yunze we saw before?" Skirin thought of the young man he saw with his puppet body. "Yes, it's him. This person is very strange, and there are too many variables." The tone of Satsuki Sanraku is somewhat complicated, but the reason is not elaborated. Speaking of which, Satsuki Hamura's family on the moon, in addition to guarding the Gedo statue, also has the intention of monitoring the ninja world to avoid major changes in the ninja world. But since the 890s of the millennium, in the process of monitoring, these descendants of Satsuki have internal differences. Some people think that the world left by Sage of Six Paths has been in constant war and is hopeless, and needs to be completely destroyed, and then create a new world. His Satsuki Sanal is a descendant of the branch house who insists on this point of view. The other part, on the other hand, held the opposite opinion. The differences became bigger and bigger, and no one could convince anyone, and finally a fight broke out. In other words, the people in the branch house are also ruthless enough. They directly contributed to the superciliousness of the whole family and made a giant Tensagen, which wiped out the family in a wave. The remaining people have been looking for opportunities to completely wipe out the ninja world, and then recreate it. However, this requires the help of Tensagen. Unfortunately, there has never been a clansman who can awaken Tensagen in their clan. Until the birth of Satsuki Tonari. Although this child was born without eyes, but he inherited the chakra of Satsuki Hamura. Just look for another pure white eye. You can awaken Tensagen and completely wipe out the ninja world. So, Satsuki Tonari carries the hope of the whole village. Thinking of this, Satsuki Sanraku took another look at Hinata, who was in the arms of the servant. There was a stern look in his eyes. No matter what, before he died, he had already left a backhand for Skirin. Whether he directly replaces Hinata's eyes, or waits until he grows up to find another pure white eyes. The initiative is all in Sharon's own hands. In this way, no matter what kind of accidents you face, you can easily deal with them. While feeling relieved, suddenly Satsuki Shanli's expression changed. Someone is coming. It turns out that this is what it feels like to walk on the surface of the moon. For Yunze, who has an enhanced version of Flying Thunder God, going to the moon is actually very simple. The space passage left by Satsuki Hamura is completely unnecessary. With just one thought, he appeared on the surface of the moon. Looking at the huge blue planet and the dark space behind him, Yunze couldn't help sighing. The rules of the ninja world are really interesting. He was worried about how to survive in the airless and low-temperature environment of the moon without a spacesuit. As a result, as long as you have chakra, all problems are resolved. No wonder when I first watched the anime, little Sakura and Shikamaru ran rampant on the surface of the moon with their physical bodies, and nothing happened. It turned out not to be a bug. But people's chakra is such a beef beer. You can't accept it. After feeling it for a while, Yunze remembered his real purpose of coming here. Perception rapidly spreads underground. Soon, Yunze sensed a huge space deep underground. It's just that when he wanted to further perceive the coordinates, he found a strange energy blocking his exploration. Is this the enchantment left by Satsuki Hamura? As expected, it is the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, and it can still run after thousands of years. Yunze said something with emotion, and then made a gesture with both hands. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Shua. The white beam of light that can annihilate all matter instantly penetrates thick strata and defensive barriers. A smooth hole is left on the surface of the moon. In the next moment, a space full of vitality appeared in front of Yunze. There is no way to sneak in with Flying Thunder God, so you have to be hard. Just entered the inner enchantment of the moon. Before Yunze could feel the difference around him carefully, dense yellow balls of light came oncoming. Gan. Looking at the puppets riding on the big bird all over the sky, Yunze couldn't help scolding, "It's not the Sun family, what kind of waves are you playing?" In the next second, Yunze was completely submerged by the chakra ball. The sound of violent explosions continued continuously. In the castle. After Tsutsuki Shanli realized that the barrier had been broken, he immediately sent out all the puppet soldiers. Look at the enemy that was hit in the mirror image. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Sharon on the side asked curiously, "Father, did an enemy come in?" "Well, yes, but it has been wiped out now." After finishing speaking, Tsutsuki Shanli frowned slightly and said, "But how did the enemy get to the moon? When I came back before, the channel was obviously closed." "Father, have you seen who the enemy is?" "No." Compared to figuring out how the enemy came in, maybe father should be more concerned about why there are enemies coming to the moon. "You mean?" Tsutsuki-san Raku woke up instantly at Tonari's words. "Yeah, all these years. Except for the disappearance of the Gedo statue more than 10 years ago, it seems that no one has ever been to the moon." Thinking of this, he quickly looked at the mirror image in front of him. He had a hunch that the enemy might not be dead. Sure enough, as the smoke slowly disappeared, a huge figure loomingly revealed its true face. That is Susanoo. Is Susanoo any good? Just say that this defense cannot be broken by ordinary people. The reappeared Yunze is surrounded by huge skeletons. The surface of the skull is covered with chakra like a black flame, which is constantly beating. Daunting. This is the first time for Yunze to use Susanoo, he didn't expect it to be as black as ink. 0. More importantly, the layer of black chakra covered on Susan's surface. It seems that, before Yunze could think about it, the overwhelming chakra ball struck again. This made him frown. Annoying. With his thoughts, the huge skeleton giant waved his right hand violently. Accompanied by howling whines, countless black flames flew straight towards the puppet in the sky. Silently, as long as a trace of flame is attached, those puppets will be burned in a very short time. Not even a scum was left. It really is Amaterasu. Just now Yunze felt that those black flames looked familiar. Now he can confirm. It is known as the strongest physical attack, but it has never burned anyone. An everlasting flame. Amaterasu. What a surprise! Before mirroring, Tsutsuki-san Raku looked a little ugly. "Father, did something unexpected happen?" Seeing that his father hadn't spoken, Sharon was a little anxious. "Well, it was a bit of a surprise." "Who is the enemy?" "Shihaoran Yunze." Tsutsuki-san Raku gritted his teeth and spit out 5 words. Hearing this name, Sharon was also stunned. How could it be him? As soon as their front feet came back from Konoha, the people from Konoha came behind them. Such a result can fully explain a problem. That's what they got Hinata back, it's been exposed. Tsutsuki-san Raku also thought of this. Think of Susanoo you just saw. At this moment, he somewhat regretted his previous actions. Is this the consequence of not following the instructions of the ancestors? One thing Tsutsuki-san Raku did not tell his son. The reason why he pays so much attention to this man named Shihaoran Yunze. Just a few months earlier, he had encountered in a dream an ancestor who claimed to be the ancestor of the Tsutsuki clan. That person looked a bit vague, and he didn't tell him 3.3's real name. Just let him, a descendant of Satsuki, pay more attention to a person named Shihao or Yunze in the ninja world. He even warned him not to act rashly. Just follow with Tensagen. However, Satsuki Sanraku did not do exactly what the other party asked. During the monitoring process, he unexpectedly found a strange woman beside the other party. That woman's aura is incompatible with the ninja world. It's just like she is not of this world. Such a conclusion made Satsuki-san's vigilance towards Yunze immediately raised to the highest level. In order not to let such a weird person disturb the son's intended daughter-in-law. This led to the decision to take Hyga Hinata back to the moon now. As a result, I didn't expect it. Because of this decision, the other party knocked at the door. Why would a person who is not Uchiha use a ninjutsu like Susanoo? At this moment, Satsuki Sanraku realized, I might really have made a decision that he would regret for the rest of his life. Chapter 116. If I remember correctly, the rest of Satsuki should be inside the artificial sun. After destroying all the puppet soldiers with one blow, no enemies appeared in the space. Looking around, you can see a town not far away. But Yunze knew that the place had already been deserted. The real inhabited castle is inside the sun overhead. And that giant Tensagen is in there too. Thinking of this, the Susanoo on Yunze didn't dissipate directly, but went a step further. Originally only the upper body of the skeleton quickly gave birth to the lower body and legs. At the same time, countless meridians, flesh, and blood began to spread rapidly along the bones. Finally, with the covering of the Amaterasu chakra cloak, a burly black giant in heavy armor with a giant blade in his hand appeared. In one breath, Yunze directly crossed the second and third stages of Susanoo, and reached the fourth form. Yunze, who has been transferred to the center of the giant's brow, feels the wonderful experience brought by the new form. This feeling of becoming a giant is completely different from standing on top of a giant beast. Follow your heart. Huge power is transmitted to the ground through the legs. With the instant collapse of the whole land, Susanoo flew straight to the artificial sun in the sky. Clang! The huge blade in 09's hand slashed fiercely on the surface of the sun with a sharp hissing sound. Stabbed! After the violent metal friction sound, a huge black crack was torn open on the surface of the sun. Seeing this, Yunze opened the crack with his hands without hesitation, and stepped in. Just entered the interior of the sun. A chilling sense of crisis came over. A terrifying purple chakra beam shot straight towards Yunze. Humph! Good job! Knowing that Tensagen is inside the sun, how could Yunze be defenseless? In an instant, the giant blade in his right hand swung again, cutting straight towards the beam of light with a blazing black flame. Hiss! Boom! A huge buzzing sound suddenly sounded. The impact of the surging energy caused the entire interior of the sun to shake violently. The giant Tensagen is formed by the fusion of countless white eyes, plus the pupil power poured into it by the Satsuki branch house for many years. It can be said that the huge energy contained in it can easily blow up the entire moon into pieces. Even if the strength displayed at this time is far from the maximum, it still makes Susanoo in the fourth form unbearable. On the surface of the giant blade, countless numbers began to spread. Seeing is about to be unbearable. Yunze snorted coldly, and the chakra all over his body poured into Susanoo like Wang Yang. At this time, Yunze, the chakra in his body can be said to be no less than the tailed beast. After receiving such a huge supplement, boom! In an instant, black flames rose from the body of the black giant, like a burning flame giant. The crack on the blade disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, under the blessing of the Amaterasu flame. Tensagen's chakra rays are burned at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the last trace of energy dissipating, the whole space calmed down again. You actually managed to find this place. You are indeed worthy of being the strongest in the ninja world in recent decades. It's just that I don't understand, you are obviously not from Uchiha, why would you use their Susanoo? An indifferent voice sounded. Follow the reputation. Yunze found a middle-aged man with pale skin and a white robe standing quietly on a crescent-like suspended mountain. At his feet is a spherical stone ball. However, the surface of the stone ball has been broken, and it can be seen that there is a golden light shining inside. That should be the giant Tensagen. Yunze knew clearly. Then she looked at the middle-aged man, ignored the compliment he just said, and didn't intend to answer his question. Directly said, "Hand over Hinata." A trace of sullenness flashed across Satsuki Shanli's face. He didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. He didn't even say anything about the scene, just asked for someone directly. But looking at the flame giant who seemed to be melting the space, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. F#YF+. Holding back his anger, he said, "This is a matter between us and the Hyuga clan, and has nothing to do with you, an outsider. If you leave now, I can pretend that what happened just now didn't happen." Ah! So much nonsense! Yunze didn't even bother to say anything, and the power of Mangeky's pupils in his eyes frantically passed away. Accompanied by the activation of Mangeky's ability, Satsuki Sanraku didn't even last a second, and lost all life in an instant, and died on the spot. With a look of surprise on his face. "It seems that I can't figure out why I just disappeared like this. A guy who doesn't have many days to live, dare to babble in front of me. I don't know who gave you the courage." When this guy who didn't even have time to report his name appeared in front of Yunze, the lifeline that was about to be completely swallowed by black indicated that the other party had come to the end of his life. Such a person, under the ability of Yunze Mangeky, really couldn't last even a second. If you hide it, you can still struggle a bit. But the moment he appeared in front of Yunze, his fate was already sealed. Yunze has no habit of interacting with enemies. Who the hell knows what else the huge Tensagen has to offer? He remembered that when Sharon lost his own Tensagen, he had merged with it and planned to fight back. The result was a punch KO by Naruto. Yunze doesn't have any plot to kill. Therefore, dead enemies are the cutest enemies. After Satsuki Sanraku died, the Tensagen began to become unstable, and the huge pupil power was constantly leaking, causing the surrounding space to shake. Seeing this situation, Yunze quickly cancelled Susan and flew forward. He didn't touch 947 rashly. If someone who is not of Hamura's blood touches this thing, chakra will be sucked up instantly. So, the hands quickly seal. With dense black runes all over the surface of the eyeball, Tensagen regained his stability. Sure enough, it's a good thing Lao Zi doesn't grind, otherwise I don't know how long it will take. Yunze muttered to himself. Then, looking at the yellow ball of light, he hesitated for a moment before taking out a huge storage scroll. This is not a living thing after all, no matter how yellow its light is. Essentially still a big eyeball. Just when Yunze was going to seal the Tensagen into a storage scroll. Sudden mutation. I saw that the Tensagen, which had already been sealed, began to vibrate violently. The dense runes on it shattered and disappeared in an instant. Losing the suppression of the seal, Tensagen changed even faster. In the blink of an eye, a huge stone statue appeared beside him. And that Tensagen went straight into the forehead of the stone statue. All this happened too fast, when Yunze realized it was too late to stop it. What made him frown even more was that at the moment when the mutation happened just now, he vaguely sensed a trace of chakra fluctuations. If it wasn't that his own strength had reached a limit, the slight undetectable fluctuation would not be noticed at all. A thought came to mind. Someone is secretly playing tricks. Chapter 117. The stone statue summoned by the giant Tensagen is exactly that of Satsuki Hamura. One of Tensagen's abilities in the original book. Under Tensagen's control, the stone statue can self-repair and possesses great strength enough to rival the tailed beast. However, things are a little different now. On its surface is covered with a green chakra coat. This made Yunze instantly think of Tensagan's chakra mode, which is also this green chakra. More importantly, Hamura stone statue seems to have life. The carved stone eyes, like normal human beings, possessed a spirit. Plus the yellow Tensagan on the forehead. The whole statue gives Yunze the feeling that Satsuki Hamura is standing in front of him. Such a strange situation cannot make Yunze calm down. It also made him firmer in his previous guess. Someone is playing tricks in the dark. And in his mind, there is already a guess, but it still needs to be confirmed. Intruder, die. The moment the stone statue of Hamura came to life, it attacked Yunze in front of him. A shot is a killer move. Shhhhhhh. Innumerable green chakra balls floated in front of the statue. In the next moment, a dense crowd rushed towards Yunze. Plus, faced with such an attack, Yunze wanted to teleport directly to dodge. But he found that behind him was the floating palace. Thinking that Hyuga Hinata is still inside, Yunze can only choose to fight hard. Susa, open! The Mangeki opens instantly. A giant bigger than before appeared. Compared with before, at this time the giant's whole body, even the head, was wrapped in thick armor. Only the blood-colored eyes that look like fierce gods are exposed outside, shining red blood light. The originally black giant blade in the right hand was also blood red at this time, with black flame marks on it. As for the empty left hand, a thick black shield appeared at this time. More importantly, behind the giant, a pair of huge flame wings appeared. This is the perfect version of Yunze, Susanoo. Boom! The huge shield was in front of him, colliding with the densely packed chakra balls. Moment! There was an explosion. The interior of the entire artificial sun was shaking violently. The overflowing energy turned all the suspended buildings into dust. Except for the castle behind Yunze. Looking at the crumbling castle behind me. Yunze, who blocked the next blow, moved. Susanoo instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed to the stone statue, and when the other party didn't react, grabbed its neck. Rush upwards. Boom! Boom! In the continuous sound, Susanoo took the stone statue to the sky. After breaking through several layers of barriers, he completely rushed out of the inner space of the moon. Call out! With a pinch of the neck and a fall over the shoulder, the stone statue hit the surface of the moon like a cannonball. Boom! In an instant, a huge force hit, causing the flat ground to collapse. A circular giant crater was formed. The entire moon couldn't help trembling at this moment. Crack! The crisp sound was continuous. Numerous cracks spread on the surface of the stone statue. In the next second, the entire stone statue exploded into countless pieces with a bang. But Yunze isn't letting up. Because the stones that had just exploded quickly gathered together again. In the blink of an eye, the stone statue stood in front of Yunze intact. Yunze was not surprised by this. Clang! The giant blade in his right hand slashed down obliquely, and a flaming blade formed by Amaterasu slashed straight towards the stone statue. In the blink of an eye, it has reached the neck of the stone statue. Unfortunately, the next second, a black barrier appeared. Without a sound, the knife glow disappeared. Truth-seeking ball. Yunze's face became serious. Before he could continue to think about it, the stone statue stretches out its right hand, releasing multiple truth-seeking balls from its heart. The next moment, these fairway jades began to spin violently. While rotating, the appearance of the truth-seeking ball will be covered with a layer of green chakra, forming a silver halo. Then a huge tornado was launched from the aperture towards Yunze. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Facing such an attack, Yunze did not resist, but directly teleported. Appeared beside the stone statue. Swish! Cut off with a knife. This time the stone statue didn't seem to react, and the truth-seeking ball didn't appear. The huge right arm was directly cut off. Yunze's eyes lit up. This thing seems a little slow. In this case, let's fight hand to hand. Boom! Without the slightest pause, the shield in his left hand smashed towards the head of the stone statue with unrivaled power. Crack! Konoha! After Yunze left. At this time, only Tsunade and Hayashi are left in the Hyuga mansion. Master Hokage, Yunze won't really go to the moon, will he? Hayashi looked up at the bright moon in the sky, with surprise in his tone. After chatting a few words just now, Yunze left a sentence to find someone by himself and disappeared. With such a relaxed and freehand gesture, it is hard for Hayashi to believe that he has gone to the moon. Tsunade also couldn't believe it, but said calmly, "It's so strange, his space ninjutsu can be said to be the best in the ninja world. It's just the moon, there's nothing you can't go to. What a fuss! Hayashi! I can't accept this." He could only change the subject and said, "Then what should we do now, are we just staring here? Otherwise, if you can go up, go." "I can't go, I can't go." "Then wait, you have to trust our Minister Enbu." Tsunade's confidence in his own man was unreasonable. "It is good." Before he finished speaking, Juziu's expression changed. Do you feel it? The moon seemed to vibrate just now. Tsunade also looked dignified, "It seems to be. It seems that the enemy above is not easy. Ninja world tonight. Destined to be a restless night. Movement on the moon." It was noticed by many people. Rain Shinobi Village. Pain and Konan hovered above the clouds, looking solemnly at Ming-Er in the sky above. "The vibrations on the moon are getting more and more frequent, what do you think is going on?" Hearing Konan's question, Pain shook his head and said, "I don't know, but the vibration feels a bit like someone is fighting." "Fight?" Konan was surprised, "Impossible, how could there be someone up there?" "I don't know, but my feeling can't be wrong. Unfortunately, the distance is too far to see what happened above. And the only one who knows the most about the truth is Black Zetsu." At this time outside Kirigakure, Black Zetsu looked at the bright moon in the sky with a look of shock. As the moon that sealed his mother, how could he not pay attention? After thousands of years, it is probably clear. The sage of six paths left behind it, leaving his younger brother, Tsutsuki Hamura, to guard it. Out of fear of Tensagen, Black Zetsu did not dare to approach the moon. Even when Madara secretly brought Gedo statue summoning back, Black Zetsu worried for a long time. "Qian Zhao. I'm afraid that Yukun's descendants will come to the ninja world to make trouble." Fortunately, this did not happen in the end. Although it is not clear why, his fear of the moon has not disappeared. But at this time, there is now a battle above. How not to worry Black Zetsu? Who the hell? How could such an accident happen? Unexpectedly, it was only caused by a certain father who wanted to find a wife for his son. At a loss, Black Zetsu couldn't help but want to sneak up to see what happened. At this moment, above the bright moon, a golden beam of light suddenly lit up. The light is like a sharp knife reaching the sky. Across the moon in an instant. Crack! This moment, everyone in the ninja world who is paying attention to the moon. Tsunade, Hayashi, Obito, Black Zetsu, Pen, etc. Although no sound was heard, there was a faint sound in everyone's heart. The moon is cut. Boom! The next moment, the gravitational fluctuations caused by the abnormality of the moon caused the entire ninja world to suffer. The ground began to shake violently. Chapter 118. For Yunze, who is known as a physical master. When he used Susanoo to use physical skills like his arms, the lethality caused is no worse than that of any ninjutsu. And this kind of close combat is for the unresponsive stone statue. It is equivalent to the end of the day. Even if it can use the truth-seeking ball, it is completely too late to defend. Boom! Boom! For a time, the entire surface of the moon shook endlessly. The stone statue of Hamura has been destroyed countless times. Even if it will be revived every time, it doesn't mean that it has no damage at all. Visible to the naked eye, the yellow Tensagen on top of its head is gradually dimming. Work harder, you'll be exhausted later. Yunze is now addicted to melee combat with Susan. It feels like driving a mech, which is so cool. Just when I'm having a good time. The stone statue seemed offended. An irresistible repulsion suddenly appeared. The huge Susanoo was pushed out in an instant. Not good. Looking at the golden light shining in the right hand of the stone statue, Yun's whole body tensed up instantly. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. It can be said to be the strongest attack ability of Tensagen. Faced with such an attack, Yunze did not dare to test Susan's defense. He hurriedly planned to teleport to avoid it. It's a pity that another huge gravitational force came, making him slow down for an instant. Shua! In an instant, a golden light lit up in Yun's eyes. At this moment, it seems that only the golden light is left in the whole world. Boom! A crisp sound sounded. The entire moon split open like an apple divided in two. In the middle is a smooth cut. 930 At this time, Susanoo's right shoulder and arm have been directly cut off. This terrifying lethality made Yunze's expression grave. Looking at Tensagen, whose stone statue was even darker, and the golden light shining again in his right hand. He spat and cursed, "It's really endless." As soon as the voice fell, the light red eye shadow appears in the corner of Yun's eye. Sage mode on. Boom! With all his strength, the blue fairy chakra on Yun's body surface gradually transformed into gold, and his whole body seemed to be covered with a golden coat. At the same time, the right half of Susanoo's shoulder that was cut off, the meridians, flesh and blood spread rapidly, and it recovered in the blink of an eye. The body surface, the black coat, gradually changed under the influence of the fairy chakra. The dark golden chakra coat blazed like a flame. Boom! The coercion that rose in an instant turned the rocky remains on the entire surface of the moon into dust. Countless burning flames completely melted the space on the surface of Susanoo, and the whole body seemed to be a huge black hole that devoured everything. Sage Art Myojinman! Clap your hands! Bang bang bang! The huge red torii of 6 paths descended from the sky, pressing on the limbs, neck, and waist of the stone statue. The huge stone statue was bound tightly to the ground in an instant, unable to move. Looking at the stone statue that was still roaring and struggling, Yun snorted coldly, "It's not over yet. Continue to clap your hands and shout." Sage Art Susanoo drew several thousand hands. The huge Susanoo swelled again in an instant, and countless huge arms stretched out from behind. Boom F! In the next moment, the fists carrying Amaterasu smashed to the stone statue of Hamura on the ground. The roar is endless. Stone chips splashed and the ground trembled. For a moment, the entire moon seemed to be equipped with a motor, vibrating endlessly. Call! The sound of fists breaking the wind finally stopped. Look up! At this time, Susanoo is already in the deep underground of the moon, and can only see the dark space outside the hole. Ah, it's a bit deep. Yunze let out a sigh of relief. The fight just now was really enjoyable, directly smashing through a huge pit thousands of meters deep. At this time, the red torii has long since disappeared. Also gone is the stone statue of Hamura. No, there is still a small part of the forehead left on the stone statue. The light of the giant Tensagen above is extremely dim, as if it will be completely extinguished in the next moment. But what really caught Yun's attention was an illusory figure beside Tensagen. This is a silhouette formed of green chakra. Comparable to a normal human body. It is Tsutsuki Hamura. It's just that at this time, his eyes are dull, and he has no sense of self-consciousness at all. Even so, he still instinctively wants to call up the pupil power of Tensagen beside him to continue fighting. It's ruthless enough, even my own brother will not be spared. Looking at the bewildered figure, Yunze sighed. At first he thought it was the chakra left by Tsutsuki Hamura with his own consciousness that caused all this. After all, there are many people who can do this kind of thing. For example, 4th generation, Kushina, etc., all have such backyards. But, later, Yunze discovered that was not the case. Hamura may really have left a self-aware chakra to protect his descendants or guard the Gedo statue. However, it was someone else who made him appear and deal with Yunze. Thinking of the subtle chakra fluctuations that I noticed before, Yunze thinks of only one person. There is only one person who can control a 6 paths character like Tsutsuki Hamura. That is the Sage of 6 Paths. Although the old guy is dead, Chakra who is left behind has been wandering in the ninja world, observing all the movements of the ninja world, Aya. This kind of alternative immortality made Yunze very vigilant from the very beginning. This is also the reason why he seldom really interferes in the ninja world. I am afraid that being targeted by this guy will cause some uncontrollable consequences. You must know that Yunze is not Naruto, the second pillar who was reincarnated by the son of Sage of 6 Paths. Who knows if there will be hands on him? Don't look at the anime, even in the end, Sage of 6 Paths didn't really show up. But the key factor to seal his own mother Tsutsuki Kagaya again. It was still the yin-yang dun that he handed over to his 2 sons. Such a person, if he said that he has no other backup, he would not believe it if he killed Yunze. And now, he is even more convinced of this. Sage of 6 Paths has indeed been eyeing him, even hostile to him. Even his own younger brother was directly used to kill Yunze. Such a move made Yunze nervous, but also relieved. Temptation is on both sides. This incident also made Yunze understand one thing. That is, Sage of 6 Paths does not know why, temporarily unable to deal with himself personally. Can only use other methods to do it. In this case, Yunze can safely and boldly improve his own strength. You know, before today, in order not to attract the attention of Sage of 6 Paths, he actually didn't rush to improve his strength. Just like Manjiki, Yunze just let it evolve naturally under the stimulation of Sage body. Otherwise, it would not have reached the level of eternal Manjiki until now. Beyond Hashirama's advanced Sage body, Ashura, Indra Chakra, plus the mental power surge brought about by the development of the brain. Which of these things can't easily evolve Manjiki into Rinnegan? If not, I really think highly of Rinnegan. But, now, Yunze can safely and boldly improve his strength. You are the first to do it, so you don't need to think about other things. Just tough. In this case, let's charge some interest first. Yunze, who wants to understand everything, has already recorded the Sage of 6 Paths in the little black book. If you dare to deal with yourself, you have to pay the price. Thinking of this, he has no intention of sealing the giant Tensagen into the storage scroll again. Instead, one does not do too endlessly. Received it directly into his own small world. The moment Tensagen disappeared, Yunze clearly felt a trace of anger. This made him smile instantly. No matter what, if you are not happy, I will be happy. However, soon, Yunze suppressed the joy. He still has work to do. The artificial sun space was already on the verge of collapse in previous battles. At this point, the Tensagen's energy supply is lost. What's more, it directly began to collapse. When Yunze reappeared, the only castle that remained intact began to fail. The walls began to peel away. Without wasting time, Yunze dodged and entered the gate of the castle. As soon as I entered, I found a 3 or 4-year-old boy lying unconscious on the ground. There was also a baby in her arms. Loud cries are constantly echoing in the hall. Reach out and pick up the baby from each other's arms. The crying stopped instantly. Looking at the little Hinata staring at him with a pair of bright white eyes in his arms, Yunze said with a smile, "You little guy didn't recognize your life when you were young, why are you so shy when you grow up? Don't talk about it, little Sheik is quite something." After finishing speaking, in the dependent eyes of the other party, he picked up Satsuki who was on the side. Disappeared directly from the place. It's time to go home. Chapter 119. Successful eye contact with Hyuga Hinata. The options for this rubbing session are as follows. 1. Hyuga blood, pure white eyes. 2. Baby language. 3. Baby-like smooth skin. Appeared. Appeared again. Baby smooth skin. Seeing this option, Yunze couldn't complain. Don't make so many options if there is nothing to rub. The system is simply not human. After leaving the moon, Yunze didn't send Hyuga Hinata back to Hyuga's house directly. Instead, go back to your own home. It was because of the way Hinata looked at him on the moon. Faced with the system's prompt, Yunze didn't choose directly, he still had things to verify. Don't swallow my finger, spit it out quickly. While Yunze was teasing little Hinata, the unconscious Sharon finally woke up. Where am I? Satsuki Tonari's voice could not hide the panic. After all, he was still young, and when he woke up, he realized that he was in a strange environment. Coupled with his previous experience, he really couldn't keep calm. Yunze looked at Tonari's hollow eyes, and calmly replied, "You are in the ninja world now. But the heart is crazy." He finally discovered the weakness of his own system. That's the blind man. The other party doesn't even have eyes, how can they make eye contact, and how can they rub something nice? For other targets in the non-reincarnation space, the system is rubbish against the blind. When Yunze crazily scolded his own system. After hearing the answer, Sharon finally calmed down. He said flatly, "You are Shihaoran Yunze, right? You killed my father." "Yes." Yunze didn't deny it, and answered him happily. "Then why don't you kill me together and bring me back to the ninja world?" Faced with his father's death, Sharon did not show much sadness. It was because he knew very early on that his father's time was running out, and those who should be sad had already been sad. "You still have some use. Tenseigen? You want Tenseigen from me?" Regarding what Skiren said, Yunze did not hide anything, and readily admitted, "Yes, I am very interested in Tenseigen." "Then you may be disappointed, I'm just a blind man, and I don't have a Tenseigen." Skiren pointed to his empty eye sockets and said calmly. "However, there is still a direct descendant of the Hyuga family here, I think her white eyes, plus you should be able to meet Tenseigen's eye-opening conditions." Said without relish. Yunze's words made Satsuki's heart skip a beat, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "You think too much, even if you do this, there is no way to activate Tenseigen. Since the death of our ancestors, the power of our family's blood has been weakening day by day, and it is no longer possible to open Tenseigen. Like what you see on the moon, the giant Tenseigen can only be fused with countless white eyes. Didn't you get it already?" Sharon was stunned by the aftermath of the battle at the beginning, and he didn't know what happened afterwards, nor did he know what happened to the treasures in the clan. This is how to testify. It's a pity that Yunze couldn't let a child speak out, but said to himself, "Who knows if it will succeed, just try it." "No." Sharon became anxious. "Why? Hinata is only a child less than 1 year old, you won't feel bad for gouging her eyes now, Mom. Besides, you are also a member of Konoha, don't you think it is too much to hurt Konoha's next generation like this?" This answer was completely beyond Yunze's expectations, and he glanced at the anxious and flushed Sharon with a strange look in his eyes. Said, "Didn't you kidnap her back just because of her supercilious eyes?" "Nonsense. She is anxious. My father took her back just because my father was dying and wanted Hinata to grow up with me. Of course, and then be my bride." In the end, the voice was too low to be heard. This made Yunze feel a little bit emotional, and sure enough, children are completely different from grown ups. Whether it's because of S*X or other reasons, this kid at least doesn't mean to hurt Hinata. See, Yunze has not replied. Satsuki Tonari became even more anxious, and hurriedly said, "Actually, if you really want Tensegan, you can try it with other white eyes. I'm sure Hyaga's family must have other supercilious eyes." Looking at Sharon, who tried his best to protect his fiancé, Yunze smiled. Disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he held a glass vessel in his hand, and the liquid inside soaked 2 eyeballs. What are you going to do?" Sensing that Yunze was walking towards him step by step, Sharon backed away again and again in fear. Pity! How could it have escaped? In the next second, Sharon felt that he was firmly controlled by a big hand. Then there was a cool feeling in the eyes. It's over. He still gouged out Hinata's eyes. All of a sudden, all thoughts are lost. Isn't it supercilious? When Skirin opened his eyes and saw the surrounding scene clearly, he immediately wanted to find Hinata. But, soon, he noticed the problem. What you see in your own eyes is not white eyes. How is this going? When he realized all this, he found a young man playing with a baby in his arms. Kr. Yunze turned to look at Sharon, and said flatly, "What? You think I gouged out Hinata's eyes and replaced them with yours? I'm not someone who picks out people's eyes." Yes. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Satsuki Tonari replaced it with ordinary eyes. There are many such things in Orochimaru. Yunze just wanted to do an experiment. Sure enough, as the two looked at each other, the system prompt came. Successful eye contact with Satsuki Tonari. The options available this time are as follows. 1. Satsuki Bloodline. 2. Satsuki Hamura Chakra, sterilized. 3. Puppet manufacturing experience. For a long time, there have been different opinions about the opening conditions of Tensegan. In the original book, Satsuki Sharon once said, "To open Tensegan, you need the blood of the Satsuki family and the pure eyes of the Hyaga family." But, come to think of it, totally devoid of credibility. The Hyaga family itself is of Satsuki bloodline. As for what other people said, the Hyaga family mixed with native humans in the ninja world, which made Satsuki's blood not pure enough, which is even more nonsense. You must know that in order to maintain the purity of the blood, the Hyaga family is intermarried. 0. If it is true that the blood is not pure enough, how could it be possible that in Hyaga Hayashi's generation, Hinata and Hanabi's 2 high-purity white eyes appeared directly? This is a 100% success rate. Hyaga Hayashi is really a child of luck. Well, even if pure white eyes are rare, it doesn't make sense. Killing Yunze didn't believe it. Hinata and Hanabi have only 2 pairs of pure white eyes in Hyaga's family for thousands of years. That being the case, so why hasn't anyone from the Satsuki family opened Tensegan for so many years? It is necessary for the branch house to sacrifice the eyes of so many tribesmen to make a giant Tensegan. You must know that even the branch house, they are also the blood of the Satsuki family. Yunze couldn't believe that they couldn't even sneak back a pair of pure white eyes. Since the conditions are met, why no one can open it? Why do you have to die and only one seedling can open Tensegan? There is only one possibility. That is, Sharon itself is very unusual. And now, when Yunze saw the system prompt, he confirmed it. Satsuki was able to open Tensegan because he himself met the necessary conditions for opening eyes. Same as the prickly eye requires Indra Chakra. The opening condition for Tensegan also requires Chakra from Satsuki Hamura. As for the rhetoric that Sharon said that she needs to be pure and white-eyed, it's just because he doesn't have eyes himself, so he can only look for substitutes. And Hyaga's eyes are the most suitable for him. Only in this way can all this be explained. Moreover, it is very simple to prove Yunze's own guess. Choose the second option, Satsuki Hamura Chakra. He just has to try it for himself. With Yunze's choice, a strange chakra, straight into Yunze's eyes, force. Chapter 120. with Satsuki Hamura Chakra into the eyes. The Manjiki pupil power that originally existed in the eyes actually actively merged into these chakra. This surprised Yunze. He was worried that these two different bloodlines would conflict. The result is not only nothing, but a wonderful chemical reaction. With the replenishment of Manjiki's pupil power, the fusion progress of chakra and Yunze's eyes has been further improved. In the shocked eyes of the people on the side, the blackness in Yunze's pupils gradually faded, and then turned into a piece of white. As time went by, it finally became milky white like jade, glowing with glistening white light. Is this supercilious? Sharon stared at the pair of eyes that were slightly different from normal white eyes, and was stunned. This is simply too subversive of his traditional concept. How on earth does a person with no Tsutsuki, no Hyuga blood turn his eyes into white eyes? It's still such a pure white eye. Well, so the world in Byun's eyes looks like this. After the transformation of the eyes, the world in Yunze's eyes has changed. He obviously didn't look behind him, but everything behind him appeared in his mind in detail. This 360-degree field of vision July 20th made Yunze a little uncomfortable for a while. The bigger change is that the whole world seems to lose its color. Only black and white. Yunze can see farther, even Naruto sleeping soundly in the next room is clearly reflected in his eyes. Oh, is this Nine Tails? In the eyes of Yunze at this moment, there is a mass of orange-red chakra on Naruto's abdomen, which looks like a small sun, and it is constantly beating, as if trying to attack the outside world. However, he was firmly locked in a small space and could not break free. Farsightedness, clairvoyance, insight. These are all functions of white eyes. But besides that, Yunze felt that his white eyes seemed to have other functions. Turning back to look at Satsuki Tonari in front of him. As if instinctively, he saw the shock and doubt in Sharon's heart. Looking down at Hinata in his arms, I saw the desire to be close and to eat. Is this seeing someone else's mind? Does the white eye have this function? Suddenly, a picture flashed in Yunze's mind. That is when Satsuki Kagaya was confronted with his son Hamura's deceit, the eyes recognized his lie. This function is only available after Byun's perspective ability reaches a certain level, and he can see other people's thoughts clearly. In the entire ninja world, only Satsuki Kagaya's white eyes have this ability. So, his white eyes also have this function now? This realization plunged Yunze into joy. However, Yunze was too happy. He thought of another function of Satsuki Kagaya's white eyes, which is coercion. Thinking of this, he continued to look at the tool man, Sharon, with the thought. Sharon was in a state of shock and couldn't extricate himself. Suddenly, the person in front of him became taller and taller in his eyes. As if meeting a natural enemy, Sharon's body began to tremble uncontrollably. As the opponent's momentum became stronger and stronger, he finally stood in front of him like a god who couldn't look directly at him. Plop! His body seemed out of control, his knees softened, and Sharon knelt down on the ground. The whole person's head is buried deep in the ground. Looking at Sharon who was trembling like a quail, Yun quickly put away the idea of continuing to explore. This is so scary. Just at the beginning, Sharon knelt on the ground in fright, not daring to move. If this adds a little more power, don't be scared or fainted. After Yun stopped probing, Skirin finally breathed a sigh of relief, covered in sweat. His mind was like a paste, and he looked dazed. Why are you kneeling on the ground? And Yunze, who has finished testing, looks satisfied. Although it still can't reach the point where Satsuki Kagaya can cause real damage even in space. But, is it sure to be successful in the future? As Yunze finished exploring his white eyes, he began to feel chakra who was still merging with the eyes. Next step. It should be to turn on Tensagen. With this anticipation, Yunze began to feel it quietly. But 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes later, Byun did not directly evolve into Tensagen as expected. Instead, those Tsutsuki Hamura's chakras slowly fell silent and seemed to be dormant. FK. Is this really a joke? Yunze was a little dumbfounded. Under what circumstances, how did the evolution stop halfway through? Was his previous guess wrong? Tsutsuki Hamura's chakra doesn't evolve Tensagen? Just when Yunze started to doubt himself, the white eyes in his eyes unexpectedly appeared abnormal again. Swipe. Closed directly. Reverted to the original black pupil. This change made Yunze even more puzzled. Can the white eyes be closed? But that's fine too. He was also worried that he would have a pair of white eyes in the future, and wondered if he should wear colored contact lenses to cover them up. The result turned out to be manageable. This good news makes Yunze somewhat relieved. It's just that, in the next second, the mutation regenerated. With the eyes just back to normal, the blood-red Sharingan reappears. A hook jade. Ergo jade. 3 hook jade. As the eternal Manjiki opens, the patterns in the eyes begin to swirl. The speed is getting faster and faster, as if it has become an afterimage. At the same time, the power of the pupils in both eyes began to soar wildly, as if there was no limit. Hiss! Severe pain like burning flames came from both eyes. The severe pain made Yunze gasp, wanting to scream. But remembering that there is a child in front of me, Yunze could only endure the severe pain, and kept making hissing inhalation sounds. Streaks of blood gushed out of the eyeballs continuously, and Yunze's eyes seemed to become a sea of Wang Yang's blood. As the pain escalates, when Yunze has reached the limit of endurance and wants to pull out the eyeballs, all gone. All the pain disappeared in an instant. Instead, it is a feeling of coolness and comfort. Tsutsuki Tonaro felt that tonight must be a nightmare. It must be the death of his father, which made him mentally abnormal and had hallucinations. Even more likely, my own eyes have been given an illusion in advance. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous scene be seen? First, a foreigner unexpectedly possessed the unique white eyes of his own race. It is still the purest white eye. Then, something even more ridiculous appeared. This person not only has white eyes, but also a Sharingan. Why is Manjiki's Sharingan still open? The ancestors of Hamura. This is really the biggest joke in the world. No storyteller dares to make up such nonsense. Finally, when the young man opposite opened his eyes, when Skirin sees those special eyeballs full of magic, his entire thinking was completely stagnant. What a pair of perfect eyes! Purple eyeballs that are crystal clear like jade. The surface is covered with circles of black lines, like a vortex, which makes Sharon reluctant to look away. Deeply addicted to it. Wheel. Rinnegan. When Yunze opened his eyes, in an instant, it seemed that the whole world was reconstructed in his eyes. All in all, there are no more secrets in his eyes. The powerful pupil power even gave him the confidence that he could easily destroy everything. Sudden. Yunze seemed to see somewhere far away, there was a huge hideous and terrifying golem. The ties, if any, are constantly being strengthened. It seemed that with just one thought, the golem would appear in front of him. Ghetto statue. As soon as this idea came up, Yunze cut off the connection in an instant. Now is not the time to summon the ghetto statue. Otherwise, what to do because of the blood? Hey! Ghetto statue's accident brought Yunze's swollen heart back to peace. He sighed deeply, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. Finally. Still open Rinnegan. It all happened so suddenly. Let him have no trace of defense. 3.3 I thought Tensagen would be opened first, but I didn't expect Rinnegan to be one step ahead. Is this what it means that Rinnegan is the boss no matter what time it is? Close your eyes and refeel the dormant Hamura chakra in your eyes. Yunfu noticed a slight difference. In the process of merging with the eyes, these chakra are constantly absorbing the special energy from the sage body. It seems that some kind of transformation is taking place. This unexpected discovery made Yunze a little surprised. At the same time, there are some guesses. He glanced at the sluggish Sharon. I still remember that when Yunze watched the movie version, he was a little disappointed with Sharon's Tensagen. Let's say it's strong, it's really strong. Whether it is Truth-Seeking Ball, or Tensagen Chakra Mode, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, etc. All pretty good. However, it always gave Yunze a feeling that it was nothing more than that. I always feel that compared with Rinnegan, it is less interesting. Some names don't live up to their names. And now the special situation on Yunze makes him Tensagen to himself. With a glimmer of expectation. Presumably like his Rinnegan. Unusual. Chapter 121. Rain Shinobi Village. On a weird machine. Nagato, who was thinking about the mutation of the moon just now. Suddenly, his body twitched without warning. Seeing this scene, Konan was startled. Hastily stepped forward to check. Nagato, what's wrong with you? What happened? Nagato. At Konan's call, Nagato finally opened his eyes. However, at this time, his eyes were a little slack. Sweat dripped from all over his body, as if he had experienced something terrible. It took a long time for Nagato's eyes to recover. Seeing this, Konan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, "What happened to you just now?" "Do not know." Just now, Nagato suddenly felt that something was wrong with Rinnegan, and his eyeballs were burning like pain. The severe pain even made him in a trance. Thinking of his vague feelings, Nagato said with a frown. "Just now, there seems to be something wrong with Gedo statue." "Something wrong?" Konan frowned. Konan has been wary of the Gedo statue ever since Nagato summoned that ghastly statue. This thing is really weird. But this thing is related to the success of their final plan. Therefore, she also attaches great importance to it. Hearing Konan's question, Nagato closed his eyes and recalled. Said, "Just now, I had a vague feeling that Gedo statue seemed to want to leave." "Leave?" "Yes, it seems that it found something more attractive, so it wants to get closer to that thing." "Impossible, isn't the 09 golem from your Rinnegan summoning? Is there anything more attractive than Rinnegan?" Konan really didn't believe Nagato's speculation. Yes. Nagato couldn't make up his mind for a while. The Gedo statue gave him the feeling just now, as if something with higher authority than his Rinnegan was robbing the Gedo statue of control. However, this idea was snuffed out by Nagato as soon as it came up. He doesn't believe there is anything more powerful than Rinnegan in this world. Refeeling the Rinnegan connection with the Gedo statue, it was found that there was no problem at all, as if it was just an illusion. Thinking of this, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Said, "Maybe it feels wrong. By the way, what about Madara now?" Seeing that Nagato didn't mention the matter just now, Konan didn't want to ask again, and replied, "It's okay, Madara is now controlling 4th Mizukage and started a big purge in Kirigakure. The Ghost Lantern clan has just been wiped out, and other clans are also starting plans, and Lee must be in a mess now." Hearing the news, Nagato was obviously very satisfied and said, "That's good too. The 5 great ninja villages will definitely become our enemies in the future. It is a good thing for us to be able to weaken them now." After finishing speaking, he asked, "By the way, how about the recruiting? According to the information they sent me last time, they have found a suitable candidate." Konan memorized all this information by heart, and said without having to recall, "The other party's name is Zigwashin Puffer Ghost, and Mist Shinobi endures the knife." One of the 7 people, holding a big knife and shark muscle in his hand. Now at the top of the Mist Shinobi Intelligence Division. But he has agreed to join our organization. How could this kind of person agree? Nagato was a little puzzled. He knew the status of the 7 ninja swordsmen in Mist Shinobi, and such a person should not make such a move to betray the village. Regarding Nagato's question, Konan was obviously not surprised, and said with a smile, "This is thanks to Madara, he made Miss Shinobi a mess. It has caused dissatisfaction among many people. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is one of them. He took advantage of the chaos of Miss Shinobi before and sold information to other villages. Others found out and wanted to get rid of him. Jesus found out about this matter and promised to help him escape from Miss Shinobi, so he agreed to join us." Hearing what Konan said, Nagato pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, as long as he is strong enough, I agree to let him join Akatsuki. I believe that no matter whether he was loyal or not, as long as he enters Akatsuki, under the gaze of these eyes, there will be no day of betrayal." Having said that, Nagato's confidence returned. "By the way, it's best for you to go there in person and see if he has any other questions by the way. Recruiting people, I have to have you, so I can rest assured." "Okay, I'll go later, but are you okay here?" Konan looked at Nagato with some concern. "It's okay. Don't worry." Konoha. Shihouden Mansion. Hyuga Hayashi took his daughter from Yunze's arms. After careful inspection, I found that Hinata was not injured, so I was relieved. He hurriedly thanked Yunze. "Thank you for this matter, Yunze. The Hyuga family will remember this kindness. Whatever happens in the future, as long as I, Hyuga can do it, it is absolutely obligatory." "It's okay, this is what I should do." Yun waved his hand calmly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hyuga Hayashi hesitated, and finally asked, "Yunze, may I ask, those people on the moon?" "Oh, you said the enemy." Yunze thought for a while and said, "The other Hyuga who lived on the moon had internal turmoil a long time ago. When I went up, there was only one living person left in the whole family except the puppet machine. I guess, it may be for this reason that he went to the ninja world and kidnapped Hinata. However, don't worry. This kind of child abducting scum has been killed by me, and even the ashes have been thrown away. This will never happen again in the future." For Yunze's remarks, his intuition told Hayashi that there might be something wrong with it. But, there is no way, he can't go to the moon to find out the truth. You can only believe what others say. "Hey, it's a pity, I was quite interested in this branch of the family, but I didn't expect it to die. It seems that I, Hyuga, can be handed down to this day, and I am really lucky. This is also thanks to Konoha's protection." At the end, Hyuga Hayashi slapped Tsunadeza secretly. No, Konoha is able to have what it is today thanks to Yoshi's offering." After complimenting each other, Hayashi tactfully left. "Aren't you going?" After everyone else left, Yunze looked at Tsunade whose butt seemed to be glued to the seat, and asked in surprise. "Why, you still want to drive me away?" Tsunade's beautiful eyebrows frowned, and said dissatisfiedly, "I really won't leave today. That's a good relationship, I can't wait for it." Hearing this, Yunze quickly sat down beside Tsunade. I flipped through it, took out a toy car, and began to carefully check whether the parts of the car were damaged. As a result, after the investigation, a problem was found. For some reason, the water tank that was good started to leak, which made Yun Luo a little angry. "This is just bought, how can it go wrong? Must be fixed." As a result, he had fun by himself, but Tsunade beside him was not happy. His face was flushed with anger, and he was trembling all over. Angrily scolded, "You are such an adult, you are still a toy army." Facing the reprimand, Yunze quickly apologized, "Isn't this a toy I just bought for my child? Let's try the condition of the car." "Bah!" Tsunade got up angrily. "Son! Then tell me, what happened to that child just now?" "That's what I brought back from the moon." Speaking of serious business, Yunze quickly put down the toy and sat upright. Tsunade frowned, "The moon? Those people who fought with you before? Didn't you just tell Hayashi that they were all dead?" That's right, there is indeed only one enemy, and I killed it, but the child, who is only 2 or 3 years old, can't be considered an enemy anyway, so he can't be killed too. Are you not afraid of any problems? I'll do things, don't worry. Yunze patted his chest and promised. Seeing this, Tsunade didn't say any more, just asked, then what are you going to do with that child? Let Yunze take care of it first, anyway, one sheep is hurting, so are 2 sheep. Hearing these 2 words, Tsunade's expression changed, he snorted coldly, turned around and left. Didn't you agree that you won't leave tonight? You believe what I say? As soon as he walked to the door, he remembered something. Tsunade turned around and asked, are you sure there is nothing wrong with that thing in the sky? After finishing speaking, he looked up at the moon in the sky. At this time, 787 can clearly see that there seems to be a tiny black line on the bright moon surface. It's okay, I checked, and it will be fine in a few days. Before leaving the moon, Yunze did check. This moon is a product of Sage of 6 Paths, it is not so easy to destroy, after a while, it will repair itself under the action of gravity. In that case, I'll go first. When Tsunade left, Yunze was the only one left in the living room. Suddenly, a child walked in with his head poking around. It is the sacrifice. I saw him look around and found that there was no one else. He asked with some regret, Brother Yunze, is Sister Hinata gone? Let's go, she was taken back by her father. Yunze's eyes turned into crystal white eyes at some point, staring at Sharon without blinking. Father. Speaking of these 2 words, Sharon said with a trace of sadness in his eyes, it's a pity that my family has already died. You have no other relatives in your family? Yunze asked. Yes, Brother Yunze, I didn't lie to you. What I told you before is true. Our village encountered bandits last year. The whole village died, including my parents. Only I survived. Later he was caught by human traffickers. Thanks to you, Yunze, I'm free again. Sharon explained eagerly. What do you mean you have nowhere to go now? Yes. Sharon's face was sad, as if he was full of terror for the future. Then you can stay with me for the time being. Hearing this sentence, Sharon thought he had heard it wrong, and looked astonished. Really, really? Thank you, Brother Yunze, I will definitely repay you in the future. I see, you go back to your room and rest. Yunze watched Sharon leave with excitement on his face, thinking of the faint white mist in his eyes just now. He said with emotion, it's really a good seedling, I hope it can give me some surprises in the future. However, this memory modification is really good. Chapter 122. Host, Yunze. Available opportunities, this will not be specially marked in the future, the lifespan problem is solved, and there will be a lot of opportunities in worlds with different time flow rates. Age, 17, last time, same thing. Identity, Master of the World, Master of Reincarnation, Authority 20%. Control, Monster World, Small World inside the body. Chakra, 25 cards. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth, Water, Yin and Yang. Bloodline, Sage Body, Advanced, Fairy Eyes, Intermediate. Skills, Flying Thunder God, Level 7, Emotional Control, Level 5, Memory Modification, Level 4, Mind Power, Level 4, Shape Change, Level 4. Ninjutsu, S Rank, Ghoul Sealing, Sage Mode, Adamantine Sealing Chains. Special Item, Mark of Reincarnation, activated. Origin of the World, 12,000 points. The skill of memory modification was acquired by Yunze in the super body world. Although it is only the 4th level, it is enough for a child like Sharon. Especially with Yunze's supercilious ability to see a person's mind. He didn't believe it, because people would lose control. What's more, Yunze also owns the distinguished heavenly gods. The reason why Sharon is kept is because he is still useful to Yunze. Especially Tsutsuki Hamura Chakra in his body, Yunze still has some experiments to verify. You finally came. After finishing everything, Yunze can finally find time to do his own thing. He has not forgotten that there is a giant Tensagen in his own small world. As a result, as soon as Yunze entered the small world, he heard Lucy's voice. How did you get out? Yunze looked at Lucy who appeared in front of him, a little surprised. This guy has been in the singularity recently, and this is the first time she has come out on her own initiative. Of course it's because of this thing. Lucy stretched out her finger in front of her. In the empty space, the Tensagen was quietly floating there, emitting a faint yellow light. What's the matter? Is there anything special about this thing? Yunze didn't know why. The reason why he brought this thing into the small world was to see if he could change the origin of the world. Anyway, he will have his own Tensagen in the future, and this big guy in front of him is of no great use. It's better to directly replace it with the origin of the world. The result is very gratifying. Discovered a giant Tensagen, which can be converted into 50,000 points of world origin. Is it converted? The system's prompt completely confirmed Yunze's guess. Very important items in a world usually contain a lot of world origin. Include some important characters. For example, when he used the small world to transfer summoning Godzilla. At that time, the system asked whether to transform the vice president into the world's origin. This is also the first time that Yunze turned several big monsters into summoning beasts in the monster world. The result is the cause of world consciousness and reincarnation space counterattack. These creatures contain a lot of world origin, even if you kill them on the spot. Although it will cause dissatisfaction with the world consciousness, the consequences will not be too serious. After all, the meat is rotten in the pot, and the origin of the world has not been lost. But making it into a summoning beast is different. This is blatantly grabbing what's in someone else's pot. How is it possible that this behavior does not allow the world consciousness to fight back? It is even more impossible to watch your things being taken away in the reincarnation space, so it is inevitable to show up to deal with the murderer. Closer to home. Lucy's performance made Yunze aware. In addition to transforming into the origin of the world, the Tensagen in front of him actually has another purpose. And Lucy's answer confirmed this point. This thing is a special product of your world. It contains many rules that I have never seen before. If you can fully analyze it, it will be of great significance to the evolution of your small world. Rule. When Yunze heard these words, he vaguely understood, but he was still a little puzzled. Well, you can transfer it to the singularity, and then you'll understand. After speaking, Lucy disappeared and returned to the singularity space. Can this thing still go in? Yunze was very surprised. You must know that except for him himself as the controller, he can enter and exit the singularity at will. Except for the existence of a collection of rules like Lucy, physical matter cannot enter. As a result, just thought of this. The Tensagen is gone. This. When Yunze entered the singularity space, he was stunned. Tensagen did come in, but in a way that was beyond Yunze's imagination. The original yellow ball of light has completely lost its entity. Instead, it became a chain of rules. It's just that these rules are of different lengths and colors, and the most important thing is that they are not complete, as if they are a part cut from the complete rules. Understood, just like the rules contained in the first blood orchid in your world. These special items all contain some rule information from the original world. Lucy stared at the chain of rules without blinking, as if countless data were being refreshed in her eyes. Lucy's explanation also made Yunze understand. He turned his head to look at the core of the space. At this time, most of the chains of rules that were originally a mess have been sorted out, and only a little bit can be completely sorted out. At that time, with enough world origin, the small world can really take shape. But what Yunze really cares about is a chain of rules at the core. This green chain is thicker than the other chains on the side, and the light on it is more dazzling. This is a chain of rules that contains the rules of life. It is precisely because of its existence that things like bleeding orchids can be bred in the second-order python world. It can be said that it is the original core of the entire small world. Thinking of this, Yunze looked back at the rules Tensagen transformed. These are thicker in shape and more colorful. If I'm not mistaken, this golden one seems to contain the power of creation. Lucy pointed to the most dazzling one and said in a low voice. No wonder my avatar hasn't analyzed much information yet. Your world is much more advanced than I imagined. Lucy's emotion brought Yunze back to his senses. Of course he understands that Hokage is a senior in the world. According to his own situation, Hokage is likely to be a 7th-order derived world. Otherwise, his flying thunder god will not be strengthened at the 7th level, and it will not be strengthened. After a long time, Yunze asked, then, can you analyze these things? I'm afraid that my small world is not capable enough, so don't froze yourself if you fail to integrate. Lucy said, don't worry, these rules are not complete, and you should be able to understand more than half of them with a little time. Even if you can't integrate, it won't affect your world. The big deal is put it aside and slowly digested. Speaking of this, Lucy's eyes became brighter. Even if I integrate myself into your small world, I still have no confidence in whether I can completely evolve into a 5th-order world in the end. But, now, I can guarantee it 100%, as long as you can provide enough energy. The moment you were born in this small world was definitely the 5th order. It can even reach the peak of the 5th order. Lucy's words made Yunze a little excited. The higher the level of the small world, the more helpful it is to him. Thinking of this, an idea popped up in his mind. I saw that he dug out his 2 eyeballs without hesitation. Although blind. But in this world, clouds can see everything without eyes at all. I saw Yunze's special eyes. At the moment of leaving the body, it lost its entity and turned into a group of regular chains again. These rules are even more and more dazzling than the Tensagen on the side. How about, plus these, can you start directly from the 6th level? Yunze proudly pointed to the rules derived from his own eyes. It turned out that Lucy looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? I didn't realize that. You are so ruthless. Even if your own eyes say no, then don't. What are you afraid of? It will grow back by itself later. Only then did Lucy understand that Yunze was not destroyed by wolves, but with a low culture. So he explained, maybe your understanding is a bit wrong. If the rules of your eyes are directly integrated into the small world, then your eyes will never grow back. In other words, only a pair of ordinary eyes can be reborn, not this pair with special functions. So, are you sure you want to give up these eyes? Before Lucy could finish speaking, those rules turned back into eyeballs and returned to Yunze's eye sockets. I'd better think about it. Hasty. But I am not willing to part with my own things, the king's. But what about ninjas? Because of the good news just learned, Yunze doesn't plan to continue sorting out the rules with Lucy. He plans to go back to the ninja world and have a good time. As a result, was about to leave. Lucy stopped him and asked, how are you preparing for the origin of the world? Yunze. He looked at the 10,000 yuan protection fee he had just received this month. I calculated it. He said with a blank face, I only have 10,000 here, and I will save enough in another 7 months. The joy just now was instantly discounted, and there was a feeling of being done. As a result, even more sad words were heard. 7 months? How is it possible? How did you calculate it? At the beginning you said, you own 420,000, and I can spend another 80,000. Yunze blinked, isn't this guy going to pay the bride price? Is what I just said not clear enough? Lucy said flatly, it was true that 500,000 was enough before, but isn't it necessary to integrate new rules now? So, you mean the price has increased? Yunze felt a little pain in his chest. Of course, I estimated that at least an additional 300,000 yuan is needed for insurance, which means you need to raise 380,000 yuan. Yunze. Isn't this forcing him to go out to work and earn money? Chapter 123. Leave the small world. Yunze was having trouble sleeping. No matter how lazy a person is, when he is under huge financial pressure, it will still play a role in promoting. The salted fish has to turn over from time to bask in the other side. This is not. Yunze finally couldn't lie down anymore. Forget it, since you are short of money, let's earn some. After making up your mind. In my mind, the derivative worlds controlled by the reincarnation space flashed in my mind one by one. As Shinigami and other specially marked worlds pass by. Yunze was a little frustrated. Originally he planned to find opportunities to enter these worlds. It's a pity that it is obviously still important to make money now. If you want more world origins, then the world level you go to cannot be too high. And those worlds just now. Even with Yunze's current strength, it's still a bit difficult, and even if there are gains, it's only in terms of his personal strength. But now, what he wants is to get a huge sum of money quickly. In this way, there is not much room for choice. As the coordinates flashed one by one, a world suddenly appeared in his mind. Fifth order. Mr. Zombie only has the 5th level. Yunze was a little puzzled. Uncle Ju's name is like thunder to him. According to Yunze's speculation, such a world level cap should be very high. Don't look at the movies, those zombies and ghosts seem to be weak. However, that is just a problem with the way of expression. The meaning of these things alone is different. What's more, there are things like hell in this world. According to the derived world dominated by the East 980 that Yunze has seen before, as long as there are these ghosts and demons, there is no one below the 7th level. This is the first time he has seen such a low level. There must be something wrong with this. Of course, it's not that there is a problem with the division of power in the space of reincarnation, but that there is a problem in the world itself. Thinking of this, Yunze made a decision. This is it. Leaving the world of Hokage. In front of the transmission channel, the figure of Yunze appeared again. The transmission traffic jam is still here. After a glance, it was found that there were no living people. It seems that the last time the reincarnation space only sent those 2 7th order reincarnations to chase and kill him, and no one was sent after that. As for the others, GZE didn't care at all. In any case, he will not let these reincarnations enter the world of Hokage. In his heart, this world has been regarded as his own forbidden chaos. Impossible to let these guys go in and wreak havoc. After checking that there is no problem, lock the coordinates. Another world tour of Yunze begins. There seems to be something wrong with this world. This time, Yunze didn't go straight into the spin-off world. Instead, it stopped outside the world crystal wall. Observe from here, you can see. The barriers of this world are somewhat broken, and the smooth surface is covered with densely packed huge cracks. Although it is mostly sealed by the Ouroboros pattern. But it is still unavoidable that air currents of various colors, a jet, flow out of it. Swallowed by the grey airflow in the void. The power of the world is passing. For no reason, such a thought popped into Yunze's mind. No wonder the world level is so low. The void is dangerous. So Yunze didn't stay out for too long. Soon, it was directly transported into the zombie world. It's raining. When Yunze opened his eyes again, he found himself in a wilderness. It was dark all around, and it was still raining lightly. It's annoying, I don't know where I am. But it shouldn't be far from Renjia town, right? This teleportation is a bit different, just entering this world. Yunze was impacted by various spatial turbulence. The space rules of this world are in a mess, and all kinds of abandoned space fragments are scattered everywhere. It's like a huge space trap, full of danger. This made his teleportation positioning useless. So, he really didn't know where he was. The rain from the sky annoyed Yunze a little. With a soft sound, a chakra cover appeared on the body surface like 10 transparent umbrellas to block the rain. There is nothing against the energy of chakra. While feeling chakra's operation, Yunze found a random direction and left. Even if he was not in a hurry and walked very slowly, after images still passed through the woods. Like a ghost wandering in the forest. After walking for about half an hour, Wei Ziyi finally found a small path. It's not the kind that was deliberately built, but a dirt road trampled by pedestrians for a long time. Still, it's good news for Yunze. As long as you follow this road, you will soon find Rinyan. At that time, he will know where this place is. As a result, it wasn't long before he started walking all the way. There was a sound of gongs and drums from behind. There seems to be a faint sound of a minor tune. Her eyes. As if the stars were shining. See. Panicked. The night is dark and windy. Wilderness. It was still raining lightly. In this environment. Hearing this strange sound suddenly, ordinary people would have been scared to death. However, Yunze didn't even hide, but turned his head to look in the direction of the sound with a strange expression on his face. Through the misty mountain road, he clearly saw a red sedan chair. 4 little ghosts with pale skin and bright red cheeks were bouncing around carrying a sedan chair from a distance. Yunze found this scene more and more familiar. Not long after, someone on the other side seemed to be spotted on the road. Just in the blink of an eye, all the sounds of gongs, drums, and minor tunes disappeared. The 4 happy little ghosts also immediately turned into 4 burly men. Carrying the sedan chair smoothly and steadily, she walked towards Yunze slowly. "My lord, it's so late at night, where are you going?" The sedan chair quickly stopped beside Yunze. A charming voice came from inside the sedan chair. The person in the sedan chair stretched out a small white hand while talking, opened the sedan chair curtain, and glanced quietly. Seeing that people outside were looking at him, he quickly withdrew his hand in a panic. This scene vividly showed the image of a lady of great beauty and shyness. Yunze blinked and said, "I came from the city and wanted to go to Renjia town, but I got lost in the mountains at night." "Miss, can you tell me where Renjia town is? It's really fate. My family lives in Renjia town. If you don't mind my son, you can go back with us. How about it?" Xiao Didi's female voice seemed a little pleasantly surprised. "Then thank you, miss." Yunze replied with the same surprise. "My lord, you don't need to be polite." The woman in the sedan chair lifted the curtain of the sedan chair again, revealing her delicate and charming face. She glanced at the raindrops that were still falling, and said shyly, "It's still raining outside, I think your clothes are all wet. How about taking shelter from the rain on the sedan chair?" "It's not good." Yunze looked hesitant. "It's fine, you don't need to worry." The woman's snow-white face turned even redder. "I'm afraid that I'm too heavy, and I'll tire the 4 big brothers when I get on the sedan chair." "Don't worry, my lord, the bearers of my family are all strong men, and they won't be exhausted." Hearing the woman's persuasion, Yunze seemed to have finally made up his mind. Said, "Then I would like to thank Miss." After speaking, he looked at the 4 silent burly men, clasped his fists and said, "Then I will trouble the 4 big brothers." "My lord, you are welcome." The burly man at the front said something in a loud voice. "In my heart, I was overjoyed, I didn't expect to meet such a fresh and tender young master. Xiaohu, this mother-in-law, made a lot of money this time. I will send people back later, but I have to charge more benefits." Just as he was thinking, he followed the thin-looking young master onto the sedan chair. The faces of the 4 big men changed drastically. "Nima! It's so heavy. What's wrong with the 4 big brothers? Can't lift it up?" Do you want me to come down? Fine. My son is not heavy at all, very relaxed. The faces of the four were flushed with suffocation, and they carried the sedan chair tremblingly and walked forward. And not long after they left, a young man on a bicycle appeared on the dirt road. There is still a handful of yellow incense lighted on the rear seat of the car vaguely. Chapter 124. Yunze's perception is not covered. Even at a distance, he noticed the young man who had just passed by. That should be Uncle Ju's apprentice, Chu Sheng. So, did I cut off the opponent's pickled fish? Thinking of this, Yunze turned to look at the woman beside him. I didn't expect you to be such a female ghost. Seeing Yunze looking at her, the female ghost Xiao shyly covered herself with a handkerchief. That look can be described in one word. All kinds of styles. It's just that, on the surface, it looks shy, but in fact, the heart has long been unable to bear the joy. Xiao appeared here tonight, originally, to wait for Chu's hung. The other party gave her a stick of incense during the day, which made her miss it. As a result, they unexpectedly met Yunze. From the first time she saw this young master, she felt that this was the Mr. Rui she was looking for. To look good, to have a figure. More importantly, there was an inexplicable attraction in him that fascinated her endlessly. That's why she forgot about Chu Sheng when she turned around and invited him to get on the sedan chair. At this time, he saw the other party looking directly at him. I thought the other party was fascinated by me. Xiao asked shyly, My lord, I don't know your last name yet, I'm under pressure. As he spoke, he moved his butt towards Yunze quietly. The space in the sedan chair is not very big, and the other party's movement made him almost lean on his whole body. This made Yunze's face pale, and he hurriedly opened the distance again. Stick tightly to the side of the sedan chair. Acting belongs to acting, you can't really take advantage of Laozi. Yunze has not forgotten Xiao's true identity. Don't look at her beautiful appearance now, but the truth is extremely disgusting. More importantly, with her approaching, Yunze faintly smelled a peculiar smell covered by the fragrance of powder. It's not a stench, but an indescribable smell. The smell of decay. Yunze did not hide Xiao's actions. But she didn't notice the other party's disgust, but thought Yunze was a gentleman. It made her even more satisfied. Asked softly, Master, you haven't told the little girl what your name is yet. I'm your dad. Yunze almost blurted out, and finally changed his mouth, Yunze. The cloud of clouds, the luster of the common people. Young master has a good literary talent, and his name has a profound meaning. Xiao opened his mouth and came. Hee, so. Young master, is there something to do in Renjia town? Visiting dear. Who is the son's relative? Maybe I know him. Lin Fengjiao. I don't seem to have heard of it. Has the young master ever married? Well, I have 2 wives. It seems that the young master's family is not bad. I don't know if I have ever thought about finding another. I thought about it, there is an alternative. Young master is really interesting. Most men would say that they have no wives at home. Nowadays, there are not many honest men like young master. Hee, is that right? Because I love my wife deeply. It can be seen that to have a husband and son-in-law like the son, those 2 wives are really a blessing in their previous lives. Unfortunately, the little girl does not have such a blessing. Talking about crying. Is it so straightforward? Yunze could only say awkwardly, there will be. Really? Along the way. Yunze couldn't help but want to catch this horsefly ghost several times. So blatant. Finally, thinking about having a sedan chair to sit on, I endured it. Finally, Renjia town arrived. Get off the sedan chair. Looking at the strong man Yunze whose legs were all limp, he almost laughed out loud. Really thought he weighted rock was a joke. Young master, this is the little girl's house. Xiaohu pointed to the house behind her, and said to Yunze, "It's getting late now, and the inn in the town is closed, why don't you stay here for the night, young master?" Following her words, a hidden energy drilled into Yunze's body, all the way up, heading towards the eyes. Faced with all this, instead of resisting, Yunze tried his best to suppress the chakra in his body and the pupil power in his eyes. Only then did the faint energy enter the eyes. In the next moment, when Yun turned his head and followed Xiaohu's fingers to look at the house behind him, it was discovered that the dilapidated house had changed drastically at this time. Courtyard with high walls. Through the wooden gate, you can see the pavilions and courtyards under the bright lights, the rockery pond. A picture of a big family. Silently felt the strange energy in the eyes. Yunze understood clearly that this should be ghost or yin. The principle of causing hallucinations is similar to that of ninja magic. However, this was also within his expectations. After all, no matter how you say ninjutsu, after all, it was born out of Kimindunjia in the Central Plains, and the five-element technique. There must be something in common between the two. Then thank you, miss. Finished with Yunze. The power in the eyes finally couldn't be suppressed, and directly swallowed up the trace of ghost energy. The scene in front of me has completely returned to its original state. The young man, please follow me. Seeing that Yunze agreed, Xiaohu turned around with joy and walked towards the gate. Yunze narrowed his eyes and glanced at the other party, then quietly made a handprint and followed. Damn, that guy looks skinny today, why is he so heavy? That is, if it wasn't for the consumption of yin qi in the end, I wouldn't be able to hold on. No, we must let Xiaohu's mother-in-law make it up to us. The four bearers left after Yunze got off the sedan chair. At this time, it has returned to its original appearance as a little ghost. While complaining, he jumped and ran towards the original road quickly. He didn't notice that there was a person behind him. These little things run pretty fast. Yunze followed far behind, looking at the fleeting figure in front of him, muttering to himself. If it wasn't for the supercilious look, it's really possible to follow the evidence. At this time, Yunze's eyes were already white. 0. Seeking flowers. Ordinary people cannot see ghosts. Unless the ghost showed up on its own initiative. The same is true for Yunze, no matter how strong he is, this is the first time he has come into contact with ghosts. There is no such thing as yin and yang eyes. But, fortunately, he has supercilious eyes. The white eye itself has the function of insight, and can see the flow of chakra in a person's body. Creatures like ghosts are essentially a special kind of energy. After devouring Xiaohu's yin qi before, Yunze has a certain understanding of the energy of yin qi and ghost qi, and only then can he see ghosts. After tracking for a while, I found that I was far away from the town at this time. Yunze made a mudra with both hands. Magic Nirvana abode technique. In the end, I found that the other party was like a ghost, continuing to jump up and down. Yunze. The principle of illusion is to control the opponent's chakra through mental energy and make it hallucinate. And now, there is obviously no chakra in the opponent's body. 0. Yunze also couldn't control the yin qi inside the four little ghosts, so he used another method. It is to send a little of your own chakra into the opponent's mind to disturb the opponent's perception. But it seems to have no effect. Looks like it's going to be another way. Yunze frowned and changed his way again. Chakra is no longer only in the opponent's head, but replaced by the whole body. The little ghosts who were walking all the way stopped suddenly and looked at each other. Are we in the wrong place? Why does it feel wrong? Could it be a ghost hitting the wall? We are ghosts ourselves. That is how the matter. Do not know. Seeing the four little ghosts trapped in the illusion space and unable to extricate themselves, Yunze finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three hook jades in the white eyeballs slowly dissipated. This is a newly developed usage of the eyes, but it is a pity that the white eyes can only be superimposed on the Guyo Sharingan for the time being. Just now Yunze tried several methods, even if chakra spread all over the opponent's body, the effect of the illusion caused was minimal. It was almost noticed. And only Sharingan's pupil power has the best illusion effect. Yunze stands next to a kid. I stretched out my hand and touched it, and found that my hand seemed to pass through a layer of illusion, directly passing through. Then a layer of chakra was covered on the palm, and I touched it again, which gave me a little substantive touch. The next step is to try the effect of ninjutsu. Fire style. ZKE. Snow escape. W***. Boom. Crack. After a long time, the four little ghosts had completely disappeared, and only Yunze was left standing beside him, frowning and thinking. The effect of ninjutsu is not very good. Pure physical attacks, except lightning style, are not very good. Except for chakra's pure energy attacks. The one who really hurt the most is Senjutsu Chakra. Chapter 125. On the outskirts of Renjia town, there is a Yizhuang. At this time, Uncle Ju, who was sleeping in Yizhuang, suddenly woke up. During the day, he helped Master Ren, a wealthy family in the town, move his grave. After a busy day, I'm exhausted. I just drove away the annoying apprentice and planned to take a good rest. As a result, it didn't take long to fall asleep. I felt a huge energy fluctuation coming from a distance. For a moment, Uncle Ju got up from the bed and ran outside the gate of Yizhuang. I was concentrating on feeling it, but found that the energy just now had disappeared. This made him frown uncontrollably. Would you like to go over and have a look? After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to check it out. The energy just now was not aura, nor was it yin qi. But it made him palpitate. So unusual that it cannot be left alone. Now that the decision has been made, Uncle Ju no longer hesitates. After returning to the house, he took out a few magic tools and rushed straight to the place where the incident happened. Yizhuang was originally a place where corpses were stored. At this time, there is a special corpse in the coffin 660 in the wing room. That was the corpse of old Master Ren Weong. Today daytime, when Uncle Nine was helping Mr. Ren's father to move the grave, he found that the corpse had changed. At that time, he was planning to burn the body with a fire, and it would be over once and for all. In the end, he was rejected by Master Ren and finally gave up. In the end, it could only be stored in Yizhuang, and it was planned to be processed in a few days. In order to prevent accidents, Uncle Ju also specially asked his apprentice to seal the entire coffin with ink fountain thread. As a result, Wen Kei and Chu's Hung were so careless that they missed the bottom of the coffin. If Uncle Ju is still in Yizhuang, then this zombie may still lie dormant for a while, and then break out of the coffin when his strength recovers again. However, Uncle Ju was lured away tonight because of Yunze. How could the old zombie be able to bear it? Bang bang! Unusual noises continued to be heard from inside the coffin. The ink line on the surface was flickering red, but it was still unable to completely crush the coffin lid to death. As the zombies continued to struggle, the coffin finally couldn't support it. After a loud noise, the red light dissipated and the entire coffin was torn apart. Hey? What's going on? Wen Kejin slept comfortably in the next room. Suddenly woke up by the loud noise. The whole person was still a little confused for a while. However, in the next moment, I felt a fierce aura sweeping over. The whole person suddenly woke up. Turn around. I saw a zombie with blue face and fangs jumping up and down towards him, and the sharp black nails blinked in front of him. Mom! Help! Even having seen many zombies. For a while, Wen Cai was still scared to death. He ran outside in a panic, howling miserably while running. Master, zombies have come out, help! As a result, even after shouting for a long time, his master did not come out to save him. When I entered the room, I realized that the room was empty at this time. It's over, where is Master? Wen Kai was in despair. He has been with Uncle Ju for so many years, but to be honest, he hasn't learned anything. Even Chu's Hung is inferior, at least he knows a little bit of Kung Fu. He only knows how to play tricks on people. But these, 4 zombies, are useless. Looking at the zombies that had already jumped out of the wing, Wen Kai realized that he must die here tonight. At this moment, he suddenly found a huge 8 trigrams mirror hanging in the center of the room. Quickly took it off and blocked it at the door of the room. Keep praying. Master, come back quickly, or you will have to collect the body for me. Tais Hang Lejun bless. The other side. The place where Yunze experimented was not too far from Yizhuang, only 7 or 8 miles away. It didn't take long for Uncle Ju to arrive at the scene. However, when he arrived, he found that there was no one around. Why is there a cloudy air? As a disciple of mission, Uncle Ju just ate the meal of subduing demons and eliminating ghosts. Therefore, it is very sensitive to this kind of breath. Immediately, he discovered that there was a cloud of yin qi that had not completely dissipated around him. It is the phenomenon that the ghosts will appear just after they are eliminated. This made him a little puzzled. Could it be that someone was exorcising ghosts just now? But subsequent discoveries made him a little uncertain. The surroundings are in a mess, with scorched marks, and even water stains, and even the air is filled with a burnt smell after thunder and lightning. All kinds of signs made him startled. Even if it is him, there is no way to cause such a large destructive power. Who is it? Is it worth making such a fuss over a few brats? Could it be that the seniors came from somewhere? Would you like to pay a visit then? After all, it is close to the path of my own practice. However, even if he wanted to visit, Uncle Ju couldn't find anyone. While hesitating, suddenly there was a restlessness in my heart, as if something bad happened. People who cultivate Taoism, even if they have not specialized in divination technique. But when there is an accident against oneself, there will still be a sense. At this time, Uncle Ju was in this state. After a moment of contemplation, his face changed drastically. No, it's up to you. Writing is difficult. After finishing speaking, with a movement of his body, he quickly rushed towards Yizhuang. After getting the answer he wanted, Yunze didn't stay in place for long. With the teleportation, he returned to Xiao's haunted house. So he didn't know that he was passing Uncle Ju. Only, when he went back, he was a little dumbfounded. Bright and spacious. In the dark and dilapidated bedroom, the female ghost Xiao is gently helping Yunze's wood clone to massage. That technique, it looks like I have learned zero. Under such caring service, the avatar had a look of enjoyment, and was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Xiao asked softly, Master, are you comfortable? Well, not bad, not inferior to the ace technicians in other clubs. Technician? What's that? Xiao never thought that this young man would be so easy to seduce. This gave her a new understanding of her own charm for a while. Self-confidence is extremely inflated. Oh, a technician is a special type of professional work that can relieve stress and make people happy. The avatar closed his eyes and explained a sentence casually. So that's how it is. Then Xiao will be the sun's technician in the future, so that the sun's life will be happier in the future. How about it? Before the avatar finished speaking, a fiery flame swept over. Plus, seeing that the flame was about to burn to his body, the avatar directly turned into a puff of white smoke, and the real smoke disappeared. Outside the window, Yunze looked at all this with a livid face. He was the one who set the fire just now. He found that his avatar had a billion points of problems. It must be that when using wood clone, it was polluted by the special energy of this world, resulting in a mutation. Otherwise, how could he, such an upright gentleman like Yunze, do such a dirty thing? He is not Ninketchan. Especially this female ghost is still so ferocious. Yes, it must be so. Yunze convinced himself instantly. On the other side, with the disappearance of the clone, the flame that changed Xiaohu's face also disappeared. Only in the next second, she found that her son at 2.9 was gone. Who? Who the hell? Who dares to kill my old lady's husband? I want you to pay in blood. Accompanied by the mournful wailing, Xiaohu turned into a gust of wind and swept out from the room. The ghostly aura is pervasive, wishing to immediately smash the murderer into thousands of pieces. Only, when she saw the person standing at the door. The whole ghost is bad, and it can't even fly. Plop! Fell to the ground. Your master, why are you here? Xiaohu put a smile on her face again, and said tenderly, just now, I have hallucinations, I thought you were dead, son. Scared my slave to death. Woohoo! Yunze. Looking at the female ghost who was fierce in the first second, and raining pear blossoms in the next second. Yunze can't wait to give her an S-card immediately. Talent. Okay, stop pretending. Enough playing today. Yunze turned his head abruptly and looked towards the direction of the town. Something came out there. Chapter 126. My lord, where are we going? At this time, the female ghost Xiaohu no longer has the charming attitude she used to seduce people. On the contrary, he lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes, revealing a pitiful spirit. Go and see the new species. Yunze said something casually, and glanced at the other person's eyebrows. There is a black rune flickering slightly. Seriously, for Yunze. For a female ghost like Xiaohu, who is not popular, it is not difficult at all. He tidied her up with ease. If it is not useful to him, Yunze has countless ways to make her lose her mind. What he didn't expect was that the sealing technique seemed to be particularly effective against ghosts. Just a simple seal rune made this female ghost dare not have any crooked thoughts. Seeing Yunze looking at his forehead, Xiaohu felt a chill in her heart. She never thought of it. This handsome young master whom I had a crush on was actually so terrifying. Thinking of the opponent's random spells before, his soul and body almost collapsed. Later, he was sealed, and he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of disobeying the other party. Thinking of this tragic experience, Xiaohu hated herself for being blinded by lard. Why are you obsessed with S*X and want to seduce him? Isn't this courting death? It's better to go to that little Taoist. What's the matter, do you have any dissatisfaction? Seeing the other person's expression constantly changing, Cloud Shinobi couldn't help teasing her. No. Xiaohu suddenly became nervous at 09, and stammered, it's just, I feel that there is something terrifying in front of me, and I'm a little scared. Something scary? What do you think it is? Zombie, but I don't know if it's right. Different species are quite sensitive to each other's breath. From just now, Xiaohu vaguely sensed that there was something dangerous in the direction Yunze was going. Now as the distance gets closer and closer, her feeling becomes clearer and clearer. That's a zombie, and it's a hungry zombie that needs to eat. Thinking of this, Xiaohu said a little nervously, my lord, why don't we go back? Zombies are very difficult to deal with, and if you accidentally bite them, you will be poisoned. Yunze asked suspiciously, why, you are a ghost and afraid of zombies? Of course, zombies don't have souls. We ghosts can't hurt them at all, but the evil spirit on them can hurt us. Xiaohu quickly explained. That's it, it's all right, what don't you need to do, just stay by the side obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunze heard the sound of fright coming from the compound in front of him. Found it. The Ren family is a wealthy gentry in Renjia town. As the richest man, the Ren family's development has gone from bad to worse over the years. Master Ren didn't understand the reason until today after listening to Uncle Ju's explanation. It was his father, Ren Weiyang, who robbed a Feng Shui master's dragonfly point water hole before his death. As a result, the other party's revenge was triggered, and they quietly tampered with the tomb, which ruined the Feng Shui of Ren's family. This has caused the Ren family to be unhappy no matter what they do for so many years. But I thought, as long as Uncle Ju said, we can solve the problem by finding another treasured place to bury the old man. Master Ren finally breathed a sigh of relief. This evening, he was looking at the business at home. Suddenly a woman's scream was heard. This made him startled, and when he looked up, it was his daughter Ren Tingting. At this time, she was standing on the second floor, looking at somewhere in the living room with a terrified expression, her lips trembling. Strange, monster. Monster. Master Ren was a little confused for a while. I thought my daughter was scaring me to play. Just about to reprimand a few words. Suddenly he felt a chill coming from behind him, which made his skin crawl. Is there really something? This thought made Master Ren shudder for an instant, and he felt a chill go straight from the tailbone to Tianling Gai. Ren Tingting originally wanted to come out to chat with her father, but as soon as she left the room, she found a strange figure outside the living room door. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was a monster with a green face and fangs. He was dressed in a strange costume, his skin was livid, black sharp nails grew on the top of his outstretched arms, and there were terrifying fangs exposed under his lips. All this scared her almost out of her wits at the time, and she couldn't stop trembling. And now, seeing, the monster was approaching his father step by step, but he didn't know it yet. Under the worry, Zai Tingting temporarily overcomes the fear in her heart. Shouted loudly, "Run! Run!" At this time, the strangeness behind him and his daughter's exclamation finally made Master Ren react. The first time, he ran away. He dared not look at what was behind him. Afraid that after seeing it, he would be too scared to move, so he could only run desperately towards the back of the living room. Pity! Boom boom boom! No matter how fast he ran, the sound of even footsteps behind him was still getting closer. He already vaguely felt a biting chill coming from behind. This made him sink to the bottom of his heart for a while. My life is over. Just as Master Ren had resigned himself to his fate, a gust of wind suddenly blew up behind him. Then there was a bang. What's going on? Sensing the chill disappearing behind him, Master Ren tremblingly turned his head to look secretly. It was discovered that at some point in time, a young man suddenly appeared in the living room. And there was a monster lying in the yard. As for the origin of the zombies, Yunze has long guessed. There is just one thing I can't figure out. According to his memory, Ren Weiyang, the old zombie, should not emerge from the coffin until a few days later. Why is this early? He didn't know that because he played with a few little ghosts on a whim, he slipped away from Uncle Ju and let this zombie out of the cage. However, no matter what. When Yunze came to the scene, he happened to see that the zombie was about to stab Master Ren to death. In this situation, he can only help. After punching, Yunze glanced at his fist and muttered to himself. This zombie is really tough. You can't imagine how tough the zombies are without feeling it yourself. As a well-known heterogeneous, zombies have always been known for their copper-skinned and iron-skinned defenses. Therefore, even if Yunze thinks he can easily eliminate the opponent, he still has to lament this guy's defensive power. Although no strange power was used just now, it was just an ordinary punch. But Yunze thought that that punch could easily penetrate the steel plate. In the end, the zombie turned out to have just a hollow in his chest, nothing wrong with it. This defensive power really envied him. As we all know, ninjas are crispy, the kind that can be easily stabbed to death by a kunai. Including Hashi Hot Mom. For zombies, the blood of relatives is what it desires most, which can greatly enhance its strength. As a result, it was about to succeed, but was interrupted. How could this not make Ren Weiyang furious? With a crush, the zombie turned over straight and stood up from the ground. With a roar, he jumped straight towards the enemy. It wants to cut off the opponent's neck and suck up the opponent's blood. As a result, just jumped in front of the other party, the claws have not yet stretched out. Boom! There was a flower in front of my eyes, and I flew back again. Yunze rubbed his fists, eyes flickering. I want to see how tough you really are. With a movement of his body, with a violent punching wind, he punched the zombie's head. Quick! Hurry up! Uncle Ju looked anxious and rushed towards Renjia town desperately. Behind him, Wen Cai followed behind panting, his legs were about to break. Master, Master, where are we going? Go save Master Ren 997. But, I think that zombie didn't eat me, it only sucks some animals, it shouldn't eat people. Thinking of what happened just now, he said. You know what? You were lucky at the time. It just woke up and was afraid of the magical artifacts in the house, but it doesn't mean that human blood is not attractive to it. Uncle Ju said with a serious face, especially the blood of close relatives, great for zombies. If we go late, the entire Ren family will die. Hearing this, Wen Kai became anxious for a moment, quickly quickened his pace, and shouted while running, then let's hurry up. Go late, Ting Ting will die. Sinister. Seeing Wen Kai's appearance, Uncle Ju was impatient. How did I accept such a thing? Just now he rushed back to Yizhuang as fast as possible. As a result, when I entered the door, I found that the chickens, sheep, and other living things in the house had been sucked dry of blood. The hole in the neck shows that it was made by zombies. Mrs. Ren broke out of the coffin. This conclusion scared him half to death. Fortunately, in the end Wen Kai was clever, and escaped the catastrophe by relying on the magic weapon in the house, and survived by luck. However, Mr. Ren's family is in danger. Thinking of this, Uncle Ju had no choice but to let go of his thoughts on cleaning up his apprentices and continued to speed up his pace. When the Ren family mansion appeared in front of his eyes. Boom! Violent sounds continued to come from the yard, mixed with exclamations. This made Uncle Ju's face change. Oops! I'm late. I hope I can save a few more. In an instant, a money sword made of copper coins was pulled out from behind. I pinched a few seals in my hand and wiped them on the sword. In an instant, the unremarkable money sword shone brightly, exuding a sense of panic. Holding the Dharma sword, Uncle Ju stepped into the gate one step at a time. Sinister, don't hurt people. Pandeo wants to take you. Chapter 127. As a disciple of mission, Uncle Ju can be said to have seen countless demons and ghosts in his life. But he can guarantee it. I have never seen such a miserable zombie when I grow up so big. What the hell is this monster? It looks like a sandbag. Bang bang bang. Boom. Accompanied by continuous heavy punches, this young man who suddenly appeared in front of Uncle Ju raised his right leg high. Next second, a powerful kick, like a giant axe falling from the sky, chopped the zombie into the soil from the middle. The straight waist is instantly folded in half from the middle. The upturned arms and legs perfectly showed the posture of the broken stick. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The arms that are as firm as black iron are like angels with broken wings, hanging limply on the ground. Boom! Boom! Another two creepy sounds of bones breaking. Uncle Ju watched with a toothache on his face as the young man stomped off the zombie's two legs one by one. Where did this murderer come from? Although Ren Weiyang has just broken out, he is not a very powerful zombie. But it is not so simple to subdue. Even if Uncle Ju had a good way of asking himself, there are not many ways to really hurt the other party. It is nothing more than relying on fire, plus some mission techniques. It never occurred to him. There are still people in this world who can easily crush zombies by relying solely on their fists and kicks. Hey! Zombies! Copper skins and iron bones. Invulnerability. Why did you break the defense? How can a person have so much strength? You are a humanoid monster. There are countless grooves in my heart that I can't complain about. But after seeing the means of the person in front of him, Uncle Ju really didn't have the courage to ask. Seeing each other seems to turn their attention to the fangs of the zombies. Uncle Ju quietly touched Master Ren, and asked in a low voice, "Master Ren, where did this man come from?" At this time, Master Ren was hiding in the corner of the mansion with his daughter Ren Ting Ting. When he saw Uncle Ju coming over, he finally felt a little relieved. Trembling cried, "I don't know, that person just appeared suddenly. However, if it wasn't for him, I might have been bitten to death by that monster." Uncle Ju was a little speechless, he didn't expect that the person involved didn't know. "Uncle Nine, what do you mean? Is this my father?" Master Ren looked at the roaring monster lying in the middle of the yard, and asked in a low voice, still in shock. "Yes, this is Mrs. Ren. As I said before, there are some problems with the corpse. I wanted to be cremated, but something went wrong." Uncle Ju said solemnly, "Mr. Ren has now turned into a zombie. If it wasn't for this sudden appearance, young people, everyone in the Ren family has a blood relationship with the old man, and tonight may all." Uncle Ju didn't finish his sentence, but Master Ren and Ren Ting Ting beside him understood what it meant. "Thinking that I will be bitten to death by the monster my father, grandfather, turned into." Both of them were frightened. Ren Ting Ting looked at the young man in the middle of the yard, her eyes glowed with anxiety. Master Ren's heart is much more complicated. Looking at the old father whose fangs were pulled out mercilessly even though he kept roaring. An inexplicable kind of sadness. Yunze understands it very well, but Wyong has not yet reached its peak. But even so, it almost has the strength of Tier 4. Of course, zombies have many shortcomings, and their attack methods are simple. There are only a pair of claws and fangs, and a body full of corpse poison. With a decent speed, as long as it is injured, it will be poisoned. Except for a few special methods, it can only become a zombie and lose self-awareness. The biggest advantage of zombies is defense. After a test, Yunze found that this family can be called a steel frame. It is no exaggeration to say that it is invulnerable. Only with the blessing of strange power, Yunze can really hurt it. But the recovery ability of the other party is amazing. The broken bones in the whole body are healing at an extremely fast speed except for the pulled out fangs. And more importantly, chakra's damage to zombies is weaker than ghosts. Presumably, except for a few methods such as fire, sunlight, and thunder, it is difficult to completely eliminate the opponent. After wasting a lot of effort and completely breaking all the bones in Ren Wyong's body, Yunze watched the other party's gradually slow recovery speed, and nodded in satisfaction. "That's why I looked at the few people beside me. Hello fellow Taoist, I'm Lin Feng Jiao, a disciple of Xiamao Mountain." Uncle Ju glanced at Ren Wyong who was bouncing on the ground like a dead fish, and followed Yunze to salute with a serious face. "You're very polite, Daoist Lin. I'm next to you, Yunze." Yunze laughed and said, "It's not from the Taoist sect, but I just practiced some boxing skills. So, I am ashamed to be a fellow Taoist. Kung Fu? May I ask who taught it? He also wants to learn." However, after a close observation, Uncle Ju did not find traces of learning Taoism on the other party. It's just that it made him even more depressed. "Brother Yun is too modest. Just because of the way you subdued the zombies just now, it's considered too high to call you a fellow Daoist. He is humble, and Uncle Ju can't take it seriously." Shenja became more and more respectful. There is a saying that the master is the teacher. The world still speaks by strength. The two exchanged a few words of pleasantries, and Master Ren at the side finally interjected, and said respectfully, "Thank you sir tonight, if it wasn't for you, the hundreds of members of my Ren family might all be in trouble." As she spoke, she pulled Ren Tingting who was at the side and bowed in salute. "Sir, you are so kind and virtuous, the Ren family will never forget it, and I will definitely repay you in the future." "Well, get up." Yunze accepted the other party's salute frankly, which he deserved. After all, if he hadn't come early, how many people in the Ren family would have died? After finishing speaking, he looked to the beautiful eyes that had been staring at him all the time. Secretly sighed. It is indeed the first choice of confidant in this zombie world, with such a figure and appearance. I don't have to say. "Thank you sir." Looking at Mr. S' appearance, he shouldn't be very old, but it's really. "Sir, you shouldn't be from Renjia town. I don't know where you came from." "I'm sorry, I'm too excited to ask so many questions at once." "Sir, you must have worked hard just now, why don't you go inside and have a cup of tea?" Master Ren is now thanking Yunze from the bottom of his heart, and has been following him to ask for his care, even Uncle Ju ignored it. However, Uncle Ju didn't care about it, he just said, "I don't know how Brother Yun plans to deal with this zombie. From my point of view, it is better to be cremated here, so as not to leave future troubles." Although the zombie lying on the ground can't move now, Uncle Ju is very aware of the recovery ability of the zombie. Give it enough time to absorb the evil spirit, and it will be intact soon. That's why I asked. Hearing this, Master Ren, who had always disagreed with the cremation, didn't say anything to stop him. The shock just now was enough. "Even if I kiss my father, I can't stay." Yunze thought for a while and said, "Why don't you cremate him in a few days?" "Zombies, I only came across them once, and I plan to study them carefully." TT. Master Ren. To say that the one with the most complicated mood is Mr. Ren. Although he doesn't care about cremation, it doesn't mean that he can really accept his father being studied. Uncle Ju frowned, and persuaded with a bitter face, "But, after all, this thing is a dangerous thing, if you don't pay attention, it may cause disaster. Don't worry, it won't be able to escape under my nose, and it won't hurt anyone with me around." Yunze said confidently. Seeing this situation, Yunji couldn't say anything else. After all, this zombie was taken care of by others and has little to do with him. However, he looked at Master Ren, who looked at him with a worried face. In the end, he could only say, since Brother Yun has made up his mind, then the poor Taoist will stop persuading him. Is it Zhao? However, this zombie is full of evil spirits, and contact with ordinary people for a long time will damage people's lifespan. Why don't you temporarily place the zombies in my Yizhuang? Brother Yun can just live in my place, and it's also convenient for research. Uncle Ju was really worried about this, so he simply kept one person and one zombie under his nose. Just waiting for the day when Yunze got tired of playing with zombies, he was on fire. Completely fixed. Isn't this a bit bad? It won't disturb Lin Dao Kang. Yunze's face was full of hesitation, as if he was really embarrassed to disturb others. It doesn't matter, I'm still worried that Brother Yun will dislike my Yizhuang and don't want to go. Seeing that there is something to do, Uncle Ju patted his chest and assured him, as long as Brother Yun doesn't dislike it, you can live as long as you want, and I will take care of daily life up. No, sir, my Ren family will cover all the board and lodging, Uncle Ninth, you must give me face. Master Ren said positively on the sidelines. It's hard to turn down the hospitality, after that, I will trouble Lin Dao Kang. No trouble, no trouble. Negative. Chapter 128. My mission sect, also known as Shangqing, is passed down from Patriarch Tao Hongjing. It's a pity that no one has ascended to immortality since the ancestor ascended. The reason for this is that the spiritual energy of this world is constantly passing away, and it has entered this era of doom. In the past, in my mission sect, or in other sects of the Taoist sect, only celestial masters and above were eligible to become the master. Unfortunately, after hundreds of years, it has become more and more difficult to cultivate. Now, let alone celestial masters, there are not many earth masters. Uncle Ju felt a little melancholy after saying this. This is a person who cultivates the Tao, facing the hopeless future, the despair that arises spontaneously. In recent days, Yunze has lived in Yizhuang. Seeing that he was very interested in various schools of Taoism, Uncle Ju was also happy to tell him about them. Except for the secrets of his own sect, it can be said that he told Yunze about the whole practice world. It's a pity that the more you speak, the more brave you become. Every time he finished speaking, Uncle Ju would feel depressed for a long time. The same is true today. Yunze was listening with gusto. Seeing Uncle Ju's sad face, he persuaded, this is also the general trend of the world, and it cannot be resisted by human beings. Why bother? Hey, that's the truth, but if you're really in it, you can't see it. Uncle Ju stroked his mustache, still sullen. Seeing this, the shameless Yunze not only did not use the method of changing the topic, but asked with great interest, you said that your ancestor has ascended. Then why don't you see those immortals come to solve this problem? Hearing this, Uncle Ju was taken aback, hesitated for a moment and said, actually, this is also a secret in the cultivation world, and most people don't know about it. However, it's okay to talk, you should just listen to the story. After finishing speaking, Uncle Ju looked around and said in a low voice, in the past, our ancestors in mission in the immortal world could also be contacted. In the beginning, the news from the upper world said that the spiritual energy of the world has faded, and it is self-regulated by the world. It will get better after dozens or hundreds of years. Unfortunately, instead of getting better, it even got worse. Later, the news from the upper realm could not be contacted, I guess. Speaking of this, Uncle Ju's voice became even lower, or it's more serious in the upper realm, and the immortals can't take care of themselves. Or they would have left this world long ago. Leave this world? Yun's eyes lit up, and he became interested instantly. Yes, leave this world. Uncle Ju said in a low voice, there have been rumors since ancient times that in this chaos, there are countless worlds, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, and there are countless emperors. Anyone who has a god-tier pass can come and go freely. Presumably, they must have found a new world that is more suitable for cultivation. Do you have evidence? Isn't it a legend? Although Yunze asked like this, he actually believed this statement in his heart. He has observed the whole world from outside the world. Those cracks on the broken world crystal wall don't seem to be all naturally generated. Why is there no evidence? Thinking of my mission school, all kinds of spells and talismans actually need to set up altars to worship, and borrow magical powers from various immortals and mountain gods. However, since the world changed, many spells have lost their original meaning. As a result, isn't this considered evidence? Uncle Ju didn't want to tell others about these things at first, and he's also been a little depressed recently, so he panicked if he didn't talk about it. What about the underworld? Yunze asked. Uncle Ju has a position in the underworld. To put it more simply, he prints money. I don't know much about the underworld. Uncle Ju was also a little puzzled. He often communicated with the underworld, but found nothing unusual. Is it only the fairy world that has an accident? The underworld is an exception. Okay, let's stop here today, I'll go first. Looking at Uncle Ju, who shook his head and left with a sigh, Yun also sighed. No wonder there is only a mere 5th level in this world. It seems that those gods have already sensed that something is wrong and escaped. There are only some ordinary people left who cannot escape the world. Yes, to Yunze, a practitioner like Uncle Ju is considered an ordinary person. But no matter how emotional you are, don't delay the cloud to check your own harvest. Congratulations to the host for getting to Shangqing Daidong Zhenjing. Congratulations to host for getting the spell practice experience. Congratulations to host for finding the how to make talismans. Congratulations to host for getting to mission art 36. These days, he didn't just listen to Uncle Nine's stories, but more importantly, for the benefits. It can be said that Yunze basically emptied Uncle Ju. All kinds of untold secrets of mission have been revealed by others. Especially the cultivation method of mission. At this moment, I saw that I was the only one left in the room. Yunze sat down cross-legged and calmed down. According to the practice method recorded in the Shangqing Jing, feel the aura between heaven and earth. Time passed by every minute and every second, and Yunze felt a subtle spiritual energy around him. Then this strand of spiritual energy was captured by him and entered the body. After running a few weeks in specific meridians, this strand of spiritual energy entered the Danshan. If Uncle Ju was here, he would definitely turn pale with shock. Aura enters the body. This is the performance of refining and transforming qi, which means that Yunze has officially entered the path of cultivation. In this Dharma-ending era, it can be regarded as a small achievement. Uncle Ju's two apprentices, Chu's Hung Wen-Kei, haven't even touched the hair of this realm after so many years. But Yunze completed this step in just a few days. It is conceivable how much excitement it will bring to Uncle. Within the Danshan, several hair-sized auras have gathered. However, at this step, Yunze stopped. Did not continue to practice. He already felt the chakra in his body start to restless. The index finger of his right hand stretched out and drew a few strokes in the air. The aura that had just been condensed entered the blue talisman. With the fingers stopped, this blue talisman instantly turned into a ball of flames. Then it burns out. Using the Tongtian talisman with spiritual energy seems to be more suitable. The power of a small fire talisman is more than one level. Feeling the rising temperature around him, Yunze muttered in a low voice. Yes. What he used just now was not the ninja version, a G talisman, the detonating talisman. It is an authentic Taoist talisman and fire talisman. Recently, with the talisman knowledge that Yunze learned from Uncle Nine, Tongtian Lo can be used. There are several more special bullets. The spell machine gun is just around the corner. Just thinking about the cultivation process just now, Yun felt a little headache. The aura of the world is somewhat similar to natural energy. Just clashing with chakra. Brother, who the hell do you think is that surnamed Yun? Why does Ting Ting visit him every day? Just when Yun sighed secretly, in the next room. Wen-Kei is sulking. His goddess Ren Ting Ting has come to deliver food every day recently, but there is no share for him. This made him, an old licking dog, unbearable. After hearing this, Chu Sheng said with a smile, I saved Mr. Ren's family, but the savior of the Ren family will come and see what's going on every day. In the past, there was a saying of repaying kindness with a promise of body. No. Wen-Kei Teng stood up and said, what kind of life-saving grace is that? Look at how Grandpa Ting Ting has been tortured these days. That's miserable, this is enough to offset the previous kindness. While speaking, he glanced at Ren Weong who was lying in the coffin in the middle. The tone was inexplicably bitter. This old zombie is really miserable, there are not a few intact bones all over his body. The fingernails and fangs have all been pulled out, so there is no trace of the previous fierce power. You are just jealous of him. Chu Sheng concluded. What am I jealous of him? What is good about him, and he doesn't know how to speak the law? Hehe, don't care if you know the law or not, he's more handsome than you, and he's better at fighting than you, so it's not a problem for someone like you to hit you hundreds of times. Chu Sheng glanced at his junior brother, not polite at all. If you want to say who welcomes Yunze the most in Yizhuang, it must be Chu's Hung. Just because the opponent taught him a lot of boxing skills. Although Yunze has never learned any kung fu, he has reached his level. Taijutsu is really one-handed, just a few hands-on teaching is enough for Chu Sheng to learn. It can be said that Chuzheng has benefited a lot recently, and he also respects Yunze from the bottom of his heart. Only, how would he feel if he knew that his pickled fish Xiao was captured and taken as a maid? I know I'm lazy. Look, it's been so many years, but I still haven't learned anything. When the two were chatting happily, Uncle Ju came in. It happened to send the grievance in my heart to the apprentice. Master, it's not that we don't work hard, it's that our talents are limited. Wen Kei's reason always came from his mouth. Humph. I think it's just lazy. Uncle Ju didn't even bother to talk about them. How is old Master Ren? Old miserably. Hey? Brother Yun came over to study it again. That's right, you must come once a day. Let me see. Uncle Ju just glanced at it and then fell silent. It's bad enough. Ren Weong, a zombie who has never been soft on these monsters, felt a little bit sorry for him. After a long time, he looked at Chuzheng and said, "Go and invite Brother Yun over here. It's not a problem if it goes on like this, let's solve it quickly." Yes. What? Let me take it. As soon as Yunze entered the wing, he heard Uncle Ju's suggestion. Yes, you see, this zombie is also Mr. Ren's father. If you continue to torment like this, Mr. Ren's place will not look good. Uncle Ju persuaded, you have studied it for so many days, why don't you burn it sooner? This zombie has lost weight, I don't think it will last a few days before it dies. Goddamn zombies will lose weight. Yunze was going to take it back to study for Orochimaru. Just such a fire. It's a pity. However, thinking that Ren Tingting served her with some good wine and food every day these days, she really couldn't keep tossing her grandpa all the time. He hesitated for a while and said, I still don't understand something, this zombie is hard to find. It's easy to find, it's easy to find. I'll take you to find a stronger one when the time comes. It's definitely more effective than this. Uncle Ju saw that there was something to be done, and hurriedly continued to persuade. Are you sure? I don't want a garbage zombie. Don't worry, I'm familiar with this area, not to mention ordinary jumping stiffs, I can find you the Zombie King. Okay, then the Zombie King. Uncle 9. Chapter 129. Brother Yun, are we really going to trouble that Zombie King? Uncle Ju really didn't expect that he casually mentioned the Zombie King. Yunze really missed it. After Ren Weong was cremated with a fire, he was asked to lead the way to Coffin Mountain overnight. This place is also known as Zombie Forest, and it is a well-known fierce place in western Hunan. It can be said that zombies with a little bit of strength have gathered here. According to legend, there is even a zombie king named Xian Kui who lives in seclusion here. In the past, it was not that there were no masters of Taoism who wanted to completely clear up these heterogeneous people. But often there is no return. Gradually, no one dared to go deep anymore. At this time, Uncle Ju felt the strong evil spirit around him, and secretly regretted his original proposal. Isn't this a trap for yourself? But Yunze didn't care, he even took a look at the moonlight in the sky. The moon is big and round tonight. Thinking of this, he asked, Lindao King, tell me, in this moonlight, do those zombies come out to move around? Yes, tonight is the night of the full moon, and zombies will come out of the hole. Uncle Ju also reacted at this time. What's so weird about choosing such an auspicious day? God help me too, this way I can catch them all at once, instead of looking for them one by one. Yunze was a little happy. Uncle 9. Who gave this guy the guts? I said, Brother Yun, I know that you have extraordinary skills, but aren't we being a bit overextended? Not to mention the strength of the Zombie King, just the other zombies, I don't know how many there are. I guess at least dozens of them. There are so many ants that they kill the elephant, aren't we here to die? Don't worry, evil can never prevail against good. Boom boom. Yun stretched out his fingers and flicked the coffin in front of him, it was empty and contained nothing. The two have been deep into the zombie forest for a long time. Along the way, many coffins were found, but there was not a single zombie inside. Uncle Ju reached out his hand to touch the inside of the coffin, smelled it and said, "The evil spirit in this coffin is condensed and does not dissipate. There must have been zombies before, they just left." Having said that, he felt it intently. "I can vaguely feel that not far away, there is a strong evil spirit, and it is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the zombies in the entire zombie forest have gathered not far ahead." Uncle Ju looked at Yunze and said solemnly, "Brother Yun, this is the last chance. If you go deeper, you will be discovered by those zombies, and you won't even be able to run away. Why don't we go back, we only have one life." Lin Dao King said yes. When Yun said this, Uncle Ju was very happy, but he didn't wait for him to speak, and listened to the other party continue. "I don't want to take risks that will hurt you, why don't you go back first?" This. Uncle Ju was taken aback for a moment, he had never seen such a disobedient person. "Forget it, I'll stay together, the two of you still need to take care of each other. There is no one who is not afraid of death, but Uncle Ju has always been a warm-hearted person, and he couldn't bear to see a young man like Yunze die here. I just thought that in case of danger, maybe I could save him." Yunze glanced at him, wondering what he was thinking, and finally said, "Then please trouble Uncle Ju, don't worry, nothing will happen tonight. It's enough that you help me sweep the formation by the side." After finishing speaking, he turned and walked towards the depths of the zombie forest. That's where the evil spirit is the strongest. What Uncle Nine could sense, Yunze had already sensed, and even more so. Not long after, the two came to the core area of the zombie forest. At a glance, almost 100 zombies of various types gathered together and worshipped in one direction. The target of worship is a gold-lacquered copper coffin. It's just that the distance is too far to see what's inside. On the side hills. Looking at this scene, Yunze pointed to the coffin and asked, "That zombie king should be in that coffin?" "Yes." Uncle Ju looked at the scene below solemnly, and said, "I never thought that there would be so many zombies in the zombie forest. If they all run out like this, the whole land of Xiangzi will be devastated. So, let's take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out everything in one go, so as to avoid future troubles." "What? Wait." Before Uncle Ju could finish speaking, he suddenly found that the people around him had disappeared. "There is only one sentence echoing in my ears, you wait here, I will go back as soon as I go." Turning his head to look, he found that there was a person squatting on the copper coffin. Uncle Ju was dumbfounded. How the hell did he get there? At this time, Yunze did not intend to hide any strength. Just teleport to the top of the copper coffin. Standing on the edge of the coffin, looking inward. Inside the copper coffin, there was a black body lying there. There is a group of green light flickering in the throat. Is this the so-called coffin fungus? Coffin fungus, also known as blood ganoderma, is a counterpart fungus. It is after the nobleman died that he ate too much natural treasures and earth treasures during his lifetime, which remained in the body. After death, the blood stasis and medicinal effects can only be released through the mouth, and they will form in the mouth of the deceased over time. It has the function of eliminating disasters and warding off evil spirits, and eating it by living people is a great tonic. If you want to use it, you must hold it in your mouth and take it off. This method is a bit out of touch, and Yunze will definitely not do this. But he was a little curious about this thing, so he reached out and touched it. The moment of contact, a bone-piercing chill struck, making Yunze shiver uncontrollably. In the next second, the green light cluster disappeared. This time, even Yunze was stunned. Is it really useful? He just tentatively put the coffin bacteria into the storage space, but failed. But when he changed his method, when planning to take it into the small world, it succeeded. It's just that I didn't wait too long for Yunze to be happy. An angry roar sounded suddenly. Hundreds of zombies were worshipping the copper coffin respectfully. But the sudden roar woke them up instantly. 0. Ask for flowers. This is their king is angry. Look up. It was discovered that there was an extra stranger on the copper coffin at some point. This made a group of zombies go crazy instantly. Roaring and rushing over, intending to completely devour this ignorant human. Noisy. Looking at the swarming zombies, Yunze was a little impatient. The black pupils instantly turned into a crystal clear purple surrounded by circles of rings. Rin-igen. Spicy filling. Next second. An irresistible repulsion suddenly appeared. Boom. Hundreds of zombies that rushed forward flew back at a faster speed. Everything around, except the copper coffin under Yunze. All were emptied in an instant. What is this, exactly? On the hills in the distance, Uncle Ju was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Even the matter of Yunze teleporting before was temporarily forgotten. He just looked at the tragic situation under the hill in shock. In the blink of an eye. 0. The surrounding trees and rocks were all reduced to dust. It was as if an invisible giant hand waved away the obstacle in an instant. Even the ground has been cut off a layer, forming a huge ring-shaped pit. Hundreds of copper-skinned and iron skeleton zombies broke an unknown number of bones in just an instant. I can only lie on the ground and scream. Is this still an invulnerable zombie? Uncle Ju murmured in a low voice with a confused expression on his face. Such means far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps only real immortals have such supernatural powers. Yunze on the copper coffin didn't care about these miscellaneous fish at this time. Shenri Tianzhang clears the board very well. All his attention was on his feet. With the roar just now. It seems that a huge monster is about to break out of the ground under the copper coffin. Boom. Violent vibrations continued to sound. A mound slowly rises. Is this the real zombie king? When all the dust settles, Yunze finally recognized what was rising from the ground. This is a larger bronze coffin. Compared with this giant coffin with a length and width of 7 or 8 meters, the gold-lacquered copper coffin above it is just a small one. Boom! With the heavy bronze coffin wall crashing to the ground, a figure full of fierceness jumped out of the coffin. Before Yunze was a little doubtful. The zombie in the coffin is a bit weak, and there seems to be nothing special except for the coffin fungus in its mouth. Only now did I understand that it might just be a puppet in the open. The real zombie king is someone else. Looking at the figure that just appeared, feeling the breath coming from it, Yunze couldn't help laughing. Hyun Q. The roar sounded again, and the air seemed to explode. Disturb this King Xiu, and hurt my subordinates. I want you to die. Chapter 130. Xian Kui. The only zombie king left in this world. He was originally a member of the former royal family, but because he witnessed his favorite son being killed, he became a zombie because of resentment. Later, he became a powerful corpse king. After hundreds of years, the aura of heaven and earth dissipated. It is not only difficult for cultivators, but also for zombies and ghosts. Even many powerful aliens were the first to die in disasters, and only Xian Kui survived by chance. But on weekdays, they can only hide in the zombie forest and linger. If there is no major event of life and death crisis, there will be no birth at all. Originally, Xian Kui would not show up even if the coffin fungus was robbed, or even all the subordinates outside died. However, I don't know why. When it saw the young man outside, anger rose for no reason in its heart. I can't wait to eat its flesh and drink its blood. This just broke out. Unexpectedly, the other party even recognized it. But so what? Damn this man! Without the slightest hesitation, Xian Kui took the lead and went straight to kill. Flying stiff. Seeing the fierce and awe-inspiring flying zombies, Uncle Yin couldn't help exhaling 583. How can that be? How could there be flying zombies now? Although it is only one level higher than jumping stiff, it should not exist anymore. How did this monster survive? Just when Uncle Ju was full of doubts, Yunze narrowed his eyes slightly as he felt the strong evil spirit coming from the shop. 5th level? No, this is already beyond the 5th level. At this time, with Xian Kui's birth, endless dark clouds quietly appeared, even the bright moon was covered. The entire sky was gloomy, and there seemed to be endless thunder flashing in it. There was an oppressive atmosphere all around. This kind of existence that can affect the world must not be simple. Yunze did not take it lightly, but dealt with it seriously. 8 inner gates open. Boom! With the opening of the 7th gate, the raging Li Huang galloped endlessly in Yun's body. The sweat all over his body was evaporated into a blue mist by this unparalleled power. Like a fierce god descending into the world, the surrounding air stagnates. However, in the next instant, the blue mist and the terrifying aura all disappeared without a trace. As if everything was just an illusion. Now that Yunze can control all the power in his body, even with the 8 inner gates open, the power of the pump can be easily harnessed. More importantly, this kind of state where all the power is condensed into one body without revealing it. Even if he just opened the shock gate, it is not inferior to 8 gate fully opened. Boom! In the next moment, the Japanese family collided with each other. The impact of huge force caused the air to explode instantly, and invisible air waves rushed out in all directions. Xian Kui's expression changed, it never expected that a human being would have such strength. Just touching it makes its body, which has been tempered for hundreds of years, a bit unable to support it. However, zombies are inherently dangerous and never know what fear is. With a roar, the black nails poked at the opponent's chest again. Snapped. The fight between life and death begins instantly. The entire zombie forest suddenly burst into continuous explosions. Endless air waves ravaged the entire space. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, Xian Kui's body was like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily. For a moment, the calm ground was turbulent and rolling like sea water. Looking at the zombie king who had fallen into the ground, Yunze breathed out. The close combat, which lasted for more than 10 minutes, finally stopped for a while. However, Yunze did not let his guard down. Really? Ah, I'm going to kill you! Accompanied by a shrill roar of anger, Xian Kui emerged from the depths of the ground again. A pair of eyes are like hell ghosts, shining with blood-red light. Looking at the other's sunken chest, Yunze felt a little helpless. This guy is really tough. Worthy of being the king of zombies. Not only is his strength and speed far superior to Ren Weiyang's before, but his defensive power can even make ordinary ascetics despair. Even with Yunze's current strength and speed, coupled with the blessing of strange power, he still can't completely hurt the opponent. This made him have to suspect that the opponent's strength might not be as simple as flying stiff. Sure enough, Uncle Ju's reminder came at the right time. Brother Yun, be careful, this zombie king has been tempered into a bronze armor, don't fight hard. Fear. Horrible. Uncle Ju was completely dumbfounded. Cultivators rarely use this method of close combat. Especially when facing zombies. This kind of thing is completely iron infused with gold and iron, and it can't be hurt by human beings. It can only be dealt with by special Taoism. If it was said that Yunze had dealt with Ren Weiyang with his fists and kicks before, Uncle Ju could still understand. Now he couldn't understand it at all. Why do you, a human being, fight against the zombie king physically? Why? Are you worthy of the hundreds of years of cultivation of the zombie king? In shock, Uncle Ju also noticed something wrong with Xian Kui, the zombie king. Even if he was flying stiff, he would not be able to show such tenacity in the face of an attack like Yunze's. So, there is only one possibility. That means the other party has been refined into a bronze-armored corpse. It's already flying stiff. Now add the bronze armor corpse. It is not as simple as 1 plus 1. Such a discovery made him have to remind Yunze. Bronze armor corpse. After being reminded by Uncle Ju, Yun finally came to his senses. He also has some understanding of zombies. In addition to the divisions of black zombies, jumping zombies, flying zombies, etc., they are also divided into bronze armor, iron armor, silver armor, and golden armor corpses. However, the latter is more difficult than improving the realm. In addition to needing enough of one's own blood, one also needs the support of treasures to refine it. However, as long as it is refined, the zombies will undergo earth-shaking changes. Legend has it that the golden armored corpse can compete with immortals. Thinking of this, facing Xian Kui who rushed forward again. Yunze didn't intend to continue fighting like this. Sage mode on. Boom. The golden fairy chakra erupts instantly. Just at the beginning, the surrounding space has a feeling of crumbling end. Seeing this, Yunze quickly forcibly suppressed chakra's outburst. Visible to the naked eye, the light of the golden chakra coat quickly dimmed, and finally turned into a blue appearance. Well, that's all right. Here Yunze has just adjusted his strength. When I looked up, I found that Xian Kui had run away. Xian Kui has grown so big, he has never been so aggrieved as he is today. Ever since he became the zombie king, he has never encountered a situation where someone could injure its body. Especially after refining into a bronze armored corpse. This is because it relied on the blood of the royal family and the countless treasures it had accumulated in the past to cultivate successfully. It can be said to be the most proud of it. As a result, a human appeared and taught it to be a zombie with a pair of fists. There was a big lump in the chest. It's just too much bullying and unforgivable. Must be shredded. But, when it rushed forward with red eyes, an inexplicable feeling of palpitations surged up. Next second, the opponent suddenly burst out with huge energy as if he had changed a different person. The special energy is so thick that even the space can't bear it. Under this suffocating pressure and crisis, Xian Kui turned around and fled without saying a word. The farther you can escape, the better. It's just that it hasn't run very far. An invisible suction made it fly back involuntarily. Next second, a sharp breath that made it creepy came. In an instant, severe pain came from the arm. Xian Kui couldn't help but howl in pain. B. Sage Art Wind Style Spiral Shuriken. Shua. A white ball surrounded by wind blades flew towards Xian Kui who was pulled back by the universal pull. Puff. Like cutting 2.8 tofu, Xian Kui's right arm was cut off directly. Immortal technique extinguish fire. The flames formed by using the fairy technique chakra instantly swallowed the howling zombie king. Next second, the miserable howl became louder and louder. Well, it really has super vitality. It's not dead. Yunze looked as black as charcoal. The zombie king, who was still struggling, sighed a little. Seeing that the injuries on its body surface are recovering at an extremely fast speed, in order to make it calm down, Yunze made a mudra with both hands. Adamantine sealing chains. Shua. Several golden chains drilled out from the ground, directly binding Xian Kui tightly. It's much quieter now. Looking at the zombie king lying on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move, Yunze nodded in satisfaction. Turning around and walking to the huge coffin beside him. In the dark space, without any belongings, there is only a dark crack leading to nowhere. There was a strange howling sound. Chapter 131. This breath. Why does it feel a bit like hell? At the end of the battle, Uncle Ju finally dared to step forward. It's just that when he passed by the miserable Hyun Q, he came behind Yunze. But he found something that surprised him. Yunze turned to look at Uncle Ju and asked, "Are you sure?" "Not sure." Faced with this crucial question, Uncle Ju didn't make a definitive conclusion. Instead, he said hesitantly, I used to deal with ghost messengers from the underworld. They have this kind of breath on them. From the pitch-black cracks, some black air flows out from time to time. This is pure incomparable yin qi, I am very sure of this. And this kind of pure yin qi now only exists in the underworld. Although Uncle Ju hesitated, Yun still agreed with his guess. This crack that appeared in Suankoi's coffin. There is obviously an incomparably vast space behind. In Yun's conjecture, only Yinko Jifa fits best. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards Xian Kui who was beside him. He squatted down and asked, Can you tell me why there is a space gap between the underworld and the underworld? Hehe, I want to know why. Just dream, Lao Zi won't tell you when he dies. Xian Kui pulled his burnt lips, hating Kide. It looks like it is indeed the underworld. Yunze didn't intend to get an answer from it either. Xian Kui's current performance has conveyed enough information. Thinking of this, Yunze lowered his head and said, Thank you, you have already told me what I want to know. However, let me remind you that your zombies are not living things, well, they are not dead things. At the end of the day, Yunze felt like he was wrapped up in it. He simply didn't intend to continue talking to the dead dog zombie king on the ground. Viper. It feels insulted. Back inside the coffin of 09. Yunze looked at the space crack. He frowned. He probably had a guess. The reason why Xian Kui can become the zombie king and survive till now. It is very likely that it accidentally discovered this space crack leading to the underworld in the zombie forest. The pure yin qi in the underworld allows it to practice continuously, ensuring that its cultivation base will not fall. And even go one step further. However, yin and yang are mutually exclusive. The emergence of such a connected passage, logically, should have been discovered by the people of the underworld long ago. Why is no one fixing it? Didn't even send someone over to check it out. Otherwise, Xian Kui would not have cultivated here for hundreds of years. It seems that something happened to the underworld, which made them have no energy to pay attention to such small things. After pondering for a long time, Yun secretly made this conclusion. As for how? I'll find out later. He's going to go in and have a look. Thinking of this, Yun's figure moved and turned into an afterimage. After a while, hundreds of zombies scattered around were bound together with the zombie king. Looking at the zombies piled up like a hill. The corners of Uncle Ju's eyes twitched, and he asked, What are you going to do with these zombies? Why don't we set it on fire, Pandeo can help. Why burn it? Yunze gave Uncle Ju a strange look, and said, Didn't I say before that we need to capture some zombies for research? Otherwise, what would I do in the wilderness in the middle of the night? Research? Research? Uncle Ju was dumbfounded, pointed to the pile of corpses, and said with a shocked expression, Do you need so much for research? This is more than 100 zombies. Right. Yun scratched his chin, Orochimaru shouldn't need so much to do the experiment. Thinking of this, the power of thought is activated. More than half of the pile of corpses randomly floated aside. Looking at the still struggling zombie, a pattern of Ouroboros slowly emerged on Yun's arm. Glancing at the mark on his hand, Yun stretched out his right hand. Palm. A group of dazzling blue lightning began to flash continuously. In the next second, these thunderbolts seemed to come alive, turning into sharp lightning spears and piercing the zombies. Crackling. Accompanied by bursts of burnt smell, it didn't take long for those zombies to be completely reduced to ashes. At the same time, strands of white threads invisible to others floated out from the dead zombies. Straight into the Ouroboros pattern on the back of Yun's hand. Palm. Palm thunder. Seeing this scene, Uncle Ju almost cried out in surprise, but he held back in the end, and just murmured hesitantly. After speaking, I felt it myself and changed my words. No, this is not the Lei Fa of Taoism. He couldn't understand the little brother beside him more and more. When it first appeared, it relied on its physical body to fight against zombies. Then there are the previous flames, the golden chains, and the last Lifa. All kinds of methods have completely touched Uncle Ju's knowledge blind spot. Thinking of the other party's golden appearance just now, and that kind of energy that has never been seen before. Uncle Ju couldn't restrain his inner curiosity, hesitantly asked, "Brother Yun, what kind of magic is this? Why is it neither like Taoism nor Buddhism?" "Ah? Oh, my name is Chidori Sharp Spear. It can be regarded as a branch of Taoism." Hearing Uncle Ju's question, Yunze, who was concentrating on feeling the imprint of reincarnation on the back of his hand, replied casually. "Almost 9,000 world origins. Not bad. The system's first access to the permission of the reincarnation space is about controlling the coordinates of the derivative world and the function of the transmission channel. And the second 10% permission. That's what Yunze showed just now. The plunder of the origin of the world. As I said before, many important people or things in the derivative world contain the origin of the world in varying amounts. If killed in the current world, these world origins will return to the world. But there is one exception. In the world controlled by the space of reincarnation, the imprint of reincarnation can plunder the origin of these worlds. For a long time, the missions of the reincarnators have actually been unable to escape several mission types. Find something, kill someone important, explore a special place. When the task is completed, the reincarnation space will issue reward points according to the completion of the task. And this point is actually the origin of the world obtained by the reincarnation itself in the process of completing the task. For example, if a reincarnator kills a protagonist, then 1000 points of world origin will appear on the protagonist. The mark of reincarnation will draw 500, and the remaining 500 will return to the world itself and continue to breed. For the drawn 500, the reincarnation space will be drawn according to the reincarnation's own performance. For example, if you keep 400 reincarnation space for yourself, then 100 will be distributed to the reincarnation as a seed. And the authority Yunze regained is to control this kind of plunder and adjust the ratio. What he did just now is to directly adjust the ratio to 100%, all of which will be extracted by the mark, and will not be returned to the world at all. Then the full amount will be distributed to Yunze's own account, and the reincarnation space will not be drawn at all. Therefore, the current more than 9,000 world sources in the imprint are all Yunze's own. He can directly transfer to his own small world and enter his account. This series of operations is completely using the reincarnation space as a tool. But it is all within the scope of the rules, and it is not against the rules at all. After doing all this, Yunze forcibly resisted the urge to kill the remaining 30 or so zombies and the zombie king. Then he raised his hand solemnly. Shua! In the next instant, these zombies all disappeared in place. Boom! In an instant, Yunze felt a surge of anger. Even Uncle Ju's eyes turned red, and he looked at him resentfully. Yunze tensed up instantly. Soon, this emotion came and went quickly, and disappeared. Uncle Ju also returned to his original state, wondering, "Did I lose my mind just now?" "Well, do you miss some girl?" Yun said casually. In my heart, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the remaining zombies, Yunze intends to use them for experiments. So, he received it in his own little world. However, this kind of behavior is the same as when he contracted the summoning beast before, and it is to plunder the things of this world. Will cause dissatisfaction in the world consciousness. Fortunately, it is the same as Yunze speculated. As long as it doesn't plunder a large amount of world origin at once, although the world consciousness will be dissatisfied, it will not make a move. Don't look at the many zombies and zombie kings in it just now, but they haven't reached the point where the world's consciousness can make a move. After all, this world is not like the world of monsters, where there are only a dozen monsters, and 4 of the strongest were robbed at one time. different proportions. This also gives Yunze room to maneuver. Don't talk nonsense, I am a cultivator, how could I miss a girl? Uncle Ju was very unhappy with Yunze's slander just now. Then something was wrong. Hey, where are those zombies? I just thought about it, and realized that keeping them is a future problem, so I wiped them all out. You may have been distracted and didn't pay attention. Oh, so that's how it is, but that's fine, if there's anything good to study about zombies, it should be set on fire. Uncle Ju just finished speaking. I saw Yunze walking towards the crack in the coffin, looking into the crack with a solemn face. This puzzled him a little. Asked, "What's the matter, are you thinking about how to seal this crack?" "I understand this, how about I come?" Yunze shook his head and said, "No, I plan to go in and have a look." "Are you crazy?" Uncle Ju's face changed, and he said with a look of horror, "The living cannot enter the underworld. Also, even if you go in, if you are discovered by a ghost guard, you will be in big trouble. It is expressly forbidden for living people to enter the underworld. They will be thrown into the 18th hell, and they will never be reborn." Uncle Ju's words were not exaggerated. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that yin and yang are separated. If the living can enter the underworld at will, then why set up a underworld? Facing Uncle Ju's persuasion, Yunze took a look at him. Said, "You yourself said before that the world has changed drastically. I can't get in touch with Immortal Realm now, and it is very likely that it is gone. I don't believe that under such circumstances, there will be no surprises in the underworld. Now this crack is the proof, so I want to go in and see what happened in the underworld." After Yunze finished speaking, Uncle Ju fell silent. After a long time, he raised his head and said, "I'll go in with you." "Ah!" This time it was Yunze's turn to be shocked, and quickly persuaded, "Uncle Ju, don't be impulsive, it's too dangerous for you to go in." He went in because he had the strength to guarantee his own safety. Uncle Ju is different, he can be said to have narrowly escaped death when he goes in. But Yunze's persuasion didn't work. As a cultivator, he was born to seek the Tao. Now, an opportunity to understand the truth is in front of us, how can we miss it? It is better to die clearly than to waste a lifetime in a daze. When he said this, Uncle Ju was very calm, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. This is the first time Yunze has seen such an open-minded Uncle Ju. Do not know why. A word suddenly came to his mind. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you will die in the evening. Okay, then let's go in and have a look together. Chapter 132. Yin, also known as Yin Division, Underworld, or Yudu. As the world in which people live after death. Hades is vast. It has Huangchuan Road, Gaimengguan, Wangxiang Terrace, Sansheng Stone, Iga Ridge, Nahi Bridge, etc., which are well-known tourist attractions. Of course, there is the most famous Fengde ghost town. This is the capital city of the whole underworld. At this time, 100 miles outside Fengde city, there was an ordinary mountain range. In the valley, there is a stone house made of black miscellaneous stones. A woman in a long white dress was sitting on a chair by the door, looking seriously at the path in front of the house. As long as a person comes over, he will enthusiastically step forward and make the other person turn back. "Master, there is danger ahead, you'd better turn around." "Really, I'm not kidding you, it's not safe, don't go any further." Seeing the dull-looking pedestrian turn his head back, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. 17 years ago, she inadvertently discovered that there is a passage leading to the Yang world here. What's more, there was a ferocious zombie at the other end of the passage. As long as there are ghosts going out from there, they will be eaten by zombies. In order to prevent ghosts like just now from going to the world to be eaten in a muddle-headed situation, women can only squat here and persuade them to return one by one. "Oh, I've been here for a long time recently, next month is the Ghost Festival, why don't you go to Yangjian to have fun? The woman muttered softly. Thinking about my beautiful journey in the world. Suddenly a strange voice came from behind. You female ghost is interesting. Hey! The female ghost turned her head to look, and found two strange people standing not far behind her. Real person. She was dumbfounded. Why are you here? Yunze had imagined many scenes of the underworld before. Maybe it's dark. There are burning flames everywhere, and the screams of evil spirits. As a result, I found out when I came in. It seems to be no different from Yangjian. It's just that there is no sun in the sky, only a bloody full moon. Around a little desolate. Dim the light. The air smells a little bit. Corrosion to the body is a bit serious. Yes, it's different from Uncle Ju, whose Yuan Shen went out of his body and entered the underworld. Yunze came in the flesh. As a result, they were warmly received as soon as they entered the door. The underworld is indeed not suitable for living people to survive, and the damage to the physical body is extraordinary. Fortunately, compared with the real void, these damages are nothing. Nothing to do with Yunze's advanced sage body. What Yunze didn't expect was that he ran into a female ghost as soon as he came in. Pretty female ghost. Compared with Xiaoyu lying in the small world. Regardless of appearance, figure, and temperament, they are far beyond a large section. How did you end up here? Facing the female ghost's question, Yunze didn't answer, but asked instead, what's your name? Xiao Li. The female ghost tilted her head and replied crisply. Then, he continued, this is the underworld, you two living people should leave as soon as possible, if you are found by the ghost, you will be in trouble. After finishing speaking, she seemed to have thought of something, and said with a surprised face, you didn't come in through that crack, did you? Why didn't the servant eat you? Ever since Yunze heard the name Xiao Li, she gave Uncle Ju a weird look. It seems that this female ghost is very interesting. Boys and girls match, upside down on the pole. Uncle Ju was baffled by Yunze's eyes. He is very uncomfortable with his soul now, but he still replied in the face of the female ghost's persuasion. Thank you for the girl's kindness, the zombie outside is dead. Ah, you're dead? Uncle, you look like a Taoist priest. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The female ghost Xiao Li praised in surprise, but kept glances at Yunze who was aside. It's not me who wiped out the zombies, but the one next to me. Uncle Ju pointed to his side awkwardly. Wow! Hearing these words, Xiao Li's eyes widened instantly, filled with admiration. I didn't expect this son to be so powerful. That zombie is broken and has eaten a lot of ghosts. You are really a good man. Master, why do your eyes shine? They are so beautiful. When Yunze watched the movie back then, he felt that Xiao Li, a female ghost, was a bit special. Looking at it at this moment, I finally understand what is special. Although this guy is a ghost, he is different from Xiaoyu. There is a special breath on the body, which makes people feel very comfortable. At this time, in Bai Yan's eyes, there are countless golden light spots in Xiao Li's body. Thinking of the scene he saw before, Yunze understood. This must be the so-called power of merit. Xiao Li has been here to prevent other ghosts from entering the Yang world. It can be said that her merits are immeasurable. This is the reason why she is not as gloomy as other ghosts. However, even if Yunze had a slight liking for her, when it was time to ask about serious matters, he was unequivocal. Don't be a nympho, tell me, where is this? So, it's only 100 miles away from Fengde Ghost City. After Xiao Li's introduction, Uncle Ju looked serious. Fengde Ghost Town. This can be said to be the most important capital city in the entire underworld. But at the foot of such an imperial city, there is a passage leading to the underworld, but no ghosts have ever come to intervene. It's just unbelievable. Isn't there no ghost messenger to take care of it? Of course, there are only a few ghost servants in the underworld, who cares about it? Otherwise, how could I have stayed here for so many years? Facing Uncle Ju's question, Xylee rolled her eyes vaguely. She always felt that this uncle was stupid. Or the son next to him looked pleasing to the eye, thinking that when quietly approached Hua a little bit. The breath of the other party made her feel very comfortable. Facing all the ghost girls posted, Yunze didn't move at all, but asked, "How many ghosts? Shouldn't there be a lot of ghosts in the underworld? Is it a lot? I don't know, anyway, since I died and entered the underworld, I haven't seen many ghosts, at most there are dozens. Tens of." Unlike confused people like Xylee, Yunze and Uncle Ju immediately looked at each other. They all noticed the abnormality. As a functional organization that manages the ghosts in the underworld, there are only a few dozen civil servants. This is simply a joke in the world. Thinking of this, Yun pushed Xiao away. "Go, take us to Fengde Ghost Town." "Don't, there's something wrong there, it's not good for you, son. Rest assured." "Then dear, hurry up. The speed of 2 people and 1 ghost is very fast." It's just that along the way, Uncle Ju's frown became tighter and tighter. The underworld is too chaotic. There are lonely ghosts wandering around everywhere on the road. From time to time, evil spirits appear and devour these ghosts. Chaos. And after arriving at Fengde Ghost City, even Yunze couldn't help frowning. There is not even a gatekeeper in the entire huge city. Come in and out at will, without defense. Along the way, except for some evil ghosts who don't have long eyes who saw living people and planned to come up to try something new, and were easily saved. They can say they have had no trouble at all. I have never seen any of the expected ghosts. Now, the 2 living beings have entered the capital of the underworld in a grand manner. This underworld is getting more and more interesting. Yunze glanced at the desolate city, raised his eyebrows, and said meaningfully, "It's not interesting, but it's boring." Xylee interrupted without knowing it, and interjected to refute. Uncle Ju fell into deep thought because of Yunze's words. "Go, take us around the gates of the yamen." "Young master, this is not good, we are thieves, how could we sneak under the eyes of officials?" "Do not talk nonsense." "Oh. There are many priesthoods in the underworld. Emperor Fengdu, Ghost Emperor of the 5 Directions, Yama of the 10 Palaces, Judge, Impermanence of Black and White, etc. These people also have offices in Fengdu. Coupled with other functional departments, it can be said that within the entire Fengdu, you should be able to meet a few civil servants from time to time. It's a pity that they turned down one by one, but all the doors were closed. Didn't see a ghost." This also gradually relieved Xylee and Uncle Ju, who were worried. "Until I came to the Department of Soul Ecstasy. In the distance, there was a white-faced ghost messenger in a soap suit, saying hello to Uncle Ju. Lin Feng Jiao, we need to print more money this year." "No, why are you here? Your Yang Shao hasn't arrived either. There are living people." Bang! Qian de Zhao. Looking at the ghost messenger who was fixed in place and unable to move, Uncle Ju introduced with some embarrassment, "This is a ghost messenger I have seen before. Old acquaintance. When in the human world, if you want to communicate with ghost messengers, you need to swallow a mouthful of soil, so that you can speak nonsense. However, it is completely unnecessary now." Uncle Ju looked at the ghost messenger who couldn't speak, pointed at Yunze with one hand and said, "We are all acquaintances, and people don't speak secretly. We have important things to do when we enter the underworld this time, so don't make any noise. Otherwise, if he strikes hard, you will be gone, understand?" After finishing speaking, seeing the other party's eyes roll, I knew that the other party agreed. So let Yunze let go of the seal. Linear. "Uncle Ju, if you and this lord need anything, just say it straight, the villain who can help will definitely do his best." Looking at the flattering ghost Uncle Ju sighed a little. He usually treats these guys carefully when they enter the world. To do something, you need money to clear the way. When have I seen such a sensible ghost? Sure enough, people can't compare with others. Yunze is not in the mood to pay attention to Uncle Ju, who is in a complicated mood. He opened his mouth and said to the ghost messenger, "Lead the way ahead, we'll meet you, my lord." After finishing speaking, he withdrew his gaze to the depths of the ecstasy office. Finally saw a living person. Presumably he can answer all doubts. Chapter 133. Ecstasy. It is mainly responsible for capturing the lonely and wild ghosts stranded in the human world into the underworld, and then distribute them by other departments. Its director is a full-time official of the 7th rank of the underworld. At this time, in the back hall of the Soul Goblin Division, the master is concentrating on cultivation. Suddenly, a ghost messenger came to report. "My lord, 2 living people have entered the underworld, saying that they want to meet you, my lord, and they are already waiting in the front hall." Nonsense! Hearing this, the head of the department was furious. When will they be able to enter the underworld? If you don't hurry up and put him in prison, what do you mean by telling me? What are you all eating? This. The ghost messenger said anxiously, "My lord, it's not that the little ones don't do anything, they really can't take it. Why don't you go and have a look? What a waste! Tell me, what's the use of raising you?" The boss scolded bitterly, but secretly sighed in his heart. This underworld is really getting more and more depraved, and it can't even take down 2 living people. I think back then. How majestic that is! Thinking of this and standing up, Haki flicked his official robe. "Let's go, I'd like to see who dares to come to my ecstasy division to play wild. It's really a bear's heart and a leopard's guts." A quarter of an hour later. "My lord, is there anything I can do for you?" The chief looked at the young man sitting at the top, and served him obsequiously. "Well, there is something I want to ask you." Yunze looked dull. He glanced down at the underworld official. Speaking of it, he is actually not weak, and he is at the 5th level properly. Even in this underworld, or in other words, it can display 150% of its strength when facing ghosts. Unfortunately, for Yunze, he is not as threatening as the Zombie King. Quite simply, Yunze taught him how to be a ghost. "My lord, please tell me, as long as the little ones know, they will know everything without saying anything." The boss patted his chest and promised. There is no previous arrogance at all. It's just that when he heard the other party's words, 550's face changed drastically in an instant. "Tell me first, where are your other bosses in the underworld?" "Tay." He looked at Yunze with horror on his face. "I thought that the other party just wanted to bring a ghost back to the world or something trivial. He can do this even if he is a little bit wronged. It turned out to be such a big secret." My lord, what are you talking about? Hehe, the villain is not very clear." Yunze glanced at him and said with a smile, "What, you think I'm bombing you? Just now I went around Fengdu City. Except for you, the soul ecstasy, there is no living person in any other place. Are you sure you don't know that well?" Hehe, the villain is clear. Seeing the other party's expression that seemed to be a smile but not a smile, the director didn't understand, so he immediately changed his words. "If this is unclear, doesn't it mean that he is useless? Since it is clear, let's talk about it." The chief hesitated for a long time, finally glanced at the other ghost messengers under the main hall, and shouted, "You all go out." "Yes." After everyone else has left. The director looked at the 2 and the female ghost, and spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was a big secret that shocked Xiao Li and Uncle Ju. "My lord should know that the spiritual energy in this world is constantly dissipating. In fact, thousands of years ago, those powerful people discovered that this spiritual energy dissipated was different from the past. It happened before, but that was just the self-regulation of heaven and earth, and there will always be a day of recovery. This time is different. I heard my previous boss mention it once. It seems that there is a problem in the whole world, and the irreparable loss of spiritual energy. This time is the real era of doom. In the following hundreds of years, those great powers also used various methods to prevent this process, but they all failed in the end. In desperation, the god tiers in the upper realm found another way. Ajad, speaking of this, the director hesitated. When Uncle Ju heard those words before, his heart was already turbulent, which was completely in line with his speculation. When I heard the method, I hurriedly asked. What method? The chief glanced at him, didn't answer, but looked at Yunze. Seeing Yunze nodding, he said, Just leave this world completely. Leave. Even though Uncle Ju had thought about this possibility himself, but when he really confirmed it, he still couldn't help feeling turbulent. That is a fairy god who is worshipped by countless mortals in the human world. But when the whole world is inevitably going to decline, they actually only want to leave by themselves, regardless of the life and death of others. What qualifications does such a god have to accept worship? Thinking of this, Uncle Ju said bitterly, So, we are all abandoned, right? Yes, yes. The director was equally bitter. Originally, the underworld was evacuated wave after wave, but when it was his turn, there was no news. In such a situation, the director still doesn't understand. He was also abandoned. At this moment, Yunze, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth and asked, Since those high officials have already left, why do I see so many government officials and their figures? In order to prevent the entire underworld order from completely losing control, those Shangguan left a mark before leaving. These imprints have some of their abilities, which can barely maintain the operation of various departments in the underworld. However, as the aura of heaven and earth becomes less and less, the strength of these imprinted clones continues to decrease, and in the end, many of them lose their effectiveness. Right now, the Ecstasy Division, are the only ones who can operate normally in the entire underworld, but over the past few hundred years, the underworld has lost a lot, and there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens left. So, you really have worked hard. It's hard work, there's no merit, it's just to keep the underworld for a longer period of time, and it can also be counted as this piece of world that gave birth to me and raised me, so let's do something in return. If Yunze himself was abandoned, it would be nice if he didn't blow up the whole underworld to get revenge, so why bother to take care of so much? This boss looks good like this. At least much stronger than those so-called fairy gods who have left. Uncle Ju, how about it? Do you plan to stay in the underworld for a while to enjoy the scenery, or go back to the underworld now? At this time, 2 people and 1 ghost were resting in the back hall of the Ecstasy Division. Yunze looked at the heavy-hearted Uncle Ju and asked. There's nothing to see, let's go back. Compared with before, Uncle Ju was a little more depressed at this time. Yunze smiled and said, You are like this, why are you planning to go back, why not just buy a house in this underworld? Oh, I see. Are you planning to go back and make arrangements for the funeral? After saying this, even Xyli who was on the side was a little unhappy. Young master, how can you curse people like this joke is not good. She was worried that Uncle Ju would be angry with Yunze because of what he said just now, so she took the first step and gave Yunze a step. However, Uncle Ju's reaction was somewhat unexpected. He glanced at Yunze in surprise, and said, Did you see it all? I'm not blind. Yunze rolled his eyes and said, Your primordial spirit is going to be polished, why can't I see it? As soon as he entered the underworld, Yunze discovered that Uncle Ju was not in the right state. Anyway, because of the influence of heaven and earth. Uncle Nine's own strength was just that, and he hadn't reached the level of being able to enter the underworld with his primordial spirit. He just forced his soul out of his body and entered the underworld in order to find the truth. Along the way, his soul has long been exhausted. Even if he returns to Yangjian, he doesn't have much time to live. It really confirmed what Uncle Ju said. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you will die in the evening. Xiaoli, who was on the side, heard the conversation between the two, and she also reacted at this moment. She looked at Uncle Ju with regret, and said, "Uncle, why didn't you say it earlier? If you return to Yangjian earlier, you will be fine." Uncle Ju said with a smile, "Little girl, you don't understand. For a cultivator, if I can know the truth of the world, I will die without regret. This is not the real truth." Yunze shook his head and said, "Do you want to really see what the world looks like?" "Hey? What do you mean?" Uncle Ju was taken aback by these words. "You don't need to worry about it, you just need to know that I can let you really see what the world looks like, that's all. It's just an ugly saying, if you go back to the world now, you can still live for a month or two, but if you really want to see the truth, then today you will be out of your wits. Choose yourself." Uncle Ju saw that Yunze was not joking with him. He really has this ability. Who is this young man? But, thinking of this, Uncle Ju smiled, why does he care so much? I want to see. It is good. Is this the world I live in now? Looking at the huge oval white crystal ball in front of him, Uncle Ju was completely shocked. Yes, this is the external manifestation of the world. Of course it is not like this internally. Forget it, I can't explain it to you anyway. Yunze explained while transporting the source of the world to protect Jusha's soul body. But even with his protection, Uncle Ju's soul was still inevitably hurt irreversibly by the void. It's just spectacular. Like raving, Uncle Ju couldn't bear to look away. After a while, he looked at the cracks covered with smooth crystal walls and asked, "Is this why the aura of heaven and earth dissipated?" "Yes." Suddenly, Uncle Ju looked at several abnormally large cracks, frowned, and said, "Why are those cracks so big?" "Hehe, it must be the channel that expanded when the gods left." Yunze's tone was tinged with sarcasm. "I see." Uncle Ju sighed. If the world could last for hundreds of years, but under the damage caused by the departure of those immortals, it can only last for a few decades. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally, Uncle Ju reluctantly looked away, and looked at the young man beside him. He asked, "What are your plans?" At this time, no matter how stupid he is, he still knows that Yunze is not ordinary, and his purpose must be even more extraordinary. "Well, I thought about it, since this world is hopeless, it might as well end it here," Yunze said calmly. You want to destroy this world?" Uncle Ju was completely shocked. "Well, anyway, it will disappear completely in the end, why not take the initiative to do it while it is still valuable, maybe there will be a chance to be reborn in the future." "Rebirth? Sounds good." "Not necessarily, it depends on the situation. Maybe at that time, you will see a new world full of vitality. At that time, do you want me to find you a wife?" After finishing speaking, I haven't seen Uncle Ju answer for a long time. Looking back, I found that he had lost his vitality, and there was still a trace of longing on his face. It seems to have seen a vibrant new world. "Hey!" Yunze didn't transform Uncle Ju into the origin of the world, but received his soul imprint into the small world. After doing all this, he took another look at the zombie world. In a flash, he returned to the underworld. Let's start with the underworld. Chapter 134. My lord, where are we going? When Yunze came back alone, Xiaoli knew that Uncle Ju should be gone. Seeing that Yunze's complexion was not good, he wisely didn't ask any further questions. It's just that when he left the Soul Ecstasy division, he couldn't help asking. "Go and meet the Hell God Tears." Ah! Xiaoli's legs suddenly softened, as a female ghost. She was born with a fear of these priesthoods of the underworld. However, seeing that Yunze didn't stop to wait for him, he could only follow up again. The ones here are bull-headed horse noodles. Not long after, Yunze looked at the statue in front of a huge mansion, and turned to look at the head of the seductive department. Yes, this is the mansion of the two gentlemen with bull head and horse face. The boss was also a little weak-legged, and said anxiously, "My lord, although their real bodies have already left, the imprint clones are not easy to mess with, so why don't we go in? What are you afraid of? You are waiting outside." After speaking, Yunze pushed open the door and walked in. Bold. Who dares to trespass on my underworld office? Court death. Boom. A coercion full of anger rose from the depths of the government office. Then, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. Not long after, the sound of the explosion stopped, and the coercion like a god disappeared without a trace. Xiaoli was in a hurry when she suddenly found that Yun came out of it with a calm face. "Young master, just now." "Well, it's solved, let's go to the next one." Hearing Yun's words, the chief lost his footing and sat down on the ground. He asked with a look of horror, My lord? Those two lords just now will not be killed by you." "Well, I killed them. These imprinted clones are no better than you, what's so strange?" Yunze glanced at the other party indifferently. But, they are the official underworld officials, if you kill them, you will be punished by God. Hee, look, is there any punishment from heaven? Yunze sneered, looking at the Ouroboros pattern on the back of his hand. "Congratulations for getting 6,000 world origin points." Yunze didn't expect that two bull-headed horse noodles were so valuable. "Come on, next." Soon, a strong coercion rose from time to time throughout Fengde Ghost City. Impermanence in black and white, 4 great judges, 10 great yin commanders, Tian Dian Yan Luo. The familiar and terrifying atmosphere ravages the entire Fengde ghost town. The ghosts who are still living here, on this day, finally recalled the time when they were ruled by the god tier of the underworld. However, in the ensuing successive explosions, these breaths disappear. Seems like it never existed. It's just that this made the ghosts of Fengde City even more frightened. What kind of monster is it that even slaughtered these terrifying ghosts and gods one by one? Panic spreads. In the end, it was completely out of control. For a moment, the entire ghost town of Fengde lost its previous tranquility and silence. Bring to a boil. All the surviving ghosts began to swarm to escape from this horrible city. However, all of this doesn't matter to Yunze at all. Congratulations for killing the Fengde Great Emperor Seal clone and gaining 15,000 world origin points. With another successful kill, Yunze's world origin has reached as many as 460,000. These famous ghosts and gods in the past, now under the influence of the world's suppression, no matter who they are, they can only display the strength of the 5th level. Perhaps this strength is completely invincible to other people in this world. But Yunze's own strength has surpassed the limit of this world, even if they can display a strength far beyond the 5th level by virtue of their experience, they still can't pose any threat to him. Looking at the generous rewards, Yunze himself was a little surprised. He found that choosing this world this time was simply too correct. If it was just a normal 5th order world, it would be impossible to have this kind of harvest. You must know that even if all the 5th order worlds are turned into the origin of the world, it may not exceed 1 million at most. But now, Yunze has gained so much just by killing a few ghosts and gods in the underworld. This is simply impossible in normal times. And that's the only way this world can be in decline. You must know that at the peak period, the level of this world is not low. As the strongest combat force at that time, one can imagine how many world origins those immortal gods possessed. Although as the world wanes, they have left. But the imprinted avatars left behind contain a trace of their peak energy. Although some of these energies have passed away, a lot of them remain. It can be said that what they left behind are all extra small treasuries that ordinary fifth-order worlds do not have. And now the legacy is all in Yunze's pocket. Presumably those gods who left would hate him to the bone if they knew about it. As it is now. Following Yunze walked out of the palace of Emperor Fengdu, he came to Xiaoli and the same master. The two stepped back at the same time. The boss trembled even more, his face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. If it wasn't for my special body, I'm afraid I'd pee right now. Now Yunze is putting too much pressure on him. Those who were killed, each one can be said to be the ruler of the underworld. Although what is left now is only a trace of imprint clones, but their aura is extremely pure. If you kill them in the underworld, you will be cursed by them in the underworld. At this time, in the eyes of the master, Yunze's whole body was filled with countless red blood mist and black curse like ink. The inaudible roar and howl surrounding him. Let Yunze look like a demon god who survived from ancient times, fierce and evil. My lord, it can be said that it's over now. The boss felt that his lips were a little out of control. No, there is one more important thing. Yunze chuckled and looked up to the sky. Although Fengdu Ghost City is the capital of the underworld, Emperor Du is the ruler of the capital. However, the real supreme being in the entire underworld is Emperor Tiankai Renzheng, also known as Emperor Dongyu in ordinary people's mouth. As for Empress Hutu, she has completely transformed into the reincarnation of 6 paths, and has no real existence. At this time, with the disappearance of the seal of Emperor Fengdu, the real ruler of the underworld finally came out. I saw that above Fengdu City, there was originally an empty space. Suddenly, a magnificent palace appeared. Although it is not as huge as the palace below, the momentum inside it is not the same. With its appearance, in an instant, the yin qi in the entire underworld began to swarm uncontrollably. The lonely and wild ghosts who had escaped from Fengdu Ghost City all stopped at this moment. Turn around and pray to the sky. At this moment, Ghost Gate, 18-Mile Hell, Huangchuan Road, etc. All living beings in the underworld all knelt down on the ground in unison. Dedicate yourself to the awe of the Supreme Ruler. There is only one in the whole of hell. And the only one still standing. That is Yunze. Mortal. Stop. Following the whispers, a majestic figure appeared in front of the main hall of the heavenly palace. Silhouettes around. 0, seeking flowers. There seemed to be countless Dao patterns flickering, and all kinds of beasts and spirit flower phantoms surrounded it. The face was shrouded in a soft light, making it impossible to see clearly. Just standing there, there is infinite power sweeping across the entire underworld. This is a real god, who will be worshipped by all living beings when he is born. Unfortunately, for Yunze, it is completely useless. No matter how luxurious the appearance is, it can't hide that the opponent's strength is only so much. The ceiling of the world is there. Call out! Call out! Bold! Accompanied by Emperor Dongyu's angry reprimand, several golden chains emerged from Yunze's body. Go straight to that figure. Boom! Facing the attack, the man was furious. The space seemed to be affected and began to vibrate endlessly. Next second, the yin qi in the entire underworld was mobilized. Turned into a giant palm covering the sky. Pressed down. It seems to turn the entire Fengdu city into dust. Pity. Puff. With a few soft sounds, not only were the golden chains not destroyed, but they easily passed through the black palm. Wrap the figure tightly. Boom. In an instant, the palms transformed by countless yin qi collapsed. The scattered energy turned the entire Fengdu city into ruins. However, facing Yunze who is covered by a black barrier, there is nothing he can do. Call out. The black barrier instantly turned into a black ball, which turned into a slender blade. In the next second, the blade seemed to pass through the space, and came to the figure in an instant. Straight down. Emperor Dongyu, who was immobilized by the diamond chains, looked down at Yunze calmly. Say the last sentence softly, mortal, I remember you. After finishing speaking, a slender crack appeared in the center of the whole body. The cracks continued to spread, and finally collapsed completely. Boom! The whole underworld shook at this moment. Countless blood rains from the sky. Countless ghosts couldn't help leaving 2 lines of blood and tears. It seems that they are all mourning and crying for the passing of the master. It's really scary. Feeling a blood energy comparable to all the previous curses entering the body, Yunze's face was solemn. It seemed that he had easily killed the clone of Emperor Dongyu just now. But in fact, Yunze knows better than anyone else. This is totally a home game. Yes. Even in the underworld, Yunze, an outsider, is equivalent to playing at home. The world's suppression of Emperor Dongyu's avatar is even more severe than him. Like the existence of. Normally, you can control the rules of the entire underworld with one thought, and make Yunze disappear completely. However, with the world in decline to this point, the existence of Emperor Dongyu's avatar itself is a huge damage to the world, so not only can he not control these rules, but he is subconsciously suppressed by Kaidi. In this case, Yunze even used Yin Yang Dun to kill the opponent. Moreover, judging from the way he looked just now, he was regarded as being missed by the deity. But never mind. Congratulations for killing the clone of Emperor Dongyu Seal and gaining 20,000 points of world origin. The money is not much, which is expected by Yunze. But these are just bonuses. The real big head has just begun. Chapter 135. Your, young master. Who was that just now? It feels so scary. At this time, Fengde City has been completely reduced to ruins. Under the protection of Yunze, Xiao Li, who survived, has also returned to normal. With tears still on her face, she looked at Yunze anxiously. The current Yunze, the aura that made her extremely intoxicated, has completely turned into a bloody and evil aura, like a peerless fierce god. Make her feel suffocated. Yunze looked back at her eyes like a frightened deer, and asked in surprise, Hey, don't you even know Emperor Dongyu? This is the lord of the underworld. So he is the great Emperor Dongyu. Xiaoli blinked, and the tears disappeared. I haven't seen it before, of course I don't know him. Yunze thinks so too, she is just an ordinary little female ghost, it is normal that she has never seen Emperor Dongyu. Maybe she has only heard of Emperor Fengdu and Wu Feng Ghost Emperor. After all, these bigwigs usually hide behind their backs, and the ones who really show up are mainly Shidai and Yama. Just thinking about it, a sudden change occurred. In mid-air, still raining blood. The place where Emperor Dongyu had disappeared was suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Are there still enemies? Yunze hurriedly guarded, but found that the light gradually faded. 2 things slowly 213 fell into his hands from the air. Look down. But it is a book, and the Japanese jade seal. Is this the Book of Life and Death? The Book of Life and Death, the Book of People in the 3 books of Heaven, Earth, and People, records the lifespan of all living beings in the world who have not escaped from the 3 realms and 5 elements. It can be said that it is the treasure of the underworld. Just this thing, Yunze couldn't help getting excited. He had seen the Book of Life and Death before when he beheaded the 4 great judges. I thought it would be a surprise. In the end, it was just a copy, not the real thing. He thought it was taken away by those ghosts and gods when they left, but he didn't expect to stay in the underworld. And after he killed Emperor Dongyu, it fell into his hands. Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yunze looked at another jade seal. This jade seal looks very ordinary, not extravagant, it is simple and square, with 4 ancient characters engraved on it. The inexplicable Yunze recognized it. Tianfu Capital Officer? For a while, Yunze was a little puzzled. He thought it was some kind of Dongyu Emperor's seal, but it turned out to be such an inexplicable thing. However, in the next second, a memory hidden deep in his mind suddenly popped up. Legend has it that Emperor Dongye was the son of the Jinlong King Shaohai, a descendant of Pangu, and his wife, Milong Fairy. His first name was Jinhong. Jinhong's meritorious service was in Chenbei Yamanaka, and when he reached Fuxi, he was named Tai Sui. At the time of Sheneng, he was granted the Tianfu Duguan with the title of Fujun. This is also the reason why others have never respected Dongye Great Emperor Taishan God, Emperor Zun, but Fu Jun. For a moment, Yun understood. This is the treasure given to Emperor Dongye by Sheneng. Shen Nong, 3 emperors. But why didn't Emperor Dongye take it with him when he left? After thinking for a long time, Yun still has no clue. Simply do not want to. However, the excitement in Yun's heart suddenly disappeared next. Although these two seem to be treasures, they are of no great use to him. The most is to change the origin of the world. After all, this is just a treasure from the underworld of this world. And next, he plans to smash the entire underworld, transform it into the origin of the world, and then run away. My lord, what is this? At this time, Xiaoli has adapted to the breath of Yun's. Seeing him staring at the two things in his hand in a daze, he couldn't help asking. Ah, it's just the Book of Life and Death. Yun said casually. Life and Death book. Xiaoli's small mouth was wide open, and her 2 eyeballs were even more round. She has no knowledge and has heard of the name of the Book of Life and Death. Just as she was in shock, she suddenly found 2 things thrown towards her. Reaching out to catch it, Tuan found that it was the previous Life and Death book and a simple jade seal. Grand, sir. Hold it for me, I'll do something first. As he spoke, Rin Egan appeared in Yun's eyes. Tengay Shinsei. With the end of the seal, the cloud in the dark and the sky above the sky have a connection. What a surprise! Originally, Yunze was afraid that he would not be able to summon meteorites, so he planned to try first. If that doesn't work, first use the planetary devastation to make a big enough one. Now it's convenient, he actually relied on Rin Egan to contact the blood moon in the sky. Now, as long as he pulls that thing down and hits the ground of the underworld, although he doesn't know if he can smash it into pieces, at least he can smash a lot, and then follow the rules of the space in the wheel. The destruction he caused and the ghosts he killed can all be transformed into the origin of the world. What a huge fortune this is! Thinking of this, Yunze no longer held back his hands, outputting pupil power crazily. At the same time, the blood moon in the sky finally began to fall continuously under the pull of Rinnegan's ability. What? Help! Why is this? Emperor Tiankai Renzheng bless you. The blood moon falls very fast. Many lonely and wild ghosts with sensitive perceptions in the underworld also sensed that the great terror was coming at the same time. Looking up, I found that the blood moon that has been hanging in the sky since the creation of the underworld has been growing bigger and bigger. How does this not frighten them? They knelt down and prayed. Unfortunately, all this is completely meaningless to Yunze. Just when he was about to blow up the underworld in one go, Xiaoli's panicked cry sounded from the side. Grand, young master, it's not good, this jade seal is biting. Hearing this, Yunze couldn't help turning his head to look over. It was discovered that Yuxi, which was originally quiet, began to emit a faint light at this time. Then Xiaohu threw it to the ground with a look of horror. Young master, this thing is absorbing my yin qi. The jade seal that fell to the ground not only did not stop, but the light became more intense. A huge suction centered on it like a vortex. Swallow the yin qi that has not dissipated around. What the hell are you doing? Just when Yunze was about to clean up this thing first, a trace of extremely weak energy went straight into his body. Gan was plotted against. Yunze was about to try hard to expel the energy, but suddenly stopped. That energy is somewhat special, somewhat similar to yin qi, but purer. After entering Yunze's body, not only did it not cause any harm to him. Instead, it keeps running in his body, slowly improving his physique. During this process, Yunze found that his connection with Yunze was constantly strengthening. Finally, after a full 9981 cycles, the energy went straight into Yunze's eyes. Boom! There is no pain at all, but Yunze's soul seems to be sublimated at this moment. The next moment, Rin-Egan shut down instantly. Eyes like white jade open automatically. A blue pupil like a nebula appeared in the center of the pure white eyes. Is this Tensagen? When Yunze regained consciousness again, he immediately noticed the changes in himself. A slight buzzing sound. A bunch of jumping golden lights suddenly appeared in Yunze's right hand, overflowing with incomparable sharpness. Although seemingly weak. But the moment it appeared, the space trembled, and traces of black cracks appeared continuously. This is a phenomenon that space cannot bear. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion that can be cast without opening Tensagen Chakra mode. Yunze has a feeling at this time, he can easily cut the whole underworld in half. Seems to feel his inner thoughts. The jade seal that had been restored to its original shape flew into his hand with a swish. Yunze. Looking at the jade seal in his hands, Yunze couldn't laugh or cry. He really didn't expect that just when he was about to pull the blood moon down and smash the entire underworld. This jade seal has automatically recognized its owner. He even gave benefits in advance to please. It is the special pure yin power from before. Helped Yunze open Tensagen easily. This cute look. It is a dog. Still licking the dog. The underworld regained its tranquility. The blood moon did not continue to fall, but hung in the sky obediently. Although it looks fatter than before. But this is completely acceptable to other creatures in the underworld. The life and death book still in Xiali's hands flew straight into Yunze's hands. Looking at the two objects in his hand, Yunze was a little speechless. Now he finally understands why Emperor Dongyu didn't take away that jade seal back then. It can be said that this jade seal has long been completely integrated with the entire underworld. Yunze is the control center of this underworld. Both are indispensable. This is also the reason why Yunze automatically recognizes the owner under the crisis. 2.7 After Yunze became the new owner of Yunze and the underworld, the Book of Life and Death will naturally be named Yun. At this moment, in this hell, Yunze has a feeling of returning to his own small world. He has complete control over everything. He even collected the entire underworld from the space between heaven and earth and put it into the jade seal. Once an idea pops up, there's no stopping it. Yunze's eyes keep flickering. Before entering the zombie world, he actually prepared two plans in advance. The first one is to kill more zombies and ghosts, and summon a few more meteorites to smash them to pieces. Use the newly acquired authority to get more of the origin of the world. If it doesn't go well, then make things bigger. Force the samsara space out, rub it with the system. No matter whether it is to get permission or the whole world. He is not bad. Of course the safest is the first one. Later, Yunze's idea was verified. He even has a better goal, which is this underworld. After all, compared to Mishi, it is easier for Yunze to accept Migui. As for the death of the underworld, will the zombie world be destroyed? It's none of his business, the reincarnation space will definitely make up for all of this. But now he has a new idea. And it seems to be more feasible and more rewarding. Chapter 136. Consume 500 points of the world's origin, and the jade seal of the underworld will be strengthened by +1. Consume 500 points of world origin. With 10,000 pieces of rapid payout reinforcement. On the side of the quaint jade seal, a word cloud appeared vaguely. The connection between Yunze and Yunze is even stronger. Host, Yunze. Identity, Master of the World, Master of Reincarnation, Authority 20%. Control, Monster World, Internal small world, underworld, exclusive. Chakra, 28 cards. Attribute, yin-yang escape, low level. Bloodline, sage body, advanced, fairy eyes, advanced. Skills, flying thunder god, level 7, emotional control, level 5, memory modification, level 4, mind power, level 4, shape change, level 4. Ninjutsu, S rank, ghoul sealing, sage mode, adamantine sealing chains. Special item, mark of reincarnation, activated. Origin of the world, 490,000 points. The reason why Yunze is strengthened is actually just for Yunze to eliminate hidden dangers. After all, there is a jade seal in this underworld that originally belonged to Emperor Dongyu. Even if Yunze recognized the master, Yun was still worried. No one knows if there are any behind the scenes left by Emperor Dongyu. Now the exclusive word displayed on the system interface made Yunze completely relieved. Even if it costs 10,000 world origins. He didn't feel distressed either. Anyway, it will double the profit in the future. Besides, what really caught Yunze's attention was another aspect. U09xi gave benefits like licking a dog before. Not only does Yunze's Tenseigen turn on, it makes people's eyes directly reach the advanced level. What is more important is the change of attributes. In the past, Yunze only had all attributes, but now it has become yin-yang done. In Hokage, yin-yang escape is completely different from yin-yang attribute and yin-yang power. It seems that there are only a few words different, but the meanings contained in them are very different. The yin-yang attribute refers to the special chakra nature transformation, and the essence is juxtaposed with the other 5 common attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, and wealth. Of course, it is also a bit special, it may be more powerful, it is more difficult to control, and it is also a prerequisite for the yin-yang escape technique. Even so, yin and yang attributes are not uncommon in the ninja world. For example, Nara's shadow secret technique, Uchiha, and Senju's bloodline can all be counted as yin and yang attributes. Then, there is the power of yin and yang. The simplest example is the yang power and yin power given to Naruto and Sasuke by Sage of Six Paths in the original book. Then there's the Rinnegan, the truth-seeking ball that comes with the Tenseigen ability. These are the ways of using the power of yin and yang. But it can only be regarded as the category of art. And what is the real yin and yang escape? In Hokage, it refers to the secret technique of creating a shape from the invisible and injecting life into the shape. It is a combination of yin done and yang done. And for thousands of years, only Sage of Six Paths, Satsuki Hamura, and Six Paths Obito and Six Paths Madara, who have really mastered yin-yang done for thousands of years, finally reached this level by relying on Ten Tails Jinkra Ki. Even the previous Yunze didn't really control yin-yang done. Originally, he thought that he could only reach this level by synthesizing Ten Tails or further evolving Rinnegan and Tenseigen. Now relying on the special yin energy transformed by Yunze, Yunze took this step. Although it is only a low-level yin-yang escape, this step is indeed a step that countless people are difficult to take. It's a real difference between heaven and earth. Perhaps, this is the biggest windfall of this trip to the zombie world. Young master, why doesn't this thing bite people when it's in your hands? Xylee always feels that Yunze is a little different now, but she can't figure out what is different. Fortunately, she is a serious person. In contrast, she is more concerned about the problem of Yunze biting people. Oh, it's just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yunze answered casually, while thinking about it. The Book of Life and Death turned into a ray of light and got into the jade seal. I feel, son, what you said just now seems to be mocking me. Yunze's words made the female ghost a little unhappy. Be confident and remove the word like. Xylee. Yunze didn't continue to bicker with Xylee, but took a serious look at each other. Said, what do you plan to do in the future? Continue to live in this underworld, waiting for the opportunity to reincarnate. Ah! Xiao Li was taken aback for a moment, and asked, "Is the young master planning to abandon me? So, are you going to continue following me?" "Of course, I am now the sun's man, so of course I will continue to follow the sun." The rhetoric of subverting the concept made Yunze very speechless. Dare to say anything? "I don't plan to continue to break up with her, since she decides to follow, let's follow." Thinking of this, Yunze reached out and tapped her forehead without waiting for the female ghost Xiaoli to react. The next moment, Xiaoli's figure disappeared from the underworld. Looking inside the small world. In the space beyond the singularity, there are some figures floating quietly at this moment. There is the female ghost Xiaoli who has just been taken in, as well as the ghosts and lonely ghosts caught before, as well as the bunch of zombies and zombie kings that were packed when they were in the world. There was even a small dim spot of light, which was a little imprint left by Uncle Ju after his spirit dissipated, which was collected by Yunze. At this moment, in the special space of small world, the time on these ghosts and zombies has all stagnated, and even their thinking has been frozen. However, when they come back out, they will be fully restored. This can be regarded as a shortcoming of the small world of Yunze. After all, it has not yet been born, and time does not exist. After finishing these things, Yunze can finally continue with his plan. He looked at the jade seal in his hand. A little nervous. He also didn't know if his plan would go well. But, it doesn't matter. This harvest is enough to satisfy him. Thinking of this, Yunze solemnly stretched out his finger and tapped on the jade seal. J. There seemed to be a crisp bell sound in my mind. An invisible light curtain instantly emanated from the jade seal. In just an instant, the entire underworld was swept away. The next moment, everything in hell, whether it's a surviving lonely ghost or some dead things, such as the bridge of Nahi, the city of death in vain, the 18 floors of hell. Everything turned into wisps of yin qi in an instant, rushing towards Yuxi. For the collection of the underworld. Yunze knew it a long time ago, and moved the entire underworld to Yuxi. Instead, everything in the underworld turns into the source of yin qi and gathers in the special space inside the jade seal. These yin qi are not ordinary energies, which contain all the information before them. When Yunze wants to release the underworld again, they will be reshaped and reappeared in the previous form. However, in this process, part of the source of yin qi will be lost. When the time comes, it is not what Yunze can predict who will disappear. This is also the reason why he sent Xiao Li to small world in advance. The whole of hell. How big is it? It can be said to be endless and without boundaries. How much of the source of yin qi is contained in it? Yunze doesn't know, he only knows. The surrounding area has been completely surrounded by the source of yin qi, like endless Wang Yang. As time goes by slowly, finally, all the original yin energy entered the jade seal. The entire underworld has also completely disappeared from this world. At this moment, Yunze is in a special space. There is nothing here, only endless darkness. Concentrating on the feeling, he seemed to see that beside this space, there are two other spaces surrounding it. One is full of vitality, and the other is dilapidated. Yunze understood. That should be the human world, as well as the original heaven. The triangle is the most stable form. Yunze still understands this knowledge. But now, with the underworld gone, the originally interdependent and stable structure of the three realms has completely lost its balance. Crack! As if a broken voice appeared in Yunze's mind. The surrounding dark space began to gradually shatter. And with the fragmentation of this space, the other two spaces 340 gradually approached. Yunze's eyes flickered, full of anticipation. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. Renjia Town. Yunze and Uncle Ju have been away for several days. In Yizhuang, there are only two apprentices of Uncle Ju left, Chu Sheng and Wen Cai. Of course, there is also Ren Tingting who came to the door. Hey, Master Yun hasn't come back yet. Ren Tingting frowned as she looked at Wen Cai who had been wandering around beside her. No, he has been out with the master for 3 days, and he doesn't know where he went, and there is no news at all. Chu Hung answered while practicing martial arts. You are not lying to me, is it true that Mr. Yun has left Renjia town? No. Yes, Ting Ting, Chu Hung will lie to you, but I definitely won't. The one surnamed Yun did not leave. He seems to have something to do with my master. Wen Kei said positively, why don't you have something to do, you can tell me, and I will definitely help you handle it. Forget it, thank you, since Mr. Yun hasn't come back yet, I'll go back first. After speaking, Ren Tingting planned to go home. However, just as she turned around, she suddenly discovered something strange. Hey, why is it dark? It seems to be, this is neutral. No, look how there is such a big crack in the sky, and why does it seem like the sky is about to fall? What the hell is going on here? The sky is falling. There are not a few people who have found the same problem as the three. On this day, the whole world, all living beings ushered in the greatest terror. The entire sky is covered with blood, and countless huge cracks traverse it. What's more, the whole sky is getting closer and closer to the ground. Getting closer. At last. Boom. The whole world collided completely. Catastrophe. The world has completely fallen into dead silence. Chapter 137. This is not the first time Yunze has done such a thing. The last time I unintentionally destroyed the world of pythons. It's just that things moved too fast that time. Close your eyes and open them again. The whole world is over. Yunze has no experience at all. However, this time is different. He saw with his own eyes that the world and the fairy world collided with these two behemoths. After a moment of glory, the human world and the fairy world began to gradually disintegrate from the impact. Scattered into countless space fragments, and encased countless creatures that have lost their vitality. That is, from this moment on. The image of Ouroboros on the back of Yunze's hand begins the process of transformation. Congratulations for eliminating the remnants of Lingzio Bao Hall and gaining 1120 points of world origin. Congratulations for eliminating the remnant heavenly soldiers and generals and obtaining the origin of the 7845 world. Congratulations for eliminating the Longhushan Tianchi mansion and obtaining the origin of the 4378 world. Along with a steady stream of space debris, it was swallowed by Ouroboros. The transformed world origin points are continuously collected by the system and deposited into the account. It worked. Although among them, Yunze even saw the figure of Ren Jiachen in a small space debris. However, in the great joy of harvest, this guilt was completely offset. Only to die. The first time is raw, the second time is cooked. Now the important thing is, his plan worked. Although it's just a simple collection of the underworld. But in the end, the cause and effect of the destruction of the world rested on his head. Therefore, he has a share of these spoils. All of this is within the rules of the reincarnation space itself. Therefore, until this moment, the incarnation of the rules of reincarnation space on the crystal wall of the world did not come out to stop it. Perhaps within its rules, even if the world is destroyed, Yunze has obtained some of the world's original power, and it will not be too much. After all, the ratio itself can be adjusted. So, it doesn't matter. However, it may never have imagined that Yunze himself has the authority to adjust this ratio. And it's completely legal. Watching countless space fragments flock to the pattern on the back of the hand, Yunze was full of excitement in his heart. This is definitely a wave of fat. But, soon he found something was wrong. Even if it is the imprint of reincarnation, it will take time to transform matter into the origin of the world. However, it transforms too fast. Even if Yunze killed dozens of zombies at once last time, the transformation was completed in an instant. But, it's different now. These space debris may seem small, but there are too many and complicated things wrapped in them. This is the sum of the entire human world plus the fairy world. No matter how fast the transformation of the imprint of reincarnation is, it is not as fast as the speed of space debris rushing over. So, probably the first time ever, the imprint of reincarnation began to overload. Feeling the gradually hot imprint on the back of the hand, Yunze's old face froze. No way! No way! Even if you are just a personal imprint with limited power, you can't crash at this time. Laozi, it took so much effort to make it into the current situation, you can hold on. It's a pity that no matter how much Yun prays, the imprint of reincarnation has not exploded. Therefore, more and more space debris piled up around us. Seeing that the mark itself is about to explode, suddenly a consciousness came over. Yun's eyes lit up. Consciousness enters the small world. Just entered the small world. I found that Lucy was already waiting there. That's right, it was she who called Yunze. You really have a way. Yunze didn't dare to delay at all, and asked quickly. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will succeed. Lucy's face was a little complicated. Except for some special parts that Yunze concealed, there are many things that Yunze will not prevent Lucy from knowing. Therefore, she is very clear about everything that happened outside. But that's it, even if she is a goddess without emotion, she can't keep calm at this time. This man is so frightening. Originally, Lucy was already shocked after saving hundreds of thousands of world sources. After all, such a large amount of wealth is already richer than her dowry. Unexpectedly, more later. It's just scary. Yunze didn't have the mind to pay attention to how shocked Lucy was, and after getting her answer, he hurriedly asked. Quickly tell me, what can I do? To be honest, even if the imprint of reincarnation really can't hold on in the end. Down. There is no harm to Yunze itself. Big deal, just fly back to the ninja world. It's just that such a large amount of benefits has been lost, and Yunze may feel distressed later. After all, it is the meat that has already reached the mouth. Therefore, he can now say that he is full of expectations for Lucy. Lucy did not disappoint him either. It's very simple. Now that the rules of the small world have been sorted out, we can go directly to the next step and generate a brand new world. And in the process of generating the world, you can take all those world fragments into the newly generated world. To be honest, Yunze didn't quite understand. It's not that he didn't think about collecting those world fragments that were too late to transform into the small world. But, no way. The small world itself is still in a special stage before it is formed, and it is okay to accept a few people. However, any more would be powerless. Seeing that Yunze didn't understand, Lucy continued to explain. It's too complicated to explain. You just need to know that, in essence, before the small world is generated, this special space is actually on the same level as the outside world fragments, so it cannot be collected. But when the small world is actually generated, it becomes a product of another level entirely. Just like the world outside, are those world fragments also in that world? In the same way, at that time, you can completely collect the world fragments, put them together, and digest them slowly later. But, if those world fragments are collected at this time, won't they be targeted by the reincarnation space? Yunze thought of another question. Being transformed by the mark of reincarnation is in line with the regulations. But if you collect the fragments by yourself, it is equivalent to snatching food from the mouth of the reincarnation space. Just like when charging zombies before, a nature. No, in fact, these fragments piled up around have been marked by the so-called reincarnation mark, and these things are already yours. The so-called transformation is just to make points that can be used by the reincarnation, that is, the origin point of the world. In this situation, you can completely take away the world fragments marked by the imprint of reincarnation. This is already your thing. You don't need to wait for the imprint of reincarnation to be transformed. Having said that, Yunze understood. For example, just like you have a fish, you can find a restaurant to help process it, but you can also clean it up yourself. Whether it is eaten raw or steamed, you can handle it yourself. After all, it is your own thing and has nothing to do with the restaurant. Now the imprint of reincarnation is that hotel. If Yunze handles it by himself, it must be very happy if it is conscious. After all, one process is missing. Not only is it easy, but you can also charge labor fees. Although this foundry fee has been adjusted to 0 by Yunze. Now that there is a solution, then Yunze is not one to hesitate. Directly decide to follow this method. Immediately, he had a thought. The origin of the world previously stored in the system surged out mightily. A full 380,000 points of world origin are like Wang Yang, rolling endlessly in the small space. Afterwards, Yunze held hands. The ocean of energy that belonged to Lucy in the other direction was moved over. A full 800,000 points of the world's original energy sea illuminated the entire dim and lightless space. The dots of light are like a galaxy. No, more glamorous than the Milky Way. Both Yunze and Lucy couldn't help being intoxicated. Soon, Yunze forcibly retracted his gaze, and now there are more important things. With a wave of his hand, all the sundries in the space were transferred together, covered by a black cover. In the next second, the black cover shrank rapidly, and quickly turned into a bead the size of a glass ball. If you look carefully, the female ghost Xylee and the zombies inside are like small bugs wrapped in amber. The black beads turned into a beam of light and entered Yunze's body. In this space, Yunze can do anything, but he is afraid that for a while, when the small world is born, he will not have the energy to cause any accidents. So, protect yourself first. After doing all this, Yunze and Lucy entered the singularity. At this time, except that the rules derived from Tensagen, which belonged to the ninja world, have not been completely clarified. The rest of the intertwined rule chains have all been dealt with, and there are even more rule chains belonging to Lucy herself. All the rules are slowly cruising inside the singularity according to the fixed orbit. Okay, let's get started. Lucy whispered aside. It is good. Yunze took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Next second, his figure seemed to become infinitely large, but at the same time seemed infinitely small. The original energy sea beyond the singularity is completely boiling at this moment. Raging to the singularity. It is obviously a small black spot without substance, but at this moment, it seems to have a substance. So much energy has entered this small spot without hindrance. After all energies are fused with the singularity. The whole small world trembled slightly. Next moment. Open. As Yunze's voice fell. Boom. Chi, Chano Hao, blew up. The indescribable radiance completely bloomed at this moment. An illusory world phantom began to slowly appear from the center of the explosion. Then spread outward rapidly, spread. While now. Lucy's reminder sounded in due course. The outside world, the zombie world. Around Yunze with eyes closed. The fragments of the world that had been piled up rushed into his body in an instant. And as the accumulated fragments of the world disappear, more debris began to pour over. Then it was marked by the imprint of reincarnation and entered Yunze's body. Like an assembly line. And the fragments that entered the small world of Yunze actively helped the phantom of the unformed world continue to expand outwards. This scene surprised Yunze a little. The same is true for Lucy, but she quickly became excited and said excitedly, "Quick, speed up the absorption, I didn't expect to have such an effect." Maybe, taking advantage of the moment when the final world takes shape, we can get one step closer. It is good. At this moment, Yunze no longer holds back. The marked world fragments in the zombie world are constantly being absorbed into the body, and the surrounding piles are getting less and less. The reincarnation imprint also speeds up the marking speed. For a moment, countless fragments poured into Yunze's body like a stream of light. Chapter 138. Time seems to have lost its effect at this moment. I don't know how long it's been. Only the expansion of the phantom of the small world continues. Driven by world fragments, faster and faster. And with this expansion, countless grey mist began to diffuse from the center of the phantom. More and more, until all the injected world sources are consumed. The fog disappeared, and the expansion of the phantom world came to a standstill. At this time, the world fragments that first entered the small world began to slowly dissipate under the influence of the thick grey mist. And the grey mist at the core reappeared. In this way, the cycle repeats. When all world fragments are absorbed into the small world, the phantom world finally stopped expanding. At this time, the phantom world has been filled with grey mist. Countless mist is constantly rolling and flowing. Time passed by every minute and every second. The next moment, everything seems to have reached a limit. The mist no longer rolls. Time seemed to freeze again. Upbraid. An inexplicable voice sounded from the core of the world, echoing in the entire space. In the next second, a white light appeared. There seemed to be an emerald green bud appearing in the light, and it began to grow continuously. Longer and taller. The light became brighter and brighter, and finally all the grey mist seemed to be ignited by this light. Boom! Countless energies exploded completely at this moment. I do not know how long it has been. Everything finally returned to tranquility. The world that has gone through so much trouble has finally taken shape. Different from the smooth white crystal wall that the ordinary world has. This world that exists in Yunze's body does not have such a crystal wall. Its outermost periphery is endless darkness. Then there are countless tumbling grey mist, as if it is still expanding outward without end. After passing through this layer of fog, the real world is revealed. Only, this world is really unexpected. It's like a ball is divided into two halves from the middle. The upper and lower hemispheres are separated by an immeasurably thick 060 heavy soil layer in the middle. Above is a hemispherical world like the legendary round sky. Below is a huge empty space. No, maybe that's not accurate. In the instant the world takes shape. In the lower part, there seems to be a giant tree supporting the sky standing upside down. Only in the next moment, the monster completely dissipated like a phantom. Very strange. Lucy finally reappears after the world finally generates. She glanced up at the newly created world. Incomparably huge. But something seems wrong. Under the feet is the black earth. At a glance, it is boundless, and it is impossible to see where the end is. But there is nothing on the unusually flat land, it is empty. Look up. The same. Not a single star can be seen in the whole sky. There is no sun, no moon, only the mist that is shining with colorful light is swimming. This is also the only light source in the entire world. Rao was once the master of a world. Lucy was also a little confused at this time. Did it fail? But it shouldn't be. Thinking of this, she finally set her sights on the only different place in the whole world. Not far in front of her, Yunze was sitting on the ground quietly with his eyes closed. But that's not the focus of Lucy. What she really cares about is the giant tree behind Yunze. This tree is indeed huge, with a height of hundreds of meters. The dense canopy is like a huge canopy. The trunk is so thick that it takes more than a dozen people to open their arms to surround it. But no matter how big it is, this giant tree with a height of 100 meters looks incomparable against the backdrop of the entire huge world. It was something else that really caught Lucy's attention. At the end of the bottom three branches, there are 3 football-like fruits. The surface of this fruit shone with white light, as delicate as jade. A bit like. Lucy frowned for a moment. Suddenly, she finally remembered. The shell of this fruit is obviously very similar to the world crystal wall she saw before. So, this is... Well, that's right, these are the three nascent worlds. Yunze's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Lucy turned her head to look, and found that he didn't know when he was standing beside her. He is looking seriously at the three fruit-like worlds. This world tree can be said to be the core of the world I created. The three fruits that are growing now. The bottom one is the original Python world of my previous seed. The top one is the super body world you were in before. The top one is the zombie world this time. The Python world and the super body world have begun to re-evolve, and it should be completed soon. The zombie world is a bit of a pity, because there is no underworld, so it may take more time and energy to start to evolve, and it is just a semblance now. After explaining these things in detail, Yunze seemed to finally realize that the neighborhood was somewhat desolate. Reach out and wave. I saw a spot of light suddenly sprinkled on the world tree. Soon, countless green grasses and flowers grew on the bare black ground under the trees. Looking at the lawn full of vitality, Yunze was finally satisfied. It's just that when he saw the barren land in the distance, he sighed a little. There is still too little energy now. How did you get it like this? What do you think? Lucy's doubt brought Yunze back to his senses. In fact, a long time ago, Yunze was thinking about what this small world inside his body would look like. Is it the cosmic space like before, or the world of the whole continent? He hesitated for a long time. They all feel that it is not to their liking. It wasn't until the last moment that a flash of inspiration made it look like it is now. Seeing Lucy was puzzled at this moment, Yunze didn't explain too much, but reached out and tapped her forehead. In an instant, most of the permissions in the entire world were opened to her. It is at this very moment. Lucy finally sees the world clearly. The continent in front of me is not a complete world. There was another half at her feet. However, she ignored that half for the time being. Instead, he turned his gaze to the giant tree in front of him. At this time, World Tree was no longer what it was before in her eyes. On the thick trunk, there are countless destructive streamers flowing up and down. These lucis are very familiar, they are all the original rules and the original energy of the world. And the source of the power of these rules is the three world fruits. The rules belonging to the original three worlds are all connected by the branches, and are continuously analyzed and transported into the world tree. Then, under the transmission of several roots in the ajak, trunk, all the way down into the ever-evolving world below, become the original rule derived from that huge world. At the same time, the remains of the great emperor's world origin in the world below are also being transported into a world fruit along the roots and trunks of the tree. Promote the evolution of the world. Lucy can imagine that when the bottom two worlds have evolved to a certain extent and can produce the origin of the world, then at the same time as it is enough to evolve itself, the remaining original energy will be fed back to the world tree. Then it is passed to another world below through the roots of the tree. In this way, the cycle continues to form a complete system. It's just that there is a very important problem in this. That is the origin of the world. Yes, as you can see, there are a lot of world origins missing now. Yunze was a little helpless, thinking that he had gained a lot before. Unexpectedly, when shaping the world according to my own ideas, I still found that it was far from enough. He took out energy far exceeding that of a normal fifth-order world. As a result, it was still not enough. The real original continent is the continent where the world tree is located and the other half of the continent below. It is the lack of energy that makes SI such a barren land. As the creator, he didn't even create a single local aborigine. A creator like Yunze is ashamed to spread the word. But he can't help it. The half of the world tree is okay, as the core, Yunze does not intend to let other creatures enter. It will be directly called the world tree in the future, which is the core world. But for the other half of the origin continent, from now on, it will be directly called the origin continent. Yunze intends to transform it well. The reason why he spent so much to make the world what it is now. Simply because he was fed up with the discomfort of different power systems. Therefore, he needs a suitable world to fully integrate all the rules and powers of the heavens and worlds into himself. Create a set of power systems that are completely his own and suitable for him. But all of this cannot be done by himself. So, he needs a testing ground. That is the mainland of origin. With the increase of derivative worlds on the world tree, the special rules of different worlds will converge to the original continent below under the action of the world tree. As the original continent continues to evolve, it will definitely give birth to its own unique race. Even, in the Cloud's planning army, he will also select suitable talents from the derivative world on the world tree, and let them ascend to the continent of origin. Increasing rules, increasing power system, and increasing natives of other worlds. It will completely turn the origin continent into a melting pot of the heavens and the world. Under such fierce competition, there will always be great results that are enough to make Yunze's eyes shine. Even if he has become the master of a world, Yunze will not underestimate any ordinary creature. It's like a fantasy world, where many people respect the past over the present. I always feel that the gods and demons of first generation are the best. Indeed, the unique conditions gave them great power and invincible magical powers. However, is it true that the people of later generations have no redeeming qualities? Think about it like the cultivation world in the Dharma ending era, in order to adapt to an increasingly extreme environment. How many exercises have they created? How many secret techniques have they created? Think again, in Hokage, after Tsutsuki Kagaya wakes up, facing the various secret arts developed in the ninja world for thousands of years, the shock and discomfort. Could it be that she was resealed only because of plot killing? Do not. It's because she can't keep up with the development of the times. As the saying goes, bring people, times have changed. The world is always moving forward. Never belittle yourself and think that the old things are the best. Maybe they are more envious of the achievements of the new era. Closer to home. Yunze's proving ground plan, even if nothing useful has been developed. It's okay, it's just accessories. Such a competitive environment like a melting pot will greatly promote the evolution of this world. Just like now, even if the original energy is insufficient, this new world has properly reached the standard of the sixth order world. And the upgrade of this world means the further improvement of Yunze's own strength. So, no matter what, Yunze himself will only make money. Only. While Yunze was imagining a bright future, Lucy poured cold water on him untimely. You have a great idea, but there is one big problem. That's a huge cost to invest in before the world fully grows. How many world origins do you still have? Yunze. Heart attack. Chapter 139. Zombie World. At this time, the interior of the world, which was originally full of vitality, has completely turned into a blank. Empty, nothing exists. There is only endless darkness. Suddenly, a space rippled. Soon a figure appeared out of thin air. Unlucky, this guy Lucy is really poisonous. It was Yunze who was stabbed in the heart. In order to prevent accidents before, after collecting all the world fragments, he entered the inner world. When he comes out again, he will appear from the previous coordinate point. Well, I don't know if the reincarnation space will trouble me. When Yunze observed the surrounding environment with apprehension, his face suddenly changed. It was the message from the reincarnation imprint. When I opened it, I was stunned. Main task: eliminate violators in the Hokage world. If the task fails due to special reasons, 100,000 reincarnation points will be deducted. Points have been deducted. There is still 167:59:58 left before the next task is accepted. Please number 248,956. the reincarnated person receives a new task before the countdown. This turned out to be the mission settlement of the missing person Jinhai. Yunze thought that Samsara Space had finally discovered something was wrong, and planned to trouble him. It turned out to be such a thing. More importantly, when the reincarnation space contacted the imprint belonging to Jinhai just now, the Ouroboros pattern in the zombie world also scanned it cheaply. Then, successful eye contact with reincarnation space, automatically select the layer. Congratulations to the host for getting the reincarnation space control authority 10%. What a surprise! What a surprise! Yunze never thought that he would leave soon. And big pies falling from the sky. In order to prevent accidents. First timing. Yunze found the coordinates of Ninja World and left quickly. I don't know how long after he left. Suddenly, a teleportation array entered the deserted zombie world. Faintly heard someone chatting. Boss, this time we enter the zombie world, we will definitely be able to break through the 5th level. I've thought about how to deal with Uncle Ju this time, and I will definitely let him accept me as a disciple. Hey, I just want to go on a romantic trip with that Ren Ting Ting. Stop the bullshit, get ready, it's about to start. Well, what's going on here? Didn't you agree to go to Renjia town? Why is there nothing around? Is there a transmission error? No, the reincarnation space just sent a message that the mission has been cancelled, and the zombie world has died. So, all our preparations were for naught. Gah, Lao Zi specially looked for the magic weapon consecrated by the master. Amidst the cursing voices of this group of reincarnators, the teleportation array disappeared again. Afterwards, the reincarnation space thoroughly scanned the entire world. After finding that there is no abnormality and no value, an invisible wave spread out. The remaining dilapidated world crystal wall instantly turned into powder, and after being charged with the last remaining bit of energy by the Ouroboros pattern on it, it disappeared completely. The reincarnation space holds countless derivative worlds in its hands, and it is not uncommon for such worlds to consume too much and disappear. Usually it is simply discarded. Konoha. When Yunze returned to his home again, something always feels wrong. His mission time this time is a bit abnormal, so he doesn't know how long the ninja world has passed. It's just that there is no one at home, and I don't know who to ask. Was about to go out. Suddenly a little guy ran in with a bruised nose and a swollen face. While running, she shouted, "Sister Yunze, I beat SARS today, hurry up and pay. I won the bet I made before." Boom. It seemed that he didn't expect that there would be other people in the room. Still a handsome young man. Just entered the door. The little guy was taken aback and fell to the ground. I was a little confused for a while. Looking up, he felt that this person was somewhat familiar, so he blurted out involuntarily, "Papa." Hearing these two words, a black line appeared on Yunze's forehead. Any man who is away from home and suddenly comes home with a child named Papa may have to consider whether there is something extra on his head. Fortunately, Yunze recognized who the guy in front of him was. Just that signature blonde hair, and that cheek mustache. Who else could it be if it wasn't Naruto? It's just that this guy was a little bit older before he left, and now he looks like this. Yunze suddenly realized that it might really be a long time since he left this time. Naruto has a carefree personality, and he just yelled subconsciously before. Then he reacted. How could he be so stupid? He doesn't have a papa. Could it be that the other party knows some ninjutsu that makes people look at each other and call it papa? Well, it must be so. Naruto, who felt ashamed. Looking at the handsome face of the other party, the two eyeballs rolled around, and said enthusiastically. Are you here to find Sister Yunze? I can tell you that there are many people chasing my sister. The most important thing is that she has someone she likes now, but she hasn't come back yet. However, if you give me some favors, I can help you catch up with Sister Yunze, how about it? I'm her dearest brother, and she listens to me very much. Money is a bit tight recently, and finally a fat sheep came, and Naruto made up his mind to slaughter it severely. He is proficient at this job. Yunze on the side was a little annoyed. Looking at the other party's clean clothes, they are now covered with mud. It looks like a mischievous ghost. Coupled with this behavior of eating inside and outside. Let Yunze confirm it directly. This kid lacks education. Thinking of this, he asked calmly, "How old are you?" "Hey." Naruto seemed to sense something was wrong, hesitantly said, "I'm 4 years old this year." When Yunze left, Naruto was only 2 years old. So, he left for about 2 years this time? Seems like it's been a while. On the other side, seeing that the other party has been silent, Naruto continued, "Have you considered it? Really, just buy me some delicious food, and I will definitely help you catch up with Sister Yunze, she is a flower in Konoha." Before he could finish speaking, Yunze interrupted directly and asked, "Did your sister Yunze say who raised you?" Seeing the other party approaching step by step, Naruto began to panic, and stammered, "Yes, it's Sister Shizuan, Sister Yuhihong, Sister Yunze and Grandma Tsunade, brought me up." 0. Seeking flowers. Yunze. It seems that something strange has been mixed in. But more importantly, there seems to be a name missing. But thinking about it, there seems to be no problem. However, this kid grew up with so many older sisters, so he still lacks a man's education. Whose house are you living in now? Naruto is worthy of the vortex physique, 9 tails Jinchuriki. At this time, he clearly felt the murderous intent, and said anxiously, "You, who are you?" "Let me tell you, this is the residence of Mr. Yunze, Minister of Konoha Anbu, and I am his adopted son. You dare to be unfavorable to me, and you will never get out of Konoha. Haha. Do you now remember where you live?" Yunze calmly grabbed Naruto by the collar and lifted him up. "Then take a good look at who Laozi is." Naruto. This murderous look is getting more and more familiar. FK, Godfather. When Yunze was here, Naruto was still young and didn't remember much, but after all, he lived for so long. 0. Now that he was getting closer, he finally remembered the smell on Yunze's body. Pity. Late. What Godfather? Call Big Brother. Snapped. Papa. Ah. I was wrong, what to do? Brother, I was wrong, let me go. I'm still young. Konoha Commercial Street. Naruto walked ahead with a dejected face, looking back at his adoptive father from time to time. Every time I look at it, I feel that my butt hurts more. Who would have thought that a person who had been away for more than 2 years would suddenly come back? What are you looking at? Quickly lead me the way. Hey, okay. Yunze followed behind while looking at the surrounding environment. 2 years. Konoha has developed well and has changed a lot. Only from the flow of people shopping, you can see that it has become much more prosperous. A lot of new shops have been opened, and the business seems to be good. In addition, there are patrol officers who pass by from time to time. You can still see people from Uchiha, but more of them are other ninjas. Come to think of it, now the police department has been completely handed over from Uchiha to Konoha. Just thinking about it, Naruto stopped in front. What's wrong? Naruto didn't know why, but he had an inexplicable fear of the big brother in front of him. This was not because of the beating he had just received, but because the other party had a special aura that made him instinctively afraid. Hearing the question, he quickly and cautiously pointed to a shop beside him and said, "This is the shop opened by Sister Yunze. She should be in there by now." Just the next second, when Yunze turned his head and saw the name of the store, he almost choked to death. Este Lancome Beauty Spa Pavilion. There is also a line of small print below. Konoha flagship store in the country of fire. What the hell is this? How much sponsorship fee did Estee Lauder and Lancome give you? My 6 gods give 10 times. Pooh. What happened in the past 2 years? Yunze actually opened such a thing? Yunze. Chapter 140. Welcome. Excuse me, is this ninja-sama buying cosmetics for his girlfriend? You can take a look at our mask, which is the latest product developed by Mr. Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. It can greatly improve cell activity, slow down the aging of skin cells, and maintain youthful beauty for a long time. With doubts, Yunze entered this beauty salon. As a result, as soon as I entered the door, I received warm service. Listening to these familiar words, Yunze felt like returning to his previous life. He blinked and looked at the beautiful shopping guide in front of him. If I remember correctly, I saw this guy at Senju's house before. Being stared at by the customer, the shopping guide blushed a little and asked, "Guest, did I say something wrong just now?" "Ah, it's a bit strange, you did this because of research and development." "Yes, this is a product jointly developed by our boss, Mr. Yunze, and Mr. Orochimaru." The beauty said with some pride, "This has been tested by the market. For more than a year, this product is the best-selling product in the store." "Okay. But, does Orochimaru agree with you playing his banner?" Yunze was even more puzzled. "Of course, every time we sell a product, we have to pay Mr. Orochimaru the copyright fee." "Orochimaru? Copyright fee?" Yunze suddenly woke up from 597, he may have returned to the wrong world. This is definitely a parallel world of Hokage. Otherwise it would not be possible for this to happen. It's too inconsistent. With complicated emotions, Yunze looked around. "I found that the decoration style of this store is very modern, simple, and luxurious. There are only a few wooden cabinets with a few bottles and cans on them. Behind it is a corridor leading to the back of the store." Seeing Yunze looking there, the beauty shopping guide quickly said, "My lord, behind is the beauty salon in the store. Only female guests are accepted, men are not allowed to enter." "Terribly sorry." Yunze. Just when Yunze was thinking about how to express his intention of coming, Naruto's voice came from behind. "Sister Zyaju, this is my eldest brother, he is here to find Sister Yunze." "Master Naruto, why are you here?" The shopping guide known as Zyaju heard the voice and his eyes lit up, only when he saw the dust on Naruto's body. He frowned and said, "Master Naruto, why did you make it so dirty? The boss will reprimand you when he sees it." As he said that, he wanted to help clean up, which made Naruto flushed and looked at Yunze behind him who was already pale. He hurriedly said, "Oh, Sister Zyaju, leave me alone, hurry up and tell Sister Yunze that brother Yunze is back." "Master Yunze." At this time, Zyaju finally understood. She looked at the young man who she regarded as a guest in shock. Even though Yunze hasn't shown up in the past 2 years. But people in Konoha still can't forget Minister Enbu, this is the hero of Konoha. Thinking of this, Xiao Qiao said with a look of panic and excitement. "Yun. Master Yunze, sorry, I didn't recognize you, I will tell the boss right away." After finishing speaking, he took another sneaky look at Yunze and ran to the back. "Hee, brother Yunze." Naruto had already put on a fawning smile on his immature face. "Okay, I'm still a young master." Yunze spit out a sentence from his mouth with a half-smile. "Hey, everyone calls you that because of your face, big brother." Listening to what this guy said, it was really difficult for Yunze to adapt for a while. What the hell is going on? "Yo, are you willing to come back? I thought you must have fallen into some vixen's cave, and you forgot about us." Inside a private office of the beauty shop, Yunze lay comfortably on the chair, her slender thighs raised, her face full of sarcasm. "Speak politely." Yunze's mouth is tough, but his heart is a little empty. Although it's a vixen this time, it seems to bring back a female ghost. "Speak well, you left me alone in this strange world for 2 full years. Do you know how I have spent the past 2 years? Yunze was indignant. Aren't you having a good life? Yunze said, pointing to the luxurious office and then to the delicious food beside her. I heard that I made a lot of money. Humph. Yunze was alert for a moment, and said, I can tell you, these industries were created by us with hard work, you can't make a mistake. You. Of course, this store is led by me and founded together with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hong. It is a joint stock enterprise. 17. Why is there still something about Tsunade and Hong? Orochimaru invested in technology, and there is nothing strange about Yunze. But what about the other two? Tsunade provides remediation guarantees, Hong provides funding, and by the way acts as a brand ambassador. Even Yunze had to admire this explanation. Dude, it's kind of like that. However, Yunze still doesn't like this thing, he is a man who aims at the heavens and the world. So he said disdainfully, don't worry, I don't like such a little thing. Are you sure? Yunze didn't relax his vigilance, and said, now our stores have opened in all major cities of the Fire Country, and the other 4 big countries have also set up branches in their capitals. The scale is not small. Does anyone use this stuff? This is the ninja world. Of course, no matter how chaotic Ninja Village is, those nobles will not be affected. Don't you know that women and children earn the most money? Speaking of this, Yunze said excitedly, let me tell you, you will never guess how generous those noble ladies and ladies are. Just last year, our income was almost higher than Konoha's financial income. I plan to completely open branches in the whole world this year. By the time Yunze, who had fallen into longing, didn't notice that there was something wrong with the expression of the man beside him. For a long time, Yunze, who was talking excitedly, heard a sentence that made her feel cold. It seems that these things developed by Orochimaru were made from the blood orchids I provided. So, according to the original contract, these achievements are mine. Thank you for helping me earn so much money, I will give you a bonus. Yunze. You don't keep your word, you are not a man. You even robbed our sister's private house money. Always feel something is wrong. While the two were still talking about each other over business issues. Boom! The door of the room was kicked open. Immediately afterwards, an angry voice sounded from the door. Son of ABCH! Are you a man or not? There is no news at all, and it will be 2 years since I left. What do you take us for? As soon as I came back, I was thinking about our little money. Has my conscience been eaten by dogs? Looking at the fierce and majestic figure standing at the door. Yunze, who was angry at being interrupted because of good things. The flames dissipate instantly. He tidied up the instrument with a face of embarrassment. Tsunade! Tsunade, why are you here? I was thinking about going to see you later. See me? Why do you want to check the accounts? Let me tell you first, no way. You don't even give me living expenses. I finally found a way to make money. If you dare to snatch it, I will never end with you. Yes. It was Konoha's 5th Hokage, Tsunade Hime, who came to catch the FK. After all, Yunze is Minister Enbu, even if he hasn't shown up for 2 years. But there are still not a few people who pay attention to him. So the first time he showed up, the news of his return to Konoha spread throughout Konoha village like a hurricane. And Tsunade, who is Hokage, must be the first to receive the news. Therefore, it is not surprising that she can appear here in time. It's just what Tsunade said when they met. Yunze, who was still very guilty, finally reacted. It doesn't taste right. Why does it feel like she's not here to catch the girl, but for her own gambling money? Figured it out here. Yunze's confidence rose instantly. Ahem. Tsunade, I'm not thinking about your little money, but we have to be reasonable in everything, right? I already have a part of the money, I can't just waste white hits. Humph. Tsunade glanced at Yunze next to him. Understood. This means asking her to pay the price. So for the happiness and dignity of a gambling dog. Tsunade said impassionedly, don't worry, my wife has always believed in the principle of fair trade. Never eat and drink for free. Come on, come back with me, I'll tell you how much I wiped Yura in the past 2 years. Let you know what value for money is. My mother deserves the hard-earned money she earned. After speaking, he couldn't help but pull Yunze and left. 2.5 Only Yunze was left behind, and some still haven't recovered. After a long time, he murmured, why do you feel that something is wrong? Did I lose money? Same. Senju Mansion. Yunze is like a tool man, facing the work results displayed by Tsunade one by one. After feeling the tremendous pressure like a mountain, I finally affirmed the results of Tsunade's work in the past 2 years. Her pay is huge and well worth the hard-earned money. Only, after a tiring work, the trace of falling asleep. Yunze always feels like he forgot something. The Uchiha family. Erzuza sat at the door very proudly with scars all over his face. Although he lost to that yellow-haired boy today. However, it made the other party pay a huge price. To his delight, the news of Yunze's return has spread throughout the village. In this case, then Unii-san, who went out with that adult for 2 years, should have come back. Thinking of this, he looked longingly at the door. He must be the first time. Let dear Unii-san feel the enthusiasm from Unii-san. Chapter 141. Monster World. Xiaquarong City. Inside Southwest University. Students, we just talked about the issue of known victims and unknown victims. Next, let's talk about the ethical connection of special relationships. What is a special relationship? Don't laugh, I saw a lot of male students snickering, even some female students, don't think wrongly. In philosophy, this special relationship refers specifically to parent-child relationship, teacher-student relationship, employment relationship. On the podium, the young professor is still explaining seriously. But the focus of many students below is not philosophy, but the professor himself. Qian, why do you think Professor Huang is so handsome? Every time I see him, I can't help but fantasize about him becoming my boyfriend. Young man with glasses. Humph. You're thinking about farts. The best friend next to him couldn't help but sneered and said, you know our department, isn't it true how many girls in our school have a crush on him? You can go to the mountain city from here, so don't dream. Don't worry about me, I like to dream, okay? The long-haired beauty said indifferently, a man like this fits a girl's fantasy. Became a professor of philosophy at a young age, rich and handsome, with a good figure, it is said that he has also learned fighting, can give girls a sense of security, and has no bad habits. What's more important is that my parents are gone, and there are only retired grandparents at home. Such a good family background, tisk tisk. By the way, it is said that he has a younger brother who is also very handsome. Accompanied by the strange voice of 09, the two girls talked more and more happily, looking up from time to time, completely forgetting that they were still in class. Scenes similar to them can be seen everywhere in this classroom. Okay, that's the end of this lesson, the day after tomorrow is the weekend, I wish you all a good time. Thank you, teacher. Professor, what are you doing on weekends, do you want to have a meal together? I know a hot pot restaurant is very good. Professor Huang, I don't understand some questions, can I go to your home for advice on weekends? Professor Huang, do you have a girlfriend? Do you think I can? After dismissing the students, Huang Shulang sighed deeply. Every time after class is more tiring than class, it is simply too tortured. Pack your things with ease. Huang Shulang walked out of the classroom, checked the time, and walked outside the school. That's right, this person is exactly 1,007 who are pronounced Huang Shulang and written Uchiha Itaki. In the past 20 years, he has slowly passed the initial discomfort. Then he showed intelligence far beyond ordinary people, diligent and studious. Even if his grandparents frequently stop him from skipping grades. But in the end, at the age of 20, he still got a double doctorate in the Department of Philosophy and the Department of History. He was directly hired by the school as a lecturer. In the next few years, his promotion was like a rocket. In just a few years, he was promoted to professor, becoming the youngest philosophy professor ever at Southwestern University. Loved by schoolgirls. However, even so, there is still a huge regret in Professor Huang Shulang's heart. Deep in his heart, he has been waiting for someone. That's someone very important to him. Today is a special day. Huang Shulang didn't go back to the house he just bought, but went to his grandparents' house. As soon as he entered the door, he found that there was a third person in the room. This is a young man who always wears dark glasses in the house. While changing his shoes, Huang Shulang asked in surprise, "Why did you come so early today? Is your blind massage parlor closed so early today?" "Well, the old man celebrates his birthday today, so come back early to help." The man in sunglasses replied calmly. Behind the sunglasses, faintly white eyes can be seen. This person is none other than Psutsuki Sharon, pronounced Huang Beilang. In this world, it is Huang Shulang's younger brother. Then, the old lady seemed to hear the voice and came out from the kitchen. She looks a little older, but she is hale and hearty, not at all old-fashioned. After seeing Huang Shulang, she ran up happily and hugged him. He smiled and said, "Why are you just like your younger brother? You came back so early, so you didn't delay the students' studies." "Why? No, don't worry, Grandma, I always remember your words, and I am very responsible to the students." Facing the other people, Huang Shulang also put on a smile on his face. "That's good, hurry up and wash your hands, it will be done soon." Walking into the restaurant, I found that Mr. Liu Yu was sitting at the dining table with presbyopic glasses reading materials. See Huang Shulang in the past. He looked up at him and said, "Well, yes, I just read your paper, the research on morality and human nature is very thorough, really good." "Okay, don't talk about this, the children came back today to celebrate your birthday, not to listen to your lectures. Come and eat quickly. Try this meatball, I specially made it for you, Japanese taste. Come on, Bai Lang, eat this, it's fish eyes, it can improve eyesight." After a warm dinner. Seeing that the two old men had fallen asleep, the two brothers who had packed everything took out a token. In a blink of an eye, I came to Skull Island. The moment the two of them appeared, a huge beast roar rang out. Looking up, a fist the size of a mountain was smashed down. "Good job! I have to take care of you today." The polite and gentle appearance of the two of them disappeared in an instant. 1,007 had their eyes removed. Skirin took off his sunglasses. The boiling fighting spirit instantly permeated the whole body. Fire style great fireball technique. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The violent explosion echoed continuously over the entire island. After more than half an hour, King Kong dragged his body covered in scorched hair with a melancholy face and left. These two guys, it's becoming more and more difficult to deal with. There were still Sharon and 1,000, who were also tired and paralyzed on the ground, not wanting to move. Only returning to Skull Island every weekend will remind the two of them that they come from a ninja world full of battles. "How are your eyes doing now?" He turned around and glanced at Sharon. Fortunately, it has completely turned into a blank stare. When the other party first came, the eyes were still normal. But then as time passed slowly, it gradually turned into a piece of pure white. In a world where people block and call eyes like cataracts, I still remember that time. The two elderly people also took their family members to major hospitals for treatment. They consulted many ophthalmologists, but nothing worked. It is also because of eye problems. Skirin finally opened a massage parlor for the blind. However, fortunately, it seems that the mouth of the tree is specially designed. In just a few years, Sharon's blind massage parlor is getting bigger and bigger, and it is famous in the whole southwest region. Many rich people have to make an appointment in advance to fly over for treatment. Of course, 1007 is very clear to me. This is so-called white eyes. He really didn't expect. The child that the teacher asked me to take care of at the beginning turned out to be Bloodline with supercilious eyes. Let a Sharingan kid take a blind-eyed kid. Only that wonderful teacher can do this. Think of that irresponsible teacher. 033 Daki let out a long sigh. 20 years. Yes. Sharon also sighed. Who would have thought that a child of 4 or 5 years old would turn into a young man in his 20s in the blink of an eye? Tell me, did something happen to the teacher? Even after years of quality education, a dozen or 7 of them with good self-cultivation can't help but want to curse that teacher. I really hope that Big Brother Yunze will have an accident, but judging by the performance of those summoning beasts, it should be fine. Sharon said the rebellious words in a flat tone. Don't call him Big Brother, I always feel that you are taking advantage of me. Then I still call you brother, haven't you taken advantage of me for 20 years? Okay, this topic is over for now. Sitting up one by one, looking at the mountains in the distance, he asked in confusion, do you think Teacher Yunze has forgotten us? We're not really going to live here forever, are we? Although he is used to the life here, Itaka still misses his parents and younger brother in Ninja World. It doesn't matter to me. Sharon is alone, not as concerned as Itaka. But after all, they are not from this world. Apart from the two old people, there are a dozen or 7 around them. For others, Sharon is still a bit estranged. Only in this Skull Island can there be a feeling of freedom. Hey, if the teacher appears in front of me now, I must let him experience what it means to kill a teacher. I'll help you. Finished speaking. The two fell silent again. Scenes like this have happened too many times. Only, this time something is different. There was a sudden ripple in the space beside him, and a figure suddenly appeared there. At the same time, a strange and familiar voice sounded. Master Killing. You two are a bit bold in your thinking. Teacher. Brother Yunze. Chapter 142. Yunze was originally guilty. He really forgot about Uchiha Itaka and Satsuki Tonari. Until Tsunade inadvertently asked where he took Itaka for special training. I just remembered that I still have an apprentice. As a result, as soon as I came in, I heard something great. Master Killer. This is what Yunze was worried about when he took Uchiha Itaka. Didn't expect it to come to this day. For a while, he began to think about whether he should strike first. Teacher. Brother Yunze. When the person you are thinking about really appears in front of you. Uchiha Hit 7 and Satsuki Tonari could no longer hold back the complicated emotions in his heart. If it wasn't for their age, they might cry on the spot. But even so, it can also be seen that the eye sockets of the two are red. Teacher, you finally remembered me, we all thought you had forgotten us. 20 years. 20 years. How many 20 years can there be in life? If you delay it, you won't see us. You speak to me. Yunze was completely overwhelmed by their complaints. However, thinking about it, when they were sent in before, they were still Zyadol workers. In the blink of an eye, he has become a young man in his 20s. For this, Yunze also felt deeply guilty. The idea of wanting to be strong just now was deeply suppressed in my heart. Okay, I really encountered something this time, and it's not that I forgot you. I left the ninja world before, and it took me 2 years to leave, which I didn't expect. Because the time flow of the two worlds is different, you have stayed here for so long. Yunze explained with guilt on his face, I came to pick you up as soon as I got back to Ninja World, and there was no delay at all. I really didn't even go home. So, forgive me as a teacher. These words are sincere. Let Satsuki Tonari shut his mouth for a moment. He was originally adopted by Yunze, and he didn't complain too much. Only a dozen or 7 eyes showed a trace of doubt. Due to his working relationship, he is not generally familiar with the smell of women's perfume. Therefore, since Yunze appeared just now, he could vaguely smell a faint fragrance on his body. This is definitely not the scent of a big man. Just as he was about to refute a few words, he turned around and thought of his outrageous remarks just now. The courage dissipated in an instant. Or don't look for death anymore. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi said solemnly, Teacher, don't talk anymore, we believe in you. You must have encountered important things and delayed the time. It was just the two of us complaining a little bit, and we didn't really have a problem with you. So, let the previous things pass. Everyone, don't mention it anymore, life always has to go on. Satsuki Tonari. I always feel that the good guys and the bad guys are all done by this guy. Well, it seems that your 20 years have not been wasted, the education here is really good. You are all adults. Yunze was very emotional. Looking at the two young men, he said, Come on, first tell me what you have done all these years. Is teacher. Following the narration of the two, Yunze was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't expect these two people to be so promising. One became a professor, the other became the boss of a massage parlor. It can be said that you have achieved success and become famous. With this experience, I can definitely write 2 urban novels, guaranteed to be on the list. Teacher, I don't know if our special training is satisfactory to you. Uchiha Itachi looked at Yunze with a little anxiety. Yes, not bad. Yunze came back to his senses, he glanced at Itachi. If it is not known that Itachi is from the Uchiha clan, it is impossible to tell from his current appearance. The whole person is full of intellectual temperament, without a trace of Uchiha's indifference and arrogance. Thinking of Itachi's major, Yunze continued to ask, Have you found the answer to the original question now? Itachi was taken aback by this question, and then it occurred to him that what Yunze asked should be questions about life and peace that he had been wondering about since he was a child. This made him blush a little, and said embarrassingly, Teacher, don't mention these. That's because I was ignorant when I was a child, and I didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, so I thought about these issues. Then now that you've grown up, what do you gain? Yunze will not let him go, and must see if this guy's 3 views are correct. Seeing Yunze's serious question, Itachi thought for a while and said, I have gained a lot, but it is impossible to find the real answer. There are no precise answers to these questions. I see. Yunze thought for a while and asked, if Konoha and Uchiha had a conflict one day, how would you choose? Itachi was not surprised by this question, but calmly replied, Teacher, your question is not accurate. There will be no conflict for no reason between any 2 parties. There must be a reason for it. You haven't even stated the conditions clearly. How can I choose? Yunze blinked and blinked, always feeling a little silly now. What are you doing discussing these issues with those who study philosophy? Are you full? Thinking of this, Yunze waved his hand and said, Forget it, let's not talk about it. Come on, teacher, I have recently studied a lot of integrity in my spare time, such as Macy, game theory, and so on. I have gained a little, let's discuss it. Really, teacher, don't go, don't you want to check your homework? Let's continue. Would you like to talk about history? Looking at Yunze who was chatting with her. Itachi was a little sullen, he wasn't really talkative. I just suddenly saw teacher Yunze, and I was a little excited. These years of study have made him deeply aware of his insignificance, even though he has become a professor. Still feel like I'm just taking the first step in the search for truth. In his mind, the teacher is definitely the most intelligent person in the world, and discussing with him will definitely bring him a new way of thinking. As a result, the other party ignored him. Your eyes are fully evolved now, right? Yunze looked into Satsuki Tonari's eyes. When he put on the eyes for the first time, he discovered that the chakra of Satsuki Hamura in his body was subtly affecting the ordinary eyes. This is also the reason why he later threw his wife to Haki. The time flow here is different, and the results can be seen faster. Obviously, the answer did not disappoint him. Skirin replied affirmatively, yes, it has completely become white eyes now, and I have a feeling that if certain conditions are met, these eyes may really evolve into Tensagen. Speaking of this, Sharon didn't hesitate at all. When the time comes, old brother Yunze, you can have Tensagen. UBD, who told you that I'm for Tensagen? Don't think too much about it. Yunze smiled and touched Quaren's head. He could see that the other party was telling the truth. Thinking of this, he added, also, call me teacher from now on. Otherwise, Itaka will blame you for taking advantage of him. Really, really? There was excitement in Sharon's eyes that couldn't be concealed. Certainly. Old teacher. After finally calling out this title, Sharon felt at ease. Compared with before, this kind of relationship between master and apprentice allows Sharon to find a sense of belonging. Teacher, what I just said is true, if Tensagen really evolves, I think it is more suitable for you than me. I know what you said is true, but I have it myself. After finishing speaking, Yunze's eyes suddenly changed. This, Tensagen. Looking at those beautiful blue and white eyes, Skirin was stunned. In his cognition, only the Satsuki clan can truly open Tensagen. But Yunze's eyes have completely broken this deep-rooted concept. This made him completely shocked for a moment. This guy. Yunze wanted to laugh, and with a thought, a trace of Tensagen's pupil power entered Sharon's eyes. He believed that with this thread of seed, Sharon's eyes might really be able to evolve again. As soon as he finished all this, he found Itaka was also looking at him in shock. What's wrong? Itaka stammered, Teacher, what is Tensagen? He never knew his teacher had bloodline. Tensagen is the product of further evolution of white eyes, similar to Manjiki. No, it is a pupil technique similar to the result of Manjiki's next evolution. At this point, it doesn't matter to the cloud that many things are exposed. Blind eyes. Itaka became even more confused, isn't this the bloodline from Hyaga's house? Yeah, but who told you that only Hyagas have supercilious eyes? Saying that, Yunze's eyes turned into Manjiki. White eyes, Sharingan, Manjiki. Except for Rinnegan, Liao Nyohao, changed them one by one. Shepherd. Okay, let's start to check the results of your cultivation. Big Charmander Technique. Gentle Fist Law 8 trigrams 64 palms. Under the moonlight. The entire Skull Island shook again. On the side, 3 behemoths and a large moth formed a circle, watching the fierce battle between the 3 in the arena. Yunze lay comfortably on King Kong's forehead. Fighting Itaka and Sharon next is his wood clone. Watch and comment. The amount of chakra is not bad, and being able to reach Janin's level under the suppression of the world has exceeded my expectations. As long as you return to the ninja world, you will definitely usher in a wave of skyrocketing immediately. Although there are not many ninjutsu, but the degree of mastery is very high. The thing that impresses me the most is physique. It seems that these two guys have practiced a lot. Even if it's just a wood clone, it's not easy for Itaka and Sharon to deal with it. Now that the desired result has been obtained. When the two have gradually fallen into a disadvantage. Yunze shouted, You can stop, I already know your strength, Min. As a result, this sentence has just been finished. Itaka refused. Teacher, there is no winner yet. Amaterasu. Chapter 143. Amaterasu. Sage Mode On. Accompanied by the light blue chakra coat gradually covering the body of the Sharon, Itaka took the first step. In the eyes of the three Tomo Sharingan, it turned into a spinning Tianfeng army in an instant. At the same time, a black flame appeared on Wood Clone in the blink of an eye. One hit 7, what do you mean? Sharon's Sage Mode couldn't be activated instantly, and when he was ready, he found that the enemy had been burned to death by Amaterasu. It's not interesting, you just made a wrong choice, who told you to turn on Sage Mode? If this is on the battlefield, you are already dead. Itaki replied flatly while wiping the bloodshot eyes. This is not a battlefield. So what, can you relax in normal training? FK, it's fine to play a game to grab the head, but come now, you head dog. Haha. 1. On the other side, Yunze, who ate a shot of Amaterasu, was shaking with pain. It happened so suddenly that he didn't even expect that 1,007 would open Manjiki, and it was Amaterasu. Caught off guard, he didn't even have time to take back his avatar. Wood Clone died, although there is nothing serious, but it hurts. Just waiting for him to slow down, he became even more frustrated. Those two lovely apprentices were arguing non-stop for the master's head. Outlaws. Since you feel that the distribution of spoils is uneven, then I will give you a few more heads. Come on, grab it for me. Whoever grabs enough, wait to be drawn. Boom boom boom. In an instant, more than a dozen Wood Clones swarmed up. Ah, I was wrong, teacher. Surrender, surrender. What? So, when did you open Manjiki? After the dust settles. Yunze looked at the bruised and swollen 1,007 in a happy mood, and asked doubtfully. 6 years ago, when I got my double doctorate degree. Itaka sniffled his nose and replied vaguely. Yunze was full of question marks. Didn't it say that the opening of Manjiki requires a violent emotional swing? Kill relatives, friends, and the whole family. How did you get here and get a diploma? It's so simple, right? 2 pillars. Where do you let him put his face in the future? Did you get too excited when 320 got the certificate? Yunze asked hesitantly. No, although I'm very happy, but I'm not too excited. Then why did you open Manjiki? Yunze had to seek justice for Urjuzi. The evolution of Sharingan requires strong emotional fluctuations, and you are a bit unreasonable. It turns out that the evolution of Sharingan requires this condition. Itaka thought thoughtfully. Although he had heard similar rumors before, he had never confirmed it. Now he is sure of it. Yes, so I'm a little curious why you opened your eyes so easily. Yunze's words made Itaka fall into deep thought, and asked after a long time, then how did you open it, teacher? I'm special. Yunze didn't have the nerve to say that his Manjiki was given by the enemy. No. Itaka said suddenly, Sharingan does need strong emotional fluctuations to open his eyes, but this is just a method, not the most essential need. The most essential need? Yunze said, you mean spiritual energy, right? That's right, that's it. Itaka's eyes lit up. I understand, it must be because I have been thinking, delving into knowledge, and using my brain too much, so my mental energy has continued to grow, and I reached the opening of Manjiki at the age of 20. Demand. Sharon said quietly at the side, so you mean, Uchiha needs to study hard and improve every day if he wants to open his eyes. That's right. Itaka strongly agrees with this statement. Of course, one's own talent can't be too bad. Sharon continued, so, are you saying that you are a genius? Itaka glanced at him, is there a problem? Yes, what's the matter? Seeing that the two lovers started arguing again, Yun was reluctant. At the same time, I also agreed with Itaka's statement in my heart. After all, the growth of spiritual energy or the improvement of yin attribute energy is indeed a necessary condition for Sharingan to open his eyes. The reason why Itake was able to open his eyes was not only that his mental energy increased as he grew older and continued to think and learn, but also because of his extraordinary talent. It's just that geniuses themselves are short-lived. Thinking of this, Manjiki opened Yun's eyes. Itake's lifeline appeared in the field of vision. Ajak, but, the next second, Yunze frowned. Long ago, before sending Itake to Monster World, he had seen the lifeline of the other party. Very short. There are only less than 30 years of live heads. Yunze speculates that this is the effect of the bloodline disease hidden in Itake's body. For this reason, he specially gave the other party 3 blood orchids. It's a pity that the effect is not very good. It could have increased my lifespan by 90 years, but it only lasted 15 years in Itake's body. At that time, Yunze was still thinking about finding an opportunity to give him a good medical treatment. I didn't expect to see it now. The lifeline actually grew by itself. This shows that Fang Yin's disease was suppressed or even cured. Why is this happening? Thinking of this, Yun asked. Have you been to the hospital for a physical examination before? No. That's weird. Yun's words reminded Itake of something, and he said, does the teacher want to ask me about something hidden in my body? You know. Now it was Yun's turn to be surprised. Yes. Itake pointed at Sharon and said, when I was 13 years old, I felt that my health was getting worse and worse. I went to the hospital for examination, but nothing was wrong. That made me suspect it might be a genetic defect. However, after all, I am not from this world. I still have Sharingan bloodline, and my genes must be different from those of humans in this world. For this reason, I specially asked Sharon to secretly test it for me. Speaking of this, Skirin added, at the beginning I liked medicine very much, so I secretly bought some medical equipment. The result of the test is indeed a genetic defect. After a series of incomprehensible medical terms, Yunze asked, how did it get better after that? Hearing this question, Itake hesitated for a moment, and said, I don't know, but I suspect that it has changed since I practiced Sage Mode. Sage Mode. A long time ago, Yunze handed over various training materials to Mothra for safekeeping, including Sage Mode. But for this thing, even if the natural energy of this world is not as violent as the ninja world, Yunze is actually not 100% sure that the opponent can cultivate successfully. But I didn't expect that not only did the two of them practice successfully, but they even improved Itake's hidden dangers. Thinking of this, Yunze turned to look at Sharon, and found that his lifeline had also increased. This is where it gets interesting. Teacher, is there something wrong with Sage Mode? Seeing that Yunze was silent, Rong asked worriedly. No, there is no problem with Sage Mode, and it seems that chakra is good for your body, don't worry about practicing. Yunze did not continue the discussion on this issue. The latter is the work category belonging to Orochimaru. Okay, what should be said has been said, and it is time to check. After returning to the ninja world, your strength will be improved again in a short period of time. This can be regarded as an extra reward for you to stay here for 20 years. Prepare now, we should go. Yunze finished. I thought the two of them would be very happy, but Itake and Tonaren were silent at the same time. What's wrong? Yunze was a little puzzled. For a long time. Itake asked, what about grandparents and the two of them? Will they be worried if we leave like this? Yes, they are old, I'm afraid they will be stimulated. Skirin added from the side. It turned out to be this. Hearing this, Yunze laughed. These two apprentices can worry about two ordinary old people, and it is not in vain to take care of them. At least it proves that the two of them have a conscience and know how to repay their kindness. Don't worry, I will arrange it later. The families of the two elderly people will come back to take care of them, and as a reward, your grandparents will definitely live a very long life and enjoy their old age in peace. You don't think that there is nothing wrong with an old man in his 80s, and it's because of the nutritional supplements you bought. Yun's words made the two of them suddenly realize. They just remembered. My teacher is the master of this world. That being the case, it is too easy to take care of two ordinary people. Thinking of this, Sharon was relieved. They can finally return to the ninja world. However, Yunze remembered one thing. He looked at Ataki and Sharon, and said, "It seems that there is still something that needs to be resolved. Sharon is okay, and I don't know many people. But, Ataki, counting your age in the ninja world, you are only 8 years old. If you go back like this now, don't scare your parents to death." 1,007. Really? Only then did he remember that he was now in a 26-year-old body. Mom, this is almost catching up with his parents. Why don't you just say that my body has grown rapidly in the past 2 years? Are you stupid or are your parents stupid? Whose child grows so big in 2 years? Chu rolled his eyes. Do you think bone age can be hidden? Then what to do? Simple. Yun sighed a little. Hey! It's time to destroy the 3 views of the 2 apprentices. After Yun said simple words, Itaki and Sharon looked forward to it. They don't doubt their teacher's methods at all. But how would he solve this problem? Really been waiting. In the next second, even if they are already prepared in their hearts, still couldn't help but fell into shock. What the hell is going on with the teacher's eyes? What are these amethyst-like eyes? Compared with Itaki, as 8th Satsuki clan, Sharon has some knowledge. Although the memory before the age of 3 has been completely erased and modified, some things recorded in his blood are still deeply rooted in it. This made him tremble to say a few words. Wheel. Rin-Egan. Rin-Egan. Itaka didn't understand. The legendary eye of the Sage of 6 Paths. Itaki understood this explanation. But, he was also intimidated. How could the teacher have such legendary eyes? And what shocked the two of them was still behind, following the launch of Yun's Rin-Egan. Itaki and Sharon's body began to become smaller and smaller in an instant. It was as if time had turned back, allowing them to go back to a year ago, 2 years ago. Is this the power of time? The two of them are going crazy. Is this kind of power a person can control? However, they soon discovered a little difference, although as the body became smaller, the vitality in the body became stronger and stronger. But their chakra still has thoughts but no change. This is a bit different from going back in time. A long time ago, Yun's Manjiki was able to control a person's lifeline, but only lifespan at that time. Now, with the evolution into the eternal Manjiki, Rin-Egan, his ability is getting stronger and stronger. Especially Rin-Egan, let him thoroughly touch the little cute tail of time. At this time, he can not only control vitality and lifespan, but can even consciously control the influence of time on the body. Enough, enough, the teacher can do it. As the bodies of the two shrank to the height of teenagers, Itaka yelled to stop with a look of horror. Yunze closed his eyes and asked after a while, "What's wrong?" "I think this height is fine, and it's unacceptable to be smaller." At this time Itaka has changed from the original 179 to 170, and his appearance is much more immature. It looks like 15 or 16. "Are you sure, this is not what you can have at the age of 8? It's okay, I'm growing fast, just explain it well. I'm not used to it, no matter how small I am." Fine. Now that Itaka has decided, Yunze didn't force it, he turned to look at Sharon. "What about you?" Sharon glanced at his own height and said, "Why don't you let me return to my original form, teacher? Anyway, no one knows me. If it's really impossible, I'll be better than a dozen or 7. Let's go, it's time to go back." Yunze was too lazy to argue with the two apprentices. It is necessary to take them back to the ninja world. But, at this time, an accident happened. Mothra, one of the 4 monsters, suddenly disappeared. Is this summoning? Yunze didn't react for a while. However, the next moment, he understood. No, it's red summoning Mothra. Chapter 144. In the land of water. A Konoha team of 3 was fleeing quickly. The leader is Yuhihong. Captain, what should we do? Mist Shinobi's men are chasing very closely. If this continues, we may not be able to escape. A Konohachnin who was traveling with him felt a little anxious when he felt the pursuers not far behind him. If it doesn't work, I'll stay behind. Don't talk nonsense, we haven't reached that step yet, and even if it ends, I will come. Kurane Yui has become Jainin at this time, and this is not the first time she leads a team to perform a mission. Therefore, even in the face of pursuit, she did not lose her composure. Because Kirigakura lives overseas, the special geographical environment makes them have little contact with the outside world. Konoha only discovered last year that Mist Shinobi seems to be in turmoil. Many bloodline families were eradicated by 4th Mizukage. In order to investigate more detailed information, Konoha has sent many ninjas to the country of water intermittently this year. That's why Yuhihong came here. I thought it would be a simple intelligence gathering mission. Unexpectedly, he accidentally discovered Kirigakura's rebel organization. What's more surprising is that they were discovered by the other party. So he was chased all the way to the present. Thinking of his previous opponent, even Jainin Hong couldn't help frowning. The guys in the lead are really tough. Speed up, there are our people not far ahead to respond, and then we can leave safely. September 27th. This is not to boost the confidence of the subordinates, but to make a big deal, but there is indeed a response ahead. Although Yuhihong has been rejecting the old woman's unprocedural promotion in order to become a great female ninja. Instead, insist on relying on your own efforts and temper yourself through tasks. However, after all, he is still a partner with that old woman. Plus the common hot man behind it. Tsunade still takes good care of her. For each mission, an Anbu ninja will be sent to respond to prevent any accidents. Yu Haihong is also well aware of this, but it has never been used. But now she is really in danger, she is not a fool, of course she asked for help. Only when she arrived at the pickup location, another accident happened. All the Anbu who were supposed to respond have been killed, and the murderer is dealing with the scene. It's embarrassing now. In the foggy forest, 2 men in black trench coats had just finished a fight and were handling the scene. Among them, the thinner man felt a little helpless looking at the fat man with 2 small thongs. Puffer Ghost, you Mist Shinobi are really depraved, how can you meet Konoha's Anbu ninja when you pass by? Hehe, Kakuzu, don't say such things again, I'm not from Mist Shinobi now, Mist Shinobi trash has nothing to do with me. Puffer Ghost. What you said makes sense. That's right, these 2 people are Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization and Sigwashin Pufferfish SI who just joined. Because the Akatsuki organization is desperately collecting funds. Kakuzu, who is the #1 money-making expert, can only take the task desperately. This time, he just came to the Kingdom of Water with his new partner to complete an ordinary bounty task. As a result, I ran into Anbu from Konoha on the way. Good guy. In this case, what can they do? They are also desperate. In order not to expose the information, he could only choose to kill the other party. However, before the 2 of them packed up, another group of ninjas emerged from the woods. Look at the Konoha logo on the head of the leading beauty. Kakuzu's face turned black. Fatty, you Mist Shinobi should be removed. There are Konoha ninjas everywhere, it's a disgrace to the 5 great ninja villages. Watermelon Mountain. Puffer Ghost. The moment she saw the black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds on the murderer's body, Hong became alarmed. What my man said is very clear. When you meet a person dressed like this, don't talk, just run away as fast as you can. Unfortunately, it depends on the situation now. Should not be able to run. Because, the pursuers behind have also arrived. Just as Hong turned her head, she heard a rough voice. Haha, Konoha's ninjas have finally caught up with you. Soon, several ninjas from Mist Shinobi appeared. A man and a woman lead. Seeing these two people, the red face darkened a lot. The guy looks weird. A blue face is like a shark, and when he talks, he shows a mouth full of sharp teeth. Not to mention the weird looks, but the strength is exaggerated to death. Others' water style is at most a small puddle, but this guy is like a lake when he uses it. Chakra doesn't seem to cost any money. As for the women, they are very good looking. She has long brown hair, a long blue dress, and a proud figure. What's more, she wears fishnet stockings on her legs. In addition to the appearance and dress that make Hong frown, the strength is also not inferior. Although there are not many shots, it seems that it is a bloodline ninja. What's more, she seems to be the head of the gang of Mist Shinobi. For a while, Hong has the urge to cry. It is true that there are wolves in front and tigers in back. And when Hong was struggling, the two Mist Shinobi who were very happy for chasing Konoha Shinobi were also unhappy. Just because they saw two other strangely dressed ninjas behind Konoha. For a moment, the shark man's face changed, and he shouted angrily, "Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, you traitor, you dare to go back to Kirigakure. This time, I will definitely make you pay for the mistakes you made." As a result, before he finished speaking, the woman next to him whispered, "Kisame, don't be impulsive, this time our main task is to clean up Konoha's people. Must not let the news get out, this is related to the future of Mist Shinobi." That's right, Mist Shinobi's people are none other than Kisame and Terumi Mei. They were discussing a big event, but they were discovered by Konoha's people. After chasing all the way, I even met Kirigakure's rebellious ninja, one of the 7 ninja swords, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. To be honest, Terumi Mei is equally desperate now. It's a mess. What a coincidence. For a while, the three parties fell into a brief silence. A long time. It was Kakuzu who spoke, and he looked at his partner who was trying to suppress it. Although we haven't worked together for a long time, we know each other's thoughts very well. Things have developed to the current situation, and there is no other way. Leave the people of Mist Shinobi to you, and the people of Konoha to me. Let's clean up together. Haha, it's the first time I've partnered with you and I think you're not bad. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost laughed wildly, and said, "Kisame, you are really brazen, dare to talk to Laozi like that, now Laozi will teach you a lesson." After speaking, he pulled out the big sword behind him and rushed straight towards Mist Shinobi's people. To be honest, after being pointed at by his former subordinates and scolding him as a traitor, the puffer fish ghost couldn't help but want to chop him up for a long time. However, he had just joined the Akatsuki organization after all, so he didn't need to maintain proper respect in front of the elders. Now, since the other party has spoken, he can teach this group of Mist Shinobi juniors a good lesson. On the opposite side, Terumi Mei looked at the puffer ghost rushing towards him, her face darkened. What she was most worried about still happened. On the other hand, Kisame beside him seemed very excited. Seeing this, Terumi Mei had no choice but to say, "Let's go together and solve each other as soon as possible. Then the one who cleans up the Konoha. It is good. Water style who repairs the dam." At the moment of answering, both hands seal 0. The turbulent water spewed out from the mouth, rushing towards the puffer fish ghost. Hong didn't expect that the strange ninja on the opposite side would take the lead in attacking the Mist Shinobi ninja. This made her happy. They seemed to be able to take the opportunity to escape. It's just that it's too early to wait for her to be happy. Another voice sounded. "Little Konoha, you should be proud to die by my hands. After all, I am the one who fought against your first generation." Hearing this, the faces of the 3 Konohas all changed. This guy seems to have a lot of background. Without waiting for them to think too much, the opponent's attack has already arrived. Fire style head hard. The battle broke out in an instant. Ahem, Captain, this guy is too strong. If we continue to fight, we have to explain to him here. Why don't we stop each other and leave quickly? Konoha wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said his proposal solemnly. Regarding the decision after the break, the other person did not object, but silently stood beside his teammates. Shut up, I'm the captain, how could I let you all die? Red's face was a little pale. She's also in bad shape. Although she has become a Jainin, she is actually better at illusion. Other ninjutsu and taijutsu are a bit worse. There is nothing against other Jainin on weekdays, but against Kakuzu, a cage-level powerhouse, it is still too bad. Looking at the weird enemies, Red can only take out the last whole card in the end. I hope it works. After speaking, he bit his thumb and pressed it hard on the ground. Summoning. Boom. Not good. Kakuzu, who was about to deal with the other party in one breath, saw the sudden appearance of a large cloud of smoke, and instantly realized something was wrong. Just didn't wait for him to stop. Gee! A loud and melodious chirp sounded. Soon, a huge creature appeared in the smoke. It is more than 200 meters long. See this length? Kakuzu was completely dumbfounded. Run away! How the hell is there such a big summoning beast? Too exaggerated. I was just running around and felt something was wrong. The amount of that woman's Chuck 1.0 shouldn't be enough to summon such a big summoning beast, right? Looking back, half of my heart was instantly relieved. At this time, the white smoke had been blown away by the violent wind, and the monster showed its true colors. It turned out to be a big stinging moth. It's just that the wings are bigger. Kakuzu said so, but he was still extremely nervous inside. Anyway, the wings are also part of the body, because it is too exaggerated. On the other hand, Hong didn't expect that she would succeed in summoning. She has also tried communicating with summoning beasts before. However, she found that there were too many chakra needed for a few. With her strength, only one can summoning out. But never seen it. This is Red's first summoning. Although it was not the legendary gorilla, she was extremely satisfied. At first glance, she was captivated. It's so beautiful. The first time Mothra showed up, he confirmed both the enemy and us. Totally unladylike. A mouthful of white thick phlegm was spit out. Then stopped. Her lady queen is very clear. The rest don't need themselves. What are you fighting for? Sure enough, at the next moment, a voice that made Hong extremely happy appeared. I thought who was bullying my wife? So it's Kakuzu. Chapter 145. Mr. Yunze. How did you come? Hong immediately jumped into Yunze's arms excitedly. The small face rubbed against the other's chest non-stop. She really hasn't seen this man for too long, so she doesn't care so much. And what if the enemy is present? Her man has no enemy he cannot handle. Hong's confidence in Yunze is completely unreasonable. Okay, you're almost strangling me. Yunze pampered her soft long hair. Hey! Finally grown up. Just when the two were getting bored, the two red teammates looked at each other in blank dismay. It was the first time for them to see the captain so lovable. However, then the identity of the captain's boyfriend came to mind. The first time I saluted solemnly, respectfully said, "Hello, Master Yunze." "Well, hello." After gently pushing the beautiful woman in his arms, Yun replied faintly. Then he looked at Kakuzu who was entangled with the silk screen on the opposite side. He said calmly, "I will leave that person to you. This is your first mission back in the ninja world. I hope you can solve each other as quickly as possible." "Yes, teacher." *2. Finished speaking. Standing behind Yunze, Itaki, and Tonari moved straight to Kakuzu. As the queen of monsters, Mothra can fight hand-to-hand with a big guy like Ruton, and even fight back. But the ability of the whole body is more inclined to assist and control. What's more, he didn't work hard at this time. After it appeared, it just spit out a mouthful of silk screen. But Mothra's silk screen looks ordinary, but it is very tough, sticky, and most importantly, it covers a large area. One bite down, the range of more than 10 meters is full of white silk threads. Kakuzu didn't have time to escape coverage. He was sprayed right in an instant. At this time, while he was working hard to remove the silk screen on his body, one side is fully alert to the enemy on the other side. Compared with the previous Konoha 09 ninja, and the huge summoning beast, what really made him afraid was the man who had just appeared. He remembers very well. This is Konoha's latest rising genius ninja, Shihour Yunze. Even a fool like Fourth Raikage is no match. He is also a key figure that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has specially instructed. What Kakuzu didn't expect was that the opponent didn't seem to intend to make a move. There are other people who really do it. Although it can be seen from the eyes of the other party, it is the Sharingan from Konoha and the two big ninjas with white eyes. But so what? They're just two brats. This really looks down on him. Kakuzu. Moment. Lao Yunbai, who felt insulted, became angry. Explode directly. Several strange black silk threads continued to spread out from the body. Wind-style harm. Who the hell is this guy? Why is ninjutsu so weird? Looking at the three fighting on the field, Hong was a little startled. Only now did she realize that the other party hadn't shown real strength just now. The kind of black line that can extend from the body at any time is really weird. Hearing Hong's question, Yunze explained in a low voice. That's called Earth Resentment, and it's a secret art of Longin Village. It can capture the beating hearts of other ninjas and store them in the body to prolong its own life, and master new chakra attributes through the meridians on the hearts of other ninjas. Masked monsters of various attributes are formed and stored on the body. Hearing these words, Hong looked at the 5 strange white masks on the opponent's back and asked, "Are those on his back?" "Yes, that thing is alive and can use 5 attribute ninjutsu, and as long as you don't kill all of them, the other party will not die." Doesn't that mean that what the other party said earlier about fighting against first generation is true? The words of Red stunned Yunze. This guy Kakuzu really blows a wave of cowhide every time he meets Konoha's ninja. What's the matter, is he trying to scare us? That's not true. Considering his age, he has met first generation, but he doesn't know if he has fought against him or not. Yunze hesitated. After all, throwing a shuriken 800 miles away should also count as having fought against first generation. Var. Why don't you ask me next time I get first generation out? Don't talk nonsense. Hong thought Yunze was joking with her, so she reached out and patted him. However, after that, I saw that the 5 masked faces on the opponent's body actually moved. A series of ninjutsu with different attributes attacked Itaki and Chiren. Oh, there will be no problems with those 2 little guys. Hong met Yunze's apprentice Uchiha Itaki, although the other party has changed a bit now. But as the preparatory teacher's wife, she still recognized it, so she couldn't help but start to worry. Don't worry, they just don't get used to it yet, they will be fine in a while. My apprentice, how could he be weak? Although Itaki and Sharon never really fought against the enemy. But after all, they often compete with each other, and even practice with King Kong and other monsters from time to time. Therefore, after 20 years, their combat experience is not lacking. Although Kakuzu's grievances are weird, they can only temporarily suppress the 2 of them. As the battle continues, chakra, which has been suppressed by the monster world for 20 years, is constantly increasing over time. Then it was quickly taken over. Weasel, the opponent's body is a bit strange, those masked monsters seem to be hearts, and they must all be eliminated. Shinaro's eyes flickered. After this period of fighting, he had discovered Kakuzu's weakness. Understood. Itaka shot out several kunai with steel wires with an expression on his face. Before the other party could dodge, kunai suddenly changed direction and bit a mask at a strange angle. Also, don't call me by my name next time. Call me brother. The masked monster screamed in pain. Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. In the next second, Itaka completed the handprint with his hands like a phantom. The flame burned along the steel wire as if it had life, and burned the entire mask to ashes. Damn it! On the opposite side, Kakuzu didn't expect that they were just two underage little things, and they were so difficult to deal with. In such a short time, I discovered my weakness. Even broke a heart. This forced him to plan to escape. However, when he looked at Yunze who was still chatting aside, he suppressed this thought again. The opponent has space ninjutsu, so it's really hard to run. Right now, there is only a thorough solution to these two little things. It's better to capture a living one. Only then can we leave safely. Thinking of this, Kakuzu became angry. Compound Ninja Law, Flame Wind Chaos Wave. Earth Grudge You who is still alive Fire Style Masked Monster and Wind Style Masked Monster. Simultaneously use head toil and oppression. Wind fuels the fire. In an instant, a whole sea of flames was formed. Be careful. Facing the raging sea of fire, Sharon's figure flashed and appeared in front of Itaki. Revolving heaven. Boom. The sea of flames seemed to have crashed into a rock in an instant, and was split into two. In the flames, Itaki's expression remained unchanged, and he said in a low voice, I'll take the opportunity to control the opponent in a while, and you solve it as quickly as possible. Clear. Kakuzu was a little out of breath, but he didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all. With a pair of eyes fixed on the sea of fire, he wants to win the opponent immediately. But, with the flame gradually disappearing, suddenly, blood-red eyes that swirled like a triangular wind army appeared in his line of sight. Not good. Never eye to eye with a Sharingan. How could Kakuzu not understand? In the previous battles, he had been avoiding eye contact. Unexpectedly, a moment of carelessness was still a trick. It's just that when he realizes this now, it's too late. The consciousness of the whole person has appeared in a strange space. This space is huge, with countless bookshelves floating around. It is densely packed with various books. It's just the handwriting on the book, Kakuzu doesn't recognize any of it. Where is this? Illusion. Just when he was uneasy, a familiar voice resounded throughout the space. Welcome to the ocean of knowledge. In reality, Kakuzu was like a puppet, standing there sluggishly. Take this opportunity. Sharon destroyed the opponent's remaining 4 masks at the fastest speed. Just when he was about to completely kill the enemy, Yunze stopped him suddenly. Teacher. Well, I still have some use for this guy, so leave it to me. After Yunze finished speaking, he quickly made a few handprints with his hands. The Skirin recognized it as the chakra seal. As the seal ended, Kakuzu passed out limply on the ground. On the other side, Itaki's pupil technique also stopped. For a while, looking at the strange eyes of the 2 apprentices, Yunze inexplicably felt palpitations. He thought of the scene when he was training with the 2 of them. Thinking of the 2 apprentices' enthusiasm for human heads. Did they misunderstand something? Thinking of this, Yunze said embarrassingly, Hehe, as a teacher, this is not to steal your heads. You performed well just now and successfully completed the task. I will reward you. Award? Hear these 2 words. The eyes of the 2 changed 313 instantly. Wiping bloodline from the corner of his eyes, Itaki asked, what reward does the teacher plan to give us? What do you think? Yunze asked tentatively. The teacher said at the beginning, as long as I can pass the examination, he will give me the summoning scroll. After speaking, he looked at Yunze expectantly. Following Itaki and Skirin signed their names on the summoning scroll. The two were instantly satisfied. After so many years, they are very aware of the power of those giant beasts. Also have a deep friendship with them. So, after the wish is fulfilled, Skirin went to share the joy with Mothra with an excited face. Looking into Yidoki's eyes, Yun asked, "Just now is another ability of your Manjiki?" "Yes." Itaki rubbed his eyes and replied without hesitation, "I call it the Ocean of Knowledge. This is a special space, and the flow rate of time inside and outside has reached 1:100. In this space, my thinking ability will be greatly enhanced, coupled with the special time ratio, which I used to study before." Ocean of Knowledge? For learning? What the hell is this all about? At first, Yunze thought it was Tsukuyomi, but it was not. For a while, he doubted life a little. Hesitantly asked, "Then just now?" "Oh, that's another use I've found. This pupil technique can allow other people to enter that space." "Sleepy? No time limit?" Yun still didn't understand. Itaka continued to explain, "It's not considered a sleepy person, this ability is originally for designated people to come in and learn together. After all, when I was a teacher, many students had little self-control, and they would be distracted and do other things after learning for a long time. And this space is full of books I have read in the past. As long as I pull people in, they will not be able to come out if they have not completed the learning tasks according to the prescribed requirements. It's a bit troublesome to explain, why don't you experience it yourself, Teacher Yunze? Don't worry, it's safe inside and there's no danger." Sorry. Excuse me. Teacher, I am a scumbag. Thanks to the professor's kindness. Got it. Chapter 146. After Itaki explained, Yunze finally understood the ability of the opponent Manjiki. As I said before, Sharingan is the eye of the soul. It will evolve different abilities according to its own heart. Itaka's two abilities, one is Amaterasu, which is the same as in the original book, there is nothing to say. It is this so-called Ocean of Knowledge that has changed. The original Tsukuyomi pulls the spirit of the enemy into the illusion space. In the world of Tsukuyomi, all factors including time, place, quality, etc., are controlled by the caster. The real world is only an instant effort, and the enemy will suffer great physical and mental pain in the illusion world. And now this so-called Ocean of Knowledge is compared with it. It can be said that there is almost no lethality. To put it bluntly, it is to pull people into the illusion space to read. He couldn't even clean up the enemies in the illusion space. However, if you say it is useless, it is not. Compared to Tsukuyomi, this technique is less expensive. Even after it is activated, it doesn't need Itaka to maintain it in the illusion space all the time, it can be said to be fully automatic mode. As long as the knowledge in the illusion space is not thoroughly learned, the subject will not be able to get out at all. You know, the books Itaka has read are not only from the ninja world, but also from the monster world. These things, others may not understand, how can they learn it? In other words, as long as Itaka thinks, even if the time flow rate between reality and space is 1:100, the other party will never come out. Unless the opponent can forcibly break through the space with powerful spiritual energy, or Itaka takes the initiative to release it. Otherwise, you will be like Kakuzu lying on the ground, addicted to learning and unable to extricate yourself. This poor baby. This is equivalent to an illiterate facing a sea of books. What a pain. It was so hard for him. Thinking of this, Yunze looked at the dozen or seven beside him with complicated eyes. Good guy. As expected of a professor. Even the ability of eyes is prepared for students. Sin. By the way, you use Manjiki so often, how are your eyes doing? Yunze knows without even thinking about it. With such a learning artifact, Itaka will definitely not abandon it. And it's definitely used quite often. Take just now. In a short time, Amaterasu was used, and Tsukuyomi was used again. After all, he doesn't have a sage body like Yunze. Before Manjiki evolved into Eternal Manjiki, if you use it too much, you will definitely lose your eyesight or even go blind. Sure enough, after hearing Yunze's question, Itachi raised his glasses embarrassingly, and said, Amaterasu consumes a lot of eyes, I rarely use it since I opened my eyes and now I have used it twice. The ocean of knowledge is okay, and it consumes very little, but it was used too frequently for a period of time, so the eyesight declined rapidly at that time. It's over 1,000 degrees. Having said that, Itaka shuddered. He thought of the tragic situation when he wore glasses as thick as the bottom of a glass bottle. That thing ruins the image too much. Fortunately, after I practiced Sage Mode, my eyesight gradually recovered a lot. As long as you don't use Manjiki frequently in a short period of time, your eyesight should gradually recover. Well, that's good. Yunze's eyes flickered for a moment. The fairy art chakra really has a lot of benefits for the body. After learning about Itaka's Manjiki, Yunze asked him to release the illusion, and then threw a bunch of sealing techniques to Kakuzu himself, and then threw them into the inner world. Seeing that the matter was over, Hong on the side walked over. Asked, what shall we do next? There is an enemy accomplice over there, fighting with Kirigakuru's men. As he spoke, he told Yun about what happened before. He said with emotion, I really didn't expect that Miss Shinobi is so messed up now. After hearing these words, Yun's eyes are a bit complicated. He didn't expect Obito to push Miss Shinobi so hard. Now Terumi Mei is ready to grab the class and seize power. It's just outrageous. Yeah, it's messy enough. But after all, they are other villages and have little to do with us. It's nothing, I'll take you back today first. Can. After speaking, Hong planned to undo the summoning technique and send Mothra back. Result. G. Mothra let out a long cry, interrupting Hong's ninjutsu. Then he stared at her with those big beautiful eyes, with a look of grievance on his face. She said she came to Ninja World for the first time, and she wanted to play again. Hong blinked, looked at Yunze, and said, why don't we let her take us back with Luffy? Yunze. Although she was asking for opinions, Hong's eyes had revealed her true thoughts. Definitely leaning more towards the latter. Yunze discovered just now that Hong's interest in Mothra is not so great. No wonder. The image of the Monster Queen is really beautiful. But, is this guy so playful? No more boyfriends at home? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly turned his head and looked in another direction. When Yunze first returned to the ninja world, he sensed that there was a battle going on there. At this time, the battle is over. Thinking of this, he looked back at Hong, and said, since she wants to play, just do as you said, and let Mothra take you back to Konoha. What about you? Hong was a little puzzled. I still have something to do, you go first. Maybe I will return to Konoha earlier than you. Okay then. Let's go first. Looking at the sky, Mothra stretched out his huge wings. Yunze disappeared instantly. Hoo. Finally killed him. Dried persimmon ghost shark collapsed on the ground panting heavily. Although covered in scars, he didn't care. Instead, he looked at the fat corpse beside him with a smile on his face. It is the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Such a powerful ninja should have been the mainstay of our Kirigakure, but unexpectedly he betrayed the village and died worthless. On the other side, Terumi Mei was also seriously injured. At this time, she hasn't developed her own bloodline deeply enough, and her strength can barely reach the level of Jainin. Even if he joins forces with Kanshi Kisame, it is still a bit difficult to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Looking at the other 3 mist shinobi who had lost their breath, Terumi Mei was even more sad. This is one of the few ninjas in the village who is truly loyal to the village. Now 3 more are dead. Fortunately, it's not completely useless. Terumi Mei turned her head to look at Samehada in Kisame's hand. She didn't expect this guy to be an exceptional match for this knife. Think about the already huge chakra of the opponent, plus the shark muscle can absorb the characteristics of other people's chakra. This is destined to be a more powerful ninja than the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Fortunately, the other party is now with me. Hey? Another enemy is coming. Just as she was thinking, Terumi Mei noticed that Kisame stood up from the ground. He stared solemnly at the depths of the misty deep forest in the distance. Enemy. At this time Terumi Mei also reacted. There was a sound from a distance, that there was a ninja team approaching. Yes, depending on the situation, it should be Anbu from the village. Anbu. Terumi Mei's face turned even paler. She knew very well that the people in Anbu were absolutely loyal to Mizukage. She's registered with Mizukage now. So, don't think too much, it's definitely not a good person. What should I do? Can I go? Ghost Shake shook his head and said, has been discovered, given our current situation, it is very difficult to escape. Then what should we do? Terumi Mei was a little impatient, and finally said, leave with your white skin first. I'll break it. Geixi turned to look at her for a while, then grinned with fangs and said, I'm not in the habit of letting women cut off their backs. Is this the time to say this? Hurry up. As a woman, Terumi Mei is extremely sensitive to these words. As a result, Kisame flicked Samehada and forced her back. Stop talking nonsense, compared to me, you still have unfinished business, hurry up. But leave Samehada to me. Terumi Mei looked at the tall figure standing in front of her, and said in a low voice, you were just helping out, are you sure you want to do this? If you don't leave, no one will be able to leave. Okay, take care. Come back alive. Seeing this, Terumi Mei no longer hesitated, turned, and left in the opposite direction. For a moment, only Ganshi Gashui was left standing on the spot. Feeling the departed Terumi Mei, and the approaching mist shinobi Anbu, Ghost Shark murmured in a low voice. It's good for a person to have his own persistence. Just, what is my goal? Confused room. Feel a trace of emotion coming from the shark muscle in the middle. He suddenly felt less alone. He raised his sword with a smile. Fortunately, you are with me now. After finishing speaking, he rushed towards Anbu who just appeared. Yunze, you seem to value this guy a lot. Not far away, Obito looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, Lee Hoseo, who was fighting, and was a little puzzled. He found signs of fighting here not long ago, so he came over to see what was going on. It turns out that Yunze, who disappeared for 2 years, is here. Just about to have a good chat, I was pulled to watch the fun. Well, it's really important. Yunze sighed a little. In comparison, Kisame is a real ninja. Hearing this, Dai was even more incomprehensible. Real ninja? Just him. Then what are you? Thinking of this, Obito looked more carefully. Interesting. This guy, water style's attainments are good, and he uses it meticulously. There is also a lot of chakra itself, plus the cooperation of shark muscles. It is indeed powerful. It's just that this is not enough for the evaluation just now. Yunze has never praised himself so much before. For a while, Obito felt a little tasteless. He is conscientiously doing undercover work. Just as he was thinking, the fierce battle on the field was finally coming to an end. Looking at the seriously injured shark's face, Obito smiled and said, "You've missed your mark this time. This guy is going to die in no time." Die? How is it possible? Am I not here? As he spoke, Yunze's figure flashed and disappeared. Obito. I am lucky. You thief! In front of my face, kill my men. Angry. It's a pity that I can't beat it again. Chapter 147. As a young ninja who is not yet 20 years old. The current dried persimmon ghost shark is not the later tailless beast. Even the great sword shark muscle has just started. With his strength at this time, to be able to kill the blowfish ghost of his old boss, one of the 7 ninja knives, is already exhausting everything. Chakra was exhausted and deeply wounded. This situation is unknown to Anbu. So, soon he lay down. But, even if you are about to face death, Kisame didn't have much fear either. Since the day he became a ninja, he had expected this scene today. So, he appeared very calm. Just, wait for a long time. The last moment never came. Even, the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Lifting up with force, he found a pair of bright eyes staring at him. Oh, you're still alive, I thought you were reluctant to open your eyes. Who are you? Hoshigaki Kisame had a good heart, so he forced himself to calm down and observed his surroundings. He found that the 5 Anbu ninjas who had besieged him before had lost their vitality. Me? Don't you know me? Hearing this rhetorical question, Guijiao frowned. Can't help but look again. Very young, a little thin, but the strength should be good, after all, it can kill 5 Jainin in an instant. Other than that there is nothing special. Is this guy famous? Seeing the tangled look on the shark's face, Yun suddenly had great doubts about his own fame. Could it be that since I haven't appeared in the ninja world in the past 2 years, everyone has forgotten me? Do you want to make another big reminder? For a while, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Just when Yunze was about to remind Shark Face, the other party finally woke up. Kisame finally remembered who this guy was. It was a face he had seen before in the village papers. He couldn't calm down for the first time. You are Shihaoran Yunze of Konoha. So you know me. 650 Yunze is finally comfortable. You saved me. What do you say? Why did you save me? Under Yunze's treatment, Kisame's injury was brought under control. I couldn't resist asking this question. He is not surprised that people from Konoha appear here. Miss Shinobi is now a sieve. But, why did the other party try to save him? Even very careful use of medical ninjutsu to treat his injuries? Kisame didn't think her nameless self was worth it. As a result, I heard the other party say, I'm interested in you. Yunze is not lying, he really has a crush on Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame, this guy is interesting. As the only honest person in the late stage of the film who earnestly seals the seal. In fact, it is the same as what Yunze and Obito said just now. This is the real ninja benchmark. Treat the task meticulously. And most importantly, loyalty. As long as he can get his approval, even if he dies, he will not betray. Such a cute shark face, it's a pity to die like this. Kisame was startled by the other party's words. When most people say this, he may dismiss it, and even think that the other party has bad intentions. But Shihaoran Yunze. This is the ability to challenge Cloud Shinobi Village with one person's strength. Even the men who won. It was clearly marked by the rest of Ninja Village as a man who met a man whose primary goal was to save his life during the mission. Such people suddenly say that they are interested in themselves, regardless of whether they are from the same village or not. Ghost Shark can't help being excited. After all, the strength of the ninja world is respected. My lord, do you know me? Well, I've been watching you for a while. Actor Ze went online in time. I can tell at a glance that you don't, have a very clear goal. You are confused. The reason why you hang out with Terumi Mei before is not because you like Miss Shinobi so much, but because she has a clear goal and you envy her. You despair of the world. In such a chaotic environment in the ninja world, most people are confused. Especially ninjas. This profession is full of deceit, killing, betrayal. The situation is precarious, except for a few people who have a firm goal. Many people really don't know what their tomorrow will look like. Kisame is like that. He grew up in a more brutal environment like Mist Shinobi, just a tool man with no sense of honor. After becoming a ninja, a special mission made him personally behead the only person who made him feel warm. What's more tragic is that in the end, I found that I had been giving myself orders for a long time. The boss who let himself eliminate the risk of information leakage and kill his accomplices turned out to be the biggest point of information leakage. That's why Kisame hates puffer ghosts so much. At the same time, these experiences made Kisame feel the coldness, cruelty, and hypocrisy of this world. It made him confused about his own existence. Therefore, if you want to get Kisame's approval, just give him a target of approval. This is also the reason why Madara, the culprit who harmed Mist Shinobi, gained Kisame's loyalty instead. Sure enough, after what Yunze said, Kisame's mood fluctuates. He thought of the woman in his memory, and asked hoarsely, "What are you telling me? Just to show that I'm really interested in you, are you interested in working for me?" Yunze smiled and threw an olive branch. "Work? Why should I work for you? You are from Konoha, and I am from Mist Shinobi. We are enemies." "Narrow, I'm from Konoha, which doesn't mean I only work for Konoha." Yunze said with a solemn expression, with a hint of sadness, "It's because there are many people like you. I always think about which village I am from and which Ganze is the enemy. This is the reason why the entire ninja world is in chaos. It is also the source of despair in this world. I have a dream, which is to end all this once and for all. I have a dream, I want to let all the children in the ninja world grow up happily, instead of going to the battlefield at a young age. I have a dream." Under Yunze's speech, Kisame couldn't calm down. If such a world can really be realized, how wonderful it would be. "My lord, what are you going to do?" For Kisame's question, Yunze breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he is interested. So he continued to flicker, "Do you know what organization your previous boss joined?" Thinking of the special outfit before, Kisame shook his head, "I don't know, but it seems that this organization, AJFK, seems to be very secretive." "Yes, the organization he joined is called Xiao, and the leader is a person who owns the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. His goal is to collect all the tailed beasts, and then create a terrifying tailed beast weapon, so that all ninja villages will fear and dare not continue to wage war. It seems that this is indeed possible. Don't you think that the adults have the same idea?" Kisame thought about it seriously, and felt that it seemed feasible. It can only be said that there are some similarities. Yunze shook his head and said, "Although fear can temporarily make people obedient, it only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. And my idea is to let Akatsuki successfully collect tailed beasts, so that the entire ninja world can feel the fear they bring, after they understand what real pain is. Stand up as a savior and lead everyone to destroy the Akatsuki organization. During this process, the people of the 5 great ninja villages can abandon their past hatred in the war, unite as one, fight side by side, and become comrades in arms. Finally, take this opportunity to unify the ninja world and completely eliminate Zhanluan." When Yunze said these words, the whole person was impassioned and seemed to be full of confidence in all this. And this strong confidence also infected Kisame. In his eyes at this moment, Yunze's whole body was emitting light. He said excitedly, "That's right, when an adult becomes this savior, he will definitely be recognized by everyone in the ninja world, plus the tailed beast weapon of the Akatsuki organization. The combination of the two will definitely unify the ninja world, so that there will be no more wars in the ninja world. My lord, let me follow you. Have you figured it out?" In Yunze's slightly narrowed eyes, white light flickered. "Yes, I really want to help you achieve this goal." Kisame's words were very sincere. "Welcome. Then I will give you a task first, join Xiao." "Join Xiao?" Ghost Shark heard this order, a little confused. Since Xiao is in our plan, of course we must always control their actions so as not to go beyond control. Yunze stretched out his hand and held it firmly, as if he wanted to hold Xiao in his hand. Immediately, Kisame understood Yunze's plan. I understand. But, my lord, this organization should be difficult to join, right? What's so difficult about it? Having said that, Yunze smiled and stretched out his hand to beckon. Soon, an Uzumaki appeared around, and a figure appeared from it. Seeing the person coming, Yunze introduced, "This is Uchiha Madara, who is now a member of the Akatsuki organization. Also the true master of your Kirigakuer, 4th Mizukage is now under his control." Uchiha Madara. Geixeer was taken aback. How could he not be clear about this name? This is a character who is as famous as Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja world. As for Kirigakuer, it's none of his business. He only knows a little. Even such legendary ninjas are involved in Master Yunze's plan. How could it fail in the end? All of a sudden, Ghost Shark's loyalty went off the charts. Meet Lord Madara. Well, help Yunze do things well in the future, and I will help you join the Akatsuki organization. Obito is old Uchiha Madara, and his temperament is well balanced. But after entering Akatsuki, don't say you know me. Clear. Kisame's excited mood has not yet calmed down. I heard Yunze say, I'll introduce you to another colleague. After speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Not long after, Yunze appeared with another person. Seeing the familiar red cloud and black windbreaker, Guijiao couldn't even close his mouth. This person was really beyond his expectations. This person is not someone else. It was Kakuzu who appeared earlier with the blowfish ghost. At this time, Kakuzu was still injured. As soon as he appeared, he shouted in pain, "Master Yunze! Those 2 apprentices of yours were too ruthless, almost killing me. I'm just an undercover agent, don't you need to be so ruthless? Do not know why." When hearing the word undercover, Kisame keenly noticed that the breath of Uchiha Madara next to him seemed a little unstable. They are all ninjas, there is no so-called parting feeling. After briefly introducing Kakuzu to Kisame, the two left together. Whether Kisame can successfully join Xiao this time depends on Kakuzu's introduction. After the two left, Obito finally couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Yunze, and said quietly, "Why didn't I know that Kakuzu is also your undercover agent?" Hee. Yunze was a little embarrassed, and said, "I'm not afraid that if you two know each other, if something goes wrong, it will be exposed." For a moment, Dai Undercover 2 suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He's not the only undercover anymore. Now it looks like there are 2 more. What a crime! Xiao is almost filled with undercover agents. Chapter 148. It is clear. The reason why Kakuzu became what it is now is because Yunze used the effect of distinguished heavenly gods. It is also because there is a Kakuzu. Yunze talked so much with Kisame. In contrast, convincing Kakuzu with words is much more difficult than Kisame. In this situation, the one and only distinguished heavenly gods can only give up to Kakuzu. Fortunately, it turned out well in the end. Both of them became his undercover agents. Just as he was thinking, Obito spoke beside him. "Is what you just told Kisame true?" Yunze looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Which one are you talking about?" "That is, to unify the ninja world and create a new world without war." Before Yunze fooled Kisame, Obito heard everything. These words brought him a great thought shock, and at this moment he finally couldn't help asking, "Oh, you said that?" Yunze didn't answer directly, but smiled, "Who knows, it might be true." "I hope it's true." Obito said with a serious tone, "I like the world you mentioned very much, and I believe Lin will like it too. Unfortunately, she is already dead." Looking at Obito who fell into memory again, Yunze blinked his eyes. He's really a bit out of place with Obito after distinguished heavenly gods right now. This affectionate look is really out of harmony. Deep down, after being healed by Lin again, Obito remembered the business. Solemnly asked, by the way, where have you been for the past 2 years? The entire ninja world has not found you. Yunze Zhongzi came, I have been investigating some other things in the past 2 years. You know what happened on the moon 2 years ago? Obito was stunned, and said, I know, it was really you who split the moon in half. He still can't forget the shock when the moon split in half at once. It took more than a year for that black line to disappear from the surface of the moon. Thinking of this, Obito asked, why, your disappearance has something to do with this. Of course, the water behind this matter is not shallow. Yunze revealed a trace of solemnity on his face, and said, you should know about Pain's Gedo statue, right? Yes. The Gedo statue was originally Madara through Rinnegan summoning. After he handed Rinnegan to Nagato, Gedo statue also handed him. About this, Obito still knows. Before Madara died, these burials were clearly explained. And do you know where the Gedo statue comes from? Obito was taken aback by Yunze's question, he really didn't know this. Then he realized something and asked, could it be from? Yes, it's from the moon. Yunze pointed to the sky and said, there are still descendants left by Sage of Six Paths, but they were already dead when I fought with me last time. I have been missing for the past 2 years to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, there are still some things that I haven't figured out yet. After hearing these words, Obito felt a little heaviness. There are so many secrets hidden behind this ninja world. But when he saw Yunze's sad face, he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. It's okay, I haven't found it yet, I will check it later, I believe you. You can do it. When the sky fell, there was a tall man to hold him up, and he led an undercover agent. Why bother? Yunze. Suddenly there is a feeling of being offended. Shaking his head and putting this thought behind him, Yunze asked, by the way, did you see that Terumi Mei just now? Ah, I know, a small group of rebels appeared in Mist Shinobi recently, don't worry, they can be cleaned up easily. Obito was extremely confident. Don't, I didn't tell you to clean her up, you have to pretend not to see it, and let her grow up well. Hey! Obito's expression was a bit strange, isn't the one who just left your girlfriend? And you have several Konohas, why are you thinking about our Mist Shinobi woman again? Yunze, listen to my advice, a man can't be too hard-working, only if he likes a woman sincerely, that's called love. Like me and Linear. Obviously a weak chicken with no experience, the gangster wants to pretend to be a lover. This is... I always feel that this guy has some problems with his comprehension ability. Seeing that Obito was getting more and more excited, Yunze quickly interrupted him and said, don't talk about this useless, I told you to turn a blind eye to Terumi Mei because she thinks she is good and can take over Kirigakura in the future. Why, didn't I do well? Obito didn't understand. Yunze rolled his eyes, you really intend to control Mist Shinobi for the rest of your life? They are not fools. Sooner or later they will find out that there is a problem. When the time comes, what are you going to do? Besides, don't forget our mission, when you play enough, capture 3 tails, you can evacuate from Mist Shinobi. By then, Mist Shinobi needs to be handed over to someone I can trust. Obito looked him up and down, and asked, Terumi Mei doesn't even know you, can you still trust me? What's the matter? Yunze smiled confidently, after a little contact, won't this trust be there? Don't worry, it's a matter of pinching with your hands. Number 1. This confidence in women makes Obito inexplicably bitter. Nothing, I'm leaving first. He didn't intend to continue the conversation. Come on, Akatsuki, what's going on? Didn't you tell Nagato to start a plan to capture tailed beasts last time? Why hasn't there been any movement for 2 years? Not enough people. I just sent the ghost shark in. He killed the puffer ghost before, and his current strength is not good enough, he needs to be tempered. Thinking of this, Obito felt a little headache. Even if Kisame is added, how many people are there in Zyukai? Nagato, Konan, Ju, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Kisame, and the other 2 substitutes are not even as good as Kisame. There are only 7 of them. Tell me how to start planning. In the past 2 years, he has been looking for talents from Miss Shinobi. Unfortunately, Konan inspected several times and failed. Only one puffer ghost became an official and was slaughtered. Is that so? Yunze also had a headache. Sure enough, no matter which world, talent is a big problem. I'll think of a way again, let a few more people go in. Hearing this, Obito was dumbfounded. Brother, you really plan to fill up Xiao with undercover agents? Then what else can we do? We can't let them stop working all the time. Okay, you can figure it out, but let me say first, you can't enter Xiao through me. Obito explained, Nagato and Konan are very vigilant against me, and the current manpower problem is only through Konan-kan. Even Kakuzu's introduction is better than me, he makes more money. These words, Obito felt aggrieved when he said it. Okay, I get it, let's go. For a while, only Yunze remained in place. Lost in thought. For a long time, he actually has complicated feelings about the world of Ninja World. At first, after he just came to this world, all he wanted was to use the system to become stronger step by step. 0. Seeking flowers. Become the top powerhouse in this world. After all, the system functions are there, no matter how you say it, you can't escape this world. However, with the emergence of reincarnation, as the system keeps plucking this poor little wool in the reincarnation space, there is no limit to Yunze's strength, and he can completely surpass the whole world. Speak the truth. Only by his current strength, it can really easily defeat the entire ninja world. Not even the Sage of 6 Paths can stop him. He said it. It's just that this kind of goal achieved by killing is not what Yunze wants. Even if he does, people close to Konoha, such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hong, Kakashi, etc., may not support him. Some deep-rooted concepts are difficult to change in a short time. Therefore, we must slowly map it. If it was Yunze a few years ago, he might not have considered these at all. What do other people think? He just wants to enjoy himself. However, with the explosive growth of his strength, especially with the creation of the inner world, Yunze's mind changed. Creator. What this identity brings to Yunze is not only strength, but also the impact of concepts. Now there are 3 worlds on his world tree. It can be said that the people in these worlds are completely like ants to him. Even, just like the original continent, he can create a new species, a new life right now. This kind of mighty power can only be possessed by God. However, Yunze doesn't want to be a god. God, do not look directly at, do not communicate with, do not violate. So, God, he is alone. Yunze doesn't like this kind of life. He likes a normal life with flesh and blood and friends around him. It is this kind of thinking that makes him always be cautious when dealing with the ninja world. I'm afraid it will be ruined accidentally. He regards it as a back garden. He can enjoy a human life here. This is also the reason for what Yunze said to Kisame just now. Maybe not his real thoughts and plans, but it represents part of his attitude. He doesn't want the whole world to fear and worship him. But normal life. As Yunze becomes stronger and stronger in the future, normal will become a luxury. Hey! This is too big. After a mess of thoughts, Yunze felt that he could no longer be hypocritical. Otherwise, this force will be gone. Let's think about how to add manpower to Xiao. Why don't you put 1,007 and others in there? That's enough. Seeing attack his current appearance, maybe he won't like this job. Do you want to give up? Perhaps spawn a few more little ones. That's a good idea, I remember Miss Shinobi has a few little guys here. White. Kimimaro. As for why Yunze doesn't consider other powerhouses in this era. Nonsense, since you don't want to develop according to the timeline, you can't let the readers have no sense of substitution. I can only find a few familiar faces to ripen it. Chapter 149. What? Terumi Mei felt that there was an anger in her body that was constantly biting her heart. After Kisame risked her life, she escaped successfully. But what this kind of sacrifice of teammates brought to Terumi Mei was a sense of powerlessness that hurt to the marrow. I'm such a waste. If I could have been stronger, maybe this wouldn't have happened. As she spoke, there were crystal teardrops in the corner of Terumi Mei's eyes. After all, she is just an adult now, and she is far from the tenacious will in the future. Suffering setbacks, it is inevitable to feel depressed. Are you unhappy? Do you need someone to talk to? Who? A strange voice suddenly came from behind, making Terumi Mei instantly alert. With a movement of his body, he opened the distance. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. But there was a man wearing a mask standing there. The figure is tall and straight, a little thin, but there is a faint dangerous aura that keeps coming out. It made Terumi Mei tremble slightly all over. It's a huge sense of threat. Through the pure white mask on the opponent's face, you can see a pair of bright eyes. From the eyes, there is no killing intent. This made her a little more relaxed, but she still asked cautiously, "Who are you? Is it important who I am? I just saw you alone at the beach, depressed, so I came here to comfort you." "Thank you 277, no need. It's nothing, I'm leaving first." Looking at Terumi Mei who was about to turn around and leave, Yunze felt a little helpless. Think about how approachable he was before, but now. When you meet someone, you will be frightened to death. Since killing the imprinted clones of all ghosts and gods in the underworld, the evil spirit and curse on Yunze's body are so strong that it can easily scare people to death. Even if he has tried his best to restrain himself, he will inevitably leak a little bit. This is also the reason why Terumi Mei's body is trembling, she is really afraid. However, Yunze can't just watch her leave. He's here to get in touch. Thinking of this, an instant body reappeared in front of the opponent. Said, "Don't go, meeting is fate, let's chat." "Sorry, we don't know each other, it's nothing good." Terumi Mei suppressed the anger in her heart, and politely turned around again. "I didn't know each other before, but now I do, let's chat for a while, I'm really not a bad person." Seeing the masked man blocking her again, Terumi Mei took a deep breath and turned around again. "I don't want to know you, especially with a mask on. This is already a bit impolite. Result. I wear a mask because I am afraid that you only pay attention to my appearance, but ignore our inner communication. Get out." This scene of being molested, in Terumi Mei's memory. It has been many years since I became a ninja. Unexpectedly, I ran into it again today. And again, and again, and again. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer, and with a flash of her figure, a whip leg swept across her waist. The weapon in front of him is slender, Ying. The smooth and white surface is covered with black hole-like lines. Firmly attach Yunze's sight to it. Yunze understands that this is a profound illusion. But he didn't panic at all. Instead, he went straight to the owner of the murder weapon. As a woman, if you don't know the opponent's strength, it's best not to use physical probing. More importantly, don't use the legs to attack, this way the opening is bigger. Otherwise, I will be approached by the enemy like now. At this time, if I have a sharp blade in my hand, I can easily pierce your heart." As he spoke, his slender fingers pierced straight through. What a fast speed! A trace of surprise flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes, and she quickly backed away, trying to distance herself. However, they are still tightly attached and cannot be separated. At the same time, the other party's words continued, "Look, this is the consequence of making a wrong choice. Women's natural physical factors lead to a gap in speed and strength compared to men. If you don't have special ninjutsu, then it's best not to fight in close quarters. Besides, in the situation just now, your choice was wrong. The opponent is already faster than you, even if you retreat, you will not reopen the safe distance. Because the distance is too close, when the other party speaks, it seems to stick to Terumi Mei's ear." The warm breath made her feel a little uncomfortable. Enduring the strangeness by force. A gleam of light flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes. Not caring about the finger that was about to pierce Xian Cao, she hung down to the opponent's forehead with a chilling fist. Yes, trade injury for injury and force the opponent to return to defense. Usually, this choice is very correct, but you should have done it in the first place just now, and now it is a bit late. Snapped. The opponent's empty left hand, as if he had expected it, easily grasped his right fist. Fortunately, those white right hands stopped. Humph. Even so, Terumi Mei didn't want to admit defeat, and directly hit it with a head hammer. The ferocious force caused the hair to be blown to the back of the head, and the exposed eyes were full of fierceness. Yunze was very satisfied, the combat awareness is very good. I can understand what I just said so quickly and choose the most appropriate way. As he said so, his left hand suddenly pulled. In an instant, Terumi Mei's body was pulled into the other's arms uncontrollably. And lost the attack distance, the head hammer did not have enough room to charge, and hit the opponent's arms lightly. Bang bang! 2 soft crashes sounded. After all, Yunze didn't intend to hurt her, so he took off the strength in his hands ahead of time. At the same time, both legs exerted strength at the same time, defusing Terumi Mei's attack. Yes, the upper body does not have sufficient attack distance, but there are still legs. It's just that you should adjust the angle in advance and use your knees as the main attack point, so that you won't be pinched by the enemy. And, if that's the case, next, you can also hiss. A child can be taught, but he has learned to use his teeth without a teacher. At this time, this attack method can indeed bring great damage and pain to the enemy. However, if the position is wrong, it may also completely anger the opponent. Like now. Finished speaking. Yunze is grabbing the left hand of the opponent's fist. Sudden force. A shoulder throw throws Terumi Mei out. Know how to be flexible, very good. It seems that I haven't forgotten what I just taught you. Since you don't have enough physical experience, then change your attack method. Ninjutsu and genjutsu are fine. It's just that your lava style doesn't seem to be proficient enough. It's corrosive, but where's the high temperature? Boom! A huge water dragon rises into the air, washing away the entire piece of acid. A scorching mist came oncoming. Is this boil style? There is quite a lot of fog, but where is the temperature? Can this melt the enemy? Come again. It's a little bit of progress, but it's still the problem I was talking about. Lava style is fire and earth, boil style is fire and water, you have a deep understanding of water style. However, these 2 bloodlines need to master the change of the fire attribute chakra. You are too lacking in this aspect. To sum up, the foundation is too poor. Look, fire style works like this. The mighty fire is extinguished. Boom! The raging sea of flames instantly evaporated the entire hot mist. After a long time, the fighting finally stopped. Hoo-hoo! Terumi Mei was panting heavily. Her fair and tender face turned red. Under the extreme exhaustion, the body couldn't help shaking non-stop. It's so tiring. She looked at the unharmed figure not far in front of her with complicated eyes. Very helpless. At this time, she still doesn't know how, the other party has no hostility at all. Otherwise, she might have been killed in an instant, and she wouldn't be able to survive now. Even, during the battle just now, the other party was still teaching her. As Terumi Mei, who possesses two kinds of bloodline ninjutsu, her talent is very good. However, Kirigakure now has an extreme hatred for bloodline ninjas. Therefore, she couldn't get a good education at all, so she could only explore slowly by herself. This made her unable to exert her own advantages at all. And just, in a short time, the other party not only discovered her various weaknesses and loopholes, but also pointedly proposed methods to make up for these loopholes. Let her benefit a lot. Who the hell are you? Why teach me these things? No matter what, Terumi Mei really can't show hostility to this masked man who suddenly appeared now. I just think you are a talent to make, and I hope I can help you. Yunze finally breathed a sigh of relief now. The effort just now was not in vain, at least the woman Terumi Mei is no longer hostile to him. I don't believe in pie falling from the sky. All right. Yunze was a little speechless to this woman. Just think of me as you. Terumi Mei. Gan. And why is this familiar tone? However, for some reason, her face turned red. Without waiting for Terumi Mei to swear, she suddenly heard the other party say, "Come over." What? While asking, Terumi Mei walked over obediently. Just close. I saw a green light on the masked man's hand. Then, the other party's hand was lightly pressed against her lips. A cool tingling sensation came. Soon, the corners of the lips that were burned due to the use of bloodline recovered. After a long time, Terumi Mei looked at the masked man with complicated eyes, and asked, "Why are you helping me? Maybe I can't bear to see a good seedling being ruined by Mist Shinobi." Yunze behind the 1.6 mask laughed, "The situation in Mist Shinobi is unstable now. The top priority is to improve your own strength as soon as possible, not other things. Only when the strength is sufficient, can there be enough voice to complete the goal." "Do you know what happened to Mist Shinobi?" Terumi Mei asked, biting her lip. "What do you say?" Yunze didn't answer her, but turned to look at the sky and said, "Okay, let's stop here this time, I will come to you again next time. It's fun fighting with you. See you later." Before Terumi Mei finished speaking, the other party disappeared. "I haven't asked you what your name is." On the deserted beach, only the complicated murmur of Terumi Mei. "Forget it, anyway, I can see you in Xi next time. Next time, I will definitely take off your mask. I'll let you play tricks." Yunze returned to Konoha's house, took off his mask, and couldn't help but sighed a long time. "This Nima. I can't stand it at all." After a long time, only then did Yunze calm down his restless heart and look at the time. Red and the others should be back soon. Thinking of this, Yunze quickly started to get busy. He wants to give Hong a romantic candlelight dinner. Chapter 150. Sunset. The adults in Konoha village began to cook, and the children who played outside also returned home. At this time, there were two small things stranded by the river and could not return. "Sass, didn't you just beat you once yesterday? As for the attack so hard. Naruto was bruised and swollen again today, even worse than yesterday." "Hee. That's too much, don't talk big, when did you beat me?" Sasuke on the side glanced at the other party with great disdain. "Then you were cleaned up by your daddy yesterday? So you took your anger out on me today? How is this possible?" Although what Naruto said is not entirely correct, but part of it is also correct. Sasuke is really sulking today. He waited all night last night, but dear Unii-san just didn't show up. This sense of loss has tormented him all day. I have no choice but to vent my anger on this yellow-haired boy. Although Naruto is equally carefree in this life, it doesn't mean he is stupid. Under the education of several sisters, he is so smart. Therefore, he was keenly aware that the arrogant girl next to him was lying. This proves his guess is correct. About to fight back. Suddenly, I found two people walking towards me not far away. Looking carefully, one of them looks familiar. I tried to think about it. This looks so much like the Aojiao beside him. Thinking of this, Naruto asked hesitantly. Sass, are you born to your papa? Do you still have a papa? What are you talking about? Sasuke was furious, turned around and hit the opponent's eye socket with 09 old punches. After finishing the call, I realized that there seemed to be a familiar and unfamiliar person walking over. Sasuke was dumbfounded, and hesitated for a long time. Oh, you Dingwu! Why are you so old? Although Mothra's flying speed is very fast. But I can't stand this guy who loves to play. It didn't fly in a straight line at all, it circled the sky in a circle. So, when we flew back to Konoha, it was already dark. As soon as he came back, Yunze went to enjoy a candlelight dinner with Red. And the two apprentices were kicked out of the house directly. Itaka didn't go home immediately, but planned to visit Konoha with his junior brother Shiren. Although Konoha has only been here for 2 years. But he hasn't come back for 20 years. The Konoha in my impression has long been blurred, so I just took this opportunity to get acquainted. As a result, I met 2 dirty mud monkeys by the river. One of them turned out to be his Odobe Sasuke. It's just that Ododu is not very good at talking. The first sentence made all of them turn black. Old. My stupid Ododu, it seems that in the past few years, my father has not disciplined you properly. It's too rude. Boom. Sasuke's eyes were full of tears, and his hands were tightly holding his forehead. This brainstorm made him confirm. The big man in front of him is his 8-year-old big brother. Unii-san, I miss you so much. Why haven't I seen you for 2 years, you've grown so tall. I'm not as tall as your legs. Will I be as tall as you in the future? The 2 brothers over there are respectful brothers and friends. Naruto looked at the side with a little jealousy. Although he has many sisters, he really doesn't have a big brother. Oni-san. This is what a macho should have. Oni-san is different. Just envious, suddenly a voice sounded beside him. Are you Naruto? Ah, big brother, do you know me? Naruto looked at the man who came with Sasuke big brother, a little puzzled. I've heard of you, I'm teacher Yunze's apprentice, Sharon. You can call me big brother. Sharon looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of him. For some reason, he always felt that this guy looked a bit unpleasant. But it shouldn't be. Sharon shook his head secretly, probably because of the tailed beast in the opponent's body. Teacher Yunze. Ah, you are my godfather's apprentice. Hello, big brother Sharon. Similarly, Naruto also felt that with the appearance of this big brother, there seemed to be an inexplicable layer of green light around him. However, it is still very polite to say hello. Well, you are also good, take care of me in the future. Yes. For a time, the atmosphere by the river was exceptionally harmonious. Too big and too young, unexpectedly meeting in such a form. If so, Yunze may be very relieved to see it. Brother Sharon, if we don't go home, what are we going to do in SAS? Along the way, Naruto was a little unhappy. He is very repulsive about going to SARS tonight to stay with his family temporarily. Ah, the teacher has something important to do tonight, so we can't go back and disturb her. Sharon is also helpless. On the first day when he returns to Ninja World, he has to send him under the fence. But there is no way, Naruto doesn't understand, he has to be sensible. In this society, you can do anything, except light bulbs, otherwise it is easy to kill people. Sharon didn't intend to spread this knowledge to Naruto, so he turned to Itaki and said. Oh, I didn't expect that you look like a weasel, and your people can recognize it. Along the way, The Uchiha people were full of curiosity about this changed young patriarch, but they were extremely enthusiastic. Maybe it's from the same clan, but please teach me Itaki. Itaki replied, while carefully looking at the expressions of the clansmen. Find that the enthusiasm on the faces of most of them does not seem fake. It seems that the past 2 years have indeed led to a happier life. Reminiscent of the past, if there is no teacher Yunze, this kind of scene may be hard to see. Talking while walking, the 4 of them soon arrived at their destination. As soon as I entered the door, I found the Fugaku couple waiting there. Itaki, I haven't seen you for 2 years, Mom misses you so much. Why are you so tall? Come on, let Mom give you a hug. Well, not bad, you have lived up to your teacher's education. In the past 2 years, it seems that you have grown up well. Compared to Uchiha Mikoto's joy at seeing his son, Fugaku tried hard to maintain the attitude of a strict father. But there was an unconcealable surprise and joy in his eyes. Father, this is another apprentice of the teacher. The teacher has something to do tonight, so he and Naruto need to stay overnight temporarily. Okay, come on, come in quickly, I just cooked, let's eat first and then talk. After a good dinner. After settling the 2 guests and the youngest son. In the study. Fugaku and Itaki are chatting with each other. The one named Satoshi, I think he looks like he's rolling his eyes, is it from Hyaga's family? No, but although he is not from Hyaga's family, he has some relationship with Hyaga. I don't know the details. Teacher, you didn't tell me. That's it, forget it, let's not talk about him. I'm very surprised, what method did your teacher use to make you grow so fast in 2 years? At this point, Fugaku couldn't hold back his inner curiosity anymore. The appearance of the ferret does not seem to be a natural development. The place where the teacher took us to practice is different from the ninja world, it may be a matter of the speed of time. For this answer, Itaki agreed with Yunze. The time is different. Fugaku's face changed, although he had heard that there was even a way to go back to the past in the ninja world. However, it was the first time to really witness it with my own eyes. Thinking of this, he quickly held his son's hand and felt it carefully. Finally, he asked with a look of horror, "What's going on? Why is your bone age still 6 years old?" People in the ninja world develop very quickly, and it is difficult to accurately judge their age from their height. But bone age really cannot be concealed. At this time, Itaki's bone age was exactly the same as before leaving. This is confusing Fugaku. This is also teacher Yunze's method. Itaki felt a little emotional. 25. For a moment, Fugaku was completely in shock. First, there is a training place with a special time flow rate, and then there is this method of playing with time. Plus Flying Thunder God. This is real time and space. How many unexpected tricks does Shihao and Yunze possess? Simply unfathomable. After a long time, Uchiha Fugaku also said with emotion, "The most correct thing I have done in my life is that I did not reject his kindness, and did not choose to be 300 enemies with him. More importantly, let you worship him as a teacher." Having said that, Fugaku smiled proudly. In terms of vision alone, I am much better than the rest of Konoha. Itaki, you must respect your teacher well in the future, do you understand? I understand, my lord father. Yet, looking at his more mature son, Fugaku was even more satisfied, and said, "Go, I will practice with you for my father, and see the results of your teacher's training." "Father, isn't this very good, because it's so late? You need a good rest." Itachi hesitated. "Humph, your father and I are still young and strong, no matter how good your teacher is, you are still young." As a father's pride, Fugaku is not allowed to be underestimated by his son. Only. After just 10 minutes, the father and son returned to the study from the training ground. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's face was pale and sweat was dripping from his head. Rested for a long time. Thinking of the tragedy of being ravaged by the mountains of books and the sea of books. Fugaku looked at his expressionless son tremblingly, and said hesitantly, "You should stop using Manjiki in the future." 2 Inhuman. 1,007. Finally, Fugaku finally calmed down and asked, "What are your future plans? Although you are still a genin now, you can go to any department with your strength. Where do you want to go? Tell me." "Well, your teacher must have a way. I want to rest for a while and take a good look at Konoha. As for where to go, I will talk about it later." Can. The other side. The empty Shihoran mansion. No bulbs bother. Yunze finally fulfilled his dream for many years, and had a long talk with Hongzhou all night. Next morning, after letting Hong enjoy the novel love breakfast, Yunze went to work refreshed. As an investor, it is time to take a look at the research results of Orokai. Chapter 151. Or that dark underground passage. Along the way, Yunze found that Orochimaru's research base seemed to be bigger. "You are finally here. It took me so long to come back to think of coming to me. It seems that you are really busy." Upon entering the laboratory, Orochimaru's distinctive husky voice was heard. Hearing this slightly sarcastic remark, Yunze pretended not to understand. "After all, I'm busy with business, understand, and coming late shows that I trust you." "Haha. You have updated a lot of things here." Looking around the laboratory, although it is as gloomy and cold as ever. But Yunze found a lot of special equipment that he hadn't seen before. For example, in front of you, there is something that looks like a centrifuge. I was about to reach out and touch it, but I didn't wait to touch it. Orochimaru stood in front of Yunze with a swish, carefully protecting the equipment. "Don't move around, this is a centrifuge made with Yunze's help, it's just this one, don't let me break it." "Yunze. It's really a centrifuge. Why don't you get a collider?" However, Yunze can also see that Orochimaru is doing well now. Otherwise, there would not be so much money to purchase equipment. In particular, this is still based on the conditions and characteristics of the ninja world, and it must cost a lot. Just thinking of this, Yunze suddenly discovered an interesting phenomenon. Orochimaru used to be pale and looked like someone else. But at this time, his fair face was moistened a lot, and he could even see a little blush. The whole person has a strange style. Det. This discovery made Yunze gasp for an instant and became terrified. You're not still working on your living corpse reincarnation, are you?" While speaking, he also moved quietly. Living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru looked at Yunze suspiciously, and said, "No, I have a better research direction now. Why should I study that flawed ninjutsu?" "Then how come your skin is so good now?" This is the first time Orochimaru met Yunze, who hesitated. But hearing this question, he understood. He touched his face with his hand, and said calmly, "Don't you know that I opened a cosmetics store with your woman? The things in it are all byproducts of research, and I will definitely experiment before launching them. Is it weird?" "No, not surprising. How can the makeup of scientists be called makeup? This is called being responsible for customers. Blessed be Jiraiya, though. What are you thinking?" Orochimaru frowned suddenly. He always felt that the guy opposite had some offensive thoughts. Feeling a trace of murderous intent, Yunze shook his head instantly. "No, I was just thinking, you guys are working too hard. During the time I was away, I had to work hard to earn money." 11. It's good that you know, Yunze-kun. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, "However, compared to this, I look forward to whether you can provide me with experimental materials such as blood orchids that interest me." "Of course. You are absolutely satisfied." Yunze patted his chest and assured, "However, let me see your previous research results first." You won't be disappointed either. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's eyes brightened. Follow me. Orochimaru led Yunze to another room. Just entered the door. There was a pungent smell of blood. However, neither of them had any abnormal reactions. Ninja? I've been used to this for a long time. In the middle of the room, there is a metal table. At this time, a middle-aged man in a coma was lying on it. Orochimaru walked aside on his own, and took out a syringe from the cabinet. The syringe is filled with clear liquid. But what is unusual is that in the transparent liquid, some black substances are slowly swimming. As if alive. Without the slightest hesitation, Orochimaru directly injected the liquid into the middle-aged man. This is a death row prisoner from the land of fire. It is said that he was born as a bandit. Before proceeding to the next step, Yunze made a special explanation. Well, I see, please continue. Yunze gestured calmly. Look at it. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue excitedly and licked the corner of his mouth. Then without hesitation, he cut off a piece of flesh from the test subject's chest. Og! The severe pain made the middle-aged man wake up from a coma, screaming in pain. But Yunze and Orochimaru don't care. Instead, he looked seriously at the bloody wound. With the injection of the liquid, black lines continued to travel on the man's body. Finally, Ritongji reached the wound site. Then, a picture that surprised Yunze appeared. Under the stimulation of the black lines, the flesh and blood at the wound began to squirm continuously, and it didn't take long. The missing flesh and blood grew back, and finally returned to its original state. Apart from the fact that the color of the skin is somewhat different from the surrounding area, it is completely impossible to tell that it was injured before. This is natural energy? Curse seal? Immortal chakra? For a moment, Yunze frowned. In addition to these superficial phenomena just now, he even noticed that those black lines absorbed the surrounding natural energy. Then a kind of energy similar to Xianju chakra is generated, which promotes the regeneration of cells in the shortest time. Yeah, I knew you could tell. Orochimaru was even more excited. This is indeed my improvement based on the previous curse seal. But it's completely different from before. Saying that, Orochimaru cut off a small piece of regrown flesh again, and put it under the microscope together with the previous flesh. Come and see. Yunze took a step forward. Under the microscope, it can be clearly seen that the cells from the same person have huge differences before and after. The obvious cell membrane just grown, absolutely do not admit that it was the cell wall before, is thicker, and even the nucleus is larger than before. Then Orochimaru readjusted the instrument. Further observations inside the nucleus. Look, this is the telomere. Is the telomere of the cells behind it a little longer than before? Orochimaru's voice trembled. But Yunze understood him. In his observations, this is the case. Originally, the telomeres that would wear out due to cell division and regeneration have not been worn out, and even grew slightly, although only a little. But Yunze also understands the value involved. This is the result of your research on blood orchids. Yunze raised his head and looked at Orochimaru. That's right. Just like what Yunze said before, we have been able to synthesize the substance that blood orchid can increase lifespan, but compared with the original version, the effect is not very good, and finally some cosmetics were made. Orochimaru had a look in his eyes pity. However, when we were researching the cause, we had an unexpected discovery. Thank you also. Me? Yunze didn't understand. Yes, it's you. Remember the fairy art chakra you told me earlier? Orochimaru became excited again. When we have no idea, I plan to study sage mode as you said. It turned out to be a windfall. The synthetic substance of the blood orchid is not effective. It is not our own problem, but the natural energy of this world is abnormal. This is the reason why we cannot succeed. There is a very interesting phenomenon. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's eyes were a little playful. After the long-term biomass is synthesized, it has a very poor effect on the human experimental body, and it can only produce effects in limited parts. However, in other creatures, it is completely different, and the effect fully meets expectations. It doesn't matter whether it's monkeys, birds, fish, or even various ninja beasts. Isn't it interesting that only humans are the exception? After speaking, Orochimaru looked at Yunze. He was hoping to see the shocked expression on his face. In the end, the other party just replied calmly, "It's really interesting." Orochimaru. Gan. Can't you be a little surprised when Laozi discovers such a big secret? So FG unsatisfying. Then, he seemed to think of something. This guy wouldn't have discovered this problem long ago. Therefore, Yin Snake frowned and asked tentatively, "Did you know this a long time ago?" "Maybe." Yunze didn't answer, but asked, "Go ahead. There is something wrong with the natural energy of this world." Of course Yunze knows this. This is why he wanted Orochimaru to study Sage Mode before. But at the beginning, because Orochimaru was busy researching the blood orchid, he refused. Unexpectedly, in the end, because of the study of blood orchids, he turned to natural energy. It's really a special fate. Going round, and finally back to the origin. All right. Orochimaru, Wang Qunhao, did not continue to ask. He believed that the other party would definitely tell him in a while. He continued to introduce his research results. Finally, we found that the reason why the synthetic long-lived substances really prolong lifespan is that after these substances enter the cells, they will absorb the natural energy from the outside world, and under the combined action, the cells will evolve. The reason why taking blood orchids directly is effective for humans is because the plant cells already have natural energy, and there is no need to absorb natural energy from the outside. But the synthesized substances are different, which is also the difference between the two. Having said that, Orochimaru looked up at Yunze and asked, "And the orchid is not a product of the ninja world?" "That's right." Yunze didn't deny it. "No wonder." Orochimaru nodded slightly, as if that was the case. "When we studied the natural energy in the cells of the blood orchid, we discovered that these energies are basically the same as the natural energies in the ninja world. But there are still some differences. The natural energy in the cells of the blood orchid treats all living things equally. And the natural energy in the ninja world is different. It seems to be particularly repulsive to the human species." Chapter 152. As early as when Yunze successfully cultivated the exclusive Sage Mode in Monster World. He thought about it. The natural energy of the ninja world is indeed repelling the human group. Otherwise, why can Sage Mode only be learned from the three holy places? Moreover, it is obvious that the side effects of cultivation are not small. Just like Jiraiya, practicing the senjutsu of Mount Maiboku, practicing the fairy art of Rika Cave. All showed the appearance characteristics of toads and snakes. This can not only be explained by personal talent and physique. Because this is a unique side effect of the cultivation methods unique to other races. Then, there is a question. As the darling of nature, why don't humans in the ninja world have their own Sage Mode? Why is natural energy so violent? Yunze felt that there was only one explanation. That's because of the source of everything. The sacred tree of the Tsutsuki clan. For the sacred tree to produce the chakra fruit, it must plunder the natural energy of the local world and the energy inside the planet. This is definitely an invasion of alien species. As usual. As a native creature, it is necessary to stand in the united front with Mother Planet and completely resist all of this. However, the eldest son of the ninja human beings directly turned against him, eating inside and outside. Tsutsuki Kagaya, who caused all this, is enshrined as the goddess of Ozuki and has been worshipped until now. He has even been cultivating the fruit of others' victory, chakra. This is for Mother Planet, Mother Nature. It's definitely a betrayal. This kind of unfilial son if he didn't kill him directly, his mother would be magnanimous. How could it be possible to give gifts? As for the other species in several shrines, no matter what people say, even if they have not contributed to the fight against the cause, at least they have not helped the evildoers. Especially the great Toad Sage, and Kaguya, who directly deceived the mother and son, made a huge contribution. It is not difficult to explain that humans in the ninja world are rejected by the natural energy area. Closer to home, Yunze is imagining here, and Orochimaru's introduction does not end with 093. He went to the wall and pressed a button. Soon, a huge nutrition warehouse slowly protruded from behind the wall. This nutritional warehouse is made of all metal, only the front has a transparent glass. A burly man can be seen inside. There are black lines on the surface of its naked body. The most special thing is the opponent's head. At this time, there is still a little bit of human appearance, with protruding lips and a flat head, just like a toad. After some operations by Orochimaru, the green nutrient solution in the warehouse slowly disappeared. Then, the glass door opens. Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi sword and stabbed it without hesitation. It can be seen that he used a lot of strength, but with the sharpness of the grass pheasant sword, it was like stabbing the tough leather. The opponent's skin was only sunken, and there was no injury. Orochimaru continued to intensify the force on his hand, and finally cut the skin. Puff! With a soft sound, the grass pheasant sword was drawn back. Blood began to flow out of the wound instantly, but very quickly. The wound is gradually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing all this, Orochimaru didn't stop. A trace of pain flashed across his face, and a trace of chakra covered the surface of the grass pheasant sword. Swish! A cold light flashed across, and directly cut off the opponent's right arm. Roar! Under the severe pain, the sleeping man roared instinctively, gradually showing signs of waking up. Orochimaru hastily closed the hatch, and the green liquid submerged him again. The man continued to fall asleep. However, through the glass door, it can be clearly seen. That broken right arm, the white bone began to grow rapidly, and then the flesh and blood began to spread on the bone. Soon a new arm grew back. It's just that compared with the previous human arm, this new one has green skin, and the 5 fingers on the palm have completely turned into frog-like palm webs. Reluctantly, Orochimaru retracted his gaze, turned to look at Yunze, and asked, "See anything?" "Yun, Ajfk," Ze said with a serious expression, "this person has never practiced chakra. That means he was just an ordinary person before. Those lines on his body can absorb the magic chakra, to achieve the effect of cultivation. Also, you should have been breeding this guy with Jiraiya's Senju chakra." "That's right." Orochimaru didn't realize that Jiraiya was a power bank at all. He said very proudly, "Actually, what really surprised me is that Xianju chakra can make this guy's body evolve continuously. Defense, strength, speed, and even recovery ability are much stronger than ordinary people. What does that mean, do you know?" How could Yunze not know what Orochimaru meant? Speaking of which, the mainstream chakra energy in the ninja world. Compared with other energy systems, the destructive power is really nothing to say, not bad at all. However, other aspects were lackluster. Especially the effect on human evolution. Such as physical defense, strength, speed, lifespan, and so on. Not to mention comparing with spiritual power, even compared with internal power, it's not much worse. This is why it has been said that ninjas are crispy. Of course, this is not to say that compared with ordinary people. Like a crispy skin like a mage, in addition to special defensive skills, a random kunao can stab a ninja to death. This is also why it has been said that chakra energy level is low. Sure enough, Orochimaru said with regret, "I used to think that things like chakra can be said to be the most magical thing in the world. Unexpectedly, natural energy is more advanced than chakra in nature. However, fortunately, it is not too late to understand this truth. Speaking of this, Orochimaru, who was always calm and composed, showed a ostentatious expression on his face. Afterwards, he saw his hands forming seals. After a burst of energy fluctuations, a few black lines on the chest slowly spread to the neck and then the face. Finally, the color of these black streaks begins to change. Soon, it turned bright red like blood. Provides a stark contrast to pale skin tones. Especially on the forehead, the stripes are like a blooming blood orchid. Gorgeous, enchanting. FK. Flower Fairy. Yunze was so dumbfounded that he almost couldn't hold back his voice. At this time, Orochimaru exudes a coquettish and top-notch style. Especially when he saw Yunze's dumbfounded expression. With a charming smile. Then the long-haired flower fairy slashed her left arm with a backhand without hesitation. On the white arm, blood suddenly flowed slowly. Look! The hoarse voice brought Yunze back to his senses, and he turned his gaze to the wound. The wound was also healing, but compared to the frogman just now, it was much slower. It took a few minutes for the wound to completely heal. How about it? Orochimaru wiped away the blood with his hand, leaving no scars. After a long silence, Yunze finally spit out a few words. You were the frogman who was stabbed with this knife just now, and you didn't sterilize it afterwards. Aren't you afraid of infection? Big snake. So, this is the sage mode that you extracted the natural energy from all the blood orchids, combined with the curse seal. Right. At this time, the Orikihime Maru has returned to its original state. The crisp answer was full of pride. Also, as the descendant of the three holy places, Jiraiya can practice sage mode. He, Orochimaru, was unable to practice because of his physical condition. Although he has been acting indifferent, in fact, he still cares deep down in his heart. However, it is different now. With his own research, he completed a new sage mode independent of the three holy places. How can you not be proud? As for the side effect of being prettier, Orochimaru doesn't even care about gender. How could he care about this? Not to mention himself, even Yunze, who witnessed all this, had to give Orochimaru a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. This guy is truly a genius. It was not in vain to clean up him and bring him back to Mewtwo. Don't look at Yunze himself, who successfully cultivated sage mode very simply, but is his kind of opportunity an ordinary person can encounter? New world, which is different from ninja world, this thing is simply cheating. Therefore, Yunze directly praised, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. I, Shihaoran Yunze, would like to call you the #1 scientific research genius in the ninja world. Haha. Proud as Orochimaru, he couldn't help laughing when he heard such praise suddenly. Others don't care, but Yunze is a real strong in his mind. The praise of such a person is the most comfortable. This is also thanks to the material you provided. After speaking, Orochimaru spit out a bottle from his mouth and handed it to Yunluo. In the transparent liquid, there is a black curse mark in the shape of a blood orchid. This is what was agreed at the beginning. Of all the blood orchids you gave me, I only completed these 2 curse seals in the end. I used one myself, and this is yours. Yunze looked at the bottle, but shook his head instead of reaching out to pick it up. Keep it to yourself. Orochimaru was stunned, and seemed to think of something, and explained, don't worry, this one is completely different from the previous curse seal, there is no tampering in it. Totally just a vehicle for the new sage mode. Or a seed. In the future, when you succeed in cultivation and can independently activate sage mode, this spell will disappear completely without any influence. I don't doubt what you mean. Yunze knew that what Orochimaru said was true. The natural energy of the ninja world does exclude humans, so it is completely impossible to practice sage mode independently. Want to succeed? Or it is the cultivation method of other races like the 3 holy lands. Or it is to practice in other worlds like Yunze. Finally, there is this seed in Orochimaru's hand that uses the natural energy of other worlds. Only these three methods can be successful, and as long as they are successful, no matter how violent the natural energy of the ninja world is, you can also use Sage Mode. At most, you need to be careful with it. Orochimaru originally thought that Yunze was suspecting that he had tampered with it. This is normal. Only after he explained, Yunze still didn't take the seed. This made him puzzled. However, what happened next completely shocked him. There is no preparation time at all. Yunze in front of him, just for a moment, a powerful coercion appeared on his body. Accompanied by coercion was a special energy fluctuation that made him feel somewhat familiar. Orochimaru understood right away. This is Xianju Chakra? You actually succeeded in practicing your own Sage Mode. It wasn't Sage Mode that shocked Orochimaru. When Yunze asked him to study this, he suspected that the other party had mastered Sage Mode. What really shocked him was the appearance of the other party at this time. It's different from him and other people's huge appearance mutations. Yunze only has a hint of reddish eyeshadow in the corner of his eye. Other than that, there are no other changes. Orochimaru is well aware. Less change in appearance. It means that the Sage Mode matches itself better. Compared with Jiraiya's pimple-covered toad face, Orochimaru feels that the tattoos on his face are a good match. Unexpectedly, a more ruthless one came here. After Yunze cancelled Sage Mode, Orochimaru asked a little depressed, "You have succeeded, why do you want me to study this?" "Of course we have to study it. Only by thoroughly understanding this thing can we proceed to the next step." Next step? Orochimaru didn't understand. "Do you want to come and cultivate an immortal?" Yunze said in the most seductive tone. Orochimaru. Chapter 153. Xiu Xian. This is not about practicing Sage Mode. It's a serious fantasy cultivating immortals. After all, chakra's limit lies here. If Yunze wants to further improve his strength, he must always find a more promising career. Cultivation is very consistent. The upper limit is too high to have no friends. In addition to being more talented, it can be said that there are no shortcomings at all. This is the comprehensive development of body and soul. More importantly, Yunze discovered that from chakra to immortal chakra, and then to immortal cultivation, they can actually be seamlessly connected. There is no need to start over and waste the current strength. The evidence is the most critical natural energy. In the zombie world, Yunze rubbed off from Uncle Ju to the mission school's cultivation method Shangqing Jing. After experience, he found that natural energy and spiritual energy are actually in the same strain. This aura refers to acquired aura. Perhaps the biggest difference is the subtle difference caused by the difference in the world. But one of the key issues is how to connect. Yunze does not want to directly copy the practice of cultivating immortals. He intends to follow the ninja version of the chakra immortal art system with his own characteristics. Anyway, he has a grander plan to cover, so it doesn't hurt to try. Maybe we can really find a suitable path. If successful, it will be good for others around him too. And that's where Orochimaru's help is needed. Thinking of this, Yunze took out a scroll and handed it to Orochimaru, who didn't know why. For a while, in the dark laboratory, fell into silence. What Yunze handed to Orochimaru was his translation of the Shangqing. Because I have a deep understanding of this aspect, there is no problem of translation errors. After a long time, Orochimaru finally raised his head. To him, the things on this scroll were too out of the ordinary. Let him feel a little uncomfortable for a while. After a long time, he frowned and said, "Do you think this method of gathering external energy into the body is feasible?" The essence of chakra is the product of fusion and refinement of cellular energy and spiritual energy, which belongs to inner energy. Even Xianju chakra is just a product of combining the chakra in the body with natural energy in proportion. These two methods are completely different from the principles of cultivation. It's only natural for Orochimaru to have doubts. Yunze didn't look down on his bumpkin behavior. Instead, show him directly. After returning to the ninja world, he actually tried to practice according to the method in the Shankingjing. But, again, the natural energy is a bit disobedient, and the effect is not good. But enough for demonstration. As Yunze concentrated and meditated, the violent natural energy around him was forcibly beaten by the mental power, and then pulled into his body. After circulating for a few days according to the specific meridian, he was completely condensed and successfully stayed in Yunze's danshan honestly. Although it was only a small trace, it also consumed more than 10 minutes of Yunze's time. During this process, Yinchuan was also concentrating on feeling. He could feel the natural energy being forcibly absorbed into Yunze's body. And these energies did not cause riots like when practicing Sage Mode, and even caused the body to undergo abnormal changes. Instead, it stays in a certain position under the opponent's belly. Orochimaru rubbed his belly, not understanding. Is there anything special about this place? How can I feel that after the energy enters, it is between existence and non-existence at the same time? It is so strange. Finally, Yunze opened his eyes. Orochimaru hurriedly asked, "Did it work?" "Of course." Saying that, Yunze stretched out his fingers, a faint energy flickered through his fingertips. "Looking good." After saying this, Yunze's expression became more dignified, and a group of chakra formed in his left hand. Then use that strand of energy to carefully wrap around it, and gently pull it. The chakra balls shred and dissipate as easily as cream. This. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. The chakra ball is not simple, it is the product of Yunze's extreme compression according to the form of Rei's Nan, but such a high-density energy is actually cut by a hair-like energy. And it's effortless. This all shows that the strength, tenacity, density, etc. of that strand of energy have surpassed chakra in an all-round way. For a while, Orochimaru didn't know how precious the exercises recorded on the scroll in his hand were. For the first time, hold her tightly in her arms. After thinking about it, I felt unsafe, so I swallowed it directly. Yunze. Looking at the other party's series of operations, he felt a little nauseous. "Well, what do you want to say?" After finding a comfortable room and sitting down, Yunze asked Orochimaru with his legs crossed. "It's incredible, I really can't imagine what kind of person can come up with such a miraculous cultivation method." Orochimaru is still a little excited. From the previous research, it can be seen that the combination of natural energy and chakra to form the magic chakra has a huge role in promoting the evolution of the human body. Then one can imagine how beneficial this method of directly absorbing natural energy for cultivation is to the human body. No, this is not only for the body, but also for the soul. This way of absorbing the energy of the heavens and the earth for your own use, it can be said that there is no limit. Then in the end. At this point, Orochimaru couldn't sit still and was very excited. It can be said that that person is not bound by lifespan at all, and he is completely free. Hearing these words from Orochimaru, Yunze was very satisfied. This is a smart person, who can perceive the realm pursued by the Taoist ancestors. It's not in vain for him to make up lessons for the other party. Thinking of this, Yunze asked, "Do you think that inspired by this work, can you take Sage Mode a step further?" Sage Mode. Orochimaru looked at Yunze with a strange face, and said, "What do you care about Sage Mode if you have this kind of cultivation method? Why don't you have good things and pick up defective ones? Are you stupid?" 0. Seeking flowers. Yunze. Guys, this is throwing away the Sage Mode that I was just so proud of. Don't be so realistic. Did you forget about natural energy? There is no way. Yunze can only remind the other party of this neglected problem. That's a problem. Orochimaru nodded. Before Yunze continued to speak, he added, "But what does this have to do with improving Sage Mode? Sage Mode itself has this problem." 17. Yunze scratched his head a little. He has considered various issues before. For example, can Orochimaru understand these things, and is there any idea to solve them? I just didn't expect him to think about eating ready-made ones. In the end, he had no choice but to persuade, think about it, after all, this is something from the predecessors. The predecessors of the family can come up with such an exquisite method, so as a descendant, they can only follow behind and eat remnants. Or you have already admitted defeat, thinking that you are not as good as the predecessors who pioneered this method. If so, just pretend that I didn't say these words. 00. Hearing these words, Orochimaru finally calmed down. To say that the biggest advantage of Orochimaru is that it has the desire to explore everything as a scientific research dog. He is proud, especially in research. Shocked by Yunze's words at this time, he finally regained his senses. After pondering for a while, he said hoarsely, "Thank you, Mr. Yunze, for awakening me with your words. Indeed, I have always believed that the times are progressive, and our generation is not lost to anyone. No matter how good the predecessors are, there will always be a day when we surpass them. I will think about how to make up for the strengths and weaknesses of these two cultivation methods at a later time, and start a new path that is more in line with the current conditions." "Is that right?" Yunze said with satisfaction. Although chakra has many disadvantages, it also has some advantages, such as, for example, it is relatively simple, and its lethality is relatively large in the early stage. Although the other has many advantages, it also has disadvantages, such as, for example, the early stage of cultivation is slow, the requirements for talents are relatively high, and the lethality is relatively small. Only by combining the two is the real perfection. Maybe you can help the ninja world to embark on a brand new path, and by then, you might have a historical status comparable to Sage of Six Paths in future generations." "Hiss! Sage of Six Paths? Ninja?" Snake finished. Yunze's flickering immediately touched Orochimaru's taboo. It made him excited for a while, and completely fell into longing. Soon, when Orochimaru came back to his senses, he immediately started to drive away irrelevant personnel. "Do you have anything else to do? If not, go first. I'm going to get busy." Yunze. Oh man! The ugly face that Orochimaru exposed makes Yunze very dissatisfied. With a bang sound, something was thrown out. "Are you sure you want to let me go now? Aren't you going to open I-5 again?" Chapter 154. I have taught Yunze all the recipes, and she will be responsible for 3 meals a day. Don't be busy with work all the time, don't forget to eat, you know. While packing up her things, Hong gave gentle instructions. "Don't worry, you can go at ease." Yunze was lying beside her, looking at Hong, who was exuding a trace of Yuja's breath all over her body. Secretly sigh. Sure enough, women in this world are precocious. In just a few days, Hong's temperament has undergone such a big change. It's getting more and more flavorful. "I'm leaving." After speaking, Hong waved his hand, and then drifted away. Only the widowed old man Yunze was left behind. Oh, it's finally easy now. Feeling the room of only one person, Yunze felt the breath of freedom for a long time. As a result, it took a few minutes to relax. Another creditor came to the door. Tsunade wrapped his arms around Hungarian like a scout dog. I looked around the room and sniffed carefully. Finally, he looked down at the salted fish lying on the ground. With an unclear tone, he said, "Okay. Bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. Tisk tisk. The balcony, the courtyard, the roof of the house. Youth is romance, stargazing, candlelight dinner." In the next second, Tsunade's tone carried a trace of resentment. "Why is it my turn to lose it?" Yunze, who noticed something was wrong, immediately retorted seriously, "You have different identities, I thought you didn't like these childish things. Do I still have to thank you? Tsunade sat next to him, bent his head down and looked at Yun seriously and said, "What are you and Orochimaru talking about lately? Why are there suddenly so many patrolling people at the research base? Is there something dangerous that has caused such turmoil?" Looking at the face so close at hand, Yun swallowed. This crazy woman has been using all kinds of cosmetics recently, and he used Manjiki from time to time to reverse the time for her. A model of living just as young as possible. No one would believe that Smooth Skin was 18 years old. The surface is youthful and beautiful, because it is like a fully cooked. The wonderful sense of contradiction greatly increases the charm of the mad woman. At this moment, Yunze couldn't help leaning forward, but the other party directly avoided it. With a face full of sarcasm, "It looks like you are in good health, you still have energy after so many days, hurry up and answer my question just now." Ahem, Orochimaru is researching new things, it's a little dangerous, but I've prepared protection in advance, just be careful not to let people get close. Finished. Bang Bang patted his chest a few times, and added, "My body is proven, it's absolutely great. Don't worry. Don't worry about your size." Tsunade looked up and down, hesitated and said, "Orochimaru has changed a bit recently, don't get too close to him, understand?" Yunze. Huge change? Don't get too close. Yunze didn't react to Tsunade's words for a while. It took me a long time to figure out what was going on. Gan. Flower Fairy. Orokai Princess. Thinking of this, Yunze's face turned dark. Can you be more reliable? Is Laozi so hungry? You still worry about Jiraiya's LSP? Hey! Tsunade smiled obsequiously, why do I care about Jiraiya? I only care about my man. After speaking, he turned around and walked quickly towards the door. He also shouted, after calculating the time, "It will be my turn later. Please, I don't need to be respected, please don't treat me as a human next time." Hey! Thinking of what to face later, Yun sighed helplessly. The life of an adult man is so stressful. Fortunately, he has Sage Body on his back and can hold out. If this is an urban orientation, maybe he needs wolfberry, red dates, and a thermos cup. After Tsunade left, Yunze did not continue to stay at home. Go all the way to the research base. As the distance approaches, more and more Enbu ninjas are hidden nearby. Feeling all this, Yunze nodded secretly. With such tight protection, no accidents should happen. No wonder Yunze is so careful, because what he gave to Orochimaru is a bit special. Inside the laboratory. Well, did you find anything? As soon as he entered the door, Yunze asked a question. Orochimaru, who was immersed in his work, raised his head and said hoarsely, "I made some discoveries. This thing is really difficult to get, and it takes a lot of work to dissect. I've lost several scalpels." With Orochimaru gone, finally what's lying on the test bench is revealed. Is something else. It was exactly 2 black and blue zombies. The one with the darkest color is the zombie Wang Suankui. But at this time, the 2 zombies were lying there obediently, motionless. Yun stepped forward to check the seal and found that there was no change, so he was relieved. Then, he looked down at Xian Kui. This zombie king is really miserable. Orochimaru has a strong interest in such weird things, but he is also ruthless enough to attack. The front has been completely cut open, exposing the internal organs. In sight, all the internal organs of the zombie's body have been completely necrotic, shriveled like leather. The heart in it is even more special, several circles smaller than normal. Like a small pitch-black ball. Just a glance, Yunze looked away. Looking at Orochimaru who had packed up, he asked, "You just said that you have gained something." "Well, it's not a harvest." Orochimaru glanced at the zombies and said, "I studied their cells. Obviously all parts of the body are dead, but the cells still maintain a different kind of activity. They can automatically absorb some special natural energy around them, which is the evil spirit in the information you gave me, and then reinforce it in a fantastic way. However, I still don't understand how this method works. Hearing Orochimaru's regretful words, Yunze was not disappointed. It is not bad to be able to research these in such a short time. So he comforted, I haven't found anything yet, anyway, the time is still long, take your time. Yes, these zombies belong to the same system as the Shankinging, and they are also very useful for my future research. I believe I can figure it out. Orochimaru was full of confidence. I believe you, it's best to get a set of things suitable for human body training from these zombies. This is Yunze's primary goal in delivering the zombies to Orochimaru. There is no way to get any high-end body training exercises for the time being, but if you can get some inspiration from the zombies who are good at defense, it's okay for him too. But Yunze looked around the entire laboratory. This room has been specially arranged, and there are multiple layers of sealing barriers including the Li Sixiang seal around it. There are even suppressions of soul talismans on the heads of the two zombies. With so many defenses, he still felt a little uneasy. Yunze has already discovered it before, even if it is an alien from another world. But the corpse poison on these two zombies is also effective on ninjas. He doesn't want to create a ninja version of the real zombie world. Thinking of this, Yunze solemnly warned, you must be careful in your future research. If there is an accident, even if you destroy these two things, you can't let them go out. I see. Orochimaru also understood, with what you have arranged, there will be no problems. The following few days. Although Tsunade specifically told me. But Yunze still went to Orochimaru's research base from time to time. However, this time Tsunade has no complaints. It's because she is really tired these days. This day, Yunze just came home 0. I found that the person I hadn't seen for a long time was waiting there. There are 2 more little guys around. These 2 little guys seem to be about 6 or 7 years old. One of the boys has long white hair, green pupils, red eyeshadow on the eyelids, and 2 red dots between his eyebrows. The other one must be a boy too. But weak like a girl. His handsome face and long black hair are really deceiving. This should be placed in Yunze's previous life, he must be a millionaire every day. Teacher, fortunately, I brought these 2 children back. Seeing that Yunze had been staring at the 2 little guys, Sharon introduced, this is Kagaya Kimimaro, from the Mist Shinobi Huayuryuaki clan. This is Shiro, it should be from the Minajiki clan. This is my teacher, Master Shihaoran Yunze. My lord. Asterisk 2. Receiving the reminder from Sharon, the 2 cubs saluted respectfully. Both of them originally lived in Kirigakure. One is in the family dungeon, and the other just wandered on the streets because of Bloodline. As a result, he was suddenly brought to Konoha by the ninja-sama beside him. Although they don't know the person who just appeared, but since he can be honored as a teacher by a powerful ninja like Big Brother Sharon, that must be a big shot too. Therefore, they dare not have the slightest slack. Well, get up. Yunze responded lightly, and then said to Skirin, you first arrange the 2 of them in the room and let them rest. After a while, Sharon arranged everything and came back to Yunze. Did it go well this time? Yunze helped Sharon pour tea. Kimimiro's side is going well. Skirin took the tea and took a sip. Mist Shinobi's 4th Mizukage seems to be dealing with the Huayuryuaki tribe. The situation is quite chaotic, but the helper the teacher found is very reliable, and he brought Kimimaro out of the dungeon with ease. I really don't understand those lunatics. Obviously, this little guy has awakened Dead Bone Pulse bloodline. If he is not trained properly, he will be treated as a prisoner. What's so strange about this? The Huayuryuaki people are lunatics. What's more, sometimes people's first reaction is fear when facing powerful forces. Yunze exclaimed. For Yunze's words, Tonari agreed, but then thought of something and asked, Kaguya is the words of a lunatic. What about Kimimaro? Don't worry, this little guy is different. If you adjust it well, there shouldn't be any problems. Kimimaro's character is certified, although Yunze doesn't think that 1.8 is as brainwashing as Orochimaru. But I can't stand him, there are so many ways. What you said just now, did something unexpected happen to Bai? Thinking of Sharon's words at the beginning, Yunze was puzzled. He asked Obito to inquire about the news in advance, and then asked Skirin to bring the two little guys back. The accident didn't happen, but on the way back, I found that Bai is a bit introverted and has a special way of thinking. Well, it's the Holy Mother to put it bluntly. Sharon has a headache. He knew very well that the teacher wanted to train these two little guys into powerful ninjas. So all the way to observe in secret, just Bai's performance, it is really hard to describe. Holy Mother! Yunze had a toothache. This disease is incurable. In the end, he said helplessly, it's okay, just look at the situation, maybe after a few times of beatings by the society, you will be sensible. He began to think about whether to choose a special school to educate Bai. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Sharon ask, Teacher, are you planning to send the two of them to the world where Itaki and I have been? Yes, what's the matter? Sharon hesitated for a moment, and finally said, can you let me too? Hey? Why? Yunze wondered. Sharon's recent behavior doesn't seem to be unsuitable for the ninja world. I have a problem with my eyes recently. Chapter 155. There's something wrong with my eyes. As soon as Sharon's words came out, Yunze became serious and asked solemnly. What is the problem? He hadn't forgotten that he still had Satsuki Hamura's chakra in his body. Sure enough, Sharon's words verified his guess. Since the teacher sealed a trace of Tensagen's pupil power into my eyes, I noticed that my eyes began to change. At first, I thought it was teacher, your pupil power was promoting the evolution of my eyes. It turned out not to be. Sharon showed a thoughtful expression. After I observed carefully, I found that there was a trace of chakra in my body that didn't belong to me. I've never noticed it before, and it's only this time that I noticed it. These chakras seem to be conscious, probing those pupil powers, it seems to be curious. To be honest, Sharon himself felt that these words were a bit unbelievable. Can chakra be his own? Still conscious? But Yunze felt normal. Chakra is aware that this is not a normal operation. What he didn't expect was that Satsuki Hamura's chakra was actually attracted by his own pupil power. Does it mean that if it were not for his original actions, will these chakra remain hidden in the Sharon? You know, these chakra in the human body in the original book didn't do anything. Otherwise, his plan to smash the entire ninja world with the moon would not have happened. Thinking of this, Yunze continued to ask, besides these, are there any other abnormalities? Some. It seems that because of these chakras being active, my white eyes have started to evolve. But the speed is a bit slow, which is why I want to enter the monster world. I made a rough estimate. According to the current speed of 09, it will take almost 10 years for Tensagen to evolve successfully. Sharon's words made Yunze a little silent. After pondering for a moment, he asked, apart from this, is there anything else? For example, did it have any impact on your own emotions and personality? No. After I discovered these chakra, I took the initiative to contact them, but nothing changed. It seems that it just wants to stimulate my eyes to evolve. That's it. Yunze was really surprised this time. To know that he secretly observed. For example, Ashura chakra in Naruto has been subtly affecting his character. It's just that this effect is most obvious when Naruto is depressed and confused. And in this life, Naruto is living well. Coupled with the care and education of a few big sisters around him, he is happy every day, and there is nothing to think about. So Ashura's influence is somewhat negligible. This is why Yunze has not paid too much attention. Like these two sons of the Sage of Six Paths. He will still be useful in the future, but it's not time to deal with it. The reason why Yunze still kept the Tsutsuki Hamura Chakra inside the caster was because he wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Going to compare it. Unexpectedly, the other party was only planning to help the descendants evolve eyes. For a moment, Yunze wondered if he was thinking too much. However, since the other party has moved, it's time to get in touch. Thinking of this, Yunze got up and came to Sharon. Looking at the nervous counterpart, he said, "It's okay, you relax, I'll take a look." "It is good." Saying that, Yunze's chakra entered the body of the Sharon, and came straight to his eyes. As soon as he entered, he noticed that besides the familiar pupil power, there was another chakra wandering around. After Yunze's chakra came in, the other party also noticed it. For the first time, the other party seemed to be planning to hide. But the act of hiding was abandoned when Yunze's chakra found it headed straight for it. Straight up to meet. The moment of contact. Yunze found that he seemed to have come to a strange space. Some functions of chakra are actually quite magical. For example, it allows two people to connect and share each other's memories. It can even form a special space like a tailed beast. To communicate. At this moment, that's what happened to Yunze. The white earth, the black and endless sky. And an old man with horns standing not far in front of him. Tsutsuki Hamura. Yunze was not surprised, but looked at the other party and asked. "Young man, do you know me?" Tsutsuki Hamura was surprised, but his old face was extremely calm. "You know, the current ninja world has passed thousands of years away from his era. After such a long time, even the legend of Sage of Six Paths has almost disappeared. How could anyone still know of his existence?" Facing the other party's doubts, Yunze did not answer, but observed calmly for a moment and said. "It seems that this is not just a memory, but your own consciousness. I'm just saying, Sage of Six Paths has lived to this day, even if you are worse than him, it shouldn't be too much worse. Unlike the chakra left in Naruto by the Yong Daimei couple, it was just a memory, but this one is quite open Tsutsuki Hamura itself. Just like the Sage of Six Paths chakra who is still alive in the ninja world." And Yunze's words completely surprised Tsutsuki Hamura, he couldn't keep calm for the first time. "You realize the Sage of Six Paths is alive? Is it weird?" Yunze tentatively said, "The last time I was on the moon, it was Sage of Six Paths who fought with me behind the back of the consciousness clone you left behind. So you really know?" Tsutsuki Hamura sighed, "I didn't expect that there would be a junior like you in the ninja world. It's incredible." Yunze didn't come to listen to the other party's exclamation, and asked directly, "I'm a little curious, since you were at the scene at the time, why did you watch Sage of Six Paths activate your consciousness clone?" This is something Yunze has been unable to figure out. It's fine if you don't know, since you're on the scene, and you can still watch your brother use his avatar like a puppet. Is it really brotherly love? Facing this question, Tsutsuki Hamura was silent for a long time. "I can't stop it. My consciousness can only exist in these chakras, and I cannot interfere with the outside world." Yunze looked up and down after listening. "I found that the figure of the other party was a bit illusory. Although I don't know what Sage of Six Paths is like, but according to the current situation of Tsutsuki Hamura, it seems that it really can't really come to the ninja world. However, it is not impossible." Yunze continued to ask, "You can directly control Sharon's shot?" Tsutsuki Hamura didn't retort, but said, "I can't let the Sage of Six Paths know that I'm alive." This answer exceeded Yunze's expectations. He thought about many possibilities. For example, the family is too small, Hamura can't do it. All kinds of possibilities. It's just that there is no option that Hamura doesn't want to see Sage of Six Paths. Big news! Sage of Six Paths doesn't know brother is alive. After trying hard to digest it for a long time, Yun couldn't help asking out the doubts in his heart. Sage of Six Paths doesn't know you're alive in this state. Why are you avoiding him? You are brothers, and you can seal the relationship between mom and dad together. Is this out of harmony? Satsuki Hamura obviously didn't want to answer this question, even his attitude changed, and he replied a little bluntly. Young man, there are some things you should not ask. You can leave now. Yunze have character. But Yunze has more character. The first time the other party refuses. A powerful chakra suddenly erupted from the main body with closed eyes beside Sharon. At the same time, a strong aura erupted from the conscious body in the special space. In an instant, the height of the conscious body continued to skyrocket. Countless energies all over the body began to expand. In the quiet and windless space, streams of air began to rage wildly. Even the whole space vibrated. The sound of click, click sounded continuously. Beauty sack. Satsuki Hamura was completely taken aback by the sudden change. The ever-spreading space crack made his old face turn blue. Where the hell is this young man from? Do you know respect the old and love the young? If there is a disagreement, do it. Can't we have a good chat? I just declined, can you ask again? Can't I have a little temper at my age? Too much. Are you going to answer now? Yunze didn't want to know about Hamura's mentality, but continued to ask directly. Even if the peaked Satsuki Hamura appeared in front of him. Yunze doesn't even have any fear, not to mention a lingering consciousness. Who are you two with? Okay, I'll tell you what I can. Satsuki Hamura said with a straight face and every word. No, I don't want you to think it's okay, what I want is what I ask and you answer. Satsuki Hamura, 037. No wonder Yunze has a bad attitude towards this savior. It was really the last time the opponent's elder brother secretly plotted against him, so how could he have a good attitude? Didn't you team up with Satsuki Yui to seal your mother, Satsuki Kagaya? Logically speaking, your relationship should be very good. Why prevent the other party from knowing that you are still alive? These words that Yunze spoke. It is quite straightforward that he knows a lot of things, so don't try to fool him easily. The effect was very good. Hamura's face changed for a long time, and he said, our brother relationship is indeed very good, but I have some doubts about him creating ninja sect and spreading chakra. Chakra? Yunze frowned. Yes, Yui told me at the beginning that he gave chakra to ordinary people in the hope that all people can understand each other through the characteristics of chakra and realize true peace. Initially, I also agreed with this point of view. Speaking of this, Satsuki Yui hesitated, however, I found out later that he seems to have other purposes. Other purposes? The purpose of Sage of Six Paths to create ninja sect is indeed as Hamura said, hoping to use love to eliminate misunderstandings between people and achieve the vision of common peace. Even, his son Ashura inherited the idea. But Yunze scoffed. This is such a brainstorming truth. It's like a group of people who are all unarmed, although conflicts often occur. But at most it's a fight. Suddenly a person came, handed out a knife one by one, and then told them. You have to communicate more with each other and keep understanding. Communication is a mess, use a knife to force the other party to listen carefully to what you say. How could this develop into an armed brawl? It's so incomprehensible. At this moment, Yunze felt that he seemed to be close to the truth, and hurriedly asked, tell me quickly, what did you find? He had a hunch that this was definitely big news. Result? I do not know either. Aren't I just going to take a look? Otherwise, why do you think I hid in these chakra and lived till now? Yunze. MMP. Hasty. Glad to be early.